I know you like my videos so much, so why not subscribe? Go and subscribe, more fun video. Chapter 1. New World, Basta Kingdom. There is a warship in the offshore area, moving slowly. They are here because they are chasing a group of pirates, and the leader is an old acquaintance. Marine Admiral Aokiji. At this time, Aokiji was lazily lying on a sun lounger with sunglasses on his face. He looked like he was not here to catch pirates, but more like he was on vacation. In fact, it was true. Aokiji's catching pirates was similar to vacationing, which seemed to be inherited from Mr. Garp. Next to him, a marine stood there respectfully. Aokiji Admiral. The marine said. Aokiji was slightly startled, then took off the sunglasses on his face and put the newspaper in his hand aside. What's wrong? The marine continued. The Black Ocean pirates went to the direction of Basta Kingdom. Their ship should have landed now. Basta Kingdom. Aokiji frowned slightly. As a marine admiral, he still knew the basic information between kingdoms. The Kingdom of Basta is a non-member of the world government in the New World. As we all know, to become a member of the world government, you need to pay enough heavenly gold. The Kingdom of Basta is very poor and can't pay these heavenly golds at all, so it can't become a member of the world government. If you can't join the world government, your situation will be very miserable under normal circumstances. It will become a paradise for pirates, and some will even be destroyed directly. The situation of the Kingdom of Basta is probably like this. Let's go, let's catch the Black Ocean gang. Aokiji said. It's rare to encounter such a weak pirate with a bounty of over 300 million baileys. If you can catch him, your achievements will be more impressive. It's a bit embarrassing that he doesn't find out that he is not as good as Kizaru in the end of the year's performance summary. In fact, there is another reason why Aokiji insisted on catching the Black Ocean gang. That is, Aokiji is too idle now. When people are free, they want to find something to do. As a result, the Black Ocean group happened to meet Aokiji at this critical moment. Yes. The young marine saluted hurriedly. Each marine took his position and drove the warship to the Kingdom of Basta, cutting through the waves along the way. At this time, the Kingdom of Basta, port location. A magnificent pirate ship was docked there. The flag on the ship was a black skull with mountains and rivers below. Captain, we have arrived at the Kingdom of Basta. The captain of the pirate ship was a dark-skinned and muscular man with an amazing aura. The bounty on this guy reached 350 million baileys. This amount is also considered a big pirate. If you join the 4 emperors, you can also get a small cotter, which is already very remarkable. Basta Kingdom. Is it the Basta Kingdom in Pirate Paradise? When they mentioned Basta Kingdom, they subconsciously thought of a word. Pirate Paradise. Because it is a non-world conquest member country, it is called Pirate Paradise. In the past, various pirates often came here to wreak havoc. Gold and silver treasures were also harvested one after another, and there was nothing good here. However, they were soon shocked by the scene in front of them. Looking around, there was a vibrant scene everywhere, and people lived and worked in peace and contentment. There was a fierce conflict with the impression that there was no grass growing, which could be said to be a barren land. Even the prosperity here exceeded that of several countries ranked high in the world government. It seems that Basta Kingdom has changed. Here, it's very rich. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes suddenly turned red. That was excitement. Seeing that people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and their lives were rich, the nature of the pirates instantly broke out, and they wanted to plunder them fiercely first. There are pirates. These guys seem to be the Black Ocean gang. It's been a long time since I saw pirates. The crowds coming and going stopped and looked at the Black Ocean gang curiously. They looked surprised. It seemed that pirates were rare creatures in this country. They were very surprised, and the Black Ocean gang was even more surprised. This scene was too weird, right? The reaction of these guys was very wrong. Under normal circumstances, people would feel scared when seeing pirates, but why did these guys look like nothing happened? They even pointed at the Black Ocean gang, without any fear on their faces. This is not normal, very abnormal. But they didn't know what the problem was for a while. What's wrong with these guys? The pirates looked at each other and were completely dumbfounded. They thought about the reaction of ordinary people, but they didn't expect that these guys could actually look at them and talk and laugh. Did they walk in the wrong way? The leader, Hei Yang, grinned, with a ferocious look in his eyes. Don't worry, as long as we take action, they will soon associate us with terror. He smiled so ferociously. All the pirates followed suit, and their smiles were frightening. Then the gang walked towards the people, but at this moment, swish! Figures appeared on both sides of the street. They were all wearing armor and had badges on their chests, looking majestic. They were the guards stationed at the port. When they heard the movement at the port, they rushed over as soon as possible. Pirates, leave our country quickly. The captain in the lead threatened with a solemn expression. After that, he drew the sword from his waist, obviously ready for battle. Chapter 2. Boy, do you have the strength to let us leave? Hei Yang stared at the captain of the guard, his eyes full of provocation. After so many years as a pirate, he was tired of hearing these words, but how many people really have the strength to let him leave? Just looking at this guy's frail appearance, Hei Yang didn't think that he was a master at all. Boom! The next moment, Hei Yang exuded a terrifying aura. The aura was gloomy and terrifying, and ordinary people would be scared to death just by seeing it. However, these measures were obviously useless to the guards. Humph, it turns out that fighting is inevitable. The captain of the guard snorted, then clenched the sword in his hand and rushed towards the other party. The speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of the man in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Hei Yang rushed to meet the attack in a hurry. Bang! The two weapons touched, making a metallic trembling sound, and sparks flew at the same time. Soon, Hei Yang's eyes widened. He couldn't help but ask, how could it be? My power was suppressed. The terrifying force came, and then the whole person of Hei Yang retreated uncontrollably. The opponent's strength was stronger than his own? The guard looked ordinary, and it was totally unexpected that the strength was so great. No way! The captain actually retreated. This! Everyone looked at it in surprise. Originally, they were full of confidence, and this guy must be vulnerable in front of their captain. After all, their captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, and his strength is very terrifying. Especially in terms of strength, so far few people are stronger than him. But, it was beyond everyone's expectations. The captain actually lost in the strength competition. How is this possible? That guy looks ordinary, but his strength is so strong. But the captain still has a great chance of winning. He is not only strong in strength. As a big pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, Hei Yang has no shortcomings at all. Both strength and speed are very strong. Now it was just that his strength was suppressed, and he still had some speed. Swoosh! While retreating, Hei Yang rushed forward. His speed was incredible, even faster than the fastest beast. He appeared in front of the captain of the guard in a flash. But the captain of the guard was even faster. He drew his knife like lightning, and then chopped it hard at his chest. Poof! After the knife, blood splattered. The whole person of Hei Yang flew backwards uncontrollably and hit the wall behind him hard. He was covered in blood and looked very embarrassed. His neck tilted and he fainted directly. At this point, the winner had been revealed, and the winner was the guard of the Basta kingdom. For a moment, all the pirates stared with their eyes wide open, shocked and speechless. No way! The captain actually lost. Impossible, I must be dazzled. They simply couldn't believe this scene. His captain, who was like a god of war, was defeated by the guards of this country. You know, their captain is a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. This guy is quite strong. The captain of the guard looked at Hei Yang and couldn't help saying. Everyone was speechless. This is a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Even in the New World, he is a well-known figure. The evaluation he got was just quite good. How great it would be if he could be used by our king. The captain of the guard murmured again. When their king was mentioned, this guy's eyes lit up instantly, with deep admiration. King Basta is a godlike existence in their minds. The reason why he has such strength is inseparable from the king's teachings. And the reason why everyone can live a harmonious and stable life in the chaotic new world is all because of this mysterious king. At this time, dong dong dong. A crisp sound of footsteps sounded. A beautiful woman in a military uniform with long blue hair draped over her shoulders walked slowly in high heels. She made a thump-thump sound when she walked. There were 3 people beside the woman. They were Leva, who looked like a gentleman butler, Niu, who looked like a sweet girl but was actually a man. The last one was Datas, who had no special features. These 3 people were the 3 beast warriors in Akame ga Kill. They were loyal generals of Acedes and swore allegiance to Acedes. To be honest, their strength was still very strong. At least in the original work, the protagonists wanted to kill them and paid a great price. Now, these guys have learned haki. Their strength has reached a higher level. As for the woman in the military uniform, she was the object of their loyalty. Acedes. Wow! Where is this beautiful woman? I have never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. She looks even prettier than Hancock. This is too beautiful. As Acedes appeared, everyone in the field was attracted by her. Acedes' charm is beyond words. Even in the pirate world, her beauty is absolutely the top level, and no one can surpass her. The guards looked at the pirates. They all shook their heads slightly. You should put away your little thoughts. Everyone knows that Acedes is devoted to the king. She would not even look at ordinary men. In fact, in their opinion, only their own king is qualified to match Acedes. Lord Acedes, why are you here? The guards knelt down and greeted. Chapter 3. Lord Acedes. All the pirates looked at him in surprise. The guard who had just defeated his captain was now kneeling respectfully in front of Acedes. The respect in his eyes was beyond description. Instantly, a thought came to their minds. Could this woman be more powerful than that guard? They thought it was impossible. Even the captain was no match for that guy. Could this Acedes really be able to do it? No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a strong guy. Did that guy get solved? Acedes asked. Yes, it's solved. The other party is a more difficult guy. Is that so? Acedes was thoughtful. He was only difficult compared to the captain of the guards. Maybe he would be weak and vulnerable in front of him. Suddenly, Acedes' expression froze. She instantly looked at the sea not far away. The sea surface was surging and looked calm, but just a moment ago, her observation haki sensed that there seemed to be a powerful guy in the distant sea. It looks like there will be some fun. The corners of Acedes' mouth curled up slightly. Because of her overly belligerent personality, King Roy asked her to be in charge of the port's guarding. As long as there were pirates who caused trouble, she had the power to kill first and report later. At first, Acedes was really happy, so she could fight to her heart's content. But soon, she found that the strength of these guys was too weak, so she couldn't get interested. After all, Acedes' strength is too terrifying now. Conqueror's haki has awakened. Even Conqueror's haki has been cultivated to the point of Conqueror's entanglement, and its strength is self-evident. Coupled with the original skills, it is indeed enough to walk sideways in this sea area. If she goes out to sea alone, I am afraid that she can set off a bloody storm in the entire pirate world. When ordinary pirates meet Acedes, they can only be abused, and it can't be called a battle at all. Everyone noticed Acedes' expression. Master Acedes, what's wrong with you? Acedes looked at the sea in front of him and said solemnly, it seems that a heavyweight guy is coming. Heavyweight guy? Everyone was slightly stunned. The opponent was actually called a heavyweight guy by Acedes, so it can be imagined that his strength must be terrifying. After all, this is Acedes. Acedes' strength is obvious to all, and he is often severely abused by this witch. I don't know what kind of person can make Master Acedes so solemn. It's been a long time since I met Master Acedes with such a solemn expression. Only when Master Uchiha Madara and Master Senju Hashirama appeared last time, Master Acedes showed such an expression. The pirates next to him were a little confused. How come the guards who defeated their captain, in front of Acedes, are like minions? Their captain is a pirate with a bounty of over 300 million berries. They were defeated by such a minion, which made them feel a little suffocated. They mentioned Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and other characters. They have been in Grand Line for so many years, but they have never heard of these two characters. Little did they know that these two were not from the pirate world at all. They were from the Hokage Plain. Senju Hashirama is known as the god of ninja world, and Uchiha Madara is also powerful in ninja world. Let's not talk about these. Anyway, they just felt that the person who defeated their captain was a complete minion in front of Acedes. That respectful look, there is no need to say it. Suddenly, they seemed to think of something, and their expressions were panicked. Could it be? In an instant, cold sweat flowed from their foreheads. Then they noticed a warship slowly appearing on the sea in the distance. The logo on the warship was the logo of the world government. It was Marine. They thought they had gotten rid of the Marines, but it seemed they hadn't. The guys still chased after them tenaciously. It is said that there is a rear admiral on the warship. Even if it is the captain, I dare not deal with them too much. They only knew that there was a warship chasing them. But they didn't know that there was a terrifying existence on the warship. Aokiji. After all, Aokiji didn't really want to capture them. He was just strolling around the sea and didn't show his strength. It's them. I didn't expect Marine to chase us. What should we do? The pirates were shocked. After all, they are pirates, and they are naturally afraid of Marine. They are too weak and are no match for Marine. If they have the strength of the four emperors, they naturally don't have to fear Marine. But the problem is, they are noobs. In this world, being noobs is the original sin. It's the Marine. The guards were also deeply moved. The structure of this world is that the four emperors, the world government, and the 7 warlords of the sea are in opposition. If we say that the strongest force in the pirate world is not the 4 emperors, nor the supernovas, or the Shishibukai. The strongest is always the Marine. It's the world government. There are many heroes in the Marine, and there are countless powerful ones. I wonder who is here from the Marine. It actually made Lord Acedes look unusually solemn. At least it must be the rank of Rear Admiral. Maybe it's the Vice Admiral. For them, the Marine Vice Admiral is already a complete big boss level. As for the Marine Admiral, those are all big figures in the Marine, the real dragons that can only be seen from the head but not the tail. Chapter 4. Woohoo! The warship moves forward slowly, and there are bursts of sound from the instruments. Aokiji Admiral, the port of the Kingdom of Basta is ahead. A marine stood in front of Aokiji and reported. Aokiji was still lying on the chair reading the newspaper. His expression was so leisurely. His performance in the marine was actually slightly better than Kizaru. Aokiji could do something occasionally, while Kizaru was just paddling and playing, but he was the highest combat power in the marine after all, and he had to be kept. It feels different from what I remembered. Aokiji looked up. He was surprised to find that the scene around him was different from what he imagined. In general, countries that are not members of the world government are in a mess and are ravaged by pirates. However, everything in this country is in order and looks very harmonious. It's so weird. Admiral. Aokiji saw that he was a little hesitant and frowned immediately. What happened? The Black Ocean pirates seem to have been destroyed and defeated by the local guards. When these words came out, Aokiji's eyes widened in shock. No way. He couldn't help but raise his voice a few decibels. After all, the bounty of the Black Ocean pirates reached an astonishing bounty of 350 million baileys, which is also considered a big pirate. Such a big man was defeated by a non-member country of the world government. It's a bit unbelievable. That guy has fainted and was successfully arrested. Then the Marine handed the telescope to Aokiji, indicating that Aokiji could take a look for himself. Aokiji was skeptical, so he picked up the telescope and looked. Then, the whole person was stunned in shock. Is it true? The bounty on that guy is 350 million baileys, and he was killed just like that. And this Basta kingdom has changed so much from what I remembered. Are you sure this is the Basta kingdom? Aokiji widened his eyes and stared at the Marine in front of him. I'm sure. The Marine said firmly. He wouldn't lie about this kind of thing, so it's probably true. How could this be? The Spartan kingdom has completely changed. Not only has it become prosperous, but the guards are also very good. Let's go and take a look. Aokiji quickly gave orders, asking the warship to approach the Spartan kingdom. Not long after, the warship cut through the waves and arrived at the port of Sparta. The Marines lined up and waited, coming down in an orderly manner. Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel. That guy seems to be Punk Rear Admiral, right? I didn't expect that the other person is Punk Rear Admiral. Punk Rear Admiral is also a relatively powerful Rear Admiral, and his strength is even at the level of Vice Admiral. It's just that his military merits are not enough. So he can't be promoted to become a Vice Admiral. Everyone subconsciously thought that the owner of this warship was Punk Rear Admiral. But it wasn't. After Punk Rear Admiral came out, he stood aside with a smile on his face. Then, another person came down from the ship. This person was a little lazy. He wore sunglasses on his eyes and held a newspaper in one hand. This is. When everyone saw this person appear, they were stunned and breathed rapidly. The scene fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared blankly at the Marine who appeared later. Aokiji, Kyuzan, one of the 3 Marine admirals. I didn't expect that this warship could see the legendary Marine, Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals. Everyone was ashamed. Is this true? It's actually the Marine Admiral. This. Whether it was the pirates or the guards in charge of Basta, they were all looking at the man in front of them in shock. This guy represents the highest combat power of Marine. One of the 3 admirals of Marine, I didn't expect to appear here. We were actually targeted by the Marine Admiral. This. The Black Ocean group was also confused at this moment. They didn't expect that the one chasing them was actually Marine Admiral Aokiji. This is enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Of course, the premise is that they have to find a way to escape from here. No wonder Lord Acedes is on guard. This guy is actually the Admiral of Marine. Everyone couldn't help but look at Acedes. At this moment, Acedes' expression was solemn, but her eyes were fixed on Aokiji. And beside her, the 3 beast warriors were all facing a great enemy. This man gives me a feeling, very dangerous. It's the first time I feel such pressure from an outsider. At the same time, Aokiji also noticed Acedes not far away. In his perception, this woman was as terrifying as ice, with sharp edges all over her body. The murderous aura she inadvertently revealed even made Aokiji feel terrified. How many people did she have to kill to have such a terrible murderous aura? Acedes was a ruthless person in the world of Akame no Mi. She exterminated the northern aliens and killed countless people. She was born with killing all her life, so she always believed in the law of the jungle. It was normal for her to have such a terrible murderous aura. Swish! At this moment, the two of them collided with their eyes. Boom! The next moment, their momentum began to collide, like beasts constantly fighting, biting each other. You are very strong. Acedes spoke coldly. At the same time, there was an almost crazy fighting spirit in her eyes. It's rare to meet an opponent of this level. Acedes is now burning with excitement. He is excited. Who is this guy? He is not inferior to Aokiji Admiral in momentum, and even has the upper hand. This guy is not simple. The Marines also looked at him in amazement. Chapter 5. I didn't expect Acedes' momentum to be no less than Aokiji's. Everyone was shocked. That woman gives me a bad feeling. Maybe she's a tough one. Everyone's eyes were focused on Acedes. Most people would be terrified just by seeing Aokiji, but Acedes dared to release his momentum. This guy. Then, Aokiji's eyes became serious. There's no doubt that he felt a bit of pressure from Acedes. If he didn't use all his skills, he might be killed. Here we go. He watched Acedes rushing towards him with his own eyes. The speed was very fast, and he came to him in the blink of an eye. Bipolar Spear. Aokiji quickly used his ultimate move, the Bipolar Spear. Ice appeared in the air, and then the ice condensed into several spears, shooting at Acedes in front of him. This move is one of Aokiji's ultimate moves. He had used such an attack when he first appeared in Summit War. However, it did not cause much damage to Whitebeard at that time. This was a test. Ordinary people simply could not block such an attack. Humph! Acedes snorted coldly. An ice shield instantly appeared in front of her, directly blocking the attack. Blocked. Aokiji was surprised. At the same time, he was also surprised that Acedes' ability was the same as his own, all ice-related abilities. Maybe this was also a kind of fate. Similar abilities to mine. Acedes grinned. The opponent was very strong, but the stronger she was, the more excited she was. Only in this way could she become stronger. Take it! Acedes shouted. Although her imperial weapon ability was very strong, she could not ignore this guy's swordsmanship. Especially in these years in the pirate world, she has been practicing haki. His swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle. Whoosh! A sword slashed out, easily cutting the surrounding air in half, making a hissing sound. You can imagine how terrifying this move is. Block! Aokiji raised the ice blade in his hand to block Acedes' attack. Bang! After the weapons of both sides collided, there was a low tremor. Aokiji's elemental sword is still very hard, enough to fight with the strong head-on. Such a strong force. Aokiji was shocked. He felt his shoulders sink, obviously Acedes' strength exceeded his imagination, and for a while he suppressed himself in terms of strength. A man was suppressed by a woman? Aokiji gritted his teeth and kept fighting with Acedes. The movement of the two sides fighting was too terrible. Every time they fought, there was a shocking loud noise, which looked very scary. Even the surrounding terrain was changed. Hurry! Everyone, stay away! Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? We can't intervene in this level of battle. Stay away to avoid being affected. Boom boom boom! When Admiral-level masters fight, it really changes the map level, and the movement caused is very exaggerated. Every time they touch the surrounding air, the air collapses and the space distorts. Admiral Aokiji, please hold back. This warship was almost destroyed by you. The Marine looked at Aokiji in the air helplessly and couldn't help but say. The aftermath of the fight between the two just now accidentally affected the warship and almost completely destroyed it. At this moment, they really understood what the Admiral class represents. It is no exaggeration to say that even if they all go together, they are not enough to play with Aokiji alone. When the strength reaches a certain level, the number is completely useless. In any case, ordinary people, no matter how many there are just food in front of the admiral. That woman is really exaggerated. She can fight Aokiji admiral to this extent. Everyone sighed. What does Marine Admiral mean? They are the face of the Marine and the highest fighting force of the world government. To be able to fight with this level of Marine, one must be at least at the level of 4 emperors. As a result, this woman actually fought with Aokiji to a white-hot stage, and for a while, there was no winner. Even the guards of the Basta kingdom were shocked at this moment. This is too amazing. Is this the true strength of Lord Acedes? She actually fought with that Aokiji admiral to this extent. This scene is incredible. The opponent is the face of the world government and the highest fighting force in the Marine, but he actually fought on equal terms with Acedes. From this, it can be seen that Acedes' strength is unfathomable. Although they knew that Acedes was very strong, they didn't expect him to be so strong, which was completely beyond their imagination. This guy, is he a monster? A bunch of monsters. Everyone looked up at the two people fighting in the air, and they were all shocked. To be honest, the scene was very handsome, and the extremely passionate battle made people excited. I couldn't help but think. If my strength could reach this level, how great would it be? But this is simply impossible. I can only think about it slowly in my heart, and I can't put it into action at all. Boom boom boom. In the air, the attacks of the two collided again. The ice layer controlled by Aokiji came with absolute power, boom boom, and soon came to Acedes. In the face of such an attack, Acedes also condensed ice to fight back. The fierce collision of ice and ice. The fierce battle between Haki and Haki. The Ice Queen who shocked the world finally met her own opponent. Boom boom. Crack, crack. With the crisp sound, even the space couldn't bear it and cracked directly. Chapter 6. The space is cracked. This is too amazing. Everyone is a little scared. The noise of the two guys fighting is too terrible, even the space can be torn apart, the destructive power is simply not to be covered. If you stay here, you are likely to be affected. But, where else can they go? Facing the pleading of his men, Aokiji was helpless. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, do you think I want to fight this guy? This battle was completely initiated by Acedes. The moment he saw Aokiji, Acedes seemed to have made up his mind and rushed up suddenly. The battle happened just like that. Aokiji was also helpless. He didn't want to fight at all. Everything was forced by Acedes. This guy's strength is really pervert. I can't spare any spare energy. Even my own situation is very dangerous. Aokiji felt bitter. Acedes gave him a very pervert feeling, a little pervert. The most terrifying thing is that this guy is the type who gets braver the more he fights. As the battle continues, he becomes more and more passive. Facing this woman, Aokiji feels as if he is fighting a prehistoric beast. It's too scary. This won't work. Lord Acedes, you're totally ignoring us. If we continue to fight, the port will be destroyed. But, once Lord Acedes enters a fighting posture, we can't wake her up at all. Marine finds the Basta guards and asks them to find a way. This battle was unnecessary. But the answer from the Basta guards left them speechless. It was the first time they met such a person who was so persistent in his pursuit of fighting. It's completely the opposite of Admiral Aokiji. Yes, Admiral Aokiji is most afraid of trouble, especially fighting. Everyone was speechless and didn't know what to do. Ask Aokiji to stop, he has no chance to stop, and once he stops, he may be blown away in the next second. As for asking Acedes to stop? Just kidding. Acedes can't hear their voices now, and only Aokiji is in his eyes. No matter what, Aokiji must be defeated. Except for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Acedes hasn't met such an opponent for a long time. He can have a hearty battle. There is no other way, go and ask Lord Uchiha Madara. This battle is not something we can intervene in at all. The gap between them and Acedes and Aokiji is too big. If they rush forward rashly, they may be killed by the aftermath. As for the pirates of the Black Ocean Pirates before, at this time, they were completely dumbfounded. In their opinion, their captain is a well-known big man, with a bounty of more than 300 million baileys, and he is invincible in the Grand Line. However, compared with Acedes and Aokiji, there is no need to compare the battle. The two sides are not at the same level at all, just like the light of a firefly, how can it compete with the sun? They realized how narrow their vision was before. It turns out that this is the world's top level. What they did before was just a pirate game. How stupid we were before. It turns out that this is the world's level. Everyone suddenly realized. They also opened their eyes and knew what the world's top level was like. Of course, this is not the top, just the world's top level. But they were shocked and speechless. In the palace of the Kingdom of Basta, Uchiha Madara, wearing a samurai suit and a killer hairstyle, was sitting in his seat bored. Roy went out to sea with Senju, Hashirama and others. For the time being, the guarding mission of the Kingdom of Basta was handed over to Uchiha Madara. Now the top combat power in this country is only Uchiha Madara and Acedes. Acedes has no interest in politics. She is only interested in one thing. That is fighting. Fighting. She would fight with anyone, she had nothing to do. Basically, she had beaten all the top fighters in the kingdom. Except for Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, basically no one was her opponent. Because of her character, Roy was not at ease to leave things to such a woman. Hey! Suddenly, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes in astonishment. That BD is fighting with someone again. He had a very high level of observation haki, and instantly sensed that a fierce fight was going on at the port. Even if he thought with his toes, he knew that it must be Acedes who had a fight. It's really not quiet all day. Strange. Uchiha Madara murmured, this guy's aura is quite strong, and he can be on par with Acedes. Although he hated Acedes' character, Uchiha Madara knew very well. This woman was very strong and could even threaten him. Sengoku Madara's strength is needless to say, and after coming to this world, haki practiced and his strength is unfathomable. Even so, he admitted Acedes' strength. At this moment, the guards came over. Master Uchiha Madara, something bad has happened. Master Acedes is fighting with Marine Admiral. If this continues, the port will be destroyed. Originally, Uchiha Madara didn't intend to care about this matter. That willful girl, the sadistic queen, he really didn't want to pay attention to it if he had to. But as the guards said, at their level, if they go all out, they can definitely destroy the port, and even if they let go, they can destroy the entire country. Alas, it seems that I can't ignore it. Uchiha Madara sighed. Chapter 7. After all, Uchiha Madara's current identity is to be in charge of the entire country. That woman is really troublesome, damn it. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sigh. At the moment, he rushed to the direction of Acedes and others without any hesitation. This kind of thing must be stopped. On the other side, the battle between Acedes and Aokiji has also reached a white-hot stage. The moves of both sides are bombarded. The terrifying power spreads in all directions, and the whistling wind around can be felt. Even the air seems to be unable to bear it and completely dissipates. The collision of ice and ice. The overwhelming ice chips fell from the sky, and the people on the ground looked a little dazed and shocked. Is it true? This power is too terrifying. Are the two of them really human? It feels that they are not human at all. Everyone couldn't help but murmur. In fact, this is normal. To ordinary people, the strength of Acedes and Aokiji is like a monster. Ordinary people simply don't have the strength to fight this kind of monster, because the two sides are not in the same league at all. Is this an admiral-level fight? It's really exaggerated. Admirals and ordinary people are two different species. Admirals are far superior to them in terms of fruit ability and haki application level. Perhaps they are not as good as the four emperors in terms of haki application. But ordinary people can't touch it. As strong as Doflamingo, he was killed in one move by Aokiji. Those who have watched the anime should know it. It's simply the level of world destruction. If this goes on, we will also be affected. Didn't someone go to find Lord Uchiha Madara? Why hasn't he come yet? They can only hope that Uchiha Madara will appear. This kind of monster can only be stopped by a stronger monster. In their eyes, Uchiha Madara is a stronger monster. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, wearing a samurai uniform and a killer head, appeared at the port. Uchiha Madara looked at Acedes. Acedes, stop it quickly, do you want to destroy the Basta kingdom? The voice came out, like thunder, and soon reached everyone's ears. Everyone was quite excited. Because Uchiha Madara came, the dispute could finally be resolved. Hey! Aokiji glanced at Uchiha Madara in surprise, and the whole person was scared to death. I don't know if it was his illusion, he felt a very terrifying momentum from this man. This guy is probably stronger than Acedes. No way. Aokiji was speechless. One Acedes was enough to give him a headache, and now there was another Uchiha Madara, he felt that his head was about to explode. Fortunately, he did not feel the killing intent from Uchiha Madara, and the other party did not seem to want to fight with him. Uchiha Madara. Acedes was fighting with Aokiji to his heart's content. The long-lost passion surged, and at this time Uchiha Madara came out to make trouble. She was going to ignore it, but then she thought that what Uchiha Madara said was not unreasonable. Continuing to fight here might destroy the Basta kingdom. So, she stopped. Finally stopped. A trace of cold sweat ran down Aokiji's forehead. He hadn't met such a difficult guy for a long time since he became a marine admiral. Acedes' strength left a deep impression on Aokiji. Who are you? Uchiha Madara looked down at Aokiji and asked. Aokiji. Aokiji. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows. He didn't know the distribution of power in the pirate world, so he didn't know what Marine Admiral was, let alone Aokiji. Mr. Madara, this guy is the Marine Admiral of the world government. Yet. Uchiha Madara nodded, too lazy to continue asking questions on this issue. He looked at Aokiji, what are you doing here? We are responsible for chasing the pirates of the Black Ocean Group and accidentally landed in your country. Are you the king here? Aokiji looked at Uchiha Madara's killer matte hairstyle and asked. Uchiha Madara waved his hand, of course not, how can I compare with Lord Roy's power? Aokiji was shocked. This guy's momentum is so terrifying, but he is not the king. He was immediately curious about the king. I don't know who your king is, can you introduce him? Lord Roy is out with his people, and he will probably come here in a while. For the time being, I will protect this country. Uchiha Madara said directly. To be honest, Uchiha Madara is completely clueless about politics and basically has no achievements. So his real mission is to protect national security. With him in charge, ordinary people really dare not act rashly. After all, the strength of Lord Madara is there. Aokiji still has many questions in his heart. This country just appeared out of thin air, and was not discovered by the world government at all. This is a bit too scary. Moreover, the Basta kingdom was originally a non-member of the world government, and it should have been very chaotic and barren. However, the country is now very stable, even more peaceful than those member countries of the world government. What happened here? Aokiji murmured. His eyes fell on Acedes and Uchiha Madara next to him, and he soon found the answer. With these two strong men in charge, ordinary people really can't make any waves. What's your name? Uchiha Madara. Mr. Madara, can we go in and take a look? Aokiji was very curious about this unknown country and decisively put forward his request. Chapter 8. Of course. Lord Roy said that as long as no one comes with malicious intent, our kingdom welcomes them. Uchiha Madara smiled. Their country is not a closed feudal kingdom, but a very open and free one. With extremely exaggerated strength, they are not afraid of any conspiracy at all. Not to mention the strength of Roy and others, just the strength of Acedes alone, ordinary pirates have to take a detour. After all, this guy can fight Marine Admiral Aokiji on equal terms, and his strength is very terrifying. Thank you. Aokiji smiled. Since there is no need to fight, he instantly returned to his lazy look. Who knew that at this time Acedes came up to Aokiji again and asked, "Your name is Aokiji, right?" Yes. Acedes' eyes were a little excited. That look made Aokiji feel creepy, as if he had become a prey. After a long while, Acedes finally spoke, "Aokiji, let's continue the unfinished duel. This time, let's fight on the sea over there." She pointed to the turbulent sea not far away, and the longing in her eyes could not be concealed. Uchiha Madara looked at it and held her forehead speechlessly. This woman is really the same as always. And Aokiji, the cold sweat on his face instantly flowed down, and he coughed and said, "Ahem, I have something to do, let's fight next time." He ran away as if he was escaping. He knew the strength of Acedes, and it was meaningless to continue fighting. Maybe he would even overturn. As Aokiji was particularly afraid of trouble, of course he would try his best to avoid this situation. Get out of the way quickly. It seemed that Acedes had become a plague god. The marines around him all relaxed their expressions and couldn't help laughing. "Look, our Aokiji Admiral is actually scared. This is the first time I see Aokiji Admiral scared, ha ha ha." But to be honest, that Acedes is really scary, even Aokiji Admiral is struggling. Everyone was talking about it. Aokiji was in no mood to discuss this matter. Now he was focusing all his attention on the Kingdom of Basta. This kingdom is too mysterious. Before this, there was no news at all, and the world government was unaware of it. The environment in the city is so peaceful and the scenery is great. It can definitely be a resort. As the Marines arrived at the city, they were shocked by the flourishing appearance. "I suspect this is the Sabayati archipelago. Yes, the prosperity is even higher than those powerful countries. And did you find it?" It was Aokiji who said this, and everyone looked at him in surprise. These people all have smiles on their faces. Not fake smiles, but real smiles from the bottom of their hearts. They must be very happy, right? Indeed, everyone here has smiles on their faces, very naturally, without any signs of coercion. Living in such a town, the whole person is very relaxed. The people around looked at Aokiji and his group in surprise. "Is that Marine? Why is Marine here? Has the Basta Kingdom become a member of the world government?" For a moment, everyone had different expressions. They were all natives of the pirate world, so of course they knew the famous Marine. Aokiji was accompanied by a team of guards, escorting the group. Escorting was one of the reasons, but the main purpose was to guard against these guys. After all, they were outsiders, and no one knew what they were really thinking. Aokiji didn't care about this kind of thing. "All this is thanks to Lord Roy," the captain of the guards said. "Hey!" Aokiji looked at him in surprise. About half a year ago, Lord Roy suddenly appeared, and then quickly unified the country. Before that, the Kingdom of Basta was the kingdom of pirates, and there were constant wars everywhere. Everyone lived a hard life under the oppression of pirates. Through his simple description, Aokiji also roughly knew the cause and effect of the matter. About half a year ago, this place was in a similar situation to the non-member countries of the world government, shrouded in war, and the people lived a hard life and suffered oppression. In this situation, Roy and his men appeared, swept all the pirates in the country at lightning speed, and then built a country of freedom and equality. There are no nobles in the country. Aokiji murmured. This move really shocked him. He never expected that Roy would have such courage to abolish the noble system directly and make everyone equal. If there is only one noble in the country, it is probably Roy alone. Even Acedes, Uchiha Madara and others will be punished if they break the law. Only in this case can we truly establish an equal kingdom. Aokiji nodded. Like the world government, including those non-member countries, they have retained the noble system as a whole. People are divided into different classes according to their origins. The lower class will always be subservient to the upper class and cannot turn over. This situation is honestly very sad. Aokiji admired Roy a little bit. He actually had the courage to do this. However, perhaps only people like him can do it. First of all, you need to overcome your desires. After all, most people, if they are in a high position, will subconsciously want privileges. Let all the wealth in the world belong to you, and all the beauties warm your bed. It is normal for people to have such thoughts. Secondly, you need the strength to suppress everything, otherwise it is just wishful thinking. This is the Kingdom of Basta. I am becoming more and more interested in the king of this country. Aokiji smiled, eager to meet the legendary king. Excuse me, where is Lord Roy? He is visiting other countries with a delegation. It is more like a visit than a tour, after all, he is with Leone and the others who love to play the most. However, Roy is very busy and tired. Everyone hopes to relax. When will you be able to come back? About 7 days at most. Lord Roy seems to say that he will return soon. Thank you. Aokiji expressed his gratitude. After all, he got a lot of useful clues from this guy, so this trip was not in vain. In the evening, Aokiji and his party finally returned and left. Admiral Aokiji, I think this place is quite fun. Come here to have some fun during your vacation, maybe you can retire here in the future. Aokiji nodded thoughtfully, it is indeed quite prosperous here, a little unexpected. Then, he looked at the marine in front of him. Bring the den mushi over. Seeing Aokiji's serious expression, the marine realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly brought the den mushi over. Aokiji took the den mushi and decisively called Sengoku. Chapter 9. 1 day later. Grand Line, Marine Ford. The naval headquarters of the world government is located here. At this time, Aokiji's warship finally arrived at the port. Aokiji Admiral, Marine Ford is here. Well, let's go. Aokiji nodded, and then walked towards Marine Ford surrounded by the Marines. Many people greeted Aokiji enthusiastically. After all, he is a Marine Admiral, and his status is there. Soon, the group arrived at the Admiral's office. It is now the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar. There are 3 people in the Admiral's office, including Sengoku. Sengoku was lying on the table, processing documents wholeheartedly. Kizaru was cutting his nails next to him, and Akame was sitting there bored. Aokiji Admiral. The marine standing guard at the door greeted Aokiji immediately when he saw him. Aokiji. Sengoku heard the voice and raised his head quickly, and found Aokiji standing in front of him. Aokiji, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tell me in detail what you encountered in the Kingdom of Basta. Sengoku's voice was nervous. After all, anyone who heard this news would be nervous. A mysterious force suddenly appeared on the sea. Before this, he had no news at all. There were even strong people in this force who were as strong as Aokiji. The rest didn't matter. The last one definitely made Sengoku care. Who is Aokiji? He is Marine Admiral, the highest combat power in Marine, and his strength is unfathomable. It is no exaggeration to say that there are few people who can be his opponents in the entire pirate world. Only people like 4 emperors can compete with them. Now, another person has appeared. How can Sengoku not be worried? It's like this. Aokiji quickly told everything he saw and heard along the way. Sengoku smacked his lips, and cold sweat kept dripping down his neck. Is it impossible? Is that Acedes really that powerful? According to Aokiji, Acedes is extremely powerful, and his strength is definitely at the admiral level. Not only that, although that Uchiha Madara didn't make a move, he gave me a more dangerous feeling. Anyway, the strength of this Basta kingdom is very strong. Aokiji said. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku's expression froze. Acedes was so difficult, and then there was Uchiha Madara. This country is full of hidden talents. Aokiji continued, the guard also told me that they still have several fighting forces and have gone out with the king. The thing that scares me the most. At this point, he hesitated. Sengoku hurriedly urged, what scares you? It is said that the strongest among them is the king. Roy. Aokiji's voice was unquestionable, that Acedes is so strong, I'm afraid Roy's strength is at the level of 4 emperors, or even higher than 4 emperors. 4 emperors, even higher than 4 emperors. Such combat power is too exaggerated. All the strong ones gathered in the Basta kingdom, especially Roy's strength, which is even more unfathomable. Such a force must be treated with attention. This is a big deal, and the degree of danger may be higher than that of 4 emperors. Perhaps the world pattern will be completely changed because of this incident. Humph. However, at this moment Akainu snorted disdainfully. I think you are too weak, right? Kyuzan. You are too weak, so you describe the other party as a 4 emperors level strongman. You have completely disgraced our marines. Akainu said. These words were not given any face. Aokiji's face immediately turned red with anger, and he trembled all over. A whole Sakazuki, what are you talking about? I think you are too weak. Akainu snorted disdainfully. A whole, do you want to fight? Aokiji was not afraid of Akainu's provocation, and he decisively wanted to give him a big fight. It happened that he had some insights in the battle with Acedes, and maybe he could teach this guy a lesson. Acedes and Aokiji are completely two extremes. She is a real hexagonal warrior. It's just that she is limited by the physique of a woman. If she were a man, her combat power would definitely soar several times. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Akainu was not afraid at all. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, the atmosphere in the admiral's office also dropped to the freezing point. Sengoku hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. You two, enough. As soon as Sengoku got angry, the two calmed down decisively, but even so, they still stared at each other fiercely. Aokiji and Akainu, the two people are born incompatible. This matter is a big deal, and the Basta kingdom must treat it with caution. After thinking for a long time, Sengoku finally came to this conclusion. If it is really as Aokiji said, the power contained in this kingdom is too amazing. Maybe it is even better than the original Rocks Pirate. His thoughts flew, and he instantly remembered the Rocks Pirate decades ago. In the era before Roger, it was undoubtedly the world of Rocks. Rocks Pirate dominated the entire New World and competed with Marine. That period was an unprecedented dangerous time for the world government. Not to mention the strength of Rocks himself, he is definitely the strongest in the world. The members of Rocks alone were terrifying beings that shook the sea. Even 2 legendary pirates were on their ship. It was conceivable how crazy the Rocks Pirate was back then. Unfortunately, as time went on, the crew members began to disagree, and in the end they completely fell apart. This Basta kingdom is very dangerous. Sengoku said. In fact, it was true. If Roy wanted, such a force would definitely cause a huge wave in the pirate world, and its power would be far greater than that of the Rocks Pirate back then. But this was not what Roy was pursuing. World hegemony? Sorry, I'm not interested. He just wants to own a piece of his own territory and live a plain life. As for other things, he really had no interest. It seems that I have to go there. Have a good contact with the Basta kingdom. Sengoku said in a deep voice, as if he had made some kind of resolution. The strength of the Basta kingdom, he had no choice but to go there in person to find out the details of this country. And the real thoughts of Roy as a king. Diplomacy is a big deal, not to mention that it is diplomacy with a powerful country. Akame still refused to accept it. Marshal, don't believe him. This guy is talking nonsense. He just said Acedes, Uchiha Madara, I have never heard of it. How could a strong man of their level be unknown? Akame made an inference. In fact, what he said is not unreasonable. How could a strong man of this level not have been heard of before? He didn't know that he didn't belong to this world at all. Chapter 10. While the three marine admirals were discussing this matter, a ship was slowly moving on the sea 30 nautical miles away from the Kingdom of Basta. The leader was a silver-haired man. The man's face was incredibly handsome, with distinct features and exquisite carvings like the most perfect work of art. He was the mysterious king of the Kingdom of Basta. Roy. Beside him, there were 4 people: Senju Hashirama, Leone, Akame, and Kurome. Senju Hashirama doesn't need to be described decisively. This guy is one of the ceilings of strength in the Hokage ninja plane and is called the god of the ninja world. He is also the second strongest in Basta now. He is slightly stronger than Uchiha Madara. After all, Uchiha Madara is only in the form of Sengoku Madara now and has not yet opened the Rinnegan, so his strength cannot threaten him. As for Roy, that guy is a cheater. Not only does he have all the strength of a summoner, but he has also trained Conqueror's haki and swordsmanship to the maximum level. Even if there is no summoned character, such strength is enough to walk sideways in the pirate world. Akame, Kurome, Leone, are all characters in Akame ga Kill. The author likes Akame ga Kill very much, but some people don't. Lord Roy, we will arrive at the Basta kingdom soon. Akame stood beside Roy and said obediently. Yet. Roy nodded slightly. Then, he reached out and gently stroked Akame's forehead. The action was so gentle. Akame's long black hair felt very soft to the touch. The touch was very good. Roy glanced at Akame and found that her face was already blushing. Well, Lord Roy. Akame closed her eyes, as if she enjoyed this action. Roy smiled at this scene. Is this the function of max favorability? The female characters summoned by the system have reached the maximum favorability for him. At first, Roy was still wondering what this maximum favorability was. Now he can vaguely guess something. Maybe I can feel at ease and play some 18+ games. Roy laughed. But he didn't say this. Mainly because he felt particularly tired during the journey these days, so he would talk about this matter later. Lord Roy is so partial, I want one too. I want one too. As a result, while Roy was stunned, Leone and Haitong both approached with a wronged look on their faces. They looked like neglected young wives, and they looked very loving. The two raised their heads and looked at Roy with pitiful eyes. There was mist in their eyes, like a lotus emerging from the water. Anyway, Roy almost couldn't control himself. Okay, I won't forget you. As he said that, he reached out to touch their heads. After a gentle touch, he saw a satisfied look on their faces. Really? Senju Hashirama complained on the side. This scene is simply a large-scale dog abuse scene. Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, said that his heart was hit by 100 million points of critical strikes. Here is a brief introduction to Roy. He was not originally from this world. He traveled to the pirate world by chance. Became an ordinary person in the new world. At first, Roy was desperate. After all, this is the world of One Piece where the weak are preyed on by the strong. Without strength, he is like an ant. Just like what Doflamingo said, the weak can't even decide how to die. Fortunately, the legendary system came to the door soon after. God-level sign-in system. There is one sign-in opportunity every day. With the help of the system, he gradually has the current situation. Not long after, the group arrived at the port of the Basta Kingdom. Lord Roy is here. Lord Roy, welcome back. Everyone greeted him warmly. In their hearts, Roy was worshipped as a god. After all, if there was no Roy, they would still be in dire straits. It is said that the world government is a symbol of justice, but when the disaster is imminent, when has the world government, which represents justice, ever appeared? Everything is Roy's credit. Everyone, get up quickly. Roy said with a smile. He doesn't put on airs, it's just his personality. If he really cares about status, he won't abolish the aristocracy system. How good is it to make himself a noble? Lord Roy. Long time no see, Acedes. Roy looked at the woman in front of him. This beautiful girl with sky blue hair always maintains the temperament of an ice queen in front of outsiders. But for some reason, she would show her little woman's thoughtfulness in front of me. Did we cause any trouble to everyone when we were away? Roy asked with a smile. Then the field fell into a strange silence. Acedes' personality is like this. Roy would find it strange if he didn't cause any trouble to everyone. At this time, Uchiha Madara came over with everyone. Master! Get up! Roy looked at Uchiha Madara with a smile on his face. Master, a group of people came to visit when you were away. The other party seemed to be Marine Admiral. Uchiha Madara said. This made Roy stunned. He blurted out without hesitation, Marine Admiral? Who is it? I didn't expect that I would come into contact with the forces of this world so soon. I have to say that Marine's sense of smell is really sensitive. I have been very careful, but they still found me. The other party is Marine Admiral Aokiji. Oh, it turned out to be that guy. Roy murmured. In fact, no matter who it is, the secret of the Basta Kingdom must have been known by the world government. The next step is the troublesome diplomatic issue. With the efficiency of the world government, their visit will probably be within these 2 days. Roy was calm. Since he chose to take the route of the king, he would inevitably come into contact with the world government and the 4 emperors. Unless you choose to live in seclusion and do nothing. I just didn't expect the other party to be so fast, which disrupted Roy's rhythm a bit, but it doesn't matter. To be honest, the strength of his own kingdom. Its strength has long reached the point where it is not afraid of the world government. If you want to threaten Roy and his gang, at least the world government and 2 or 3 4 emperors are needed to completely destroy them. But do you expect the world government and the 4 emperors to join forces? Unless it is forced, the world government will never join forces with the 4 emperors, because this will have a huge impact on the world government. We have exchanged Den Den Mushi with Aokiji Admiral. Master, do you want to tell them about your return? Uchiha Madara looked at Roy. This is related to the establishment of diplomatic relations between the 2 forces, and it cannot be sloppy. If possible, Roy certainly hopes to establish diplomatic relations with the world government, so that everyone can develop harmoniously and move towards a better future together. Roy nodded, you can tell them. Chapter 11 Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku put down the Den Den Mushi, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Everyone knows the situation, and this matter must be treated with caution. Yes. The 3 admirals also nodded. Everyone realized the seriousness of this matter. It might be another 4 emperors group. Even the combat power is higher than the 4 emperors group. The instructions from the 5 elders came down, and he asked us to try to establish diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Basta. Actually, I think so too, but I don't know if the Kingdom of Basta is willing. Sengoku hesitated. Humph, Marshal Sengoku, you can't just listen to Aokiji's one-sided words. We Marines are not vegetarians. We 3 admirals are visiting in person, which is already a great honor for them. Akainu said angrily. He still felt that this matter was a bit exaggerated. No matter how powerful the Kingdom of Basta was, it was not worth the 3 admirals to visit together. Even the kings of those allied countries would not get such treatment. However, Sengoku was obviously determined and ignored Akainu's complaints. You have to go whether you want to or not. Unless you don't want to be a Marine Admiral. Faced with this unreasonable marshal, Akainu had no choice but to compromise. But he was very angry. The 3 of them immediately boarded the warship and sailed to the Kingdom of Basta. The 3 admirals on the warship had different expressions. The laziest one was Kizaru, who was cutting his fingernails with a nail clipper. The Marines beside him were talking about it. It's really rare to see. All the Marine admirals are out. What happened? You don't know. Oh? Brother, do you know the inside story? All of a sudden, the eyes of all the Marines were focused on the Marine who was speaking. The Marine held his head high and said, in fact, this incident happened in the Kingdom of Basta. This guy did know some inside stories and knew that everything started with Aokiji. Rumor has it that Admiral Aokiji seems to have fought a woman in the Basta Kingdom. Who is so powerful that he can fight that Aokiji? The man shook his head. Not only that, the 2 fought for a long time, and there was no winner until the end. Hiss! Everyone widened their eyes in shock, almost suspecting that they had heard it wrong. How is this possible? Who is Aokiji? He is a Marine Admiral, the strongest fighting force of the Marine. With such fighting power, he tied with an unknown woman in the Basta Kingdom. How can this not be shocking? Is it impossible? Did Admiral Aokiji hold back? That's not the case. According to the report from the Marine at the scene, the 2 fought so hard that the sky and the earth were broken. The movement was like the end of the world. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but be shocked when they heard such a description. Is this Admiral level power? Indeed. When the strength reaches the Admiral level, the gap with ordinary people is too big, just like a natural moat that is difficult to cross. The warships cut through the waves all the way and continued to sail towards the Kingdom of Basta. To be honest, the Kingdom of Basta is still quite far from the naval headquarters. Even if the fastest warship of the Marine is used, it will take about a day. Wow, ha ha ha, the Marine is really arrogant. Dare to break into the New World, brothers, pull the ship over and let these stupid Marines see the strength of our Bana pirates. What makes people laugh and cry is that the 3 admirals and their group had just arrived in the New World not long ago. As a result, they were targeted by a group of stubborn pirates. Apparently, they did not expect that there were 3 admirals on this ship. Captain, something is wrong. What's wrong? No. The person on that ship is Admiral Kizaru. At some point, Admiral Kizaru appeared in midair. In the first half of the Grand Line, they had heard of the horror of Admiral. Many pirates would be frightened to death just by hearing the name of Admiral. Unexpectedly, they would run into him this time. What's more terrible is that he just wanted to rob Admiral Kizaru's warship. The battle was naturally a foregone conclusion. Although Kizaru was known as a lazy admiral, his hard power was definitely enough. He was not the opponent of the 4 emperors. Could he not deal with this bunch of rookie pirates? 3 admirals came out together. This is too terrifying. I didn't expect Marine to send out such an elite force. Then, a pirate with a bounty of 85 million Baileys looked at the approaching Marine warship with a serious face. Is it here to arrest me? The younger brothers around him flattered. As expected of Lord Darcy, he actually sent all 3 Marine admirals out with him. These guys are simply brainless. All 3 Marine admirals were sent out. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible for them to be for this little pirate worth 85 million Baileys. In the New World, if the bounty is not over 100 million, then you are definitely an ant. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, the marine warship had arrived at the port of the Basta Kingdom. Lord Roy, the marine is here. The kingdom guards rushed to Roy without stopping and reported the situation. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Roy was slightly surprised, and then looked at the guard. Bring them in. Yes. Then the guards retreated. While waiting, Sengoku and others were also observing this country. The more they looked, the more surprised they were. Most of the non-member countries of the world government were in a very miserable situation and were called the paradise of pirates, but this place was completely different. Everything was in order and looked lively. The fishermen were working in an orderly manner. I can't imagine. This is actually a non-member country of the world government. It seems that most member countries don't have such a prosperous scene. It is said that this place was still a ruin half a year ago. Who is that Roy? Let's not talk about other skills for now, this way of governing the country is already speechless. Sengoku remained silent, and he also admitted Roy's methods. After a while, a guard came to lead the way. Sengoku and his party also saw the style in the town market, and the prosperity was really amazing. In New World, there are many pirates. It is a bit unbelievable that there is such a pure land in such an area. But everything in front of him is reminding Sengoku. This is not a dream, but a real thing. I'm really curious about what kind of person the king of this country is. Sengoku murmured. But he is a little relieved now. Seeing the peaceful scene in the Basta Kingdom, everyone's face is full of happiness. It can be seen that Roy is not a bad person by nature, at least not the kind of violent and bloody person. If you are cruel by nature, you can't create such a country. Soon, the group arrived at the gate of the palace. It was a simple and old gate, cast in bronze, and looked majestic. Chapter 12. Inside the hall, Roy finally met Sengoku. Are you the king of the Basta Kingdom? Hello, Marshal Sengoku. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then they began to discuss important matters, that is, the main purpose of Sengoku's visit this time was to establish diplomatic relations with Roy. But Roy's situation is different from other kings. Other kings do not have much self-protection power, while Roy and his people are very strong. So joining the world government is simply impossible. Forget about joining the world government. I still like a free and unrestrained life. Roy decisively rejected Sengoku's first request. There is no need for him to join the world government, whether in terms of economic benefits or their combat effectiveness. Sengoku was not surprised, he had thought of this kind of thing a long time ago. In this case, let's form an alliance, what do you think? This condition is very good. Basically there is no restriction, as long as they do not send troops to the world government, the two sides maintain a friendly and cooperative mode. Economic exchanges can be carried out. This kind of relationship is actually the best situation for diplomacy between countries. As for the member states proposed before, it is just one of the means to find minions for the world government. Roy nodded slightly. Okay. Anyway, it has no impact on me, and I can still trade with the world government. To be honest, this kind of thing is still very helpful to the Basta Kingdom. The only restriction of the contract is, Roy is not allowed to do anything that harms the interests of the world government. Similarly, the world government will not interfere with Roy's regime. Under normal circumstances, it will not cross the line. Once it really crosses the line, it doesn't matter even if it is hostile to the world government. At that time, I have almost taken all the benefits, so it doesn't matter even if I am hostile to the world government. However, if I have to, Roy will not be hostile to the world government. He is not the kind of person who likes to provoke war. Then it's settled. Sengoku smiled. I didn't expect this task to be so easy to complete, basically without any effort. In fact, it depends on the person. If Roy was the kind of ambitious and ulterior motive, he would not be so easy. Maybe the Basta kingdom had already stood on the opposite side of the world government. However, in fact, it did not. When Sengoku was talking to Roy, Acedes found Aokiji. "Hey, is your name Aokiji?" Aokiji looked at Acedes and was shocked. Why did this troublesome woman come again? In Aokiji's eyes, Acedes was obviously a super troublesome woman. If possible, he wanted to stay away. "Aokiji, let's continue the unfinished duel." "Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." With that, Aokiji turned and left. He absolutely didn't want to continue fighting with this female BD. If he continued to fight, it would be difficult to determine the winner, and he might even lose. He couldn't afford to lose this person. However, Akainu next to him saw the whole scene. Aokiji is a disgrace to Marine. He was scared by a woman. It's useless. At the same time, he was also a little curious about the strength of Acedes and his men. He took this opportunity to fight with Acedes. "You are Acedes, right?" Akainu looked at Acedes and asked. "Yes." Acedes also looked at him. Almost instantly, Acedes felt a pressure from the latter. This guy's strength was also unfathomable, not even weaker than Aokiji. "What's your name? You look pretty strong too." "I'm Marine Admiral Akainu." "Oh, are you a Marine Admiral too? I heard from the master that Marine Admirals are all as strong as monsters. I wonder how powerful you are." "That's right." Acedes instantly became interested in Akainu, wanting to see how powerful this Marine Admiral, who was praised by the master, was. "I just want to test your strength." Akainu's eyes were cold, and he obviously accepted Acedes' challenge. The two sides stood face to face, and then their momentum began to collide. Acedes was shrouded in a cold aura, and the whole person seemed like the Queen of Ice. And Akainu was surging with hot magma. This guy is a lava fruit ability user, and has the ability of magma. Is this guy similar to Aokiji's ability? Akainu murmured. He didn't expect that Acedes actually had similar abilities to Aokiji, which meant that Aokiji, this useless waste, was defeated by the same ability. Thinking of this, Akainu immediately looked at Aokiji with disdain. He felt that Aokiji was too shameful. Not only was he defeated by a woman, but the other party even used similar abilities. "I don't know if Acedes can beat Akainu." Aokiji watched silently from the side. He actually didn't care about false reputation, and this guy never took Akainu's contempt to heart. After all, Akainu was the strongest admiral in the marine, and he had fought him several times, but he was not his opponent. Acedes' words felt a little uncertain. "Take it." The next second, Acedes rushed towards Akainu. She was very fast, and she came to Akainu in almost the blink of an eye. But Akainu was not an ordinary person. Although this guy had a bad character, since he could become a Marine Admiral, he was definitely not a simple character. Then, Akainu also started to fight back. The magma in his hand rolled and hit Acedes directly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the magma touched the ice, a lot of water vapor suddenly emerged, making the surrounding environment blurry. Even so, the two did not stop fighting. The water vapor in the sky just blocked everyone's sight, and then Akainu decisively used his ultimate move. Great Eruption. Whoosh! Countless magmas fell from the sky, and for a while it was an overwhelming attack. The movement was really terrible. Fortunately, the two fought on an island outside the port, otherwise they would definitely be stopped. Hey! Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were staying together to reminisce about the past. These two good friends have a super good relationship no matter where they are. At this time, they looked up at the same time and saw the hot magma on the island in the distance. What is that? A lot of lava is falling from the sky, Madara, let's go take a look. Yes. Uchiha Madara nodded. Then, the two of them stepped on the sea water and quickly moved towards the island. Sure enough, it's that BD Acedes again. This guy won't stop even if Lord Roy comes back. Uchiha Madara sighed. Senju Hashirama touched his chin. I've been used to it for a long time. If Acedes doesn't look for someone to fight, I will doubt whether it is her. He counted the number of times he was challenged by Acedes. It should be more than 500 times, right? Although Acedes has never won. Chapter 13. Hey! Aokiji was suddenly stunned. He observation haki sensed someone approaching, so he looked back. It turned out to be Uchiha Madara, and the person next to him, whom he didn't know at all. He frowned immediately. Mr. Madara, who is this? Uchiha Madara smiled and began to introduce his good friend. This guy is Senju Hashirama, my friend. You are the Marine Admiral Aokiji that the master mentioned before. Hashirama smiled and showed his friendliness to Aokiji. He and Madara are completely different personalities. Uchiha Madara, high and mighty. Except for returning to his nature in front of his own people, he is a completely cold male god in front of others. Feeling Hashirama's enthusiasm, Aokiji also has a good impression of him. Why did the two of them fight? Hashirama looked at Acedes in the battle and couldn't help asking. It's their personalities. They'll have to fight sooner or later anyway. Aokiji complained. Let's not talk about Acedes' fighting madness. Akainu is completely morally corrupt. It's basically impossible for them not to fight as long as the two of them come into contact. Then, the three stood together and watched the battle silently. I have to say that you Marines are really strong. Pick any two people and they can fight Acedes. Hashirama said seriously, to be honest, the only people in our kingdom who can defeat Acedes are Lord Roy, me and Madara. He was telling the truth. But why did Aokiji feel so awkward when he heard this? The one Acedes fought was the Marine Admiral. Although there are many Marines, there are only less than 10 Admiral-level strong men. And the world government is recognized as the strongest existence on the sea. Did you say it the other way around? It should be that the strength of your kingdom is too strong to compete with the Marine Admiral. However, they said something that moved Aokiji very much, that is, there are actually 3 people who can defeat Acedes. Sure enough, my guess was not wrong, the strength of the two of them is better than Admiral. Acedes' strength is comparable to Admiral. They must be better than ordinary admirals, and may even be similar to 4 emperors. Aokiji was shocked. My goodness, what kind of monster is this? In the palace, Roy and Sengoku had just signed the contract, and then they were attracted by the great eruption in the distance. That's Great Eruption. Sengoku, as a marshal. He recognized this move as Akainu's ultimate move, Great Eruption, but he didn't know why Akainu used Great Eruption. What is Sakazuki doing over there? Sengoku questioned his subordinate Marine. I don't know, Marshal. Marine didn't know anything about it, and had no idea what Sakazuki was doing over there. Sengoku's eyebrows were twisted into a ball. Go and see what Sakazuki is doing over there, and tell him not to mess around. This diplomatic matter is of great significance and cannot be ruined by such things. Roy smiled and said, Marshal Sengoku, they are fighting now. Oh. Sengoku was suspicious. It seems that my subordinate Acedes is fighting with Sakazuki. Roy smiled. He was not worried about Acedes, after all, in his perception, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were there. Even if Acedes is not Akainu's opponent, his life should not be safe. Sure enough. Sengoku vaguely guessed something when he saw the great eruption. He then looked at Roy with a complicated look, and was a little shocked. From such a distance, Roy-kun, you can also see the situation over there. Well, my observation haki can just cover there. He said this modestly. In fact, Roy can also sense it from a distance, but Roy's nature is not to show off. Sengoku's eyes widened and he was a little surprised. This. As expected of you, Roy-kun, your observation haki is probably the strongest I have ever seen. No, no. Although Roy is very modest. But Sengoku's heart is like a mirror, and his eyes are more complicated. I don't know what kind of power this ordinary-looking young man hides. Anyway, the means he just showed are far beyond himself. Sengoku's observation haki can't reach that far. Obviously, Roy was far superior to himself in observation haki. At this time, the two of them had no idea that countless eyes had already fallen on them. Akainu performed great eruption, the destructive power was simply earth-shattering, and the air was as hot as a big steamer. It felt like the space was completely melted in such heat. Block it. Acedes tried his best. The ice layer turned into the most solid defense, blocking all the attacks of great eruption. At the moment of the collision between the two sides, countless water vapor erupted. There was a hissing sound, which looked very strange. The ice layer continued to melt, but Acedes continued to create ice, and finally blocked all the attacks in this round. Acedes was restrained by the attribute. Well, the magma temperature of that guy is very high, and this battle will be very difficult. Is this the strength of Marine Admiral? Aokiji frowned slightly as he watched from the side. The quality of her ice is not as good as mine, so she was completely suppressed in the process of contact with my magma. So that's how it is. The situation in front of him is very clear. If he continues to attack with ice, Acedes will fall into a passive position. The reason why Aokiji can use ice to fight Akainu is because he is a frozen fruit ability user. In terms of ice quality, he is better than Acedes. I can't go on like this. Acedes' eyes became firm. She also knew her current situation. If she continued to use the power of the imperial weapon, she would only be suppressed by Akainu. She could only think of other ways. Fortunately, Acedes is also an excellent swordsman. She quickly adjusted her fighting rhythm. After a confrontation. Hey! In a flash, Acedes rushed to Akainu and drew his sword to chop. The sword was covered with a layer of armament haki, which made the power of this sword reach an exaggerated level. Swish, swish, swish. The air seemed unable to bear it and continued to dissipate. The attack soon reached Sakazuki. Before Sakazuki obtained the lava fruit, he was also an excellent swordsman and could see the trajectory of the sword at a glance. Bang! His fist was mixed with rolling magma and blasted out. This punch was so hot that it seemed to burn the space completely. Then it touched Acedes' sword, and the moment it touched, a strong wind whistled. Both of them fought back and forth, killing each other madly. In a short period of time, Acedes was evenly matched with Akainu, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Sure enough, this woman is very strong. Even when the fruit ability was restrained, she was able to fight Akainu to this extent. Aokiji couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 14. In fact, in Acedes' opinion, this kind of thing is very common. She may have encountered many unfavorable situations, and in most of the endings, she was the winner in the end. She is still very confident about winning. Dogtooth Red Lotus. On the other side, Akainu also released another big move of his. His arm melted instantly, and then turned into a dog head. The dog head made of magma roared, and then bit directly at Acedes. The speed was very fast, and the sound of breaking through the air could be heard. Dang! Acedes subconsciously condensed ice to block. But the ice melted directly when it touched the dog-tooth Red Lotus. Obviously, it could not withstand such an attack. Forced to retreat, Acedes used the knife in her hand to block the dog-tooth Red Lotus. But this move was too fierce. Bang! She was blown away. No way! Acedes was blown away. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were both quite shocked. It was obvious that Acedes was at a disadvantage in the battle with Akainu. The main reason was that the attribute restraint had a great impact, and secondly, Acedes' swordsmanship was not superb enough. If Acedes had the swordsmanship of red hair, Akainu would not be able to stop him at all. This incident also showed her shortcomings. Acedes has reached his limit. If you continue, you can't beat that guy. This Akainu is really capable. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other and said at the same time. There is no doubt that Akainu's strength is enough to attract the attention of both of them. Aokiji frowned. Sakazuki is really powerful. Anyway, he can't do anything to Acedes, but Akainu can gain the upper hand in the battle. Damn it! Acedes roared. In anger, she was about to use her trump card. As we all know, Acedes' strongest skill is to freeze the entire time. Although it can only be used once a day, this ability is enough to be heaven-defying. In those few seconds, you can't move. In front of a truly strong person, a few seconds is enough for you to die more than a dozen times. Acedes, stop! Uchiha Madara stepped forward to stop him. Roy had already ordered that Acedes was not allowed to use this move in front of outsiders. This move is not only Acedes' trump card. It is also the trump card of Roy's entire team. If they really encounter a dangerous moment, this move can save their lives. But Acedes is unwilling. How can she be happy about losing to Akainu? She tried her best just to win. If she uses that move, she will never lose. Uchiha Madara didn't look at her, but looked at Akainu. I will be your opponent next. Senju Hashirama just came up to him and said. We are the host after all, we should let them see how powerful we are. We must let them know that we are very strong. If they think we are weak, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Uchiha Madara thought about it for a while and figured it out. This kind of thing really needs attention, so he chose to stand up at this time. You. Akainu looked at Uchiha Madara. Now that he defeated Acedes, he is in a super expansion stage. Although Acedes is very strong, stronger than anyone he has met in the past. But didn't he lose to himself in the end? And Aokiji was only 50-50 with this guy. Does this mean that his strength is far superior to Aokiji? The battle situation here also fell into the eyes of Roy and Sengoku. I didn't expect Acedes to lose. This red dog is really powerful. Roy murmured in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud, otherwise it would have a bad impact. The title of Red Dog is the nickname given to Akainu by the sea fans. To be able to fight Akainu to this extent, that Acedes is not simple. Sengoku thought to himself. He couldn't help but calculate Acedes' strength, which must have reached the admiral level. It seems that Aokiji was not wrong. Is Uchiha Madara going to fight Akainu? If it's Uchiha Madara, Akainu should not be a match. Roy murmured softly, and then he looked at Sengoku next to him. Marshal Sengoku, should we go and take a look? Sure. The two set off together. At this time, Uchiha Madara and Red Dog also began to confront each other, and the momentum of the two people continued to collide. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, both of them have reached the advanced level of observation haki and armed haki. Uchiha Madara is slightly weaker. Because Senju Hashirama is too evil, he actually mastered Conqueror's Entanglement. In the entire Roy team, the only people who can master Conqueror's Entanglement are Roy and Senju Hashirama, and no one else has mastered this advanced Conqueror's technique. It's actually very simple. Senju Hashirama's talent is originally a little higher than Uchiha Madara's talent. Before the two of them, all previous Indras crushed Ashura, but in Senju Hashirama's generation, it was completely reversed. What's going on? Isn't it because Senju Hashirama's talent is originally very high? Although sometimes he is careless and looks unreliable, his talent is beyond doubt. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought with fists and feet. At the beginning, Uchiha Madara was just testing Akainu's strength. This guy's armament haki and observation haki are also high level. It's hard to decide the winner with haki. Uchiha Madara thought to himself. To be honest, Akainu's haki level is comparable to that of Uchiha Madara now. After fighting for a while, he decided to change his mind. Since he is on par with you in haki, he will directly attack you with the fruit ability to see if you can block it. Thinking of this, Akainu decisively activated the ability of Lava Fruit. Dogtooth Red Lotus. The first move was his ultimate move. The rolling magma overflowed, and even the void was about to be burned out. As a blow of Akainu's super destructive power, the power was really destructive. It was like a crushing force, advancing with a roar. Here it comes. The same attack as when dealing with Acedes. Acedes had a complicated expression, and she couldn't help but think of the previous scene. Her ice power was completely useless in front of such a terrifying force. Uchiha Madara, can he block it? Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. The momentum on his body suddenly rose, and then his eyes began to change. The outline of the enchanting eternal Mangeki appeared. In the blood-red pupils, it was like 3 daggers combined together, exuding a strange breath. This is Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Ah, Madara opened Mangeki. This makes the battle interesting. Senju Hashirama's mouth curled up. Having dealt with Uchiha Madara for so long, he certainly knew the horror of eternal Mangeki. Chapter 15. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara decisively used his Mangeki ability. His eternal Mangeki seemed to be most famous for Susanoo. Then he saw a pitch-black giant rising from the ground. It completely enveloped Uchiha Madara. This was only the semi-perfect form of Susanoo. Uchiha Madara felt that Akainu should not need to use the perfect form of Susanoo. If Akainu knew this news, he would definitely be very angry. After all, he is a marine admiral, so don't look down on others. What kind of ability is this? Aokiji looked at him in surprise. He had never seen such a pitch-black giant. I don't know if it was his illusion, Aokiji felt unprecedented pressure from this giant. Senju Hashirama smiled and said, "This is Uchiha Madara's bloodline limit." Bloodline limit? Aokiji had never heard of it. There is no such thing as bloodline limit in One Piece. In addition to Devil Fruit, there is only Haki. It's hard to explain it in a short time. You can understand it as the ability of Devil Fruit. Senju Hashirama spread his hands, too lazy to argue with Aokiji on this matter. His eyes fell on Uchiha Madara and Akainu. I wonder how the fight between the two will go? Akainu also used the Dogtooth Red Lotus. Aokiji reminded. Dogtooth Red Lotus is one of Akainu's specialties. Even if it is me, it is difficult to fight against it. The two have always disagreed with each other, so there have been several frictions and minor fights. But most of the results are Akainu's victory. I have to say that this guy is still quite capable. Akainu's famous tricks are mainly Dark Hound, Dogtooth Red Lotus. They are all skills with strong lethality. We must be careful to deal with them. Susanoo's Dogtooth Red Lotus, I wonder who will be better. Akainu is known as the strongest attack power of Marine. In the world of Hokage ninjas, Susanoo is also known for her absolute defense. Is it the strongest attack that wins, or the absolute defense that wins? This is indeed a point of concern. Dogtooth Red Lotus. Akainu roared. When he used the Dogtooth Red Lotus, his entire arm was completely magma. Then the hot magma turned into a dog head and bit towards Susanoo in front of him. This move is known as his strongest attack. It has always been invincible and nothing can stop it. Hey! The next moment, Akainu's eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't believe his eyes. His Dogtooth Red Lotus didn't break Susanoo's absolute defense. How could this be? Akainu's voice was full of astonishment. The defense was not broken. Akainu's attack was blocked. Aokiji couldn't help but say. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo actually blocked Akainu's dog-tooth red lotus. Although the magma baked Susanoo. If it takes this long, Susanoo will definitely be completely melted. However, Uchiha Madara will never give Akainu such a long time. In the eyes of a true strong man, time is money, and there is no room for carelessness. Oh my god! Isn't it possible that I saw it wrong? Akainu Admiral, he didn't break the opponent's defense. Akainu, who is known for his strongest attack, finally met his opponent. Not far away, there was a marine paying attention to the situation here. The news of the battle between Akainu and Uchiha Madara spread like the wind in the marine camp. The dog-toothed red lotus was actually blocked. That's Admiral Akainu's special move. Who blocked it? Everyone was curious. Most people didn't know Uchiha Madara, nor had they heard of this guy. Marine knew the secret here, and quickly said, his name is Uchiha Madara. Have you heard of him? Everyone shook their heads subconsciously. Obviously, they had never heard of Uchiha Madara. There are many well-known names in this sea, but it seems that there is no one called Uchiha Madara. He is also one of the cadres of the Basta kingdom. Same as Acedes. Speaking of Acedes, they knew it instantly. This woman is not inferior to Admiral Aokiji. Why are they all affiliated with the Basta kingdom? This small kingdom is actually full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How many strong people are hidden here? Able to fight Aokiji, Akainu, and others. In the eyes of everyone, this is undoubtedly the strongest among the strong. After all, Aokiji and Akainu are marine admirals. Marine admirals represent the highest combat power in the marines, and are as famous as the four emperors. They are definitely the top figures in this sea. In the field, Uchiha Madara is still fighting with Akainu. Both of them are showing their best skills, especially Akainu, who keeps using his special moves. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Dark Hound. Great Eruption. This guy's Dark Hound can actually break my defense. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with solemnity. Just now, Akainu used another of his special skills. Dark Hound. This move is definitely Akainu's most powerful attack method. In the later Summit War, Dark Hound shined. It pierced Whitebeard's chest and knocked off half of Whitebeard's head. Needless to say, its power is powerful. Although I can break Susanoo's defense, it's not easy to hit me. Uchiha Madara was very calm. Breaking Susanoo's defense is completely different from attacking yourself. Uchiha Madara's fighting style is more agile, and the battle with Senju Hashirama is ever-changing. Susanoo has been blown up countless times. And now, it's just a hole. Swoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, Susanoo raised her arm and fell in the direction of Akainu. Whoosh whoosh! There was a series of breaking air sounds. The sound was very sharp, and Susanoo's arm came in front of Akainu in the blink of an eye. Akainu raised his head and could see the dark Susanoo arm. Akainu. After all, he had just used Dark Hound, and he was still in the stage where the old power had gone and the new power had not yet been born. Then he was directly stunned by Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Susanoo's fist hit his face. Blood immediately spurted out. His body, like a kite with a broken string, kept flying backwards. He smashed hard on the hill behind him. He smashed countless rocks along the way, and was beaten to a pulp. Akainu Admiral was. How is it possible? Everyone looked at him in surprise. In their minds, Akainu was invincible and his strength was terrifying. Otherwise, he would not be Marine Admiral. But such a person was actually blown away by Uchiha Madara. Everyone was curious about who this Uchiha Madara was, and how he could fight Akainu to such an extent. From the moment Uchiha Madara used Susanoo, this battle was already a crushing victory. Chapter 16. Is this move called Susanoo? So strong. Aokiji was also quite shocked. Akainu is known as Marine's strongest attack, but it didn't break Suzanu's defense. Although Darkhound can break the defense, the impact on Uchiha Madara is negligible. Even if I am, there is no way to deal with this move. Aokiji thought about it carefully. His ability is indeed helpless against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Fortunately, the two are not hostile. I really didn't expect that Akainu Admiral couldn't do anything to him. Everyone sighed. I thought Akainu would win easily. But the fact is that it is not the case. The person who was easily killed is Akainu. If it is a competition, this situation has already decided the winner. After all, Akainu was blown away and suffered serious injuries. This situation will greatly affect the battle. If nothing unexpected happens, the situation is determined. Looks like I won. Uchiha Madara said coldly. He always had a stern face, as if someone owed him millions. Only in front of a few people like Senju Hashirama could he smile. Especially in front of Senju Hashirama, he could even be funny. After all, the two had an affair. Uchiha Madara turned around and prepared to leave. How did that saying go? It's exciting to run after pretending. This situation now fully confirms that saying. Damn it! This BD! Akainu's eyes were red. He felt insulted. Looking at Uchiha Madara's receding back, Akainu rushed over quickly without thinking. The speed was very fast, like a flash of lightning. Whoosh! As he moved forward, he could be heard whistling through the air. Akainu obviously had his old problem again. If he couldn't beat me, he would sneak attack. The old man didn't have martial ethics and sneak attacked Uchiha Madara from behind. Hey! Instantly, everyone saw this scene. The Marines felt that their worldview was simply shattered. Their wise and brave Marine Admiral, Akainu. He couldn't beat Uchiha Madara, so he attacked from behind. The battle was obviously over. Uchiha Madara was about to turn around and leave, but Akainu still rushed up at this time. Aokiji's eyelids twitched. He obviously didn't expect Akainu to be so unbearable. If I can't beat him, I'll attack from behind. Hey? What can you do to me? For a moment, Aokiji remembered what Akainu said to him. Aokiji, you have embarrassed us Marines. Then compare the old cunning Akainu with his current appearance. If I can't beat him, I'll attack from behind. Aokiji was ashamed. Who is embarrassed, brother? Akainu obviously didn't have this awareness. He was morally corrupt, and attacking from behind when he couldn't beat him was a normal method in Akainu's eyes. Senju Hashirama, Madara, be careful. As he spoke, a terrifying aura burst out from this guy. An unprecedented murderous aura instantly spread from Senju Hashirama. This is his personality. Others can hit him, scold him, it doesn't matter, but if someone bullies his friends, especially his good friend Uchiha Madara, this is absolutely not allowed. Whoosh! It happened in a split second. Senju Hashirama instantly appeared in front of Akainu, with amazing pressure all over his body. You dare! He didn't use ninjutsu such as wood style, because it was too slow. The fastest way is physical contact. Senju Hashirama punched Akainu with a clean and neat move, with full destructive power. This punch naturally released Conqueror's Haki. Senju Hashirama subconsciously covered Conqueror's Haki with this punch. Conqueror's Coil. As we all know, the symbol of the top power in One Piece is Conqueror's Coil. As the only Senju Hashirama who has learned Conqueror's Coil in the Roy group. How terrible is the destructive power when he attacks in anger. If it was Akainu in his peak state, he could still dodge or even fight back. However, he was severely punished by Uchiha Madara just now. His abilities in all aspects have declined a lot, and he has no way to fight back against this punch. Bang! Hashirama's fist hit Akainu's face hard. In an instant, Akainu's dog face was twisted. Countless blood gushed out, and the details can be seen in the scene where Akainu was beaten by Whitebeard. Blood gushed out, and he looked as miserable as he could be. Even more miserable than that time. Akainu's teeth were knocked out, and he had a lisp when he spoke. Now Akainu has become like Blackbeard, and they both have the same teeth. At this time, Uchiha Madara also knew that Akainu, the old BD, actually wanted to attack him from behind. He let him go and didn't kill him. As a result, this old BD actually wanted to plot against him, and Uchiha Madara instantly lost his composure. Boom! He decisively summoned Susanoo. The pitch-black Susanoo surrounded him and punched Akainu again. The terrifying energy shook the earth. When this punch was thrown, a strong wind blew, and even the space was torn apart. When it hit the ground cracked. If this was not an island overseas, but the Kingdom of Basta, this blow would be enough to destroy the entire port. The terrifying power was earth-shaking. It even affected the sea, and the sea water surged, raising huge waves. The waves almost overturned the marine warship. The marine who stayed on the warship was terrified. Oh my god! What's going on? Why did such a shocking wave suddenly appear? This noise is as loud as the end of the world. And the power of this move was all borne by Akainu. Akainu used his thin body to bear the anger from the couple of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Akainu was already exhausted. Under this series of bombardments, Akainu became a dead dog. He was beaten unconscious. He really only had one breath left, struggling to survive. I'll spare you first. If you dare to sneak attack from behind again next time, don't blame us for being rude. Senju Hashirama looked at the dead dog on the ground indifferently. Then he and Uchiha Madara turned around and left, ignoring the people present. The battle is over. Akainu Admiral lost so thoroughly. This. Everyone was surprised. I thought the opponent was Marine Admiral, so he was sure to win. In the end, the situation was completely reversed. Who won? I heard that Marine Admiral Akainu is fighting with Lord Uchiha Madara. The fishermen on the shore are also paying attention to the movement here. Uchiha Madara is one of the pillars of the Basta Kingdom. And Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of Marine, and Akainu's strength is the best among admirals. Of course Lord Madara won. Lord Madara is so powerful, how great it would be if I had this power. Then Susanoo is really super handsome. Everyone sneered, do you still want to match Lord Madara? Don't daydream, okay? Even if you work hard all your life, you can't compare to Lord Madara. Seeing everyone say this, the man was a little unconvinced. Who said that? I will definitely catch up with them in the future and become Lord Roy's first pillar. Chapter 17. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The gap between their qualifications and those of Uchiha Madara and his group is huge and basically insurmountable. Admiral Akainu, wake up! Uchiha Madara and others did not kill Akainu directly. Then, the Marines appeared and came to Akainu. Although Akainu did not follow martial ethics and attacked from behind, he was still a Marine Admiral after all. Amid the shoving of the crowd, Akainu gradually opened his eyes. This is... Having just woken up, Akainu is still a little confused. Admiral Akainu, you finally woke up. Akainu did not speak, but looked at his bloody body, and then at his teeth. Both front teeth were missing. That look was so miserable that he could have sworn brotherhood with Blackbeard now. Drink a glass of wine. The heavens are above, the earth is my witness. This matter has gone a bit far, and now Akainu also remembered what happened just now. That guy is so strong. There is no doubt that the strength of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama is terrifying. It seems to have left a shadow in Akainu's heart. Aokiji and others, at this time, they are looking at the back of Uchiha Madara who is constantly leaving. The strength of these two people is really unfathomable. I am afraid that they are 2-4 Emperor's level combat forces. This time, Marine has lost face in the Basta Kingdom. Aokiji and Akainu did not speak and did not deal with each other. Board the warship together. They silently waited for Sengoku to arrive, and then they could leave the country. Have you heard? Akainu Admiral, actually lost to that Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Everyone was shocked. Akainu is Marine Admiral after all, the highest combat force in Marine. Such a person actually lost. Just then, Akainu and his group finally arrived. Shut up! The older Marine quickly scolded them, signaling them to stop talking. After all, Akainu is not a good character to deal with. He is cruel and ruthless. He will kill you directly if he says so. Everyone shut up. Humph. Akainu didn't say anything, but his face was as cold as ice. Damn Uchiha Madara, he is so powerful. Akainu thought to himself. He didn't care about the people around him pointing and even Aokiji's ridicule. His creed in his heart is that he will never give up until he achieves his goal. For the so-called justice, he can do anything. Yo! Our Akainu Admiral is back. Kizaru was slacking off all day. He was cutting his nails on the warship. Even if there were huge waves on the sea just now, it didn't stop this guy from slacking off. Humph! Akainu snorted. I'm in a bad mood now, don't bother me. After saying this, he left on his own. Kizaru was embarrassed. Then he smiled again. Oh, this tone is so scary. Akainu didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. The three admirals were not on the same page. As soon as they got on the warship, they each did their own things. Some were slacking off, some were sleeping lazily, and some were sulking. Soon, Sengoku and his group came over. He had said goodbye to Roy and was ready to leave the Kingdom of Basta. The purpose of establishing diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Basta had been achieved, and there was no need to stay here any longer. Marshal Sengoku. The escorting marine saluted hurriedly. Sengoku was a marshal after all, with a special status. When the three admirals heard the voice, they all knew that Sengoku and the others were back, and they all had blank expressions. The first thing Sengoku did when he came in was to find Akainu. Akainu, what do you think of their strength? Sengoku's face was solemn. From the fighting, he could vaguely guess that his opponent was probably not simple. His solemn eyes wandered around Akainu. Akainu said truthfully, very strong. That Uchiha Madara is unfathomable. My ordinary attack can't break his defense at all. Only Darkhound can break it. But Akainu didn't say the rest. Although Darkhound can break Suzanu's defense, it seems to have no effect. The next second he was severely beaten. Is that so? Sengoku murmured. He also roughly knew the strength of Uchiha Madara, and he was a little sure in his heart. Then, Sengoku looked at Akainu again. If it's a life and death fight, do you have a chance to defeat him? Akainu was silent for a while and said, the probability is still very small. I need Haki to strengthen a little more. At this stage, it is difficult to threaten Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo is very strong, and we must find a way to restrain it. There are many strong people in Marine, and sooner or later someone will find a way to restrain this power. So, Roy urged everyone to try not to expose their strength. I know. Sengoku looked serious. He had already thought that Uchiha Madara was very strong, but he didn't expect to ignore that guy. Aokiji also added. Not only Uchiha Madara, that Senju Hashirama should not be underestimated. Even Acedes is very strong. After all, the battle between himself and Acedes was inconclusive. Although Akainu was able to defeat him, he defeated Acedes by suppressing his attributes. If we put aside the ability of Lava Fruit, it would be difficult. The Kingdom of Sparta is very strong. Finally, this conclusion was drawn. In this kingdom, there are 3 god tiers hidden, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Acedes. In addition, Roy, whose strength is unknown. Once we become enemies, it will be terrible. Fortunately. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Roy-kun is looking forward to peace. We are not enemies. They finally showed a smile on their faces. It is really not good to be enemies with such a force. Such an ending is already very good. Marshal, has the contract been signed? Aokiji asked. Sengoku nodded. Our world government has also officially cooperated with the Kingdom of Sparta, but some things in it need to be reported to the 5 elders in advance. After all, the 5 elders are the ones who hold the power of the government. Bring the Den Mushi here. Sengoku urged. In the palace of the Kingdom of Sparta, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Akame, Kurome, and others are sitting next to Roy. Prepare to start the meeting. Roy looked up and found that there was an empty seat. Where is Acedes? Beiji, Beiji. Hei Tong stuffed biscuits into his mouth and stopped immediately. Lord Acedes has no face to come here, and is now locking himself in the room. After all, she lost to Akainu. At first, he didn't think much of it, but later he realized that this was a disgrace to the Kingdom of Sparta. Feeling extremely ashamed. This guy. Roy looked doting. He was always very good to his subordinates. Then forget about her, let's continue the meeting. Anyway, this kind of meeting is the same with or without her. Acedes never speaks. It can be said that he is oblivious to political affairs. Yes, Lord Roy. Chapter 18. Now we have reached a cooperation with the world government. Roy said. The content is the cooperation method discussed with Sengoku, most of which is economic trade. Lord Roy has decided, we just need to obey. Leone said. That's right. The 2 sisters Akame and Kurome said at the same time. Uchiha Madara supported her chin, distracted, thinking in her mind. Where is the best place to eat later? Roy. Helpless. These guys don't do anything at all. Basically, the general direction is all set by Roy. They are only responsible for following orders. Roy appealed, in fact, I also want to be like you, a happy salted fish. However, as the king of the Basta kingdom, many things are beyond his control. On the one hand, he enjoys the love of the people. Naturally, he has to bear the responsibility of protecting the people. He can also learn from those vicious pirates and exploit civilians. But he is not an evil person after all, and he can't do such a thing. This is why Roy is loved by the people. The eyes of the masses are sharp. They know clearly who is good to them. Senju Hashirama, I'll trouble you with these things. Roy glanced at Senju Hashirama. Among these people, the only one who can do things is Senju Hashirama. Understood. Senju Hashirama nodded. Then, the meeting was disbanded. Leone put his hands behind his head, revealing his bouncy and fierce parts. This guy's figure is even better than Tsunade in the Hokage Ninja, very. Where should we eat later? I want to eat with Lord Roy. I want to eat too. For Roy, they are very clingy and want to stay by his side all the time. The quarrel is between Leone and Kuronesu. Kuronesu is a child after all, sometimes arrogant, sometimes playful. They are exactly the same type as Leone. Ah! Akame looked at the 2 of them speechlessly. Compared to these 2 crazy girls, Akame seemed much more mature. Actually, I also want to stay with Master Roy all the time. She said this in her heart. But Akame would never say it out loud, as things like this are secrets for adults. Instantly, Akame's face turned a little red. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama walked over side by side. After all, these 2 are good friends, and their feelings are beyond words, very good. Even Roy suspected that they were that kind of relationship. Akame, do you want to go to dinner together? Senju Hashirama greeted. No. Akame shook her head. She was still waiting for Roy, so why would she go with a rough guy like you? Although Roy is also a man. But Roy is different from this kind of rough guy, and he is more charming. Okay then. Senju Hashirama laughed. There was no embarrassment of being rejected. This guy's carefree personality was comparable to Uzumaki Naruto. Well. At this time, Leone came over. Don't you see that I am here too? Why are you only talking to Akame? Ahem. Senju Hashirama coughed. Talking to her is the same as talking to you. What kind of logic is this? Akame and I are not two people. Leone stood up and said fiercely, ask us for our opinions. Senju Hashirama was in a dilemma. This unreasonable woman is the same as Acedes, and both are the types that Senju Hashirama is not good at dealing with. Then, do you want to have a meal together? Leone smiled and said. No need, we are still waiting for Lord Roy here. Senju Hashirama. Speechless, deeply speechless. So you specifically asked me to ask you, what are you doing? A good man should not fight with a woman. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were indignant and left quickly. They didn't want to stay for a moment, for fear that Leone would cause trouble again. If there was a conflict, they would be punished in the end. The hurried look made Leone and others seem like devils. But Leone was furious. I'm not a bad person, why are you running so fast? At the palace gate, Roy walked out with his hands in his pockets, with a thoughtful look on his face. Although my men are very powerful in combat, there are very few talents who can be used in politics. He sighed. Looking at the blue sky, the clear sky, he slowly walked out of the gate. It would be nice if I could draw a politician. Just as I walked out of the gate, I saw Red Eye and Black Eye Leone waiting there. Didn't you go to eat? Lord Roy, we've been waiting for you for a long time, let's go together. The three girls gathered around decisively, stayed quietly beside Roy, and each occupied a position. Red Eye was a little nervous in front of Roy, blushed, and her heartbeat quickened. A typical little woman in love. Leone was much bolder, and stuck very close to Roy. So close. Too close. Bo Tao Xiang. Black Eye occupied Roy's left hand, and the two held hands. Then this girl held hands with Roy while stuffing biscuits into her mouth. No matter what time, the biscuits were always in her hand. Biscuits are the real thing. Without Lord Roy, eating is meaningless. Leone said. Hei Tong took a bite of the biscuit and started to complain decisively, you are such a dog licker, Leone. You. Leone was so angry that the waves rose and fell. I don't know why, in front of this guy Hei Tong, I can't control my temper. If Roy is not here, the two girls might fight again. Although they don't get along with each other on the surface, they are still very close. If something really happens, both of them will fight for their lives. These things are all later, let's not talk about them for now. This is. The three girls soon found that the destination was not to eat. It was Acedes' residence. As the Lord, Roy needed to take care of Acedes' emotions at this time, and he couldn't just ignore it. There was a maid guarding the door, and no one was allowed to enter. Get out of the way. Lord Roy. The other party subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when she saw the man in front of her, it turned out to be King Roy. Instantly, the words on her lips were taken back alive. Lord Roy, please persuade Lord Acedes. Well, you go down first. Yes. Everyone left. Aokiji, Kurome, and Leone also left wisely and stood aside to watch silently. Roy pushed open the door and walked towards Acedes' room. Acedes was in a bad mood. She was upset. As a result, she smashed everything she saw in the room, and the broken bottles were everywhere. As a female general of the empire, she had the character of a queen. She was not allowed to cry or show any weakness. In the eyes of everyone, she was so unruly and lawless. She was like a queen, high above everyone else. So, when she was wronged, she would use her own way. Chapter 19. Squeak. The door was pushed open and Roy appeared. Lord Roy. Acedes looked at Roy in surprise. She didn't expect this man to come to her room, so she subconsciously fixed her makeup. Looking at the debris on the ground, Acedes felt a little embarrassed. Why are you so angry? Roy asked with a smile. Nothing. Acedes was still stubborn and didn't want to admit it. Although her face always kept the posture of a queen, Roy could still see the grievances she was hiding. After all, she was also a person, a woman. She had 7 emotions and 6 desires. She would be happy and angry. The only thing Roy could do now was to try to calm Acedes' emotions. Only by solving the emotional problem could the next thing be easier. Come sit for a while, let's talk. Yet. Acedes nodded. In front of outsiders, she always looked like a queen with a high attitude. No one dared to approach. Because this queen is cruel and ruthless. Although she is very beautiful, she is a rose with thorns. Only in front of Roy will Acedes slowly take off her disguise, gradually revealing the brilliance of a woman. Tell me, if you keep it in your heart, your body will be damaged. It's really nothing. Until this moment, Acedes is still pretending something. Roy stared at Acedes' eyes. Really? Yet. If you continue like this, I won't leave, won't eat, and will stay here with you overnight. Hearing that Roy didn't eat, Acedes felt a little distressed and said. Lord Roy, go eat. Then just say it, you will feel better. There are no outsiders here, just you and me. Then he looked directly into Acedes' eyes and said seriously, it has been very hard all along, right? I have never shown my true feelings in front of anyone. Even in front of himself. Acedes also tried his best to maintain his own characteristics. In this case, all the pressure is concentrated on Acedes alone. In fact, I can be your shoulder and give you support. If there is anything, I will try my best to help you solve it. Because you are very important to me. In Roy's heart, every subordinate is unique. They are all the most important people to him. Acedes is also his treasure, worth protecting for a lifetime. Lord Roy. Acedes was moved and couldn't help calling Roy's name. Did someone bully you? No. Did something go wrong in the kingdom? No. Akainu. Roy read out the name. Acedes was obviously frozen, and the problem was obviously with Akainu. He got the news that Akainu had fought a battle with Acedes before losing to Uchiha Madara. In the end, it seemed that Acedes was defeated. So that's how it is. Winning or losing doesn't matter, as long as you keep getting stronger, you will definitely beat that guy next time. Roy couldn't help but sigh. This is indeed a woman with an extremely strong desire to win. She just lost a game, but she showed such an expression. But it's okay this way. As long as you have a competitive spirit, you will keep getting stronger and become your own invincible blade. I'm really unwilling, Lord Roy. I really want to win, I really want to win. I obviously prepared so much before this, why did I still lose in the end? Lord Roy. Acedes' tears fell, and the big tears kept flowing from her eyes. This sadistic queen actually shed tears. To outsiders, this is basically impossible. This queen is as decisive as a demon. When will she show such a weak side? Probably only in front of Roy will she take off her previous disguise. Why is she crying again? Is this guy's self-esteem so strong? Roy was speechless. The girl cried, what should I do at this time? The key is that this girl is still the sadistic Queen Acedes, crying without all kinds of disguises. Before this, he never thought that a woman like Acedes would cry. Okay, don't cry. Roy is not a scumbag after all. It's easy to coax a woman around, not knowing east, west, south, north. He can only use the most clumsy skills to coax her slowly. Acedes buried her head in Roy's chest, and her tears wet her clothes. It turns out that this kind of woman also has so many tears. Once a girl breaks her defense, there is no end to it, but Roy is very patient. After all, Acedes is his most important subordinate. It's okay, I'll just have to beat him next time, Roy said, while holding Acedes in his arms, his eyes full of doting. This way, it was just like a daughter lying in her father's arms and acting like a spoiled child. However, Roy had misjudged Acedes' thoughts after all. This woman would not cry bitterly over such a thing. Her real reason was actually because of Roy. Lord Roy. Is Acedes a useless woman? She can't even beat Akainu. She raised her head and stared at Roy with her watery eyes. She looked as well behaved as possible. In front of Roy, she seemed to be so well behaved all the time, willing to do anything. Love is like a storm, so unexpected. It can completely change a person's character. Even Acedes, who is like a queen, will become very humble. Of course not. In my heart, Acedes will always be the strongest. How can you have such an idea? Roy was speechless. Acedes' idea was completely wrong. His personality was there. No matter what happened, he would never dislike Acedes. How could he dislike him when he couldn't even pamper him enough? Roy, who was so disappointed with his son, wanted to reach out and hit Acedes' little butt hard. I really want to help Lord Roy. I like Lord Roy so much. It's great that Lord Roy doesn't dislike me. This guy is so stubborn. He thinks that he will be disliked if he loses once. How is this possible? Okay, don't think too much next time. Roy breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Acedes, he seemed to have completely recovered. Not like at the beginning, full of dead air. Now he is full of life. After getting Roy's affirmation, even the queen-like temperament emerged again. Wearing a military uniform and high heels, she showed her icy beauty to the fullest. Finally, she is back to normal. Roy smiled. Acedes broke away from Roy's arms. Her big watery eyes stared at Roy, full of affection. If she had been secretly in love with Roy before, now Acedes found that she could not control the desire in her heart at all. It was like a fire, rising continuously. Roy's face seemed to contain infinite magic. She looked at him infatuatedly. What's wrong with you? Roy was surprised. That delicate face was looking at him affectionately. He didn't know what Acedes was thinking. At this moment, Acedes' delicate face suddenly approached, almost face to face with Roy. He could feel the hot air exhaled from Acedes' nostrils. That pretty face seemed to be a little blushing at this moment. Why did my heartbeat suddenly speed up? Roy was surprised. At this moment, he clearly noticed that his heartbeat was speeding up. Chapter 20. It's normal to have a faster heartbeat in front of such a beautiful woman. Especially when this guy is face to face with you. They are less than an inch apart, and you can even feel the air exhaled by the other person. Bang, bang, bang. Acedes' heartbeat also accelerated. As long as she is in front of Roy, this phenomenon will be very strong. Now, she can't care about anything. Her mind is full of Roy, and she can't care about anything else. The distance is constantly shortening. Then, like a dragonfly touching the water, Acedes pecked Roy's face lightly. The action was very gentle. Then they quickly separated. Am I being kissed by force? Roy touched his mouth. He didn't expect to be kissed by Acedes, but this is not bad. The first kiss is gone just like that. There is a lingering fragrance in his mouth, which is the mark left by Acedes, and there is no way to erase it. With this kiss, Roy's calm heart finally had a wave at this moment. Acedes sometimes asks herself, what do I want? The strongest fighting force in the world? Or an army that wins every battle? None of them. What she really cares about is not these, but being able to stay with Roy forever, without separation. If the wish is really fulfilled, this is the greatest reward for her. Now she is quite reluctant to leave, leaning on Roy's chest, feeling the hot body temperature. Although he is not a very strong figure. But as long as she stays here, she will have an unprecedented sense of security. So warm. Acedes murmured to herself. She was greedy for the smell of Roy, like a docile kitten. Roy was helpless. She had just recovered a little bit of the queen's temperament, but it turned out to be like this again. Let's go eat," Roy said. "Yeah." Acedes nodded. Then she motioned Roy to wait for a while, and ran to the corner. Roy was curious. What is this guy going to do? A moment later, Acedes came out from the corner, but the difference from before was that her aura had changed. That arrogant, high-handed sadistic queen. She appeared like a magic trick. She wore the military uniform, and her eyes were bright. A word came to my mind, heroic. Now Acedes looked so strong, how could I see the weakness just now? It seemed like they were not the same person. Lord Roy, what are you looking at? It's a big change. Roy told the truth. Then Acedes giggled, and that look was very moving. Let's go. The two walked out together, both standing straight and heroic. What? I thought you were angry, Acedes. Leone stepped forward and said. Hei Tong complained beside him, Leone, you look like a gossip when you are 8 trigrams. You are looking for death, you damn girl. Leone was furious. He rushed towards Hei Tong decisively. Today, he must let this damn girl know how powerful she is. The battle was about to start. Even in front of Roy, these two guys still made people worry. There is really no way. Roy shook his head helplessly. It was because of his good character that they were able to preserve their personalities. Unlike some time travelers, who directly erased their personalities and turned them into tools. As long as they are happy, it's fine. Roy smiled as he watched this scene. His mentality at this moment was really like that of an old father. He always treated these guys as his own daughters. However, for Acedes, there seemed to be some subtle changes. Lord Roy. A blush appeared on Acedes' face again. But it was cleverly concealed. Continuing to maintain her queen style is almost her daily work. Okay, let's go eat. Akahide urged. Then she ran over to persuade them to stop fighting. They couldn't continue to be so willful, after all, Lord Roy was still here. Her relationship with Leone and the others was better than Acedes. After all, she spent more time with Leone and Hei Tong. After a while, the quarrel was successfully stopped. Roy smiled and said, let's go. Where are Hashirama and Madara? Aokiji said, Hashirama and Madara have already left. After all, the two friends have a good relationship and are inseparable wherever they go. Roy knew it well. So he didn't disturb them and continued their date. Soon, the group arrived at the restaurant of the palace. At first, Roy and others went out to eat, but every time they went out, they caused a sensation. After all, Roy's identity is at the level of a big star in the Basta kingdom. Every time he went out, there was a lot of noise. Even those shops refused to accept Roy's money, which was very embarrassing. Over time, Roy was too lazy to go out. Specially hired chefs to make delicious food. As long as the money is in place, what kind of chef can't be hired? Of course, most of them don't have to spend money. Many people came for Roy's name, and felt honored to work with Roy. Sometimes being too popular is not a good thing. I'm going to eat. Kurome and Leone both posed in the same position and said the same words. Then they ate happily. Do people in anime have this habit when eating? Fortunately, Acedes and Akame did not have this habit, and they were very calm from beginning to end. Really, you guys just mess around all day long. You are not children anymore. Like their mother, Akame kept nagging them. However, the two of them did not seem to notice it at all. They ate really deliciously. Knowing that it was futile to do so, Akame sighed. You guys are really stupid. It's good like this, very straightforward, I like it very much. Roy expressed his thoughts. He thought the two of them were still very cute like this, and the most important thing was that the atmosphere was very good. As a result, this sentence became their shield. Look, Master Roy said so. Akame is because you always look like a face, so you can't find a partner. Look like a face. Can't find a partner. These words were like a sharp blade, piercing the sensitive heart of Akame. I didn't expect that this little BD Haetong would start to be venomous even to his own sister. What are you talking about, you BD? That's right. Didn't you see that Lord Roy said that he likes lively girls, that means lively girls are better. Leone followed up, that's right, lively girls are the best. Haetong, it seems that we are really close friends. Close friends. This word deeply connected the two people, and they looked at each other with mutual respect. Akame blushed and was embarrassed. It's not that I can't find a partner, it's just that. She subconsciously glanced at Roy beside her, her face blushing like water. This man would subconsciously fall for her as soon as she looked at him, and her heartbeat was like a deer. Does Lord Roy really like lively girls? No. They are just talking nonsense. Chapter 21. 2 days later. A guard found Roy and reported the situation in the past 2 days. The port was harassed by pirates about 5 or 6 times, but they have all been killed. From this point of view, Uchiha Madara and Acedes are very efficient. But this is also as it should be, who let this be their responsibility? Roy rubbed his temples, this is not a solution. We still have to find a way to eradicate the pirate problem. Roy said to the New World map in his hand, there is only one Baton kingdom near us, which is also a non-member of the world government. Because it is a non-member of the world government, the kingdom is very chaotic and various pirates are entrenched. Most of the pirates who harassed the Basta kingdom before came from this place. It seems that we must treat it with caution. It is necessary to take action. If these guys continue to develop, it will affect the Basta kingdom. Looking around, Roy said, call all the cotters here. Yes. The guards nodded. Then they left in 2s and 3s, summoning all the cotters under Roy. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Acedes, Akame, Kurome, Leone. An unprecedented meeting. A meeting of cotters. Is there any big action in the kingdom? Everyone was surprised. Several cotters were summoned, which obviously meant that the kingdom had something important, otherwise they would not be summoned. Shut up, this kind of thing is not something we can discuss. When the cotters met, they were also a little curious. Strange. Why did Lord Roy summon us? Acedes said, needless to say, there must be something important. It's not a good idea for us to continue discussing here, let's go in first. Akame said. They couldn't discuss it here, but they couldn't make sense. When they saw Roy, everything was explained. That's right. Everyone rushed in and came to Roy. Rather than everyone being curious, let's talk about the purpose of summoning you this time. Seeing the confusion on everyone's face, Roy said with a smile. Well, is Lord Roy taking any action? Yes. Then, Roy spoke out all his thoughts. Look at the map. There is a Baton kingdom near the sea area where we are. As a non-member of the world government. And the purpose of summoning everyone this time is only one. Occupy this place. Eliminate all the pirates in the kingdom, leaving none behind. Everyone suddenly realized that this was the case. Roy's action this time was also a big deal, directly dispatching a large fleet of 5,000 people. There are only about 100,000 guards in the kingdom, and 5,000 people are not small. The most important thing is that all 6 cadres are dispatched, which is absolutely terrifying combat power. When the strength reaches the level of Acedes and others, the number is basically useless. One skill, as many people as come will die. Like the Whitebeard shock fruit ability, it directly destroys the entire naval headquarters. You can imagine how terrifying it is. This lineup is really exaggerated. 6 officers, plus a large fleet of 5,000 people, can still contend with such a force. Everyone was shocked. This fighting force is very strong, especially Acedes and others, who can fight with Admiral. By the way, what is the purpose of this operation? Does anyone know? Of course, ordinary people don't know the purpose of this march. My cousin works in the palace. He said this time he was going to wipe out the pirates. Clear the pirates. Someone finally took care of those guys. Everyone had a smile on their face. Clearing the pirates is a good thing. It's a great thing for them. Marine's spy was also hidden in the crowd. What? The 6 major cadres of the Basta kingdom are all dispatched. This is a big operation. Such a big thing must be notified to Marshal Sengoku as soon as possible. Sengoku was stunned when he heard the news. All 6 cadres are going out? What are they going to do? I don't know. Investigate, we must find out the purpose. After hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku's face was as gloomy as water, terribly gloomy. There are only 2 admirals in the office, Akainu and Kizaru. Aokiji, the lazy guy, went to see Old Man Garp to reminisce about the past. As for Kizaru, this lazy admiral, he has nothing to do all day, just cutting his nails in the office. Marshal, what happened? Akainu took the cigar out of his mouth and asked. Sengoku told the story, and then the 2 of them lay together to study for a long time. Sakazuki, did you see anything? Akainu took a puff of the cigar, his expression solemn. Didn't the spy report that Basta was invaded by several groups of pirates recently? Are these 2 things related? Sengoku was puzzled. I think there should be. Soon the report from the spy came, surprising Sengoku and Akainu. I didn't expect them to do it. Akainu nodded. It's actually expected, Marshal. What should we do? This does not violate the contract, we just wait and see. In fact, Roy's doing this is actually helping the world government. That kind of lawless place has long been a den for New World pirates. Let's not talk about the marine side. Acede and others took a huge battleship to the Kingdom of Basta. The ship was also discussing their battle plan. In fact, with their strength, there was no need to discuss the battle plan. They could just push forward. How could those scum pirates be their opponents? What is that? A large fleet of pirates is coming. Many pirates entrenched on the island could not help but say when they saw the huge warships rushing over. However, many people were eager to try. Their flags look strange. They should be rookies who are just starting out, right? I like rookies the most. Brothers, get ready. The battle will start soon. Fight, 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 let them know how powerful our Kitano pirates are. Everyone was excited, but they didn't know how terrifying the enemy in front of them was. No matter how strong they were far from opponents. Finally, Acedes and others successfully logged in. While standing at the port to communicate, the pirates couldn't hold back and rushed up. There are so many stunning beauties, ha ha ha, they are mine. Everyone rushed up, as if Acedes and others had become their prey. However, Acedes and the others didn't even look at them, and let the Kitano pirates rush over. These guys are too noisy. Uchiha Madara frowned and slowly walked out of the crowd. He kept chattering there. It's okay that they are strong, but in Uchiha Madara's eyes, these guys are just noobs. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Uchiha Madara. Chapter 22. Bang! 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 All the pirates fell down at once, without a single suspense. Only their captain, Kitano, did not faint in this shock. At this moment, Kitano's eyes widened, and the horror in his heart reached the ultimate. No way! What kind of ability is this? He was completely shocked. Obviously Uchiha Madara did nothing, but his men fell one after another. He did feel a shock just now. Conqueror's Haki. After Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara also mastered Conqueror's Entanglement, and the level of Haki reached the pinnacle. The two brothers are worthy of being good friends, very tacit understanding, and very powerful. Of course, this method is not Conqueror's Entanglement. After all, they are just minions, not worthy of Uchiha Madara to this extent. This. The man was sweating coldly. Akame said coldly, "I'll kill her. Leave it to you." Then the few of them continued to communicate, not taking the Kitano pirates seriously at all. This was being looked down upon from head to toe. But Kitano was in no mood to complain. After seeing what Uchiha Madara had just shown, he was now panicking. "I didn't know what to do." Akame grabbed her imperial weapon, the demon sword Muramasa, and walked over with a cold expression, "Destroy her." Although she was very good to her friends. But strangers were different. Known as the coldest killer in the night raid, his imperial weapon was also very cruel. As long as he cut the enemy's skin, the curse poison would take effect, and then kill that person. Puff! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Akame's demon sword had already chopped the man's chest. And then, the curse poison took effect. The killing officially began afterwards. As long as they were pirates on this island, without exception, they were all killed. In the dense jungle. "Captain Jack, what should we do?" The wretched-looking Sip's head and the hot Jin Rummy looked at the man in front of them nervously. The man was burly, with a ponytail and two braids, and a metal jaw on his mouth. It was one of the three disasters under Kaido. Jack the Drow. Unfortunately, Jack the Drow was also on this island now. "The other side is coming aggressively, why don't we run away quickly? Many pirates have died in their hands. Those guys are too scary." Sip's head and Jin Rummy said to themselves. They obviously didn't notice that Jack the Drow's expression was very angry at this time, as if he was restraining something. Jack's eyes were full of bloodshot. "Who do you think Laozi is?" "I'm Jack the Drow. One of the three disasters under Kaido. How could he retreat when encountering such a small matter?" Jack the Drow was very stubborn and never knew what running away was. In the original work, he could bravely charge forward even when facing the Marine Admiral, the former Marine Marshal, and Granny Crane. In terms of stubbornness, he may be the strongest among the pirates. Go for it. When others heard about this, they all retreated and hid as far away as possible. Jack the Drow didn't think so at all. Without saying a word, he rolled up his neck and did it. Sip's head. Jin Rummy. Although they also wanted to persuade him, it was useless. Once Jack the Drow made a decision, even 10 cows couldn't pull him back. It's over, I'm definitely going to die this time. Just then, Acedes and others had already walked in this direction. Now most of the pirates on the island have been cleared, and only Jack the Drow is left. This guy has the strongest aura, so he stayed until the end. Although the aura is very strong, that is also compared to ordinary people. Compared with Acedes and others, the gap between the two sides is still very large. There is only one left. Who will deal with this? No one wanted to do it, they were all lazy, and in the end Acedes was more diligent. This guy likes fighting the most, he can be called a fighting maniac. Let me deal with him. Acedes said. Then leave it to you, Acedes. They decisively became the hands-off boss and pushed all the things to Acedes. Is anyone coming? Jack also saw the few people in front, and then a woman in military clothes came out of the crowd. You actually sent a woman here, do you look down on me? Jack was instantly furious. When this guy is angry, his eyes are red, and you can clearly see the bloodshot in his eyes. A terrifying murderous aura burst out from Jack. Since the other party dares to look down on me, let them know how powerful I am. You actually sent a woman here. Don't blame me if you die later. Jack grinned and looked at Acedes as if he was looking at a dead person. Women are not as talented as men by nature. You can see from the stories of Kuina and Zoro, and why there is only one woman among the 4 emperors. And her life experience is quite bizarre. I am the famous pirate in the New World. Jack the Drow. Before he surrendered to Kaido, he was very famous. The reason why he surrendered to Kaido was because Kaido was too strong and he had no way to resist. A woman actually wanted to challenge me? Although Acedes is very beautiful, it is impossible to defeat him. Jack is very confident. Behind Acedes, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw Jack the Drow. It looks like Jack the Drow. How did he appear here? I didn't expect to see Jack the Drow here. Someone shouted, Jack the Drow? Is he one of the 3 disasters under Kaido? Yes, that's him. I've seen him on the wanted poster. After all, he is a wanted criminal of the world government, so it's normal to have Jack's photo on it. On the wanted poster of the world government, the bounty for Jack the Drow is as high as 1 billion Baileys. This is definitely an exaggerated number. That Jack the Drow is going to fight Master Acedes. Who will win? After all, the other party is a well-known pirate in the New World, and his strength should not be underestimated. As for Acedes, needless to say, she repelled Marine Admiral Aokiji. Her strength is also extremely exaggerated. I still think Master Acedes has a better chance of winning. After all, she defeated that Aokiji. Who is Aokiji? The Marine Admiral of the world government represents the highest combat power of the world government. With such combat power, how can he not beat Jack the Drow? However, there are also cautious people who hold different opinions. After all, Jack has been famous for a long time, and he must not be underestimated. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, and others have also heard that Acedes' opponent, Jack the Drow, seems to be a formidable opponent. As the saying goes, there is no false person under a great reputation, and Jack's strength must be unfathomable. Acedes probably met his opponent this time. The situation is not right, let's help him. Chapter 23. I don't think that guy is that strong. Uchiha Madara said coldly. He believed more in seeing things, and as for random guesses, forget it. For a moment, everyone's attention was on Acedes. I wonder how this battle will go? Acedes and Jack the Drow. Both of them are very powerful, and they are finally going to start a formal fight. I will make you regret standing here. Jack grinned, and the murderous intent in his eyes was extremely strong at this moment. Captain Jack is angry. Captain Jack is angry, and the consequences are very serious. The pirates on the Mammoth were all terrified at this time. Jack usually doesn't get angry, but once he gets angry, he is very scary, and as his subordinates, their end will be very miserable. That woman actually angered Master Jack. She is definitely dead. As if the ending has been determined. In the eyes of everyone, Acedes is now a dead man. No one could survive Jack's rage, of course, let alone those freaks under Kaido. Even if they bullied Jack, Jack could only endure it. After all, he couldn't beat them, so what else could he do but endure it? Die. Jack's eyes were red, and he immediately swung the shotel knife in his hand and slashed at Acedes. Whoosh! The knife was very fast. It even cut through the air as it moved forward, and soon it reached Acedes. Jack used the shotel knife from the beginning. The blade was filled with armament haki, and both attack and defense were significantly improved at this moment. As a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries, he was also one of the 3 big bosses of Beast's pirates. Of course, Jack would use observation haki and armament haki, and his attainments in haki were not low. Unfortunately, Acedes was a little stronger. Jack's level was at best the bottom of the three big bosses. Quinn, who was stronger than him, was killed instantly by Big Mom. And Big Mom was covered with sea stone all over her body, which could kill Quinn instantly. It is conceivable how big the gap is between their level and the four emperors. Although Admiral is not as good as four emperors, its combat power cannot be ignored, and the gap between them is not big. Some people say that four emperors can kill Admiral instantly. How is this possible? If four emperors can kill Admiral instantly, wouldn't world government be finished long ago? Bang! Facing Jack's attack, Acedes only used one hand to block the attack. The expression on his face was very relaxed. Everyone was stunned and completely dumbfounded. Blocked. Captain Jack's attack was actually blocked by her. And just one hand. This is too unbelievable. No matter what, Jack the Drow is a famous pirate in the New World and a terrifying existence with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. As one of the three main characters of Beast's Pirates, even though he is at the bottom, can he be weak? As a result, Acedes blocked Jack's attack so easily. How is this possible? Jack was speechless. He obviously didn't expect that his attack would be blocked so easily. Although this attack was not his full strength. But it was enough to prove Acedes' strength. This guy is not as weak as he looks. Bang! The battle is not over. Acedes is not a passive character. The sword in his hand turned into a series of attacks. Keep hitting Jack. Not good. Seeing this attack, Jack panicked and subconsciously raised the shortle knife in his hand to resist. Acedes' knife also fell on Jack's shortle knife. Clang, clang, clang. After the collision, a dull metal tremor was heard, and sparks flew. After a series of blows, Jack could only barely parry. Acedes' knife attack was too fierce, and Jack found that he couldn't support it at all, and the whole person was beaten back step by step. Hand, numb. Jack murmured. After attacking again and again, Jack found that his hand was about to fail. He was always in a defensive posture, causing all the pressure to fall on the wrist. Obviously, Acedes used this practical skill very skillfully. I can't go on like this. Jack roared. Then he burst out with a terrifying momentum, and his body expanded rapidly, visible to the naked eye. The clothes on his body seemed to be unable to bear it and were about to burst. This guy's aura has changed. That's... Senju Hashirama looked at Jack in surprise. Jack is now much stronger than before. I don't know what ability he used. This is the power of the devil fruit. It is said that Jack the Drow is an ancient species of Zoan and the owner of the mammoth form. Then, Jack turned into a mammoth. Mammoths, as prehistoric creatures, appeared again in this world, but Jack the Drow is a fruit ability user after all, and his mammoth is different from ordinary mammoths. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Acedes murmured. She heard from Roy that there are many devil fruits in this world. Acedes has seen Akainu's lava fruit and Aokiji's frozen fruit. To be honest, this is the first time Acedes has seen a Zoan like Jack the Drow. After turning on the mammoth form, Jack the Drow is very arrogant now. I'm invincible in this state. Really? Acedes snorted disdainfully. She hadn't used all her skills yet, but Jack the Drow was already showing off. If that's the case... The pitch-black substance instantly covered Acedes' knife. That was armament haki. Acedes' armament haki had reached the top level, the level of Admiral. It was obviously much higher than Jack the Drow. Whoosh! The sword slashed out, as fast as a flash of lightning. Jack the Drow had no time to react, and the next second he was hit and flew backwards. Like a ball, he flew more than 10 meters away. He even broke several large trees, so that his whole body was embedded in a tree trunk. No way! Captain Jack actually! The pirates on the mammoth were speechless. They wondered if they were dazzled. In their minds, the invincible Captain Jack was actually knocked away. Moreover, he was defeated by Acedes when he transformed into a mammoth. He only used one sword from beginning to end. Who is this guy? He is not even a match for Captain Jack. What should we do now? Everyone was a little panicked. Even Jack was not their match, let alone them. They couldn't take down Jack even if they attacked together. As a result, Jack himself was easily killed by this woman with one sword. It was so easy and effortless throughout the whole process. It makes people suspect that she is not a human, but a monster or something. Chapter 24. How to deal with these guys? Aokiji looked at the remaining pirates and couldn't help asking. Didn't Lord Roy tell us to kill all these guys? Acedes said. Roy clearly told us to kill all the pirates on the island, and killing Jack and the others would be considered completing the mission. Yes. Everyone decisively took action. You can't do it. We belong to the Beast's pirates, and our real captain is that Kaido. That's right. If you kill us, you will be enemies with 4 emperors Kaido. The reputation of 4 emperors in this sea is really too great. Ordinary people will tremble with fear just by hearing the name of Kaido. After a long time, 4 emperors have long been described as man-eating devils by the world government. Some people who don't know the truth even think that Whitebeard likes to eat people the most. The actual situation is that Whitebeard just likes to have sons. When they heard that they moved 4 emperors Kaido, everyone hesitated for a moment. Are you scared? We have Kaido standing behind us. Uchiha Madara had a cold expression and just said calmly, kill. He didn't care about anything. What 4 emperors Kaido? What world government? You can kill whatever you want, what can you do to me? Let alone this is Roy's order. These minions are still so arrogant in front of me, they don't even know how to write the word death. With Uchiha Madara's words, everyone no longer hesitated. You have 4 emperors Kaido, don't we have no backers? We have Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Acedes. It's not just 4 emperors. Thinking of this, everyone was excited. No, you can't. Please spare us, we know we are wrong. Although the mammoth pirates knew their mistakes and begged for mercy, everyone ignored them. Knowing they were wrong? It's too late. Now there is only one fate waiting for them, death. Half an hour later. The pirates on the island were basically eliminated, and they didn't plan to stay any longer. Finally, we can leave this damn place. I've been here long enough. Leone said, her voice surging. Then Haitong stared at her chest, and couldn't help muttering in her heart, when can I have such proud capital? What do girls yearn for? Identity? Status? Or strength? None of them. What girls want most is appearance and figure. In terms of appearance, Haitong is still very good, as for figure. Looking at her flat scale, Haitong fell into a long silence. Humph. No matter how fierce she is, it's useless. She's just a fierce and brainless woman. Where is Acedes? Now she led her men to look for spoils. She found a lot of good things after searching through boxes and cabinets. Why are there so many fruits on Jack the Drow's ship? It feels a bit like devil fruit. I think so too. But, are there so many devil fruits? Anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that this is definitely not a devil fruit. If Roy were here, he would definitely be able to tell at a glance that this is a man-made devil fruit. Smile. It is a product jointly researched by Doflamingo and Geisa. After taking it, it can also have some of the power of devil fruit, but the sequelae are too strong. Those who fail will be miserable. Lord Acedes. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran to Acedes, his voice full of anxiety. What's wrong? Acedes looked at him in confusion. Looking back for a moment, that stunning appearance. The guard didn't care about anything else and hurriedly said, before you came, one of us thought it was an ordinary fruit, so he took a bite, but he didn't expect it to activate the devil fruit ability. Then what? Acedes said. If it's just like this, it's a good thing. Why does he look so anxious? Then a few greedy guys also ate this fruit. As a result, they got hit. Now that his emotions are taken away, no matter what he does, he will only laugh. This. Acedes was surprised. I didn't expect this fruit to be so magical and take away people's emotions. Soon, Acedes arrived in front of those people. Ace. Ha ha ha, Lord Acedes, ha ha ha. We are now, ha ha ha, so panicked ha ha ha, what should we do ha ha ha. Because of the nervousness, he kept laughing, but his eyes were full of tears. Acedes. Lord Acedes, save us ha ha ha. To be honest, this look is quite pitiful, and Acedes' eyes are somewhat sympathetic. Don't do this kind of thing next time. Acedes said. If it were an ordinary general, he would definitely curse now. But Acedes' character is that she truly loves soldiers like her own sons, and she is very warm-hearted to every soldier. So Acedes has a high prestige in the army. Hurry up and let Senju Hashirama come over. In this case, Senju Hashirama has to try. After all, that guy is a medical ninja, and in the Basta Kingdom, he is also a rare medical skill. Senju Hashirama's expression is very solemn. I need a lot of time. This kind of thing can't be solved by simple medicine, it requires a lot of financial resources and energy. Then everyone returned and took the artificial devil fruit with them. Basta Kingdom. After more than an hour of trekking through mountains and rivers, everyone finally returned here. Isn't this an artificial devil fruit? How can there be so many? Looking at the huge amount of artificial devil fruit seized, Roy was a little confused. I defeated that Jack the Drow, and then found this on their ship. Acedes said seriously. Wait. Jack the Drow? Unexpectedly, Acedes actually met Jack the Drow on that island. Killing Jack the Drow and stealing so many devil fruits, this time he has a feud with Kaido. It doesn't matter. With our current strength, even if 4 Emperors Kaido comes, it will be useless. Roy murmured. Let alone his own strength, the people under him are enough to teach Kaido a lesson, so he is not panicked at all. By the way, how are the cases of those who were infected? Roy asked. He began to care about his subordinates. Senju Hashirama is trying to find a solution. Got it. After Acedes left, Roy tapped the table with his fingers. Why don't we ask the world government to help? I think they will be happy to help. Now he and the world government are in a cooperative relationship, and the world government should not ignore his request. Chapter 25. P.S. For the time being, I will get a few with low combat power, and I haven't watched the anime yet. The next day. It is detected that the host has not signed in today. Will you sign in? A system prompt sounded in my ear. Today's sign-in task is here again. To be honest, Roy is a little looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of good things I can get. Sign in. A moment later. Roy heard another metallic prompt sound in his ear. Congratulations on obtaining Character Card ×1. Character cards can summon characters in anime. Then they appear in the real world. Not the real world, but the world of One Piece. This character card is. Roy was full of expectations and opened the character card. Then, the following is the character introduction column. Nichitan, one of the important characters in Akame no Mizuki, she has amazing courage and strategy, and is the captain of the night attack assassination team. Now Roy is lacking someone with amazing strategy who can help him run the kingdom. The appearance of this Nichitan can be said to be very timely. Okay, it's him. Roy smiled. Then he clicked the summon button without thinking. After a strange light, a door of nothingness appeared in front of him. It was the door to each dimension. Then a figure walked out of the dimensional door. It was a cold woman with white hair, a machine on her right hand, and an eye patch on her right eye. Who else could it be but Nichitan? Master. Nichiren knelt down to Roy and saluted. The whole process was very aristocratic. After all, she was originally a noble, so it was normal to know these etiquette. Sure enough, those who are summoned by the system are unconditionally loyal to me. Roy touched his chin and thought to himself. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, although they were very strong, they were all unconditionally loyal to him. Nichiren is the same now. Get up. Roy waved his hand. Yes, master. I feel that the title of master is a bit awkward. Roy thought for a moment and said, just call me by my name from now on. Isn't that a bit bad? After all, Roy is his master, and Nichiren can't call him by his name directly. So Nichiren suggested, why don't we call him Lord Roy? The same name as others. Okay. Roy nodded, acquiescing to this name. Then he began to think about what kind of work he should assign to Nichiren. Since she is staying in this country, she should do something, not to mention that she is so capable. After being summoned to this world, her memory is gone. By the way, Roy looked at Nichiren with ill intentions. Come and help me with official business. To be honest, Roy feels that this kind of life is very boring because he has to deal with tedious documents every day. Now that Nichiren appears, he can help her. I wonder if Nichiren can handle these things perfectly. With a suspicious expression, Roy couldn't help but guess in his heart, I just came here, I should have to adapt, it will probably take a lot of time. However, as soon as this thought came up, Roy was quickly slapped in the face. It's already being done. Then he leaned in to look at the specific details to see if there were any mistakes or omissions, and he came to a surprising conclusion. There weren't any. Nichiren was a genius in handling government affairs. This processing ability is probably 3 to 5 times mine? Or even more. Roy couldn't help but complain in his heart. But if he was here, he wouldn't have to do many things himself. He could be a salted fish comfortably. As a man, how could he not have the dream of being a salted fish? 1 hour later. Finished. Roy was shocked and at a loss. He almost doubted if he had heard it wrong. This was his daily workload, from morning to night, he worked diligently and responsibly, and could barely complete the project. As a result, this guy only took an hour. Monster. This guy must be a monster in human skin, that's for sure. Lord Roy, what should I do next? Nichiren looked into Roy's eyes and asked in a low voice. Snoring. Roy moved his throat. For the time being, he didn't know how to arrange Nichiren better. After all, he didn't expect Nichiren to be so powerful. She only took an hour for a day's workload. Well, Roy thought seriously. I'll arrange your room first, and introduce you to some of my cotters. Yes. Nagizata nodded obediently. From the moment she was summoned, her fate was completely controlled by Roy, and she would be loyal to him until death. The palace is very large, with a vast area, and there are many empty houses inside. Look, are you satisfied with this house? Pointing to the single-family luxury single room in front, Roy stared at Nagizata's delicate face and asked. It's good, I like it very much. Then it's decided to be this one. There seems to be some quarrel next door. Dong dong dong. The door was kicked and shook, as if someone was fighting inside. Then I saw Haitong kicked out from inside. The owner of the room was Leone. After Haitong was kicked out, Leone quickly closed the door heavily. Ahole, let go of the door. I refuse. The two of them quarreled as soon as they met, but their relationship was very good. Are you sure you don't want to open it? Then don't blame me for being rude. As he said that, Haitong seemed to be putting all his strength into it, and it was obvious that he was going to take action. At the critical moment, this girl found Roy and became obedient instantly. Why are you here, Lord Roy? If I didn't come, you would break in. Haitong looked away and said guiltily, Lord Roy. Actually, the person you just saw was not me, but my substitute. This little girl doesn't know what honesty is. Roy covered his forehead helplessly. What is this? Hei Tong noticed Nichiren next to him, with curiosity in his eyes. I was just planning to introduce you to her, let Leone come out quickly. It also saved the trouble of calling one by one. Hei Tong nodded, oh. That look is so cute, as well behaved as possible. I just don't understand why she is so naughty when she is with Leone. It feels like a completely different person. In fact, some good children are really like this behind their backs and need an outlet. Leone, Leone. Hei Tong called softly. Even if you say it to the sky, I won't open the door. Leone snorted and said very proudly. She immediately experienced the law of true fragrance. Lord Roy is at the door, calling you out. Don't try to lie to me. Really? Then Roy also called out, Leone. In an instant, this guy broke his defense, decisively opened the door, and excitedly said, Lord Roy. Chapter 26. Kurot looked at her with a teasing expression. Someone doesn't keep his word. He clearly said that he would never come out. I don't know whether to say that the two have a good relationship or a bad relationship. Anyway, they quarrel non-stop when they meet. Leone glared at her fiercely, if you can't talk, just say less. Good guy. It's just a showdown. Ahem. Roy coughed, indicating that there were others here. So the two of them didn't continue to quarrel, but looked at Nichiren next to Roy curiously. The woman here was dressed coolly. She wore an eye patch on her eyes, and one of her hands was a mechanical arm. Isn't it super cool? She exuded a handsome aura all over her body. She is. Leone pointed at Nichiren, with a curious look on her face. Lord Roy said that he would introduce a new partner to us. It's this guy. Kurot looked at Nichiren and said. At first glance, Nichiren seemed very gentle, not like a bad person. In front of strangers, Hei Tong seemed very reserved. She didn't let herself go in front of Leone, but instantly became a cold goddess. It was as if Kuma-chan was possessed. On the contrary, Leone was quite generous and put her arm around Nichiren's shoulders. Hello, my name is Leone. Hello. Roy was originally worried about whether Nichiren could integrate into his small group. Seeing how they were talking happily, it seemed that they had already integrated. The most important thing to join a new group is to find a suitable camp. Leone's words gave Nichiren a very good feeling. She was also happy to be friends with Leone. It seems that they have a good relationship. Roy said with a smile. Afterwards, he took Nichiren to meet other members of the cadres. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Compared to Uchiha Madara's indifference, Senju Hashirama is very cheerful and lively, even funny. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me at any time. Senju Hashirama patted his chest to guarantee. Uchiha Madara glanced at Nichiren with a cold expression, and his tone was particularly cold. This guy's breath is very weak. Sometimes Roy felt that Uchiha Madara was as cold as an ice cube. He would only show kindness in front of himself and Senju Hashirama. Roy is the master after all. And Senju Hashirama is one of the few close friends of Uchiha Madara, and he deserves this treatment. At this time, Acedes also walked over here with the three beast warriors. Is this guy the newcomer? What's her name? For a moment, Acedes didn't even remember Nichiren's name. Who made this name so weird that even Roy couldn't remember it in a short time? Her name is Nichiren, Master Acedes. Leva reminded from the side. Compared to everyone present, except Nichiren, of course, Leva is the most scheming guy. Nagizata, do you want to spar with me? Acedes decisively stated his purpose. As a female battle madman, she came here for only one purpose this time. I want to test the strength of the newcomer Nichiren. This is almost one of Acedes' unique ways of welcoming. Basically, All latecomers have been welcomed by Acedes in this way. Recalling the memory of being dominated by Acedes during that period, Leone and Haitong both looked grim. They were both summoned to this world by Roy at the same time. Originally, they were full of curiosity when facing the unknown and fresh world, and then they met this woman called Acedes. Because of this experience, Haitong and Leone have a very good relationship. Okay. Facing Acedes' challenge, Nichiren did not refuse. She actually agreed to Acedes' challenge. This makes people wonder what Nichiren's ability is. The master will not promote useless people as codders. This Nichiren must have unknown abilities. Everyone's eyes subconsciously focused on Nichiren. The movement here also attracted many people to watch. Who is that guy? I heard that he is the new codder of His Majesty the King. Is Lord Acedes going to fight with that new codder? Acedes has a high prestige among them, and any slight movement is big news. What's more, they were going to fight with the codders, and their eyes were bright. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know? Lord Acedes is fighting with the new codders, and we must cheer for Lord Acedes. The man was speechless. I don't think you are cheering, you just want to join in the fun, right? However, Acedes is fighting with the new codders, which is indeed a big bluff. I wonder what the new codders look like. He was curious. When they arrived at the scene, they would naturally be able to see Nichiren's true face. At this time, Acedes and Nichiren also found a vacant space. That guy is. Acedes glanced at the man behind Nichiren. The other party had two horns on his head, which was similar to the bull demon king in mythology. He is my imperial weapon. Susanoo. Nichiren said. Yes, I am the imperial gu of Lady Nichiren. Susanoo also spoke. Imperial gu can actually speak? This is clearly a human, okay? That Nichiren is cheating. 2 against 1, this is not fair. That's right, this thing can speak, how can it be a weapon? For a moment, everyone looked at Acedes, and they were filled with righteous indignation, thinking that Nichiren was cheating. Acedes frowned slightly. Indeed, I can feel the breath of the imperial gu on you. They can still sense the breath of the imperial gu. After all, this guy's body structure is not the same as that of humans. It is indeed the breath of the imperial gu. I didn't expect this guy to have a biological imperial gu, and it is in human form. Akame couldn't help but say. In order to ensure the long-term stability of the empire and the stability of his own country, the first emperor created 48 kinds of imperial gu. Each imperial gu has incredible power. I don't know what Susanoo's ability is. In short, Akame is very curious. In the field, the two sides officially started fighting. Although Nichiren's strength in Akame's kill was pretty good. But compared with the ceiling like Acedes, there is still a big gap. Susanoo recorded various combat methods. But after really fighting with Acedes, I found that those combat experiences were particularly ridiculous. Being crushed and retreating all the way. Susanoo was completely at a disadvantage in close combat. Who is this guy? Nichiren was also shocked. She originally thought that Susanoo was powerful enough, but Acedes turned out to be so evil. It was a complete crush. Chapter 27. Susanoo is not only a household-type imperial weapon, but also contains a large number of fighting skills in its database. It is no exaggeration to say that Susanoo is a top master in close combat. However, he did not even have the strength to fight back under a series of attacks from Acedes. He was completely crushed. Bang! With a flying kick, Susanoo flew out. Acedes is Acedes after all, and his strength is as terrifying as ever. I give up. Seeing Acedes walking towards her, Nichiren chose the avatar decisively without any hesitation. Acedes stopped and looked at her in surprise. Give up so quickly? No way, it's over before the fight. Everyone. They wondered if they were hallucinating. It shouldn't be like this. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't they try their best first to see if they can win? When there is really no chance, then choose to surrender. As a result, Nichiren admitted defeat directly. Susanoo is not your opponent, let alone me. Nichiren analyzed calmly. No matter what time, this guy is unusually calm. After just observing, she saw that Acedes was very strong and she could not compete with him at all. In this case, it is better to just admit defeat. Anyway, this battle is meaningless. Boring. Acedes snorted and felt boring. This is too boring. I thought there would be a wonderful duel, but I didn't expect. That Nichiren is too useless, right? You can't say that, this is the reaction of a normal person. Most people will not choose to fight to the end when they encounter a strong enemy that they cannot compete with. In fact, this is the reaction of a normal person. Why did you admit defeat directly? Leone and Kurome came forward curiously. I watched her fight with Susanoo and realized that the gap between me and her is insurmountable. Since they are not enemies, there is no need to continue fighting. Nagizada said frankly. To be honest, she doesn't care much about winning or losing. After all, she is not a combat coder, so why should she be so obsessed with winning or losing? Okay. You are so open-minded. In the next few days, Nagizada also integrated into this place. She has a good relationship with most coders, and even Acedes has gradually accepted this guy. People who can become the leader of the revolutionary army are still good at speaking and doing things. Nagizada. In the hall. Roy summoned Nagizada alone. Looking at Nagizada's dark eyes, Roy said, Next, you will be responsible for the logistics of the army. Yes. Nagizada nodded. Roy felt happy. Someone was responsible for logistics, and Susanoo, as an imperial weapon, could also serve as an instructor of the army. It felt very cost-effective. By the way, how are the arrangements for the Kingdom of Basta going? Roy is very concerned about the Kingdom of Basta. This country is the non-member country of the world government mentioned earlier, and it is also the place where Jack the Drow fell. Lord Roy, I have sent soldiers to take over there. If there is any problem, we will definitely be able to contact you as soon as possible. For this matter, Nichiren has already made her own arrangements. The Kingdom of Basta. As a non-member country of the world government, it has been nearly destroyed by pirates. I didn't expect that he would actually die, Jack, that BD. Quinn had a complicated expression. He was not sad because of Jack's death, but the main thing was that Jack's ship of artificial devil fruits had all disappeared. No wonder I couldn't contact Jack. This matter must not be known to Lord Kaido, otherwise. Quinn felt bad when he thought of the consequences of Kaido knowing. Kaido was a fickle person. If he knew that there was no artificial fruit, he would definitely go crazy. And he would also vent his anger on Quinn. What should we do, Joker? Quinn looked at Doflamingo next to him. At this time, Doflamingo was shrouded in shadows, and fear rose in his heart. How could this happen? It's impossible to get so many artificial fruits in a short time. If Kaido knows that the artificial fruits are missing, the consequences will be disastrous. Then Doflamingo looked at Quinn and said solemnly, Let's find a way to see if we can get these artificial fruits back. If the artificial fruits can be recovered, the loss can be minimized. But Jack has fallen into the hands of those guys. If we only rely on the two of us, I'm afraid it won't work. Doflamingo spoke again. He is more cautious. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't be so successful in the underground world. Quinn snorted disdainfully. Jack is still far behind. If I want to kill him, I can do it easily. That's right. Quinn is much stronger than Jack. If he wants, he is fully capable of killing Jack. But this guy belongs to Beast's pirates after all, and Quinn has no reason to do it. It's better to be cautious. Doflamingo said. For some reason, This incident always makes Doflamingo feel uneasy, as if something big is going to happen. Ha ha ha. Joker, you are too cautious. There are only a few people in this sea who can threaten us. It doesn't matter as long as we don't encounter them. Let's set off now and let the people of the Basta Kingdom know that offending our beasts pirates will not end well. Quinn laughed. There was an unprecedented viciousness in his smile. They already knew that the murderer was the Basta Kingdom next door. It is conceivable that everything here has long been under the control of the two. The scene changed. The guards stationed in the Baton Kingdom were covered with venom and blood. The death was extremely miserable. After landing on this island, Quinn and Doflamingo slaughtered all the stationed soldiers. Compared with Quinn and Doflamingo, their strength is still too far behind. It's like a natural moat that cannot be crossed. No. Doflamingo refused. Although the soldier did not reveal much. But since the other party was able to kill Jack the Drow, Doflamingo had to be on guard. Being able to kill Jack the Drow. Does it mean that he might be able to kill himself? In this turbulent era of pirates, if you don't have a brain and just rush, you will soon kill yourself. In that case, you stay here, I'll go by myself. Quinn snorted disdainfully. He used to think Doflamingo was a hero, but now he looks like a coward. If he is scared by such a small thing, he will not achieve much in the future. I have never heard of any pirate who can be scared by a small country like this. He wants to try it out. What is the Basta Kingdom like? Chapter 28. At first, Quinn thought Doflamingo was a tyrant, but now he is just like that. He retreats when encountering a little trouble. The sea is rough. The Brachiosaurus is speeding on the sea, and the direction it is heading is the Kingdom of Basta. Quinn is known as a flexible fat man, and he is also a very reckless character. Otherwise, he would not have snatched Anko soup from Big Mom. Obviously, the difference in combat power between the two is so big, but Quinn still did it. When can we get to the Kingdom of Basta? Quinn took a puff of cigarette and glanced at the younger brother next to him. Boss, we will be there soon. The younger brother complimented him hurriedly. After all, the other party is Plague Quinn, one of the three big bosses under Kaido, and the leader of the Flying Six. On the World Government Bounty Order, the bounty is as high as 1.3 billion Baileys. Although the bounty does not represent strength, it can still reflect a little. After all, for a rookie, no matter how hard he tries, the bounty will never exceed 1 billion. Without strength, you can't threaten the world government at all. The bounty is 1.3 billion, which is very good. Our Captain Quinn is invincible. What Basta Kingdom? I have never heard of it. Have you heard of the Basta Kingdom? Someone asked. The person being asked shook his head quickly. I have been drifting on the sea for so long, and I have never heard of the Basta Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The Basta Kingdom was despised as worthless. They were also treating the symptoms, knowing that Quinn liked to hear these words, and the more they said, the more satisfied Quinn was. Not bad, not bad. Only Jack, that idiot, would be killed inexplicably. Quinn nodded with satisfaction. These subordinates said what he felt. Who doesn't like the feeling of being flattered? Quinn is no exception. Now the whole person is a little flattered. Especially there are people who belittle Jack and praise Quinn, which makes Quinn even happier. So, this guy got inspired and started a concert on the ship, twisting his fat body and dancing charmingly. It must be said that Quinn is still very charming, with the charm of a funny guy. Captain Quinn is so handsome. So handsome. If I were a woman, I would absolutely love you to death. Everyone was enthusiastic, and the atmosphere on the ship exploded to the extreme. Quinn. Although he is cruel and ruthless, he kills without blinking an eye and likes to torture his enemies the most. But he is also an out-and-out funny guy. For a while, the atmosphere on and off the ship was eager and filled with joy. At the same time, the Brachiosaurus continued to move towards the Kingdom of Basta at a very fast speed. In less than half an hour, they finally arrived at the port. "Captain Quinn, we are here." At this time, the atmosphere on the Brachiosaurus also dropped, and there was a faint murderous atmosphere. They didn't come here to hold a banquet, but to kill people. Quinn's method is very simple and brutal. Since they are enemies, let's fight as much as we want. Whoever wins can control everything. Of course, if you lose, you will lose everything. It must be said that Quinn's personality is very crazy, but it is precisely because of this ruthlessness that he stands out from the Beast's pirates. Become the second among the three big names. The bounty is 1.3 billion Baileys, which is a very scary number. The port of the Basta Kingdom is in front. "Pull the ship over," Quinn ordered. The navigator quickly turned the rudder, and the pirate ship cut through the waves and approached. The nearby guards also saw the pirate ship rushing up, and they were all horrified. Pirates are attacking. Everyone is on combat alert. With the appearance of Quinn and his gang, the guards immediately went on alert. It was obvious that Quinn and his gang had bad intentions, and they were filled with evil spirits. Under normal circumstances, pirates would not encounter any good things if they approached. Who are these guys? Why do I feel pressure? After all, Quinn and his gang are notorious pirates, and basically everyone has a strong aura. Then, figures appeared on the Brachiosaurus. And Quinn himself appeared as the finale, twisting his fat body. Step by step, he gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. With a bulging belly, a fat body, and small sunglasses on his eyes, he looked cool. Many people recognized Quinn's identity. That is, one of the three disasters under Kaido, Plague Quinn. How could such a big man appear here? Everyone was puzzled. The three big names of Beast's pirates are definitely well-known big names in the New World. Why do such big names appear here? For a long time, no big names have visited the Kingdom of Basta, but since Aokiji's visit last time, everything has changed. It seems that suddenly, various big names have appeared here with various excuses. Actually, I know the inside story, a guard said. As soon as this was said, everyone subconsciously looked at the guard. Their eyes were full of confusion. Obviously, they also wanted to know the whole story. Didn't Lord Acedes and I go to the Kingdom of Basta a few days ago? And then I met Jack the Drow there. He told everything that happened that day. That is to say, Plague Queen must have come to avenge Jack the Drow. So that's it. Speaking of which, Lord Acedes is really amazing. He even killed that Jack. In their opinion, Jack the Drow is like a ferocious and evil figure. If they encounter such a fierce god, they will definitely run away without saying a word. Only fools would think of fighting such an enemy. However, such an enemy is vulnerable in front of Acedes, as fragile as a piece of tofu. The guard happened to be there at the time. So he saw the battle between Acedes and Jack. It can be said that Acedes was suppressing Jack the whole time. It was completely a one-sided ravage. Is there any need to say that? The strength of Lord Acedes is obvious to all. Then, they looked at Plague Queen with some worry. As a well-known big man in New World, it is nothing short of a fantasy for them to compete with him. What to do? Although they want to run away, if they run away, the people behind them will be in danger. Soldiers are their duty. If they run away whenever they encounter a little trouble, what is the use of soldiers? What's more, their wives and children are in the city. For the protection in my heart, I will fight to the end even if I die. These guys didn't run away. Quinn was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that these people didn't run away immediately after seeing him. Instead, they mustered up the courage to fight with him. Anyone who is a little more rational should be scared and run away when seeing him, but they are not afraid at all. Chapter 29. Quinn did not care about so much, and decisively joined the battle. His eyes flashed with ferocity. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. As he said, Quinn burst out with a terrifying aura. This guy is Plague Queen, one of the 3 big bosses under Kaido. The bounty is as high as 1.3 billion Baileys. He is an out-and-out big pirate, and everyone must not be fooled by his honest appearance. Although he is a little funny, he also holds concerts at every turn. But he is definitely a ruthless guy by nature. Otherwise, where did the amazing bounty of 1.3 billion Baileys come from? Where did the title of Plague come from? Whoosh! In a flash, Quinn was in front of everyone. As the second of Kaido's 3 big bosses, his strength is very terrifying. With full force, the speed is like a gust of wind and lightning, and it is suffocating. Everyone's face changed drastically. What a fast speed! Obviously, they were also completely shocked by Quinn's speed. Awesome! The whole person was like a cannonball. As expected of the boss Quinn. So awesome! So cool! Quinn's subordinates praised him one after another. They only had one role, which was to lick Quinn crazily, without any lower limit. But to be honest, Quinn's speed was really terrifying. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 1.3 billion berries, and ordinary people could not compete with him at all. Not at the same level at all. Look at me hitting! Quinn shouted. He didn't even need to use the devil fruit ability. He just relied on his body to rush through the crowd. A hole! What kind of monster is this? Stop it, you must stop it! Everyone tried to resist together, but they were vulnerable in front of Quinn. He was knocked out hard. Especially the guard who had direct contact with Quinn, his end was extremely miserable, his sternum was directly broken. You can hear the sound of cracking. Puff! A mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. Is this really a human? It's just a monster. Everyone was shocked and looked at Quinn in despair. Fighting with an enemy of this level, they felt completely desperate. The gap was too big. Insurmountable. As expected of Boss Quinn. Too strong. This is completely one-sided, okay. The pirates on the Brachiosaurus laughed wildly, with sarcasm in their smiles. Didn't they say that the Basta kingdom was very strong? From this point of view, it was just like tofu, vulnerable. Jack, that idiot, was killed by such a group of guys. He must have been careless. Quinn also laughed. Before coming here, I was a little worried that this kingdom had hidden strength. From this point of view, it seems that there is no such strength. Then let's turn this place into a paradise for Plague. Quinn smiled ghostly. He has a sinister and ruthless personality, even a little paranoid. His favorite thing is to abuse his opponents, and he also likes to spread plague. This plague gave Chopper and others a headache for a long time during the Wano Kuni plot, and it is very toxic. Not far away. Acedes and Nichiren, 2 people riding on horses. One is a military general, and the other is the resourceful general. They have a good relationship now. With General Nichiren here, I really save a lot of trouble. Acedes said sincerely. I used to handle these trivial matters by myself, but now Nichiren comes to help. Acedes felt relaxed all over. Nichiren smiled and said, this is what we should do, General Acedes. Soon, they also noticed the movement in front. At some point, a group of pirates quietly landed in the Kingdom of Basta. Plague Queen was destroying everywhere. Looking for death. Suddenly, Acedes' eyes flashed with murderous intent. After spending a long time with the soldiers, they also developed feelings for each other. Now seeing his loyal subordinates being tortured by Queen like this, he was completely blown up. Acedes' eyes were filled with murderous intent. They are very strong. Humph! Acedes snorted disdainfully, and he didn't take Plague Queen seriously at all. Of course, his strength is definitely not as good as yours, Acedes, or this. Nichiren suggested. Let your 3 beastmen train and gain some combat experience. After that, the 3 beastmen saluted, we are willing to serve Lord Acedes. The 3 beastmen are loyal to Acedes. Even if Acedes tells them to die, they will die without hesitation. It's like brainwashing. Leva, Nu, and Datas all kneeled there respectfully. They are waiting. Waiting for Acedes to issue an order. Okay, those guys are left to you, don't let any of them go. Acedes is very angry now. She will not let go of any pirate who makes trouble here, and only by killing them all can she vent her anger. There is no doubt that Quinn and others' behavior has violated Acedes' reverse scale. That guy has been sentenced to death in Acedes' heart. However, as the initiator of everything, Plague Queen did not know that he had been hated. He was still showing off his coquettish dancing. This guy is so strong. Is this the strength of Plague Queen? As expected of a pirate with a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. Everyone was broken by Plague Queen. They felt desperate. Indeed. It is a fantasy for ordinary people to fight monsters of this level. Just then. Stop it. I will be your opponent. And me. 4 figures slowly emerged from the smoke. Standing tall, like a gentleman butler. Leva. A beautiful young man with a beautiful girl's makeup, holding a flute in his hand. Nu. Holding 2 axes, exuding the momentum of a wild beast. Datas. Finally, it is Nichidan's imperial weapon. Susanoo. The first 3 are obviously the generals of General Acedes, the 3 beast warriors. To be honest, it was Acedes who had been the one to take action before, and the 3 beast warriors hadn't been able to take charge of the situation for a long time. In fact, the 3 beast warriors are still very strong. As the imperial weapon, Susanoo is also very powerful. Especially his ultimate move, the appearance of the evil spirit, which is very powerful. But the price is too high, and Nichidan can't afford it for a while. It's the 3 beast warriors. The 3 beast warriors are here, does this mean? Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. The 3 beast warriors are the generals of General Acedes. And they are usually inseparable from Acedes, but now they are here. Does it mean that Lord Acedes is right next to them? Great! Lord Acedes is here. The guards were all excited to find the whereabouts of Acedes. Then, they really saw that Acedes and Nichidan were riding horses and slowly rushing over. Lord Acedes is here. General Nichidan is here too. Enjoy reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 30. Lord Acedes is here. Everyone was excited. As if they had found their backbone. Acedes is the backbone for them. As for Roy, his position is too high, and they usually don't get in touch with him. The one they get in touch with the most is General Acedes, so when Acedes arrives, everyone feels safe for no reason. Acedes, you are quite popular. Nagizada said with a smile. She was also speaking the truth. After getting in touch with so many cotters, the most popular person is undoubtedly Acedes. Not bad. Acedes smiled sideways. To her enemies, she is a cold and ruthless sadist queen. But when she gets along with her friends and subordinates, she will also show her gentle side. Lord Acedes wants to see the strength of the 3 beast warriors. Indeed, I haven't seen the 3 beast warriors fight. Everyone couldn't help but say. I don't know how strong the 3 beast warriors are. After all, they have been with Acedes for so long, so they must be very powerful, right? Everyone was looking forward to it. 3 beast warriors. Nichidan was also very calm. He just took this opportunity to collect information about the 3 beast warriors. Let's talk about the scene. As the smoke dissipated, Quinn saw the faces of the 4 figures clearly. For some reason, a palpitation emerged from deep in his heart, as if the people in front of him were very dangerous. Who are you? Quinn did not take action immediately, but looked at these people solemnly. There was a faint pressure on his body, and he was definitely not a good character to deal with. You don't need to ask so many questions, just know that we are enemies. Leva's voice was cold. Obviously, there was no room for negotiation between him and Quinn, and both sides had to fight to the death. Behind him, Lord Acedes was still watching, and this was a good opportunity to show off. It seems that there are still masters in the Basta kingdom. Quinn couldn't help but say. No wonder Jack the Drow fell here. With such a master, it is normal to be defeated. You guys should be the ones who defeated Jack, right? That's not the case. It was Acedes who defeated Jack. Riva answered. This surprised Quinn. He didn't expect that someone else defeated Jack. He thought that it was just the few people in front of him who did it. However, the reality is not like this. After all, Jack is a member of the Beast's Pirates. Quinn, the Plague, stared at the three beastmen and others fiercely, and said. When I kill you, I will kill Acedes to avenge Jack. In his words, it seems that Acedes can be killed at any time. Hearing this, everyone laughed. He is not afraid of Marine Admiral, and he fought Aokiji to a draw. Although you are a pirate with a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. But can you compare with Marine Admiral? It's impossible. You still want to kill Acedes, wait until you get past us first. Riva snorted, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Obviously ready for battle. Then, at this time, Niu, who had been silent, spoke. What he said was sensational. Just fight this ugly fat guy. Niu pointed at the chubby Quinn and looked at Leva and asked. Yes. Leva nodded. In their opinion, this kind of conversation is completely fine. But in the eyes of the Brachiosaurus pirates, this topic is a big trouble. Quinn is a guy with super vanity. He has been holding concerts and showing off his dancing skills just to satisfy his vanity. He likes to call himself a handsome fat man. He is also afraid of losing weight, worried that he will fascinate thousands of girls after losing weight. All this is caused by vanity. As a result, at this time, Niu suddenly jumped out, pointed at Quinn's nose and cursed, "Ugly fat man! Ugly! Ugly! Fat!" These 5 words lingered in Quinn's mind for a long time, and no matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of them. It's over. That guy said the most unspeakable thing. Boss Quinn will definitely get angry now. The old crew members knew how terrifying the Plague Quinn looked when he got angry. They all showed fear on their faces. Once the Plague Quinn got angry, the consequences would be disastrous. What should I do? Boss Quinn, you are the best. You are our idol. However, they couldn't suppress Quinn's anger no matter what. Now Quinn was like a red and hot brazier, and he had reached the limit of what he could bear. Blue veins burst out from Quinn's face. Anger. Unprecedented anger. Almost exploded Quinn's chest. What are you talking about, kid? Quinn's eyes were red, and he was completely furious. Holding a sharp blade, he rushed towards Niu like a gust of wind. His speed was very fast, like a gust of wind and lightning. The air couldn't bear it during the advance, and it whirred and seemed to explode. In Ultimate's anger, Quinn's speed soared. Speed, strength. All aspects were greatly improved. Quinn is angry. This ultimate collision can smash even a small mountain alive. Everyone's teeth were trembling. I don't know what Quinn, who has fallen into madness, will do. In any case, the consequences are serious. Boom boom boom. Quinn was so powerful along the way that nothing could resist him. The air couldn't bear it and exploded. At this moment, Susanoo blocked Quinn and used his physical body to resist the impact of the plague. Blocked. The attack of Boss Quinn was actually. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe this scene. In terms of power, this collision was like an overwhelming attack. In the end, it was blocked by the unprepossessing Susanoo. Acedes looked at Nichitan, your Susanoo is pretty good. After all, he is my most proud partner. Nichiren also smiled at this scene. Quinn did not expect that his attack would be blocked in this way. You are pretty good. He could not hold back anymore. These guys are very strong, and if they continue like this, they might lose. He has reasons not to lose. But don't think you can beat me like this. Roar. Accompanied by a roar. An unprecedented power erupted from Quinn. His body began to swell visibly. The clothes on his body could no longer cover it, and it burst directly. Plague Quinn. One of Kaido's 3 big bosses, a super pirate with a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. His armament haki and observation haki are both quite powerful. He also has a demon fruit power. Zoan, an ancient Brachiosaurus form. Roar. A roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The roar of the Brachiosaurus seemed to have traveled through distant time and space, echoing in this world. It appeared. The Brachiosaurus form of Lord Quinn. The Brachiosaurus that transcends ancient and modern times has appeared here. Everyone's scalp numbed. Looking at the Brachiosaurus that suddenly appeared, the panic in the heart could no longer be suppressed. Chapter 31. The ancient species Brachiosaurus form directly summoned this ancient creature here. Because it was the devil fruit. This Brachiosaurus was also very scary, and it rushed directly towards the 3 beast warriors and others. The speed was very fast. And it approached in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! What kind of creature is this? Everyone was shocked by the huge size of the Brachiosaurus. This is the power of Zoan. Directly summoned all the ancient creatures here. Nichiren silently remembered this kind of thing in her heart. Bang! This time, facing Quinn's impact, Susanoo seemed a little struggling. And the 3 beast warriors also moved at this time. Their strength should not be ignored either. Riva stretched out his hand. He is the owner of the imperial tool of the ring, the water dragon possession, and can control the water flow. Puff puff puff. Under his control, the water flow was suspended in the air and shot towards Quinn. Others also used their own methods. Niu picked up the flute in her hand and played music. As for Data's, he held an axe in each hand and chopped wildly. Various attacks came from all directions. Come on! Quinn roared. He was like a man blocking a pass. Blood knife kill. In the end, Riva was forced to use his own special move. Blood knife kill. This is an ability to use one's own blood as an attack method and shoot it out like a hidden weapon. Puff puff puff. The attack instantly fell on Quinn. However, Quinn's armament haki is extremely powerful, and he is an ancient Zoan. His physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. He directly resisted Riva's attack. Resisted! Riva exclaimed. Then he looked at Niu next to him. Niu, use your flute to interfere with him as much as possible. Niu's flute was a little weakened by observation haki. But at least it was still effective. It's better to have an effect than to have no effect. Data's, wait for the right opportunity and let's attack together. Riva urged, glancing at the rough-tempered young man. I know, you don't need to order me. Data snorted, seeming very dissatisfied with Riva's order. But he knew very well that Riva was right. Only this way can Quinn be completely solved. Bang, bang, bang. The crazy Quinn attacked more and more violently. But all were blocked by Susanoo. Susanoo was so strong that he almost collapsed. If he was hit once, the consequences would be unimaginable. Data's thought. Quinn's attack power is indeed fierce, and the key is that his blood is thick. If they were one-on-one, they would not have to fight against this kind of monster. You are not bad. Quinn grinned. He didn't expect that these guys were so strong that they could fight with him to this extent. At this point, I can't hold back any longer. Quinn said in a low voice. Then he turned into a human beast form again. Why did he turn into a human beast form again? What does this mean? Everyone was curious. When he used the human beast form just now, he was no match for the three beastmen. Why is he using the human beast form again now? However, the next moment, I don't know if it's my illusion. Riva suddenly felt a sense of threat from Quinn at this moment. It's not the feeling of the human beast form just now. This is... Riva murmured. What's wrong, Riva? Niu saw that something was wrong with Riva and asked quickly. This guy gives me a different feeling. Different. Very powerful, be careful. Riva's expression was more serious than ever before. For such a powerful enemy, there must be no slackness. This is my strongest form, the cyborg form. Quinn grinned. Half of his body was covered with metal, and metal claws appeared on his left hand. He held a sharp blade in his right hand. The braid on his head can also be used for surprise attacks. This is Quinn's strongest form. That's right. This guy is a cyborg like Sanji. He used to belong to the same organization as Sanji's father Judge, and he was a very perfect cyborg. Cyborg plus the ability of the fruit, this state is Quinn's strongest state. Infinite momentum burst out from Quinn. Stop talking nonsense, take it. However, Riva was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. The two of them are enemies now. It's either you die or I live. Who would chat with you? As Quinn entered a violent state, the battle between the two sides finally reached a white-hot stage. The battle was very noisy. Boom boom boom. My interference is completely useless. Niu murmured. She took the initiative to join the battle. The ruthless blade cut the air. The surrounding air was all sucked out, some from Quinn's attack, and some from the three beast warriors. In the end, Quinn was no match for four hands. He was defeated in the attack. In the field, Quinn's burly body stood there, but did not move. What's going on? Why did Captain Quinn suddenly stop moving? The pirates looked at him in surprise. They were very confused. Why Quinn suddenly stood there and did not move? This was unscientific. In the curious eyes of everyone, Quinn's body finally fell heavily and fell to the ground. Boom! The fall of that huge body. Even the ground was shaken. No way! Boss Quinn actually fell down. The Plague Quinn, who was so arrogant in their hearts, actually fell down at this moment. Fell in the territory of the Basta Kingdom. It is hard to believe that the famous Plague Queen would fall in such a place. Who are they? How could they defeat Lord Queen? Even if they don't believe it, the matter has become a foregone conclusion. Plague Queen has fallen. His chest is covered with dense blood holes. It is obvious that he was hit by Riva's blood knife, which caused such wounds. As for why Quinn was hit? After a series of blows, even Quinn would be exhausted physically and mentally, and then he was hit. As long as he was hit by the blood knife, he would die. It seems to be solved. Acedes glanced at Nichiren. Then, she and Nichiren came over together. Lord Acedes. Everyone looked at Acedes and others with admiration. The four people who had just killed Plague Queen knelt down directly after seeing Acedes. Lord Acedes. Lord Nichiren. This demeanor, this style. All of this fell into the eyes of the Brachiosaurus pirates. Then they were completely dumbfounded. Their arrogant Captain Quinn was killed by these four people. So they subconsciously thought that these four people were the strongest fighting force of the Basta Kingdom. However, seeing their current actions, why do they feel that these guys are just minions? Plague Quinn, a big pirate with a bounty of 1.3 billion Baileys, was defeated by such a minion. Everyone. Chapter 32. Let's go. Looking at Nichiren, Acedes said. Since the matter has been resolved, there is no need to stay here any longer. Yet. Nichiren nodded. As for the fate of Quinn and his gang? They have all been killed, not one left. Those guys really deserve to die. But Quinn seems to be one of Kaido's big bosses. That Jack the Drow also fell in our hands, Kaido will definitely hate us. Everyone couldn't help but say. Kaido of the Beasts, that is one of the 4 emperors of New World. An absolute super big shot. What are you afraid of? We are so powerful, are we afraid of just the 4 emperors? Someone said. I didn't expect that the successor of Jinbei's will could be found here. At the same time, Roy also learned that Plague Quinn was killed. If he dies, he dies. Roy didn't care. Since Jack had been killed, it didn't matter if Quinn was killed now. Roy was completely indifferent. Then, he notified someone to call Acedes over. Yes. The guard nodded respectfully and left, coming to Acedes. Lord Acedes, Lord Roy wants to see you. Acedes was puzzled, why did Lord Roy look for me? Then her face turned red, and her feelings for Roy had long been uncontrollable. Soon, Acedes arrived in front of Roy. You're here, Acedes. Lord Roy. Acedes was curious about why Roy suddenly called her. Caught off guard, Roy suddenly grabbed Acedes' arm. Lord Roy. Acedes was stunned. She obviously didn't expect that Roy would just hold her arm like this. But to be honest, being grabbed like this, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Looking at Roy's exquisite and flawless face up close, it was indeed full of indescribable charm. As the saying goes, a lover sees beauty in everything. No matter what Roy does now, he is the perfect man in Acedes' heart. Look at how fast your heart is beating. I won't eat you, right? Roy said with a smile on his face. Then, he aimed at Acedes' bright red lips and slowly moved closer. She wanted to do something, but she never got what she wanted. Acedes always had some resistance to that kind of thing. After all, she was still a pure little girl, and she was not the kind of woman who hunted for beauties countless times. Let's go eat first. Acedes suggested. She felt embarrassed and dampened Roy's enthusiasm. But when she mentioned that thing, she felt a little flustered and couldn't help herself. Okay. Roy was not in a hurry and showed great patience. After all, this kind of thing can't be rushed, it can only be done slowly and step by step. And looking at Acedes like this, she will definitely not escape from her palm. After dinner, Roy and Acedes walked out side by side. He looked at the time. It was almost evening now, and to be honest, Roy was still a little reluctant to go out and walk around with Acedes. Are you busy? No. From Roy's perspective, Acedes' profile was indeed as beautiful as a fairy, exquisite and impeccable. Roy smiled and said, then you can walk around with me. Yes. The two of them dressed up and walked around the city. There was no destination or anything like that, they just wanted to stay with Acedes. From Roy's perspective, being with Acedes felt very relaxing. Mood is more important than anything else. How about I pick some clothes for you? Roy looked at Acedes and said. Yes. Acedes did not refuse. It was rare that Roy was so excited, so it would be bad if she kept refusing. A woman who was in love always thought about the person she liked unconditionally. Acedes was like this, always thinking about Roy unconditionally. Then, the two came to a clothing store. Because they were in disguise, no one recognized their true identities. The boss looked at Roy with a smile, my friend, your girlfriend is so beautiful. The word girlfriend instantly made Acedes' face turn red and shy. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, girlfriend. Do I look like Roy's girlfriend? For a moment, the daughter's heart was flooded. She only showed this attitude in front of Roy. In front of other people, it was completely different. Come and try it on. Roy handed the newly bought clothes to Acedes. Yes. Acedes nodded. Then he put on the clothes obediently. To be honest, this outfit fits well. Although it is a pure outfit, it still makes Acedes look heroic when worn. Brother, your girlfriend is so energetic. I wonder if she is a soldier. The boss came to Roy and said with a smile. It feels like only soldiers have such temperament. Well. Roy touched his nose. It was not convenient to tell this person the details. Ahem, it's okay. He quickly made a fool of himself and was too lazy to continue talking to this guy. It would be bad if it was exposed. If that happened, people would definitely flock to it and surround Roy and the others. This was something Roy hated. He didn't stay here any longer. He directly took Acedes' hand and turned to leave. Lord Roy, they said I'm your girlfriend. Acedes blushed behind him and murmured. What's wrong? Don't you agree? No, I'm so happy. Acedes smiled, and his smile was beautiful. Soon. The two came to a fork in the road and were about to separate. Before leaving, let me kiss you. Roy looked at Acedes' delicate little face and smiled. Then, without her consent, he went straight to Acedes' face and pecked it like a dragonfly touching the water. Hey! Acedes was stunned. He was attacked by surprise. The blush on his cheeks became even redder, covering half of his cheeks. I'm leaving. After doing all this, Roy turned around and left, just like those scumbags who took advantage of others. A few days later. He has been really busy recently, with the aftermath of the Quinn incident and other things. He needs to deal with them all by himself. Ah! Roy felt tired and sleepy all over his body, and couldn't help rubbing his temples. Now I have time, and I can finally use it to deal with the real business. During this period of continuous sign-in, he has seized a total of 3 character cards. Let's see what characters can be summoned. Roy's eyes were full of expectations. Ding dong, do you want to use character summoning cards ×3? The system prompt sounded in his ears. Roy basically didn't hesitate at all, and decisively chose to summon. Summon. Buzz. The dark and deep dimension door in front of him opened again. This is a strange door leading to countless dimensions. The next second, 3 figures slowly walked out of the dimension door. Chapter 33. The dimensional door opened, and 3 figures slowly walked out. Roy sat on the throne, calmly watching the figures coming out. Master. Without any hesitation. The figures knelt down when they saw Roy. As in the previous setting, the characters summoned by the system are absolutely loyal to the host. It is absolutely impossible to rebel. Get up. Yes, Master. The 3 figures stood up and revealed their faces. One is Genos. That is, the cost fighter in One Punch Man. The fighting scenes are extremely cool, but he has never won. Always abused. Abused by various enemies. Now he appears in the pirate world as a summoner. The remaining 2 are not unfamiliar to everyone, namely Baki and Yujiro. They are both characters in Baki. Baki is the protagonist, and Yujiro is the combat ceiling in Baki. How does the saying go? Yujiro the ghost back, Baki the ghost head, Xiaozhong the ghost bear. Let's get back to the point. They were also summoned to the pirate world by Roy. But Roy touched his chin and couldn't help but murmured. The strength of these 2 people should not be enough in the pirate world, right? After all, there are so many monsters in the pirate world. Although Yujiro and his body have reached the peak, they are still in the human category. With his full ghost back, can he beat Whitebeard and Kaido? Obviously impossible. Your next goal is to become stronger. Roy ordered. Then he arranged accommodation for Yujiro and his friends, and temporarily lived in the Basta kingdom. This is not over yet. I am worried that Yujiro and his friends don't have any sense of urgency. So Roy decisively summoned Uchiha Madara as well. Lord Roy. After Uchiha Madara was brought in by the guards, he soon found Roy on the throne and asked in confusion. You are here, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara saluted quickly, and he was very humble in front of Roy. Stand up, no need to be polite. This is respect for Lord Roy. Uchiha Madara said seriously. He showed full respect for Roy in his words, and what he said was what was in his heart. Haha. Roy was very happy, after all, who doesn't want to be respected? This feeling is still very good. I wonder what Lord Roy wants me to do this time. It's like this. Roy briefly described the situation of Hanma Yujiro and Baki. These two people have the strongest physical fitness I have ever seen, even stronger than you, Madara. Hey! Uchiha Madara was stunned. Of course he didn't believe that someone's physical fitness was stronger than his. This is absolutely impossible. Although he respected Roy very much, it didn't mean that he didn't have the arrogance of a strong man. On the contrary, Uchiha Madara was very arrogant, very arrogant. He has no experience in haki, I hope you can take the time to teach them. Roy said. This is his real intention. Roy wanted Uchiha Madara to take the time to teach Yujiro and Baki, so that the two guys can become a little stronger. What a pity. Roy sighed, in the pirate world, they can only practice haki. For example, if you want to gradually condense chakra with Uchiha Madara, you will find that you can't condense chakra at all. This is caused by the will of the world. The pirate world does not allow the practice of other things, only haki. However, with the potential of Hanma Yujiro and Baki, even if they only practice haki, they will soon become the best of the pirates. They have a high talent for fighting. Very high. Otherwise, Roy would not have said that the two's physical fitness is better than Uchiha Madara. Deep in the palace, in front of Hanma Yujiro and Baki's room. Is this the place? Looking at the house in front of him, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but say. He followed Roy's instructions and came here. He heard that this was where Hanma Yujiro and Hanma Baki lived. Lord Roy actually said that this guy's physical strength is better than mine. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara murmured. He is one of the two gods of Konoha, and his strength is very terrifying. When he was alive, who in the ninja world would not be terrified when hearing the name of Uchiha Madara? So he gradually developed an arrogant character. Although he didn't show it, the arrogance in his bones could not be concealed at all. The only person who could make him be on high alert was Senju Hashirama. Now Roy suddenly said. Hanma Yujiro's physical strength was above his own. He could not accept this, and would never allow anyone to stand above him. Unless he was defeated by absolute strength. Let me see Hanma Yujiro and Baki, who were praised by Lord Roy. Uchiha Madara's eyes were slightly stern. He stepped forward and knocked on the door gently. Bang bang bang. After a while, there was a movement from the other side. Who is it? Then the door opened. A lazy guy came out from inside, with a pair of dead fish eyes. He couldn't raise any spirits at all. Who are you? Hanma Baki looked at Uchiha Madara and asked. I am Uchiha Madara, you are Hanma Yujiro mentioned by Lord Roy, right? Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. To be honest, after seeing Hanma Baki, he did not feel the so-called strong aura. Especially those dead fish eyes, it feels like the whole person is listless, as if he is about to die. Hanma Baki was stunned for a moment. Oh, I'm not. He stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the house. He's there. This person is not Hanma Yujiro, then it must be Hanma Baki mentioned by Roy. Roy also said that this guy has extraordinary potential. But this lazy look doesn't seem to have anything to do with extraordinary potential. I was instructed by Lord Roy to test your skills. Uchiha Madara said. Lord Roy? Yes. Lord Roy seems to have said that we should become stronger. Then Baki opened the door and was very polite throughout. Please come in. At the same time, Yujiro also felt the breath of Uchiha Madara and walked over here. A hideous smile flashed across his face. The breath of a strong man that I haven't seen for a long time. He was extremely hideous when he smiled. The whole face was completely distorted, and the muscles formed a ghost-like outline. You are Hanma Yujiro. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up instantly. It was as if he had found a fine gem. At first, he didn't think Yujiro could be that strong, nor did he think what Roy said was true. But everything changed after seeing Yujiro. He was completely different from Hanmabeki. Yujiro was filled with a terrifying aura, which was the peerless pressure that could only be exuded by the ultimate physical training. He just stood there, and the space seemed to be distorted. Chapter 34. You look very strong. Yujiro's face was twisted, and he stared at Uchiha Madara fiercely. It's not that he has any hostility towards Uchiha Madara, but he feels the pressure from Uchiha Madara that he hasn't felt for a long time. There is no doubt that Uchiha Madara is very strong. Lord Roy said that your body is very strong, and I didn't take it seriously at first. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up. He stared straight at Hanma Yujiro. And the will to fight in his heart could not help but rise. If he only fought Yujiro in close combat, the opponent would definitely be an opponent that should not be underestimated. What about now? Yujiro grinned. The two wills of fighting touched in the air, and the air seemed to boil. The temperature around him continued to rise in the process. Hanmabeki looked at Yujiro, his dead eyes said without sadness or joy, "You started again. But not here. Because you will tear this place down." Indeed. People of their level will definitely tear this place down completely when they fight. It's time to consider this problem. Let's go out and fight. Uchiha Madara said. Okay. Hanma Yujiro did not refuse, but went out with Uchiha Madara. Soon, the two came to an open space. The battle between Uchiha Madara and Hanma Yujiro also attracted a lot of attention. Master Uchiha Madara is going to fight Yujiro. Can that Yujiro be the opponent of Master Uchiha Madara? In their opinion, this is absolutely impossible. Uchiha Madara is so powerful that even Acedes is not his opponent. Can Hanma Yujiro do it? Many people are also curious about what Hanma Yujiro looks like because they have never met him. As if he appeared out of thin air. He was wrapped in a mysterious aura. Since he could fight Uchiha Madara, his strength must not be underestimated, so everyone was looking forward to it. In the field, Yujiro Hanma and Uchiha Madara stood face to face. Their auras began to collide. Uchiha Madara was a strong enemy after all, so Yujiro Hanma went all out from the beginning. The aura was surging all over his body. The strong blood and chi made the space seem to be distorted. Exaggerated writing. What an amazing aura, I felt an amazing oppression. That guy gave me the feeling that he was not like a human, but... At this moment, they couldn't help but think of the powerful beasts they had encountered in the past. And Yujiro's aura was even more ferocious than them. Lord Roy is right, this guy is very strong. But even so, I won't lose. Uchiha Madara stared at Yujiro Hanma's eyes, and was obviously very alert. Whoosh! He rushed out suddenly. He approached like a cannonball, and then swung his fist. A powerful and heavy punch. As the punch was thrown, the air seemed to explode as if it could not bear it, which shows the power of this punch. Uchiha Madara knew that Hanma Yujiro was very strong, so he could not slack off. He gave his full strength from the beginning. Facing Uchiha Madara's full strength attack, Hanma Yujiro was very calm. The grim smile on his face became even more intense. He stretched out his fist and touched Uchiha Madara. Boom! The moment the two fists touched, the air vibrated. The huge pressure seemed to squeeze and distort even the space. Then, the two began to wrestle, and neither of them was willing to give in. The attacks continued to collide, and their confrontation was very sharp. The two fists were pressed together. Squeezed by the huge force, there was basically no gap. This guy is so strong. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smack his lips. He felt the crazy pressure from Hanma Yujiro's fist. The endless impact was like the sea, surging. The constant intersection of power and the excitement brought by encountering a strong enemy. It made Hanma Yujiro more and more distorted, and his face looked like the outline of a fierce ghost. The excitement in his eyes reached the extreme with his teeth bared. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying aura burst out from Hanma Yujiro. Uchiha Madara was qualified to let Hanma Yujiro go all out. The state of his full power is to open the ghost back. When the ghost back is fully opened, the terrifying power hidden in it is like a tidal wave, constantly descending. At this moment, Yujiro's face was even more grim. Boom! Uchiha Madara was surprised. He could barely fight with Yujiro Hanma in his normal state. But when Yujiro's power was fully activated, his strength suddenly increased several times, and he could not resist. The huge pressure came like an overwhelming attack. I lost. Uchiha Madara's fear reached its peak. Facing such a trend, he would definitely lose in the contact, and failure was a foregone conclusion. The next second, Uchiha Madara was forced to use Haki. Buzz! With the gushing of Haki, the strength of Uchiha Madara's fist suddenly increased. Then, the situation in the field also changed. At first, Uchiha Madara was at a disadvantage, and with the use of Haki, his strength increased sharply. Hey! Yujiro Hanma was shocked. He did not expect Uchiha Madara to burst out with such strength. Infinite power suddenly descended. Even though Yujiro Hanma was in the state of full activation of his power, he was also hit by this impact and could not help but fly backwards. I lost. Yujiro was stunned. He was clearly sure to win the battle. Why did such a reversal happen at the last moment? At that moment, the power that emerged from Uchiha Madara was extremely terrifying. Far exceeding his own. Yujiro was shocked, and so was Uchiha Madara. At first, he was disdainful and didn't think that Hanma Yujiro could threaten him. Maybe it was just Roy's words. The purpose was just to let him teach this guy Haki practice. However, now it seems that the situation is not the case. The previous battle was a pure physical competition, and it was obvious that Uchiha Madara was at a disadvantage. Especially Hanma Yujiro, with his back fully open. The terrifying power was so exaggerated that Uchiha Madara couldn't bear it at all, and subconsciously used Haki. Although the situation was reversed. But Uchiha Madara knew very well in his heart, that he lost. Hanma Yujiro was very strong, at least his physical training reached ultimate. Okay. Enough of the small talk, let's get down to business. Uchiha Madara walked up to Hanma Yujiro, his expression a little serious. His most important thing was to complete the task that Roy had ordered. I have to say you are quite strong. Uchiha Madara spoke. Is this the consolation of the winner to the loser? Hanma Yujiro shook his head slightly. I didn't expect there would be someone like you here, it's really good. He grinned, and was not as discouraged as he had imagined after the failure. Since he lost, he would continue to become stronger, and then win again. This is Hanma Yujiro's realization. Chapter 35. While Uchiha Madara and Hanma Yujiro were fighting, a big thing happened on Roy's side. Lord Roy. All the soldiers stationed in the territory of the Kingdom of Basta were killed. Najizuden knelt in front of Roy and reported the situation. Roy was shocked. I didn't expect so many people to die directly and silently. Najizuden knelt on the ground, not daring to get up, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Lord Roy, it is my subordinates who are not doing their job well, please punish me. Looking at the worry and helplessness in this girl's eyes, Roy fell into silence, thinking about a lot of things in his mind for a while, and finally said, "Get up, let's talk about this matter after we find it out. First, we must find out the whole story of this matter. Only by knowing the cause can we prescribe the right medicine. There is no need to look at this situation. It is clear that he is being targeted. If he finds that person, he will never let him go easily." For a moment, Roy's eyes showed a strong murderous aura. He really wanted to kill. Roy had only two weak spots. One was his partner. People like Uchiha Madara and Acedes belonged to this category. If you want to be hostile to Roy, then attack these people. Roy will definitely fight for everything to kill you. And the stability of the kingdom, and those subordinates. They were loyal and dedicated, but in the end they suffered such a tragic result. Roy couldn't accept it. In fact, he wanted every subordinate to be happy and smile. But now they were brutally killed. Maybe Roy has a gentle personality, but he is definitely not a saint. Other things can be vaguely passed. But this kind of issue involving principles is different. Investigate. Must find out. Then, Nichiren conducted a thorough investigation on this matter. She personally went to the scene to investigate and looked for survivors. If someone could survive, things would be simpler. Most of them are dead. Only a few have been infected with the virus and are still struggling to survive, with only their last breath left. In the current situation, they are barely breathing and may die at any time. Once they die, the clues will be completely cut off, so Nichiren is now in a state of panic. Very melancholy. I don't know what to do, this situation is too tricky. It's so miserable. Looking at the people on the hospital bed. Although they have fainted, they are still groaning in pain. Nichiren couldn't help but sigh, with sympathy in her eyes. She is not made of iron, she also has a heart, she also has a liver, she also has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Alas! But what can Nichiren do? She can't do anything except sigh. At this time, because of this matter, all the doctors in the kingdom gathered together. Then they studied day and night to find a solution. Senju Hashirama was also among them. As a medical ninja, he was also very accomplished in medical skills and was considered a relatively strong doctor in the Basta kingdom. Senju Hashirama, have you found anything? A doctor ran to Senju Hashirama and said. Senju Hashirama looked at him in confusion, what did you find? The poison in these guys is exactly the same as the venom released when Quinn invaded. The difference is just a matter of time. In other words, the murderer this time is likely to be Plague Quinn. It is very likely that he did this to avenge Jack. Now that the symptoms are known, it will be easier to deal with them next. 2 days later, the first patient woke up. He thought he was dead, but he didn't expect that after a round of hell, he would come back again. Who is the enemy? Nichiren came to him and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a trace of fear appeared on the man's face. After seeing that the person next to him was Nichiren, he recovered a little. It was Plague Queen, and Doflamingo. Then, he explained in detail what happened that day. Everyone was staying well in the Kingdom of Basta, but they saw a ship coming over the sea. They wanted to report the situation here. But Doflamingo was very fast and killed the liaison directly. The subsequent battle was completely a one-sided massacre. Although they were also very strong. Compared with this powerful pirate, the gap was also obvious. From his fearful attitude, Nichiren vaguely guessed the difficulties at that time. I didn't expect that in addition to Plague Queen, there was also Doflamingo. Nichiren murmured. This person was a little beyond Nichiren's expectations. Jack the Drow, like Quinn and the others, belonged to the Beast's Pirates camp, so it was normal for him to have friction with her. What exactly was going on with Doflamingo? For a while, Nichiren couldn't figure it out. Let's report this matter to Lord Roy first. Nichiren thought to herself. She was too lazy to think about this kind of thing, so she let Roy worry about it. Not long after, she came to the palace to see Roy. Lord Roy, the situation has been investigated clearly. Nichiren knelt on the ground and explained the situation to Roy. Get up. Roy motioned her to get up. Nichiren stopped kneeling and stood up. What's the situation? Roy asked, with a little curiosity in his eyes. Then, Nichiren told him everything. Including the alliance between Plague Quinn and Doflamingo. Doflamingo played an indispensable role in the bloodbath of the garrison in the Kingdom of Basta. Of course. This is not good news for Roy. His eyes were filled with anger, and his chest was about to explode. Under Ultimate's anger, Roy was very calm, and there was no rapid breathing. The surroundings were terribly silent. People who didn't know the situation thought that Roy was not angry. In fact, Roy was already furious now. Doflamingo. Roy took a breath and suppressed his anger. He didn't like to show his emotions in front of others. Even the most loyal generals would never do that. This was a man's pride. Dong dong dong. His fingers tapped lightly on the throne. This action indicated that Roy was thinking at this moment. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the atmosphere around him began to become depressing. After a long time, Roy's fingers stopped moving. Call Chi Tong and the others over. Roy ordered the guards on both sides. Yes. The guards left. You continue to do your work. Roy glanced at Nichitan and forced a smile on his face. Yes. Nichitan did not dare to go against Roy's wishes. She stood up and slowly walked out. Chapter 36. After meeting Roy, Akame went back. Kurome and Leone were both quite curious and quickly came forward. What did Lord Roy call you to do? Akame said, he asked us to kill someone. Leone was quite surprised. Kill someone? Kill who? According to her, Roy is not the kind of bloodthirsty person. Under normal circumstances, assassination teams will not be dispatched for night raids. But now they still do so, there must be an unknown reason. Doflamingo. Akame said slowly. Leone and the others also know about the situation on the pirate side. The name Doflamingo is still very clear. This guy is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. There is no intersection with them. Why does Lord Roy want to kill Doflamingo? Leone was puzzled. However, Akame's expression was firm. This is not a problem we should consider. We just need to complete the mission. As a killer, we should not think about such tedious things. We just need to complete the mission posted above. Then let's go. Leone smiled, and his eyes gradually became firm. What Akahide said was absolutely right. Why think so much? Since it was a mission assigned by Roy, they only had to complete it. Is there anything to do? Hei Tong stuffed the candy into his mouth. The night raid members were led by the 3 of them. Among them, Akahide was the leader, who was specifically against Roy. There were not many people now, and Roy would specially select suitable talents to join the assassination department in the future. The assassination department is also very important for a country. Let's go. On a small ship, similar to a civilian ship. Akahide looked at the turbulent sea in front of him and murmured, Target, Dressrosa. The Doflamingo base camp was set there. It's not too far from the Kingdom of Basta, and it takes at most half a day's journey. Here is a brief introduction to Akame's strength. High-level observation haki, armament haki, plus the demon sword Muramasa are very strong. Ordinary people are no match for them. With such strength, even Doflamingo can be killed alone. So there is no need to worry about Akame's safety. Time passed, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Akame and his party finally landed at the port of Dressrosa. The timeline is now see Circle Calendar 1518. Dressrosa is under the reign of terror of Doflamingo. The country seems to be prosperous and vibrant, and everyone's face seems to be full of smiles. They look very happy. Leone said. She and Akame are decent people, so their justice value is positive. Kurohime is different. This is a crazy little loli. She has no sympathy for people or life. That Doflamingo may be a good person. Leone said. The citizens are so happy, how could this king not be a good person? That's not necessarily the case, let's wait and see. Aokiji said suddenly. She only believes in the real facts, sometimes the sharp eyes are not necessarily true, and the ears are not necessarily false. Everything requires your own judgment. This question is too profound. Leone doesn't want to continue discussing it with Aokiji at all. She looked at Haitong and wanted to tease him again. This pair of live treasures really don't know how to stop at any time. It's not good for girls to eat too much sugar. Leone taught like an older sister, and then snatched the snacks from Haitong without saying anything. Haitong. I was enjoying my food. But this shameless guy snatched the snacks away. Give it back to me. I refuse. Hurry up and give it to me. Haitong stood up and stretched out her hand, but her height was indeed a little different from Leone's. She couldn't reach it. She looked silly and cute when she couldn't get it. Beside her, Aokiji couldn't stand it anymore and chopped Leone's forehead with a knife. Leone's forehead turned red instantly. It's not fair, Aokiji, you always bully me. Leone said with a wronged look. It was as if she had suffered all the grievances and Aokiji was the unforgivable villain. However, the real situation was completely the opposite. You are obviously bullying Haitong, okay? Aokiji spread her hands helplessly. It must be said that Leone's shameless ability is getting better day by day, so let's not continue to argue with her about this issue. Otherwise, she will piss him off sooner or later. Let's find a place to stay first. Doflamingo should not be here yet, let's make arrangements. Whether Doflamingo comes or not, Akahima has already prepared a response. Next, it depends on how the gaffe continues. Then, Akahima and others also settled in Dressrosa for a short time. Collect intelligence and so on. By the way, there are many things waiting for them to do. The three did not act together, but each had a task. Time passed. Akahima and others gradually came into contact with the dark side of this country. Although Dressrosa was well concealed, Akahima and others had rich experience. Soon, through clues, they learned about the dark side here. Is this the real Dressrosa? Akahima's expression was cold, even indifferent. At this moment, endless anger and murderous intent emerged in her eyes. The cradle of crime, the rule of violence. Dressrosa, which seems prosperous on the surface, actually hides such a dirty side. Doflamingo. In order to consolidate his reign of terror, he turned all those who resisted him into dolls. And those who became dolls completely disappeared from everyone's memory, as if they had never appeared. No wonder so many people lost their loved ones. But they still looked unconcerned. So that's how it is. This country has become so corrupt that it can't be more corrupt. And the root of everything is because of that Doflamingo. Where is Leone? Akahim looked at Haitong, who was eating snacks next to her, and asked. Haitong raised his head, staring at Akahim with his obsidian eyes, and then said, She has been with a girl these days, although I don't know the specific name of that guy. Haitong has never remembered the name of the person who was with Leone. Akahim was a little curious. Take me to see. Yeah. Anyway, Haitong is very bored now. Since Akahim wants to go, let's go with her for a while. Then, the two walked towards Leone one after the other, with Haitong leading the way. Soon, the two saw Leone. Next to Leone stood a pink-haired girl wearing a helmet in the style of an ancient Roman soldier, a green cape and golden shoes. Hey! 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 The girl held a sharp blade and chopped again and again. And turned back to ask Leone, Is it okay to use force like this? Chapter 37. Leone teaches like a teacher, with a serious attitude. Leone, why are you here? A familiar voice came from behind. Leone was stunned, and then turned to look. I found Akahim and Kurohito walking towards this side. Kurohito, didn't I tell you not to tell Akahim? Leone stared at Kurohito's cute face. I think it's necessary to tell Akahim about this. Kurohito's answer was like this. Akahim is the leader of this operation after all, so if there is any problem, it should not be concealed. So, who is this guy? Akame pointed at the woman behind Leone and said. There is no way. I can't hide it anymore. Leone decided to tell the whole story. As for the woman behind Leone, everyone knows her. In the Dressrosa plot, King Riku's granddaughter, Rebecca. By chance, she met Leone. Then the two became good friends. Rebecca kept challenging the arena to fulfill her promise to Doflamingo. This touched Leone, so he decided to help her, which led to this scene. So that's how it is. Akame was helpless. The most important thing hadn't been done yet, but Leone was still making trouble. However, everyone has value, and value needs to be discovered by oneself. Taking this opportunity, without revealing the purpose, we should be able to find out a lot of things. After all, Rebecca is the former princess, so she naturally knows a lot of information in the kingdom. In addition to some suggestions from Cyrus, Akame has a lot of information in her hands. About a day later, a hunting list was taken by Akame. There were about 100 people on the list who were sentenced to death. Among them, Doflamingo was at the top of the list. Since we are here, let's do it. With their strength, it would not be difficult to kill all the 100 people on the list. There was an uncontrollable killing intent in Akame's eyes. Rage. Only blood can calm it. Looking at this list, Hei Tong was not surprised at all. She just asked, did Lord Roy allow it? She was not like Chi Tong, who had a sense of justice. She cared more about Roy's opinion on this matter. If Roy agreed with her, she would do it. If he refused, she would resolutely resist to the end. Lord Roy said to let me do it, but just let us pay attention to safety. Chi Tong said. Without Roy's order, she didn't dare to make a decision on her own. But to be honest, Roy really loves these cotters. Under normal circumstances, he would not refuse the requests of his subordinates. Just like this time, Roy had only one request. That is, Chi Tong and the others are safe. This is more important than anything else. Even if he can't kill Doflamingo, he must ensure their safety. What's more, Chi Tong has been with him for so long, and the feelings between the two sides are already deeply rooted. If something really happens to Chi Tong and the others, Roy's character will definitely go crazy, and no one can help. That's good. Hei Tong breathed a sigh of relief and stuffed a piece of candy into her mouth. Then I will accompany you to do this boring thing. She felt that this sense of justice was very boring. What does it have to do with me if others live or die? I don't know what Akito and Leone think, anyway, Hei Tong can't resonate with them. She will only be good to a limited number of people. For example, if the guards of the Basta kingdom angered Hei Tong, the end would definitely be miserable. She has been punished for this. It can only be described in one sentence. Everyone is different. Okay, I have been wanting to do something big for a long time. Leone laughed, clasped his hands together, and his eyes were full of brilliance. 2 days later, Doflamingo went around in circles and finally came to Dressrosa. Under the kneeling of the crowd, he walked towards the palace. If anyone did not kneel, the consequences would be serious. The brothers behind Doflamingo, each holding a gun, specifically looked for these troublemakers. Doflamingo is a celestial dragon. He was born to be high above and enjoy the worship of the masses. In the crowd, Akame and the others hid in the shadows, watching Doflamingo and his group. Is this Doflamingo? Akame murmured. To be honest, this Doflamingo was born with a bad face. It makes people uncomfortable. After all, they are assassins, and it is impossible for them to duel in front of the enemy. Then beat the enemy away. This is too stupid. It does not fit the image of Akame and the others. Assassins should look like assassins. Get ready, we'll act tonight. Akame looked at Doflamingo and his group, her voice indifferent. During the day, they continued to stroll on the streets, shopping, and so on. It was like they were here for vacation. At night, the sun had completely set, and the sky was pitch black. It was already around 8 o'clock. Are you ready? Akame looked at Haitong and Leone in the shadows and said. Well, now we can let them know how powerful we are. Leone smiled, with unspeakable confidence in her eyes. Then, the three of them went to the Dressrosa Palace like ghosts. 50% of the targets to be assassinated were in the palace. They joined Doflamingo, and thus got all kinds of benefits, and their official positions were promoted again and again. However, after today, all of them will become a corpse. Whoosh whoosh. The wind outside was howling, blowing the windows wide open. A noble stepped forward with a puzzled look on his face, stretched out his hand to close the window again, and muttered to himself, "Why is the wind so strong all of a sudden?" She was a little confused. "I don't understand why the weather is so abnormal." When he closed the window, I don't know when, a person stood in front of him. It was a short little loli with a very delicate face. Holding a snack bag in her hand, she was still stuffing snacks into her mouth. To be honest, Haitong's appearance is definitely not covered, she is a typical beautiful loli. With that cute expression, she is as cute as she can be, and the most important thing is that she is a foodie. Who can resist a little loli with the attribute of a foodie? "Little sister, what are you doing here suddenly?" He approached greedily. For a moment, he didn't think much about why Haitong appeared here. Besides, he is a man, so why should he be afraid of a little loli? What a joke! "I'm here to kill you." Who knew that this harmless little loli would say something horrifying? Swoosh! She was very fast, like a flash of lightning, and only a wisp of afterimage could be seen vaguely. Then, Chi Tong arrived in front of the man. Puff! In his astonished eyes, she cut his neck. Blood gushed out and fell on Haitong's face, but she didn't care at all, murmuring, "Who should I kill next?" Chapter 38. Dressrosa Palace. Doflamingo sat on the throne, and someone knelt down to report the situation. How could this happen? Doflamingo looked a little surprised. Are you kidding me? Did I hear it wrong? The report was about Plague Queen. At the beginning, I didn't go with Queen. Queen went to the Basta Kingdom alone, and he was still aggressive at that time. He also ridiculed Doflamingo for not having courage. Now the latest information has come, and the idiot who ridiculed me is now dead. That's right, Plague Queen is dead. After Jack the Drow, Plague Queen also died in the hands of the Basta Kingdom. If Kaido knows this, he will definitely go berserk, right? Doflamingo frowned. Kaido's furious look involuntarily appeared in his mind, and he felt inexplicably panicked. In the New World, the four emperors are the sky. This is the territory of the four emperors, and even Marine can't control it. Two big bosses died in the Basta Kingdom in a row. With Kaido's temper, he must be furious. This broke Kaido's arms. If only Jack was killed, there would be room for maneuver. Now that Quinn is dead, the situation will be out of control. Cold sweat slowly seeped from Doflamingo's forehead. To be honest, Doflamingo felt very bad in the face of such a force. It was like a lone boat in a turbulent sea, which was in danger of capsizing at any time. Phew 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 ha 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 ha. Then, Doflamingo laughed crazily. The more dangerous the environment, the more uncontrollable his excitement was. This sea is getting more and more interesting. The times are running wild, and the world is changing. The helpless weaklings can just run away. The next era of heroes is coming. Phew 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 phew. The laughter spread in all directions. But no one dared to look up. They didn't dare to touch Doflamingo's bad luck at this time. Although Doflamingo is not worth mentioning in the next great era, the gap is still too big to deal with ordinary people. This world always respects the strong. After a long time, Minga's laughter slowly stopped. There was a trace of worry between his eyebrows, and his heart was always upset. Let's go down. Yes. Everyone retreated. Now Doflamingo just wants to be alone for a while. Do nothing, empty your body and mind. This is the best time, and the worst time. The strong can do whatever they want, and the weak can only be bullied. Sometimes you will feel pressure in this era. Plague Quinn is strong, right? The bounty is 1.3 billion Baileys, the second of the three big names of Beast's pirates. How prominent is his identity? How terrifying is his strength? In the end, he died in the Kingdom of Basta. To be honest, at this moment, Doflamingo didn't know what to say. He often said that the weak are only worthy of submitting to the strong, and they can't even choose how to die. But facing such a force, isn't he also a weak person? Not far away. Akame hid in the shadows. As an excellent killer, she had already been able to completely hide her aura. Even if it was a 4 Emperors level strongman, it would be difficult to find her without careful identification. She hid there, like a long snake spitting out its tongue, ready to launch a life-threatening attack at any time. Killers are such a profession. Not to mention being despicable, their purpose is simple and pure, just to kill people. As long as they can kill people, they will do anything. Whoosh! She was still hiding in the shadows the moment before, and rushed towards Doflamingo the next second. Appeared silently. Hey! But Doflamingo was not an ordinary person. His observation haki was very powerful and could keenly sense the murderous aura that suddenly appeared in the room. Doflamingo was shocked. Murderous intent. He looked at the source of the murderous intent in astonishment. There appeared a woman with black hair and black eyes, tall and absolutely beautiful. The murderous intent that Doflamingo sensed was actually coming from this woman. Hey! Aokiji held the imperial sword Murasame and approached with lightning speed. The air burst with a hiss wherever he passed. And the speed of this attack was extremely fast, appearing in front of Doflamingo like a flash of lightning. Going straight to his neck. In this attack, Aokiji originally wanted to kill Doflamingo directly. But at the critical moment, Doflamingo reacted. In fact, it was normal. After all, he had been through many battles, and this kind of surprise attack was not difficult for him. Bang! The silk thread popped out of his hand, entangled with Aokiji's attack like a spider web. But this was a hasty response after all. The demon sword Murasame burst out with terrifying force, pushing Doflamingo and shooting backwards. It hit the stone wall behind hard. Boom! A deep pit was smashed into the stone wall, and Doflamingo was embedded in it. UBD! Feeling the heart-wrenching pain coming from his body, Doflamingo couldn't help but scream in pain. Then he looked at Akame with resentful eyes. The injuries on his body were all caused by this woman. Who are you? Doflamingo asked. To be honest, Akame's face was very unfamiliar, and he swore that he had never seen this woman before. He didn't know why she wanted to kill him. From the slash just now, he was sure that Akame wanted to kill him. But, what was the reason? She wanted to kill him even though they had never met before. Who are you? Faced with such a question, Chi Tong just said indifferently, the one who killed you. Doflamingo was stunned. I didn't expect this kind of reply. But it doesn't matter anymore. Doflamingo looked into Chi Tong's eyes. Those eyes revealed an astonishing murderous aura. The relationship between the two sides has long been a deadlock. Who do you think I am? If you want to kill me, you have to see if you have the ability to do it. Doflamingo grinned, and his eyes became more ferocious. The momentum of the whole body was surging to the extreme, and the fighting spirit was high. The two people's eyes collided, and for a while, it was like a sword drawing. Chapter 39. Akame didn't say much, but quickly approached Doflamingo. There was nothing much to say to Doflamingo, she just had to kill this man. Holding the imperial sword Murasame, she quickly slashed at Doflamingo. There was a sound of explosion in an instant. A ray of sword light that was so powerful that it even distorted the surrounding space. The blade was filled with armament haki, so the attack power was significantly improved. Go! Doflamingo also used his own ability. Countless silk threads were entangled and rushed forward, even forming a cutting force. If it really touched, even if it didn't die, it would be seriously injured. But Akame's observation haki was very powerful. It was easy to sense the direction of the silk threads, and it was also vaguely possible to judge their attack trajectory. Hide! Akame slightly moved to the side. The silk thread passed along the chest, and it could be seen that it was about B-end in size. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Although Akame had a delicate face, her figure was not as good as Leone and the others. The overall feeling is very symmetrical, which is also the image of Akame. The attack was dodged. Doflamingo was not surprised. If Akame could not dodge, he would be surprised. This woman gave him a strong feeling. Tell me, who are you? Doflamingo grinned. While communicating with Akame, he continued to condense silk threads to attack. As a string fruit user, silk threads are his most powerful weapon. Its hardness even exceeds steel. Can't cut it. Akame was surprised. After several consecutive slashes, she couldn't cut Doflamingo's silk threads. This surprised her a little. She could only say that Doflamingo was too hard. Sorry, I can't answer this question. Akame responded coldly. Even Doflamingo secretly admired her professionalism. This woman is not simple. He seemed to have guessed something vaguely. Then, Doflamingo's grin became even more fierce. Your assassination plan seems to have failed. You can't beat me if you keep going like this. Although I may not be able to defeat Akame in a one-on-one fight. But don't forget that Doflamingo also has a partner. This is my home court. You can't beat me alone. Doflamingo seemed to be certain of the outcome. In their territory, with so many people under their command, it is impossible to succeed. What's more, Akame is alone. Alone. Akame blocked Doflamingo's attacks several times in a row, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. I didn't say I was alone. Did you misunderstand something? As soon as these words came out, Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but think of a terrible possibility. Maybe Akame didn't commit the crime alone, and there was an organization behind him. Doflamingo's eyes were full of bloodshot. At the same time, the palace was ablaze with flames, and it was obvious that there was also a battle going on there. March of the Dead, 8 Houses. Aokiji was bathed in blood, like a demon from hell. Anyone killed by her died in a very miserable way. Hei Tong was the most bloodthirsty and ruthless guy among Roy's cotters. In terms of cruelty, he even surpassed Acedes. Killing is really interesting. Hei Tong smiled strangely. She was covered in blood, but she stuffed the snacks into her mouth very cutely, and then her face was full of enjoyment. I don't know what she was enjoying. The fun of killing? Or the delicious snacks? No one knows. No one knows what this scary little loli really thinks. Ghosts are rampant around her, and there are 8 figures killing wantonly, which is the ability of Hei Tong's imperial tool. March of the Dead, 8 Directions. Can summon 8 puppets to serve him, and the function is somewhat similar to Gecko Moria. A whole. Doflamingo was anxious, with a raging rage. The strong anger caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, and his eyes under the sunglasses were almost about to spit out fire. At this moment, he no longer had the initial calmness. Although Minga is a tyrant, ruthless, and evil. But he is really good to his subordinates, which is similar to Roy. Looking at Akame. One is already so tricky, I didn't expect there is another one. Even that guy might be stronger than Akame. In the original work, Hei Tong was originally 50-50 with Akame, and even suppressed Akame at one time, which is definitely a very troublesome character. Can't go on like this. We must kill this woman quickly, otherwise the consequences may be unimaginable. The gap between his family and Haitong is too big, this is a completely one-sided massacre. At this time, he is absolutely not allowed to dawdle with Akame here. I'm going to kill you. Die. Doflamingo went berserk, the murderous intent on his body surging out like the sea. The string fruit ability was activated. Countless silk threads swept towards Akame. The air couldn't bear the whistling sound of air explosions along the way. The overwhelming killing intent drowned Akame. But Akame just stood there calmly, holding the sharp blade and swinging it vigorously. The sword light swept across, as if to tear everything apart. All the darkness surrounding him was dispelled. When the sword light and the silk thread touched, sparks flew everywhere, and crackling metal collisions were heard. The silk thread made by Doflamingo's ability. Its hardness had long surpassed that of ordinary metals, so it was not inferior to Akame in the confrontation. The two killed each other violently. The sword light and the silk thread were completely tangled together. The repeated collisions caused the air to collapse, and even a vacuum world was formed around them. Boom boom boom. The battle between Doflamingo and Akahima has reached a white-hot stage. Die. Block. The attackers and defenders kept exchanging blows. Both of them had some scars on their bodies, and the air was filled with the smell of blood, but they didn't care about anything at this time. They looked at each other madly. Hate was intertwined. There was only one belief in their hearts. Kill him. This guy must die. He must not be let go. As the battle progressed, the relationship between the two sides had already reached the point of a life-and-death struggle. The killing intent collided in mid-air. The two wills were madly attacking each other. Go. In the end, Doflamingo was forced to use the awakening power of the string fruit. Akahitama's strength forced him to use this power. As we all know, Doflamingo's string fruit has awakened. After awakening, it can turn the surrounding things into strings and be controlled by him. Hand touches the house. The house instantly turns into a string and then shoots towards Akahima. Like countless arrows, they came through the air. Akahima relied on her agile body movements to dodge all of these attacks. As mentioned above, Akahima's observation haki armament haki has all reached high levels. Although not the top level, it is still powerful enough. In a pure haki competition, Akahima is slightly stronger than Doflamingo. But Doflamingo has the power of awakening the string fruit, so the outcome is unpredictable for a while. Dodged all. Doflamingo was stunned. Chapter 40. Akagumi is very fast. She dodges Doflamingo's attacks continuously. Puff. 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 Doflamingo manipulates countless silk threads at the same time, chasing after Akumi one after another. Their attacks are also intertwined. Akumi's fighting style is more like an art, with a body as light as a swallow, dodging attacks while counter-attacking. Hey! Sword lights are like rain, all thrown by Doflamingo. Facing the offensive, Doflamingo blocks it with silk threads. As long as he slaps the ground with his hand, the ground turns into silk threads and is controlled by it. This method seems to be an absolute defense. But, this trick also has its shortcomings, right? Akumi is very calm. Any trick has its shortcomings, and there is no absolutely invincible method in this world. As long as you find the right method, all problems will be solved. Hee. Doflamingo smiled grimly. He didn't think that Akahima could find his weakness, and said with murderous intent in his eyes, "Just die honestly, don't resist in vain." To be honest, I hate Akahima's resistance. Why should I resist? Wouldn't it be enough to just die honestly? What a domineering theory, but it fits Doflamingo's character. His smile became more and more ferocious. The face with sunglasses looked like a ghost, and the blue veins could be vaguely seen. FFFFFFFFFFF. It made its unique laugh. Akame looked at it indifferently. No matter what time, she was unusually calm. Like Leone and the others, they would also be angry and annoyed, but Akame never showed such emotions. It felt like a machine without emotions. In the original work, Tatsumaya once questioned Akame, why did she show an indifferent attitude when her companions had obviously left? Only then did I know that Akame's emotions were suppressed. She is a woman with extremely strong mental quality. Puff. Several consecutive attacks failed. Still not working. Akame couldn't help asking. I didn't expect Doflamingo's defense to be so perverted. For a while, Akame didn't know what to do. FFFFFFFFFFF. Is there no way? Doflamingo murmured. He controlled the silk thread to attack again, but Akame dodged it. Try the strongest attack and see if I can break the annoying silk thread. Akame took a deep breath. She was also annoyed by those silk threads. To be honest, the Devil Fruit Awakening was really annoying. It would be great if they could be cut directly. Akame was focused, concentrating all her energy on the sword, and armament haki also covered the demon sword Murasame. The demon sword Murasame is now indestructible. Whoosh! The sword light flew out. This is Akame's strongest attack, the strongest attack power. The brilliant sword light swept out, cutting through the sky, splitting the air in two, and even tearing the space apart. It crushed everything it passed through. The next second, it collided with Doflamingo's thread. The thread trembled. Then it was cut off by the sword light. Doflamingo looked at this scene in astonishment, unable to believe that this was actually true. The thread is broken. He knew very well that the hardness of these threads was definitely far beyond steel. But even so, these threads were still broken and cut off by Akame. He looked at it in astonishment. You can actually cut them off. If the swordsmanship level is not high, it is impossible to do such a thing. There is no doubt that Akame's swordsmanship level is very high. Although it is not as good as Hawkeye Mihawk, it is also a powerful swordsman. Akame turned his head and stared at Doflamingo's ferocious face. Next it's your turn, I will bury you with my own hands, Doflamingo. This rampant behavior made Doflamingo laugh. He laughed crazily, but at the same time exuded a murderous aura. Okay, very good. If you can do it, just come on. Boom boom. Another series of crazy attacks. Doflamingo was furious, and his attacks seemed to be more violent than before. But with Akame's observation haki fully activated, this attack could still be easily avoided. While dodging, he gathered his sword intent. Another sword light that could crush withering and rotten wood gathered and shot towards Doflamingo. Wherever it passed, it was like crushing withering and rotten wood. A storm was set off in the space. Hide. Facing this attack, Doflamingo did not hesitate and dodged decisively. He had to dodge. This attack could hurt him. This move is too slow, you can't succeed. Doflamingo seemed to have already eaten Akame. This move was indeed very powerful, but it took too long to accumulate, and he was fully capable of dodging it. Therefore, Doflamingo was almost invincible. But, the next moment, Doflamingo was scared to death. He widened his eyes, cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and his whole face became extremely pale. There was no trace of Akame. It seemed that she had never appeared here, but how could this be possible? No murderous intent? Perception was completely useless. This living person actually disappeared in an instant. Doflamingo's heart was in his throat, and he looked around for Akame's figure. This situation was not good. The situation was completely beyond his control, and now Doflamingo was in a bad state. Where? Where exactly? Suddenly, a shocking murderous aura burst out from above, and a figure came in an instant and fell from above. Her eyes were cold, without any expression. Holding the demon sword Murasame tightly in her hand, she chopped down with all her strength. A sword light directly penetrated half of Doflamingo's body, and blood splattered. Observation Haki had expected all the details. This knife was a fatal knife. All the preparations made by Akame before were for this amazing knife. In fact, she succeeded. The reason why the demon sword Murasame is called a demon sword is because there is a curse on this sword. Once touched, death is inevitable. Half of Doflamingo's body was cut open, blood spurted out, and the power of the curse naturally invaded. The curse poison quickly spread along the wound to Doflamingo's body. It is obvious that he will die. Doflamingo's expression was painful. Why? I don't know what he meant by this sentence. Does he want to know why Akame killed him? Or some other question? Akame's cheeks were gloomy. She took back the demon sword Murasame and said in a cold voice, "Destroy." Every time she successfully killed an enemy, she would say this sentence, which was similar to a catchphrase. In the current situation, Doflamingo was obviously successfully buried. It turned out that the initial brilliant sword battle was just a cover. It was a means to distract Doflamingo. When he realized that something was wrong, it was too late. The attack from top to bottom suddenly came. The demon sword Murasame cut half of his body. In the distance, Hei Tong threw the head in his hand to the ground. The head rolled like a ball, with eyes wide open, obviously dead. Hei Tong didn't care about this scene at all, with a look of resentment on her face. "Sister, you are too slow. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Were all those guys killed?" "Well, they were too weak, and even kept begging me for mercy. It was so boring, so." Hei Tong smiled cutely with narrowed eyes, and said, "I will cut off their meat piece by piece." Who made me lose interest? Chapter 41. Where's Leone? Aokiji was a little curious. I wonder what's going on with Leone. Although she's not as good as Akame and Kurome, she's not someone that ordinary characters can deal with. So the two of them weren't too worried about her. Who cares about her? Kurome snorted, very proudly. Having said that, if Leone is really in danger, this guy will definitely be the first to rush over. I've dealt with it here, too. Aokiji murmured. Kurome stared into Akame's eyes. Is Sister Doflamingo difficult to fight? Aokiji told the truth, he's a very powerful person. If you don't pay attention, you might be killed. Kurome was surprised. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. If I had known, I would have let him deal with him. Kurome originally wanted to fight Doflamingo, but was stopped. After all, the other party is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As Kurome's sister, Akame didn't want her sister to be in such danger, both publicly and privately. Okay, let's go back. Yeah. Hei Tong looked very happy, raised his hands and shouted, "Great, we can finally go back." If he doesn't go back, I'm afraid Lord Roy will be worried. Hei Tong's appearance, which is in sharp contrast to his bloodthirstiness just now, this guy can only show his obedience and cuteness in front of Akito, Leone and the others. Enemy? That's just a tool for Hei Tong to satisfy his bloodthirsty nature. The two returned to their residence and waited for Leone. After a while, Leone appeared in front of them intact. "You're here, Leone." A flash of surprise flashed across Hei Tong's face, but it was quickly concealed. She didn't want to expose her true feelings in front of Leone. Tsundere Hei Tong is also very cute. Yes, Hei Tong, do you miss your sister? Leone smiled nonchalantly, reaching out to touch Hei Tong's hair, and trying to steal Hei Tong's snacks with the other hand. Swish! A knife chopped fiercely on the table. Leone was so scared that he quickly withdrew his hand. Don't touch Hei Tong's snacks. Then, as if declaring sovereignty, he brought the snack bag in front of Leone. Look at what's written on it. Leone looked over with curiosity and half-belief, and found that it was written. Hey Tong's Snacks. These 5 words were printed on Hey Tong's snack bag. Leone. This is too cute, how could you come up with such a naive idea? Aokiji held his forehead and looked at the couple speechlessly. Okay, you guys can make trouble when you get back. Now that the mission is completed, we should go back to the Kingdom of Basta. Okay. Hey Tong held up the snack bag, looking cute. If you don't look at the bloodthirsty look just now, it's really cute. The contrast is really big. Okay. They packed their luggage and prepared to leave Dressrosa. And Leone ran to say goodbye to Rebecca, and did not reveal the matter of killing Doflamingo. Just said that the mission was completed and they were going back to the Basta Kingdom. Are you from the Basta Kingdom? Rebecca looked suspicious. She didn't expect that they were from the Basta Kingdom. She had heard about this kingdom some time ago, and she wanted to go and see it, but it was obviously impossible for her. After all, she was a person with a blood feud. Yes, we are from the Basta Kingdom. Come to us if you have a chance. Leone made an invitation. Rebecca nodded vigorously. She also hoped to go to the Basta Kingdom and meet Leone. Yes. Then, Leone and Rebecca waved goodbye. The two separated at this point, and Leone returned to the side of Red Eyes and Black Eyes, ready to leave with them. After packing up, they all boarded the ship. Leone lay on the deck of the ship, but Rebecca's appearance appeared in her mind. I really hope to see you again, Rebecca. After a few days of getting along, she and Rebecca became very good friends. There are still very few friends who can confide in each other. Akame and Kurome are one of them. Rebecca can also be considered a friend of Leone. What are you thinking about? Kurome appeared beside her at some point, looking at Leone with dark eyes. I'm not thinking about anything, but I won't see Rebecca anymore in the future. You can take some time to come and see me, and I'll accompany you then. Kurome said softly. To be honest, Leone was very moved by her words and nodded vigorously. Yet. The ship set sail and gradually sailed towards the distant sea. Doflamingo is dead. When the news came out, the whole Dressrosa fell into a carnival. With the demise of the Mingo group, their missing memories were also completed. Knowing that the most important person to them was once taken away by Mingo, became a toy and suffered torture. And they had always supported such a king, and they regretted it instantly. So that Doflamingo is such a person. This BD. Sure enough, there is no good pirate. When the news of Mingo's death came. Good, he died well. That guy should have died a long time ago, who killed Doflamingo. The people were celebrating. At the naval headquarters, Sengoku also received the news of Doflamingo's death. That Doflamingo is dead. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. With his death, a position in the 7 warlords of the sea will be vacant. Sengoku touched his chin. Who killed Doflamingo? There was no clue at all. For this matter, Marine specially sent people to investigate, but there was no result. Doflamingo died inexplicably. The entire Mingo alliance has been wiped out, and Sengoku was furious when he saw the next piece of information, that guy actually built a smile fruit factory in Dressrosa. With Mingo's fall, this matter could no longer be concealed. This is something that the world government has expressly prohibited. But Doflamingo is still doing it. Akine snorted coldly, anger rising in his eyes. Sure enough. Pirates are not good people. He hates pirates, and hates them to the extreme. Because of his life experience, he felt sick when he heard the word pirate. In fact, pirates are really disgusting. How many people are like Luffy? Most pirates are extremely vicious, and there are few good people. That Doflamingo is really too much. Aokiji also rarely expressed his opinion. In fact, the 3 admirals, including Sengoku, all vaguely knew about Mingo's crimes. But they were intimidated by Mingo's identity, not the identity of celestial dragons, but that this guy held the secrets of celestial dragons. It may be about the existence of Yumu, or it may be other news. Celestial dragons forbid Marine to investigate. Find out all the evidence of Doflamingo's crimes. Marine needs to clean up this matter. Holy Land Marie joys. 5 elders also started to discuss because of Minga. I didn't expect that Doflamingo would die. It's good that he died. Our secret must not be leaked. I don't know if Minga has any close friends. In order to keep the secret, 5 elders are also very cautious. Find all the people who are close to Minga, and don't let any of them go. Chapter 42. Under the orders of the 5 elders, Marine began the cleansing. At the same time, Marine is also looking for evidence of Doflamingo's crimes over the years. The inhumane experiments are only one aspect, and there is also the oppression of the people. This investigation has indeed found a lot of things. Who killed Doflamingo? Sengoku has been thinking about this matter. The person who can kill Doflamingo must be very powerful. After all, Doflamingo is the 7 warlords of the sea, and the reason why he can become the 7 warlords of the sea is because of his strength. Ordinary people are not qualified to become the 7 warlords of the sea. Overnight, all the forces of Doflamingo disappeared. It can be said to be terrifying. We must find out the organization behind this. Sengoku looked serious. How great it would be if the mystery of this organization could be unveiled. But there is too little information, and this idea is not realistic at all. The world government was shaken by Doflamingo's death. New World. The 4 emperors basically had no reaction to this matter. To be honest, Doflamingo's strength was not worthy of their attention at all. Who were the 4 emperors? Standing at the top of the sea, they stood like emperors in the New World. In their eyes, Doflamingo was just a stronger ant, not worth mentioning. Except Kaido. Wano Kuni, Ghost Island. Upon learning the news of Doflamingo's death and the destruction of the Smile Factory, Kaido burst into tears. Joker, why were you killed? What should I do if you die? Didn't we agree to dominate the world together? Kaido burst into tears, and the whole person was particularly desolate. Everyone had never seen Kaido like this before. For a moment, he was stunned and a little at a loss. Lord Kaido, I am sorry for your loss. A pirate ran to Kaido to comfort him. But Kaido didn't buy his tricks at all, and he started to act without any warning. Picked up his mace. Instantly, an extremely terrifying aura emerged from his whole body. This scene frightened the younger brother silly. He didn't expect Kaido to be like this suddenly. The air was filled with murderous intent. Kaido obviously wanted to kill this guy. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Why did Kaido want to kill him? Facing this difficult tyrant, the answer is actually very simple. Who asked you to get close to Kaido at this time? Don't you know that being with a king is like being with a tiger? He was completely angered by Kaido. Bang! The mace was smashed with all its might. The pirate was directly smashed out, forming a parabola in the air. Boss Kaido! Everyone looked at Kaido in horror. Kaido drank when he was angry. Once he drank, he went crazy without alcohol, and now he started to go crazy again. Bang bang bang! All the people around were angry. Facing the violent attack, they couldn't bear it at all. After a few rounds, no one could stand on the field, most of them were eliminated by Kaido. The rest looked at him in horror. Lord Kaido is crazy again. As for the reason for Kaido's anger, it was also very simple. He and Doflamingo had an agreement long ago. Doflamingo provided Smile Fruit to enhance the force of his beasts pirates. It should have been like this. He and Doflamingo had a friendly relationship and good cooperation. But now Doflamingo is dead, and the Smile Factory has been destroyed. It can be said that Kaido's plan has completely failed. Doflamingo's death has the greatest impact on Kaido. After all, he wants to be the master of the world. To become the master of the world, he must get Doflamingo's support. After all, he has the artificial devil fruit. Now all the plans have failed. Damn it! Damn it! Kaido trembled all over and became more and more out of control. Now his anger is out of control and out of control. The anger in his heart rose, and he wanted to destroy everything he saw, and a strong desire for destruction emerged. Boom! The next moment, Kaido directly transformed into the blue dragon form. The huge blue dragon circled in the sky, and then rushed out all the way. Not far away, Jin looked up in Kaido's direction and frowned. As the only one of the three disasters on the island now, he has to deal with most of the pirate group's affairs. What happened to Lord Kaido? Is the rumor true, Doflamingo is dead? Only this possibility is worth Kaido's madness. The six brothers gathered together in the castle. Now the plot has not started yet, so the members of the six brothers are different. However, Runty, Black Maria, Peggy-wan and others are all in this group. Ah! The dragon roar echoed. Kaido obviously went crazy in Wano Kuni again. Seeing this scene, everyone was silent. Only Runty widened her eyes and said angrily, "Kaido, you idiot! What are you arguing about again?" Peggy-wan was startled and quickly covered Runty's mouth. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't call Kaido by his name. Kaido! You are a fool! Everyone!" She was adopted by Kaido since she was a child, so she has no fear of Kaido. In addition, her personality is like this. She has always been outspoken. In Wano Kuni, only this guy dares to scold Kaido. This sentence can't be said. Peggy-wan's voice is getting smaller and smaller. Anyone who has such a headache sister will feel helpless. This Runty is extremely troublesome in every aspect in Peggy-wan's eyes, and he wishes he would never have anything to do with this guy again. It seems that the rumors are true. Joker is dead. I don't know who did it, anyway, they succeeded in angering Lord Kaido. If he wanted to provoke Kaido, this wish was obviously fulfilled. Kaido was full of anger, and he almost lost his mind. What is this? In the Flower City, Kurozumi Snake, who was enjoying himself in the castle, suddenly saw a huge figure flying in the sky. The blue dragon circled and came with overwhelming power. "Kaido, it's Kaido! What does that BD want to do?" Kurozumi Snake's voice began to tremble. Kaido turned into a dragon, and the infinite pressure made him almost breathless. Some people don't understand what Kaido is doing here at this time. Doesn't he know that the Flower City is his territory? In fact, Kaido didn't take this guy seriously at all. He was just drunk and wanted to find a place to vent. Just saw the flower capital. Saw Kurozumi Snake enjoying herself in the castle. Whoosh! Kaido's speed increased, and he quickly hit Kurozumi Snake. This scared Kurozumi Snake so much that he completely collapsed. A whole Kaido! What are you doing? Chapter 43. Kaido, what do you want to do, UBD? Kurozumi's eyes were full of bloodshot. I didn't expect Kaido to turn into a blue dragon and smash directly at me. There was no sign beforehand. What on earth is going on? Kurozumi's snake collapsed. If Kaido smashed down, he would definitely be miserable. Kurozumi's subordinate, Fukuro Kyuju, the captain of the Onue Ban, also looked at him in amazement. What happened to Lord Kaido? For no reason. Suddenly he turned into a blue dragon and smashed into the flower capital. Although they wanted to resist, the gap between them and Kaido was too big, so they could only watch. Kaido smashed down. Boom! Kurozumi vomited blood and was knocked unconscious in an instant. On the rough sea, Akame's boat was still sailing on the sea. They were resting on the sun loungers, with sunglasses on their faces, and they looked very comfortable. Ah! The news bird was circling in the sky. It turned around and finally landed in front of Akahime and Haitong. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the two. What kind of bird is this? To be honest, they had never seen a news bird. It was their first time seeing it, so of course they were a little curious. Lord Akahime, this is a news bird. Someone on the ship knew it and reminded him immediately. This time they went out to sea not only with Haitong and Leone, but also with several members of the assassination team. But their strength was too weak to be worth mentioning. So that's how it is. News bird, but it's quite rare. Both Leone and Akahime were attracted and wanted to study the news bird carefully. Akahime found the newspaper on the bird and took it off. When he opened it, he was stunned instantly. Akahime, what's wrong? Akahime coughed and said earnestly, it seems that we are also famous. Everyone was very interested in Akahime's suspense. Haitong and Leone rushed forward and snatched the newspaper from Akahime. The headline on the front page was like this. Shishibukai Doflamingo was killed, who is the mysterious organization? It was obvious that they had become a mysterious organization. Ha ha ha, we have become a mysterious organization. There are not many people who can make the Donquixote family disappear overnight. So it's normal for us to have this name. Akahime said with a smile. Although she said this, she couldn't suppress her joy in her heart. Who doesn't want to be famous? I have always seen Acedes and others become famous, and I have long been envious. Now we are also celebrities. Kurome and Leone were much more direct, and the two hugged each other and cheered. Of course, this incident was just a small episode. The voyage of the group continued. They set off from the water and sailed all the way to the Kingdom of Basta. From Dressrosa to the Kingdom of Basta, the journey is actually not far, only about half a day. But they wanted to go shopping and have fun at the same time, so they were a little late. 2 days later, they barely arrived at the port of the Kingdom of Basta. There is a ship ahead, let's see if it is a pirate. The guards used binoculars to carefully observe for a long time, and finally exclaimed, it is Aokiji and the others who are back. When they heard that it was Aokiji and the others, everyone was excited. Let them go. Lord Roy has been waiting for them for a long time. After all, they were the first to follow Roy, so the two sides have a deep relationship. Soon after Doflamingo's death, Roy received intelligence. Knowing that Aokiji and the others had successfully completed the mission. It stands to reason that they should have returned long ago, but they were nowhere to be seen. Roy began to worry. Did they encounter something on the way? Were they ambushed by a terrible enemy? For a while, Roy lost his appetite and was worried. Luckily, they brought Den Den Mushi with them. He quickly called to confirm, and learned that Aokiji and the others were indeed not in danger, and Roy's heart fell. But soon, the soldier's voice became stuttering, and his body was trembling faintly. He stared straight at the port. The whole person couldn't help but hold his breath. This scene was very strange, which made the sergeant stunned for a moment, and then a bad thought came into his mind. He quickly turned his head to look. The scene in front of him made him speechless. The ship of Chitong and others was actually suspended in the air. It seemed that there was some terrifying force that lifted their entire ship and suspended it in the air. Then, rumble! A huge sound sounded, and the inexplicable force dissipated like a tide. Then, the ship of Chitong and others lost traction and fell fiercely into the sea. There were huge waves on the sea, as if a tsunami was coming. After all, it was a small boat, not a huge warship, so facing this impact, the keel broke instantly. Once the keel was broken, it was naturally impossible to withstand this huge impact. And the whole ship was instantly broken into pieces. Then Chitong and others, including the people and the boat, sank directly into the deep sea. It was obviously a shipwreck. Chitong and others were still on the boat, but the ship sank. Everyone Guards. Non-commissioned officer. Everyone's eyes widened, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Heads were buzzing. Completely messed up in the wind. Roy had been waiting for Kaitong and the others to come back for so long, but the ship was sunk as soon as they arrived. If Roy knew this, he would be furious. Lord Kaitong! Lord Haitong! Lord Leone! Everyone was anxious. At first, they were still confused, but they soon reacted and started the rescue plan. I hope Kaitong and the others are okay. If they are really in trouble, the consequences will be disastrous. The sergeant's forehead was sweating, and he was a little at a loss. He couldn't help but look at the new character that Roy had just summoned not far away. I wanted to complain a little, but I didn't dare to say a word when the words came to my lips. That BD has a bad temper. Chapter 44. With green curly hair and wearing a black slit gown, she looks and has a childlike figure. She is the latest character summoned by Roy. Trembling Tornado. Due to the limitations of the world, she can only exert part of her power and can continue to become stronger to regain her own strength. That's Lady Akame and the others. Tornado, what are you doing? The sergeant roared at Tornado. His eyes were full of bloodshot. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Akame and the others had just returned, but they were sunk into the sea by Tornado. It caused a huge storm. Facing the questioning of everyone, Tornado was also embarrassed. Just now, she heard everyone talking about pirates, and she acted without thinking. Now it seems that she has made trouble. The other party is her companion? Let's not talk about this first. As a proud Tornado, how could she admit her mistakes? She immediately raised her head high. Revealing her snow-white neck, Tornado snorted with a haughty look, "It's all Ace's fault. He asked me to guard the port." She lightly pushed the responsibility to Ace. She was indeed arranged by Ace to guard here. But, what does this have to do with Ace? It was you who threw Akadu and the others into the sea. Now Tornado obviously doesn't care about these things. Humph! She snorted, and then she floated in the air and left. This way of leaving was more like running away. Tornado knew that she was in the wrong and didn't want to stay here any longer. This guy. Everyone was quite helpless. Tornado was sometimes arrogant and willful, and they had no choice. They could only let her go. After all, they couldn't beat this BD. Let's not talk about this. After Akadu and the others fell into the water, the guards started the emergency plan. They were so busy that they didn't know how to rescue them. Akame, Haitong, and Leone surfaced. What happened? Akame was shocked. When they came back happily, the boat suddenly floated in the air strangely. It was like being lifted up by a strange force, and then smashed hard on the sea. Fortunately, he and Haitong knew how to swim, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Great, you are okay, Master Akame. Akame was soaking wet, and it was simply a wet temptation. Sister, what happened? I don't know either. Leone kept complaining. Because the new clothes bought at Dressrosa were all soaked. Akame stared at the guard in front of him and said, "What happened just now?" The guard was embarrassed. What should he do in this situation? He was at a loss for a while. Under the questioning of Akame and others, he finally gritted his teeth and told the whole story. What? Why? When he learned that Tornado had done something wrong, he just snorted coldly and then walked away. Leone couldn't bear it anymore. She was originally a hot-tempered person. It doesn't matter if the clothes I just bought are soaked. Just came back and the boat was thrown into the sea, this kind of thing can also be ignored. But you did such an excessive thing, and you walked away without saying a word. Isn't it too much? Tornado of Trembling. Leone silently remembered the name. Aokiji looked at her wet clothes helplessly. It was obviously not suitable to wear this to meet Roy. Then change clothes first. Let's go. Aokiji's voice was cold. Yet, the three of them lived together. Aokiji and Haitong were sisters, so they lived in the same house. One house, two different rooms. After changing several sets of clothes, Aokiji felt that they were not suitable and was at a loss. Since she was meeting Roy, she naturally had to show her best side. Expecting Roy to pay attention to her expression. Thinking of this, a blush appeared on her face. Squeak! The door opened. Haitong showed half of his head and urged, "Sister, hurry up, Leone is waiting anxiously." Aokiji was surprised, "Leone is here. I didn't expect Leone to be so fast. She had packed up before I had anything to do." Aokiji didn't delay anything and quickly sped up. A black and red robe highlighted Aokiji's slightly cold temperament. To be honest, this completely conforms to Aokiji's aesthetics. Anyway, she likes it in her heart. This is it. Aokiji walked out of the door contentedly, but who knew that Leone would complain, so old-fashioned. Haitong also looked disgusted. Aokiji was embarrassed. Did she have such bad taste? She wanted to go back to her room to change clothes, but was stopped by the two. Haitong and Leone shouted almost in unison. "Sister, Aokiji, don't go." In the end, Aokiji didn't go, so she met Roy in this dress. It's not ugly actually. It's mainly because Leone and Haitong are cunning and always want to tease Aokiji, which led to the scene just now. Roy got the news that Aokiji and the others had returned early. Very happy. As long as they are not in danger, he has nothing to worry about. Gather all the other cotters. Yes. After a while, all the cotters of the Basta kingdom were gathered, including Uchiha Madara, Tornado, Senju Hashirama, Acedes and others. Tornado was too arrogant, so basically no one was willing to stand with her. Humph! She snorted, with an expression of indifference on her face. In fact, she was very eager for someone to come and say a few words to her. She didn't feel so isolated and helpless. This was a tangled and extremely arrogant guy. Although he was eager to contact people in his heart, he acted as if he was keeping people at a distance. The whole face seemed to say, "I am an iceberg, strangers are not allowed to disturb me." These words. It was Nichiren who had the highest emotional intelligence and took the initiative to talk to Tornado. "Is your name Tornado?" Tornado was excited, and finally someone came to talk to her. But on the surface, she kept people at a distance, holding her chin high. "Yes, I am Tornado." The arrogant look made people frown. This guy is really a stranger who stays away from strangers. It's better not to approach him. Nichiren was watching with a smile. She had seen through Tornado a long time ago. This guy might not be as strong as he looks. As expected. Tornado opened one eye and peeked at Nichiren's reaction. He found that she was still looking at him. Tornado raised her neck higher, but the blush on her cheeks seemed to be deeper. "Tornado." Roy looked at Tornado, who raised her head like a swan and resisted the urge to laugh. To be honest, Tornado like this is quite cute. "What's wrong, Lord Roy?" Although the state has recovered a little, Tornado is still strong with a light blush, like a ripe apple. It makes people want to take a bite. "You accidentally knocked Akame and the others into the sea, you have to apologize later." "Why?" As the arrogant Lord Tornado, how can he easily bow down and apologize? But facing Roy's unquestionable eyes, she pouted and finally agreed reluctantly. Chapter 45. Although she was not very willing in her heart, Roy was watching after all. Under pressure, Tornado could only agree to this unequal treaty. In her opinion, this seemed to be an unequal treaty, and she was wronged, completely forgetting that Akahima and her friends were the most wronged. On the other side, Akahima and her three friends walked over here. "Lord Akahima." Seeing Akahima, the guards all greeted her in a friendly manner. Akahima usually has a good personality and gets along well with the guards. Hurry up and go in, Lord Roy has been waiting for you for a long time. Yet. Akahime nodded, and took Leone and Kurohime to speed up the pace a little. Soon they arrived in front of Roy and saw the cotters gathered in front of Roy. Uchiha Madara, Acedes. Hey, there is another person I don't know. With green curly hair, she looks a little arrogant. After all, she raised her head high, really looking down on people. This should be the tornado the guards mentioned. Akahime murmured. The first time I saw this woman, I felt her overwhelming arrogance. Even more exaggerated than Acedes. After reporting the situation to Roy, Akahime and others stared at Tornado. Akahime was just curious and didn't take what happened just now to heart. Leone and Haitong didn't think so. They are super vengeful. Haitong took out the snacks and stuffed them into his mouth, looking at Leone. That guy should be Tornado, right? Yet. The two of them looked at each other unkindly, and there was a hint of tension. Ahem. Roy coughed and looked at Tornado, indicating that it was your turn to appear next. Although Tornado was very reluctant, she still walked in front of Akahime. Sorry. Although it was an apology, the attitude was somewhat arrogant. It was a little quiet around her, and she opened one eye and peeked secretly. Are you apologizing? Who would apologize in this manner? Leone was furious. I don't understand what this guy is doing. If he's apologizing, can't he be more sincere? Who can accept this attitude? But Leone's words didn't work on Tornado. She raised her head higher and threw it to the side fiercely. Humph. That proud look made Leone want to slap her. UBD. Leone was so angry that it made people sigh that it was different when the scale reached E level. Tornado, lower your attitude and don't speak so loudly. Roy held his forehead with both hands. The reason why the current situation was created was only one aspect of Tornado's arrogance. There was another reason. This guy didn't know how to apologize at all. I thought that just saying sorry would be enough. But the attitude when apologizing is the most important, otherwise others will think you are provoking. Hearing this, Tornado's cheeks were flushed again, a little redder than before. Thump, thump, thump. My heart seemed to be about to jump out of my chest. Although my neck was still raised high, my tone was obviously lowered. I'm sorry. She said she wanted to resolve the conflict between Akahime and Tornado, but Akahime was actually not angry with Tornado at all. On the contrary, she thought Tornado was very cute. That Tornado was terrible. Leone approached Akahime and complained. She did such an excessive thing, but she didn't show any expression, and her apology was not very sincere. Kuriko thinks she's okay. Kuriko answered while eating snacks. She didn't hate Tornado because of this. At present, the few cotters who don't hate Tornado are probably Akahime, Kurohime, and Nichitan. Tornado's matter is just a small episode. The most important thing next is Akahime and the others' celebration party. They can't go home until they are drunk tonight. Roy thought with great anticipation. I haven't had a drink for a long time. I can make an exception tonight and enjoy it. The cotters left one after another, leaving only Akahime to report to Roy. During this period of time, many stories have indeed happened while lurking in Dressrosa. When he came into contact with the real darkness in Dressrosa, even Roy felt his scalp tingling. The darkness introduced in the original book is only part of it. It is not an exaggeration to call the kingdom under Doflamingo's rule hell. Hell. It is indeed suitable for this name. Akahime murmured. Compared with Dressrosa, the Basta kingdom is the real paradise. All this is thanks to Roy. And it is worth their lives to protect. Tell me, what reward do you want after completing this task? Roy smiled at Akahime. Before the action, he said something similar to Akahime. As long as the conditions permit, he can promise her as a reward. It is time to fulfill this promise. He is not a stingy person. If it is gold, silver, treasures, power, etc., he will definitely give it to Akame. Chi Tong shook her head, I don't want it. Why not? Roy was puzzled, not understanding why he should give up when he had a promise in hand. If it were him, he would never miss such a good opportunity. Chi Tong met Roy's sight, her big eyes were watery and full of determination, this is what I should do. As long as I can be used by Lord Roy, I will be satisfied. She wanted to be the knife in Roy's hand, to cut through the thorns for Roy and clear all the obstacles in front of her. This white-skinned, beautiful, cold and calm female killer has given her whole body and mind to Roy. This is not contradictory. Whether you should do it or not is your business, and giving you a reward is my business. Staring at those bright eyes, the pupils seemed to be as bright and beautiful as red crystal stones. If it's possible. Roy was surprised, and when he was curious about what reward the cold Chi Tong would want, Chi Tong spoke. When you hugged Leone and Kurome. I'm so envious. When she said this, Akato's cheeks were as red as water, as if water was about to seep out of them. Her little heart was beating wildly. She couldn't control herself. Actually, I also want to be hugged by Lord Roy. Akato stood there feeling uncomfortable, her cheeks burning. When she said the last sentence, her heartbeat was more than 5 times faster. She finally said it. This sentence has been suppressed in her heart for a long time, and she has never dared to say it. But the more this happened, the clearer the shadow of Roy in her heart became, and she also wanted to fight for herself a little. She turned away with a blushing face. At this moment, Akato didn't dare to look directly into Roy's eyes, otherwise she would be at a loss. This. Roy's mouth was dry. After all the calculations, she didn't expect Akato to make such a request. How should this reward be given? A single man and a single woman were in the same room, and the atmosphere was a little charming. Who? Akate's breathing became heavier, and her cheeks were as red as the sunset glow in the sky. Dong, dong, dong. There was a crisp sound of footsteps, and Akate slowly approached Roy, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer. The rapid breathing sound was also clearly heard. I just couldn't tell whether it was Roy's breathing or Akate's. There's no need to say much about Akate's appearance. This guy is the type that will cause exclamations wherever he goes. Both his appearance and figure are very delicate and well proportioned. Such a peerless beauty actually asked for a hug. Lord Roy, will you agree? Akate's whisper came from my ear. The ruby-like eyes exude a watery tenderness. Chapter 46. When Akahide walked out of the room, her face was still red. The blush did not dissipate until she reached her room. Hei Tong was a little suspicious, pointed at Akahide's red cheeks, and asked, "Why is your face so red?" Akahide was stunned and touched her cheeks. "Really?" Hei Tong nodded seriously. "Like a monkey's butt." As we all know, monkeys' butts are also red, but it's a bit bad to describe someone else's face. Akahide was decisively angry. "You dead girl, you're asking for a beating." Rolling up his sleeves, he slapped Hei Tong's butt hard. Snap! This butt was still shaking when he was hit. Don't think that Hei Tong looks like a little loli, all her emotional flesh has grown to this indescribable place. It hurts, it hurts. Sister, you are so bad, I will never talk to you again. Hei Tong turned his head away and vowed never to talk to his BD sister again. Ignore her this week. Ignore her today. Leone knocked on the door and signaled Hei Tong and Chi Tong to go out together. What are you doing? Hei Tong looked suspicious. Lord Roy has arranged another person to come to our assassination department. Let's meet first. Leone said the intention. Hei Tong pouted and said nothing. What are you doing? Hurry up and call Chi Tong out. I'll wait for you at the door. After saying this, Leone went out on his own. Hei Tong was left with an awkward situation. I just swore that I would not say a word to Chi Tong today, but this happened. There was nothing I could do about it. Who said it was Lord Roy's order? Hei Tong kept persuading himself in his mind, then took a deep breath and walked in front of Chi Tong. Sister, Lord Roy asked us to go over and said that he would arrange someone to join the assassination department. Who? Chi Tong raised his eyebrows, obviously curious about the candidate. I don't know either. I'll know when I go there. Hei Tong explained the matter clearly in a few short sentences. Akame hurriedly changed her clothes, preparing to meet Roy again. Which clothes should she change into? Akame was in a dilemma again. After a while, she brought black-eyed Leone and the others to the assassination division. Roy and a green-haired girl stood there waiting. The trembling tornado. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. Leone and Tornado quarreled again. Why are you here? Do you think I want to be here? Tornado snorted. This guy is also a powder keg, and he gets angry at any time. When he gets excited, this irritable girl is ready to take action immediately. The surging superpowers surged instantly, and a dull sound came from the surrounding space. Tornado with disheveled hair was suspended in the air. The power contained in this little loli is earth-shaking. No one is allowed to take action here. Roy released a breath and immediately suppressed Tornado. Her superpowers were also sealed and could not be used for a short time. Roy not only inherited Tornado's superpowers. A thought can also seal Tornado's full strength, truly controlling life and death with a single thought. Humph! Tornado curled her lips, unwilling to accept it. I'll punish you by not using your abilities for a week, so you guys should get along well in this week. After saying this, Roy turned and left. He used his abilities to seal Tornado's superpowers for a week, and during this week, she couldn't even beat the most ordinary soldiers. After all, Tornado's strength lies in her superpowers. Without superpowers, she would be completely useless. Roy also thought for a long time, and wanted Tornado to truly integrate with Kaitong and the others, and this method was the only way to do it. Welcome, Tornado, we will be partners in the future. Kaitong took the initiative to extend her hand with a warm smile on her face. I welcome you too, my name is Hei Tong. Hei Tong also expressed his goodwill to Tornado. Tornado was instantly moved, as she had always been isolated by other cotters. No one was willing to communicate with Tornado. Not only cotters, but even in the eyes of some soldiers, Tornado was a difficult person to get along with. When other officers were loved and respected by the soldiers, but she was ignored. Tornado felt so wronged. She actually wanted to get along well with everyone, but she had flaws in her heart. There's nothing I can do about it. She closed her eyes tightly, and her cheeks turned even redder. She secretly opened one eye and peeked at everyone's reactions. Tornado has flaws in her personality. It is said that she was imprisoned in a mysterious organization when she was a child. This also made it difficult for her to trust others, and then she used arrogance to cover up her fear. Black Eyes and Red Eyes both laughed, and their impression of Tornado changed. Only Leone was still angry with Tornado. The evening banquet was held as scheduled. Grand singing and dancing resounded in the venue. A band was specially invited for this event. They are also considered to be a relatively famous band in the pirate world. The atmosphere was exciting and happy. It has been a long time since the kingdom has been so lively. Come, drink. Drink, drink, drink. Lord Roy, I offer you a glass. Clinking glasses, toasting cups. Senju Hashirama and Genos toasted cups, Uchiha Madara and Hanma Yujiro were arm in arm. Leone, UBD, why did you grab the food in my bowl? Tornado glared at Leone angrily. Leone was probably drunk, completely forgetting the grudge between her and Tornado, and patted her shoulder. What's the big deal, don't be so stingy, okay? Everything is so warm. Chapter 47. Grand Line, Marine Ford. The Marines were bored and used binoculars to search the nearby seas. I think this is totally unnecessary. After all, this is Marine Ford. How could any pirate dare to approach? The naval headquarters is stationed here. Even if the pirates had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to approach this sea area. Are the New World 4 Emperors awesome? Under normal circumstances, they would not come to Marine Ford. Just then, they found a warship coming here. The warship had a dog head logo, and any marine with a little experience knew what kind of big shot was entrenched in this warship. Vice Admiral Garp is here. Garp is now in semi-retirement. But even so, his prestige in Marine is still very high. Everyone couldn't help but get excited when they heard the name Garp. Some Marines who had just joined the team were so excited that their voices trembled. Vice Admiral Garp. Is it the Marine hero Garp? Who else could it be but him? Hearing this, the man could no longer suppress the excitement in his eyes. Marine hero Garp is definitely his idol, and it is precisely because of Garp's existence that he chose to join Marine. Garp's deeds are needless to say. More than 30 years ago, he ended the cancer of this sea. Rocks pirate. He became famous all over the world. Although there are secrets that they don't know, Garp's contribution to Marine is definitely not small. After that, it was unstoppable. He forced the pirate king Gold Roger into a desperate situation many times, and also captured one of the 3 legendary pirates. Golden Lion. All these deeds are legendary. As for Roger's name, ordinary Marines only know that this guy is called Gold Roger, and the secret of the D family has long been hidden by celestial dragons. In fact, there are more than just Garp on the warship. As a little fan of Garp, Aokiji is lying on a chair basking in the sun at this time. Wearing sunglasses on his face. He can even drink juice when he is thirsty, and his life is so leisurely. Garp is rubbing his hands, with some excitement on his face. Are you serious? Is the Basta kingdom really that strong? Aokiji lazily lay on the chair. We have been in Marine for so long, but we still don't know the background of the Basta kingdom. I can only say, very strong. This is the evaluation given by Aokiji. Although he is reluctant to admit it, there are indeed several people in the Basta kingdom who he can't beat at all. Acedes is enough to give him a headache. As a result, there are several people who are stronger than Acedes. How to beat them? The 5 elders and others have held several meetings for the Basta kingdom. And the final conclusion is not to provoke them easily. Once such a monster is angered, the consequences will be disastrous. Garp asked. How do you think I compare with them? Then he looked forward to Aokiji's reaction. Wanting to hear Aokiji say, of course you are more powerful, this kind of words, so as to satisfy his vanity. As a result, Aokiji kept saying shocking things. To be honest, you are no match for them. This instantly made Garp furious. Aokiji brat. What nonsense are you talking about? He was just a vice admiral, but he actually called Aokiji brat. If someone who didn't know the truth was here, they would definitely be scared to death. But it was normal for Garp to call Aokiji brat. With Garp's qualifications, strength, and connections in the Marine, he was much better than Aokiji in every aspect. I'm telling the truth. Aokiji lazily lifted his eye mask. Although Garp was furious, he was not afraid at all, because Garp was not really angry at this time. Interesting, I will go to the Kingdom of Basta later. Aokiji, you have seen it clearly. Garp laughed loudly, but there was a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Since Roger's death, he has rarely encountered a decent opponent, and now he has a strong interest in the Kingdom of Basta. Soon, they arrived at the port of Marine Ford. The Marines were ready and had been waiting for Garp for a long time. Vice Admiral Garp, Aokiji Admiral. Yes. Garp looked at them and nodded slightly. Although he is Vice Admiral, the title should be ranked before Aokiji, which shows Garp's status in the Marine. Is this Vice Admiral Garp? What a strong momentum, worthy of being a marine hero. The Marines were impressed by Garp's momentum, and their eyes showed admiration. It was like a fan seeing his idol. Let's go. Garp said nothing more and took Aokiji to the naval headquarters. Marine Admiral Aokiji followed Garp like a follower. Everyone was shocked. It felt like Admiral Aokiji became a lackey in a moment compared to Garp. Admiral's office. Sengoku was still dealing with various issues related to the Shishibukai system. The fall of Doflamingo involved a lot of things, and during this period, Sengoku had been busy helping Akame and the others clean up their messes. Garp is here. As soon as he heard that Garp was here, Sengoku stopped. When old friends met, of course, they would exchange pleasantries, and then Sengoku would try to win over Garp to help him do things. I refuse. Garp refused very straightforwardly. Laozi finally semi-retired, and he still wanted to do things on his own. What a joke. Ahem. Sengoku choked. After the communication, we learned that Garp actually wanted to go to the Basta Kingdom and have a fight with Roy and the others. This matter is of great importance, and Sengoku must remind. It is very important for us to communicate with the Basta Kingdom now, and you must not cause them dissatisfaction. Don't worry, I'm not going to cause trouble. Garp waved his hand. Do you think I look like a troublemaker? Then Sengoku looked at him for a long time and concluded that this guy is a restless person. His thick eyebrows and big eyes are indescribably fierce. Hey! You guy, do you believe I will beat you up? In just a few seconds, Garp, this BD, showed his true colors again. However, during this period, the world government does want to investigate the Basta Kingdom, and this task can be given to Garp. Sengoku touched his chin. Garp can't go alone, I'm a little worried. Finally, it was decided to send Admiral Backup Momuzagi to go with Garp, so that they can take care of each other. Momuzagi is the younger sister of Grandma Crane. Moreover, he is a candidate for Admiral at such a young age. He is qualified for the job in terms of qualifications and ability. Bobo Bobo. Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi and decisively called Momuzagi. Garp started to quarrel again. Hey! Sengoku, don't you believe me? I can complete the task by myself. Bah, who wants to help you do this? Garp's loud voice almost deafened people. Really? Aokiji picked his ears and kept a distance from Garp. Anyway, with Garp yelling here, the serious place of the Admiral's office instantly changed. Chapter 48. Sengoku rubbed his forehead and ignored Garp's roar. Having worked with Garp for so many years, he has already understood his character. Decisively turned these complaints into wind in his ears. Aokiji Akainu Kizaru Sengoku, collectively ignored Garp, and soon this guy shut up in boredom. Call me when you're ready. Garp waved his hand and left aggressively. I have to say that old man Garp has definitely mastered the temperament. As soon as Garp left, everyone felt relieved. That BD, he is so noisy every time he comes. Akainu took a puff of his cigar and complained. He was unhappy with Garp, but the other party was a marine hero after all, so it was hard to say anything. Marine Admiral wanted to fight Garp, but he was still a little short of the heat. Sengoku didn't have time to pay attention to him. He was busy calling Momuzagi, signaling her to come back quickly. At this time, Momuzagi was leading Marine on patrol at sea, and then she received a call from Sengoku. What's the reason? After hanging up the phone bug, Momuzagi looked suspicious. She has a great figure. Even wearing a marine uniform, she can't hide her charm. A pair of long legs as slender as jade, and a spider tattoo on the base of the legs. Next to her, the dog Shitun was trying to show his courtesy. Jun, I like you, be my girlfriend. Holding the rose in his palm, like a prince offering flowers to Cinderella, Shitun has grasped the vulgar temperament to the point of death. Momuzagi was indifferent and took the rose from Shitun. Roses represent the steadfastness of love. Once she took the rose, did it mean that Momuzagi had accepted her confession? Shitun was overjoyed. Thinking that hard work paid off, and her own spring had finally come. The next second, the rose was thrown into the sea by Momuzagi, and the petals fluttered and finally scattered into the sea. I refuse. The voice came out in a crisp voice, without any room for turning back. This was the 83rd time that Shitun was rejected. But Shitun was obviously very experienced. After being rejected, he was still not discouraged and vowed to promote the identity of a dog to the end. What's the matter, Jun? Seeing Momuzagi's suspicion, Shitun couldn't help asking. Sengoku asked us to go back. Neither of them knew what Sengoku was thinking, but as long as they arrived at the naval headquarters, they would naturally know these problems. Turn around and go back to the naval headquarters. Understood. The group hurriedly returned to the ship and headed for the naval headquarters. After about half an hour, they finally arrived. Sengoku had been waiting for them for a long time. When he saw Momuzagi and the others coming, he quickly told them the details. Let me go to the Kingdom of Basta. Momuzagi was stunned. As a Marine Vice Admiral, she certainly knows about the Basta Kingdom. She is also curious about this mysterious country, and now she can finally see its true face. Vice Admiral Garp will go with you, and we can take care of each other. Little Garp. Momuzagi nodded. Because of Granny Crane, Momuzagi can directly call Garp Little Garp. And Garp dare not get angry. After all, Granny Crane has a bad temper, you can't afford to offend her. I'll go with you too. As a licking dog, how can Shitun not come to join in the fun at this time? Little did he know that this time Shitun went to the Basta Kingdom just to draw a clear line with this guy. Being harassed again and again, even the most beautiful woman with a good temper would be annoyed. I refuse. Finally, the candidates were determined. Garp, Aokiji, and Momuzagi went to the Basta Kingdom together. In addition, Momuzagi and the others had another task, which was to try to find out the details of the Basta Kingdom. How to say it? Marine also does not allow this time bomb to exist. This threat is too great. If necessary, they still hope to destroy the Basta Kingdom directly. However, the current Basta Kingdom is full of fog. I don't know how many strong people are entrenched. In this environment, even if Marine can win in the end, it will pay a great price. Marine can't afford this price. The 5 elders have been studying this problem for some time. How can we completely solve the problem of the Basta Kingdom? In fact, it is very simple to solve this problem, that is, to completely destroy the Basta Kingdom. But does Marine have the strength to do so? Obviously not. So, on the surface, they established diplomatic relations with the Basta Kingdom and had a harmonious relationship with each other. New World, Basta Kingdom. Roy and others obviously didn't know that Garp and others would come to visit in a while. During this period of time, the relationship between Tornado and Akame has been warming up. Obviously, they have been completely integrated. It's good. Roy smiled. He was very satisfied with this result. As a king, of course he hopes that his subordinates will unite and help each other, rather than fight among themselves. At first, Tornado could not use her ability, which was Roy's punishment for her. When she could use her superpowers, Akame and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Tornado to be so strong. After all, Tornado is the second S level in One Punch Man. Don't look at the little lowly's figure, she actually contains extremely terrifying power. Her superpowers are at the level of destroying the world. If she uses her full power, she can even crush countless meteorites into powder, which can be said to be very exaggerated. It is obviously a very terrifying killing move. But Leone and Kurome used it as a tool for fun. They flew around in the sky riding Tornado's superpowers. Roy. This is quite speechless. Call Uchiha Madara over. Roy looked around and ordered people to call Uchiha Madara over. After a while, Uchiha Madara was brought in. This time, he called Uchiha Madara because there was actually something important. Yesterday he suddenly thought that the condition for Uchiha Madara Rinnegan to be activated seemed to be due to the fusion of Senju Hashirama's cells. Senju Hashirama is of Ashura's bloodline. Indra fused with Ashura, causing Uchiha Madara to finally open his eyes and activate Rinnegan. Using the same method, will Uchiha Madara awaken Rinnegan? Thinking of this, Roy couldn't help but get excited. Thinking carefully, this possibility is still very high. Is the legendary Rinnegan going to reappear in the pirate world through his own hands? Chapter 49. Lord Roy. Uchiha Madara looked at the man in front of him. Curious, Roy called him for a purpose, and he couldn't guess it for a while. Here. Roy handed something over. Uchiha Madara was a little suspicious and asked, Lord Roy. What is this? Just fuse it. Roy didn't bother to explain the extra things. It's obviously not good to just say Senju Hashirama's cells. After all, with the relationship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he would definitely not choose to fuse Hashirama cells. This is not what Roy wants to see. Yes, sir. Uchiha Madara agreed quickly. He left with the Senju Hashirama cells, and did not choose to fuse on the spot. Fusion also requires a process. It's not that the Rinnegan is activated immediately after fusion. Looking at Uchiha Madara's back, Roy was a little expectant. After awakening the Rinnegan, what will Madara's strength be? There is no doubt that it will be much stronger than it is now. Uchiha Madara returned to his room and opened the box Roy sent. What on earth is this? With a suspicious mood, he slowly fused the Hashirama cells. After all, it was Roy's order, and he had to obey. There was no problem after swallowing the Hashirama cells, and it was no different from usual. Forget it. After feeling it for a long time, he didn't think there was anything strange. Uchiha Madara didn't dwell on this issue. Go out. Find Baki in Hanma Yujiro's room. Uchiha Madara wants to find these two guys again for a physical duel. And Baki and Hanma Yujiro are also fighting at this time. Buzz. The two people's breath surged, colliding like seawater. Hanma Yujiro's muscles were tied up, and he looked like a corn spirit. Baki, you are no match for me. Hanma Yujiro looked down at Baki in front of him. In fact, it was true. Baki was no match for Hanma Yujiro at all. But Baki was obviously not convinced. How do you know if you don't try? The dead fish eyes became bright, with crazy fighting spirit in them. The two of them confronted each other, neither of them convinced. Uchiha Madara didn't expect that Baki could also release such momentum and compete with Hanma Yujiro. Hanma Yujiro grinned. Without any warning, he suddenly attacked, and the fierce punch came like a dragon's tail. Bang! Baki was not to be outdone. The two fists collided in mid-air, sweeping across. Armament haki gushed out, and black lightning flowed with the confrontation. There is no doubt that both of them have comprehended armament haki and observation haki, and their attainments are not low. The data card shows. Hanma Yujiro. Armament haki, intermediate. Observation haki, intermediate. Baki. Armament haki, intermediate. Observation haki, intermediate. In such a short time, they have gone from being completely ignorant to this level. It is already very exaggerated. Two-color haki intermediate, even in the Grand Line, is considered a small master. And the fighting skills of the two must be added. I didn't expect you to improve so fast. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but murmur. After a short confrontation, Baki was defeated in the end. This guy is still so strong. Baki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Hanma Yujiro solemnly. Even with the addition of a haki setting, he is still no match for Hanma Yujiro. From Hanma Yujiro, you can feel the amazing pressure. It won't be long before I surpass your Uchiha Madara. Hanma Yujiro came to Uchiha Madara, with the fighting spirit in his eyes. Even though the difference in their fighting power was huge. But Hanma Yujiro would never admit defeat, believing in himself that one day he would be able to defeat this man. Uchiha Madara smiled, if you can do it, just come on. Although he was looking forward to Hanma Yujiro's growth. But wanting to surpass himself was undoubtedly a foolish dream. Now he just wanted to say that, I'll give you time to catch up, until you can't see me anymore. Next, Hanma Yujiro will fight Uchiha Madara. Although he learned to use Haki, he is still a little far behind the top powerhouse like Uchiha Madara. Bang! In the end, Hanma Yujiro was blown away. You are still as strong as ever. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he had to admit that Uchiha Madara's strength was terrifying. I want to surpass him in a short time. It's nothing but a fantasy. You are already very strong. I am a little surprised by your speed of improvement. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but said. He was indeed surprised. It has only been a short time, just a few weeks. Yujiro has mastered Haki to such an extent that he can resist several moves from him. A word suddenly popped up in Uchiha Madara's mind, monster. Lord Roy is right. Uchiha Madara murmured. He doubted Roy's words at first. Is it necessary to pay so much attention to Yujiro and the others? It seems that he is just an ordinary person. But Yujiro slapped him in the face with the actual situation. Without staying for long, Uchiha Madara left. If this goes on, there is no way to beat Uchiha Madara. Looking at Uchiha Madara's gradually receding back, Hanma Yujiro's eyes flashed with a solemnity. He now has only one goal. That is to defeat this man named Uchiha Madara. It's just that. Uchiha Madara is so powerful that ordinary people can't compete with him. A moment later, Hanma Yujiro and Baki stood at the gate of the palace and came to see Roy. Soon, someone came out of the palace. Lord Roy asked you to come in. Yes. Soon, Yujiro and Baki were brought to Roy. Roy was dealing with government affairs with Nichitan. The situation on the sea has been chaotic recently, so there are a lot of things happening in the Kingdom of Basta. Seeing Yujiro and the others come in, Roy stopped what he was doing. What are you doing here? Lord Roy, we want to ask for your permission to go to sea. This is also the purpose of Yujiro's visit. He wants to go to sea and leave the Kingdom of Basta. Why do you want to leave? We want to see a wider world and improve our strength by the way. In fact, becoming stronger is the main purpose. In the Kingdom of Basta, the only opponent is Uchiha Madara. This is obviously not going to work. In order to gather the strengths of all the schools and enhance their own strength, Yujiro and his team resolutely decided to go to sea. Roy thought about it and finally approved their application. You can go now. Take this Den Den Mushi and keep in touch at any time. Roy handed over a Den Den Mushi, which was the link between the two. Yujiro was delighted and took it quickly. Yes. I didn't expect Roy to agree so straightforwardly. I thought it would take more time to talk. However, it's good that the goal has been achieved. Yujiro's face was bright, and he was full of expectations for the new life that was about to begin. Port. The two of them each took a small boat and were about to set sail. See you in half a year, don't die before then. Baki looked at Hanma Yujiro solemnly and reminded him. I should be the one to say this. Yujiro grinned, and the two of them were full of gunpowder when they talked. Chapter 50. When Uchiha Madara returned to the room, he felt that his pupil power was skyrocketing wildly. His eyes seemed to have undergone a change. This is. In front of the mirror, Uchiha Madara found that one of his eyes had turned into a spiral shape. A huge pupil power flowed out of that eye. Rinnegan is naturally more advanced than Mangeki. so Uchiha Madara can feel the surge in pupil power most directly. My Mangeki has evolved. Then, Uchiha Madara continued to adapt to the ability of the new eyes. After activating the Rinnegan, he naturally learned how to use it. Rinnegan controls the cycle of life and the power of 6 paths. There is no doubt that this is a very exaggerated power. Hey! At the same time, Roy also felt it. It seems that Uchiha Madara has activated the Rinnegan. Because of the system, there is a strange connection between him and Uchiha Madara. Moreover, Uchiha Madara activated the Rinnegan, and he would inherit such power. Swish! Roy's eyes turned into the outline of the Rinnegan. After obtaining the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara was very excited. The first thing he did was to find Senju Hashirama and beat him up. Madara, what are you going to do? Hashirama, come and fight. Let me show you my new tricks. There is a saying that wealth and honor are like walking in the night in brocade clothes. After Uchiha Madara got the Rinnegan, he couldn't wait to show off in front of Senju Hashirama. It was rare that Uchiha Madara was so motivated, and Senju Hashirama also became interested. Under normal circumstances, Madara would not fight with him. Now he must have something to rely on, but he didn't know what it was. Bang! The two fists collided. For a moment, countless air waves rolled and spread in all directions. The two fists faced each other, but they did not touch each other, but touched each other in the air. Lightning filled the void. In the end, the impact had nowhere to go, and it went straight to the sky. Boom! The clouds in the sky were broken and split in half, and the sky was directly torn apart by this impact. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The sky is cracked. How is this possible? Is this really something that humans can do? The confrontation between the two even tore the sky apart. If it were just like this, Uchiha Madara would not be enough to defeat Senju Hashirama. Now, both of them are the owners of Conqueror's Coil, and their strength has definitely reached the Emperor level. And Senju Hashirama's bloodline ability is a little stronger. In the original work, Senju Hashirama suppressed Sengoku Madara, but now Uchiha Madara has awakened Rinnegan and his strength has soared. The battle situation was reversed in an instant. No wonder you came to duel with me. So that's how it is. Senju Hashirama said with a smile. Of course, he also found that Uchiha Madara's eyes had changed and turned into Rinnegan, which was his reliance on defeating Senju Hashirama. Indeed, Samsara Madara was in a stronger state, and Senju Hashirama gradually couldn't hold on and chose to admit defeat. I lost. Now, the strongest person in Roy's camp finally changed hands and became Uchiha Madara. Finally won. Uchiha Madara was excited, but he was very cold on the surface and didn't express this feeling. Everyone was a little confused. Master Uchiha Madara won. So amazing, it turns out that Master Uchiha Madara is so strong. In this battle, Uchiha Madara used very exaggerated abilities. First, the perfect Susanoo collided with the wooden golem, and then he was completely blown up by the true several thousand hands, so he had to use the Rinnegan ability. Even if he used the Rinnegan, he only narrowly defeated Hashirama. You can imagine how strong this guy is. No way. Uchiha Madara won. Acedes was also paying attention to this battle and was shocked. In the past, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's battles were basically won by Senju Hashirama. But now the situation has changed, and the final winner is Uchiha Madara. What are those eyes? Everyone noticed the change in Uchiha Madara's eyes. It was no longer the outline of the eternal Mangeki, but became Rinnegan. Senju Hashirama flew over with a smile on his face. He was not depressed by the defeat, he didn't care much about such things. Uchiha Madara, you awakened Rinnegan. Yet. Uchiha Madara nodded. Super proud. Everyone knew that Uchiha Madara's new eyes were called Rinnegan. Good name, Haki. Tornado was suspended in the air, touching her chin, is it called Rin-Egan because of that outline? Since she traveled through time, she rarely fought with others. So the only ones who know Tornado's strength are Akame and her friends. As for the real combat ability, Akame is not sure, because Tornado has never fought. Not really. She did fight Leone once, and the result was a complete crushing. Leone was in front of Tornado. It can be said that she had no power to resist. So that guy is so strong. Behind Acedes, the unbeatable legend Genos looked at Uchiha Madara with a shocked face. Uchiha Madara always had a cold expression on his face, as if someone owed him millions. Genos didn't have a good impression of Uchiha Madara. As a result, this guy is so powerful? Seeing the fluctuations in the fight between the two, he couldn't help but calculate in his mind. If it were me, what would be my chance of winning the battle against Uchiha Madara? The final conclusion is 0%. Genos. Uchiha Madara is indeed very strong, and I can't compete with him at all. Even Acedes is not his opponent. And now, Genos is Acedes' younger brother. He was arranged by Roy to work under Acedes, just like the three beast warriors. They are all Acedes' followers. He has also challenged Acedes several times, and the final result is without exception, all of them were killed instantly. After all, this name of the invincible legend is not a cover. Chapter 51. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Garp and others boarded the warship, and this time they were accompanied by Aokiji and Momuzagi. I'm really curious about what the Basta Kingdom looks like. It seems that Admiral Aokiji discovered it first. Admiral, tell us about it. The Marines were obviously very curious about the Basta Kingdom. I heard that Aokiji discovered this country first, so I wanted to ask about it. That's it, actually. Aokiji said lazily. This guy seems to be asleep at all times. Aokiji, is that Uchiha Madara really that strong? Garp was obviously not interested in these. He just knew that. Aokiji admired Uchiha Madara in the Basta Kingdom very much. And Uchiha Madara's record was also very strong. After all, he beat Akainu to death. I still remember how Akainu limped during the last trip to the Kingdom of Basta. He became the laughingstock of the entire naval headquarters. But then they stopped laughing. Akainu's strength is obvious to all. This guy is definitely a top-notch Marine. A representative figure of Marine. Even Aokiji is not Akainu's opponent. But such an admiral was defeated in the Kingdom of Basta, beaten to death, and lost face. Although Garp is known as a Marine hero, is he really a match for Uchiha Madara? At this moment, Aokiji had to doubt this matter. Anyway, he is quite strong. You will know when the time comes. Aokiji shook his head. No matter what, Garp would not believe it. Instead, he would get a scolding, so he didn't want to tell the truth. But he didn't agree with Garp in his heart, mainly because Uchiha Madara left a deep impression in their hearts last time. Although Garp is known as the Marine hero, he is not a simple character. I'm really looking forward to that Uchiha Madara. Garp's eyes were full of fighting spirit. And he obviously wanted to meet that Uchiha Madara. Next to him, Momuzagi watched this scene speechlessly. Little Garp, it's been so long, and you still look like this. She and Garp also knew each other because of Granny Crane. Since the beginning of their acquaintance, Garp has always been a fighting maniac, and he is eager to try when he sees an opponent he is interested in. To be honest, it has been so long, and there has been no change at all. In this case, Garp is obviously interested in Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Momuzagi also whispered the name. I don't know what kind of person can make Aokiji and Garp so interested. And most importantly, that Sakazuki actually lost to Uchiha Madara, which is incredible. After returning, the Marines forbade spreading that incident. After all, Admiral's defeat had a great impact on Marines' morale. So far, Momozagi had heard of it for the first time. She just knew that Sakazuki had already lost. He was beaten badly by that Uchiha Madara. Are you kidding? Akainu Admiral is no match for that Uchiha Madara. Who is that guy? Everyone was surprised. In their opinion, the dignity of Marine Admiral Akainu should not be touched. He is one of the strongest fighters of Marine, a symbol of strength. But such a person actually lost to Uchiha Madara. This can't be true? Everyone subconsciously didn't believe it. If it was any other Marine who said that, they would definitely sneer and think that the other party was talking nonsense. However, it was Aokiji who said this, which was different. That Akainu actually lost to Uchiha Madara in the Basta Kingdom. Are you kidding me? The most important thing is that Uchiha Madara is just the tip of the iceberg of the Basta Kingdom. There are countless strong people in the kingdom. And Roy, as the king, made Sengoku tremble with fear. Sengoku and Roy had a brief contact before, and then he was scared by Roy's heaven-defying observation haki. So far, Sengoku has never seen such a terrifying haki. Even the former Sea Overlord Rocks did not have such an exaggerated haki. It's really interesting. However, no matter what he said, Garp's eyes became brighter and brighter. The fighting spirit in his eyes reached the extreme, and he didn't know what fear was at all. Now he just wanted to hurry to the Basta Kingdom and have a good fight with that Uchiha Madara. Is that a marine warship? Why is it a marine warship of this shape? In the Basta Kingdom, the guards were surprised to find a warship coming not far away. Because there is a dog head in front of this warship, it looks funny no matter how you look at it. How can there be such a warship? However, some senior people instantly found that the origin of this warship is not simple. Because it is the warship of the marine hero Garp. The marine hero is here. When these words came out, people couldn't help but be stunned. Marine hero? Is it that Garp? Just mentioning this name, everyone's breathing became rapid and their faces changed drastically. Marine hero Garp. This is a name that cannot be erased in the old times. It once destroyed the Sea Overlord Rocks and became completely famous throughout the world. After that, it forced the Pirate King Roger into a desperate situation several times. It is no exaggeration to say that Garp's life is legendary. I didn't expect such a big man to appear in the Basta Kingdom. What is he doing? Then, someone quickly reported the news to Roy. Lord Roy, Garp is here. Garp. Roy was stunned. Anyone who has watched One Piece can't be unfamiliar with Garp's name. After all, this guy is the grandfather of the protagonist Luffy. At the same time, he is also a super strong man in One Piece. He is very powerful and is known as the marine hero. In the old days, he was also a figure who galloped the sea. But now he has retired. Why did he appear in the Basta Kingdom? To be honest, Roy was also very curious. Garp. Roy murmured. He had long wanted to meet Garp and get to know each other. Now this wish can finally be fulfilled. Looking at Acedes next to him. Acedes, go and pick up Garp and the others. Roy said. Yes, sir. Then Acedes left with the soldiers and walked towards the port. Garp, the marine hero. Acedes was a little excited and had a strong interest in this guy. The marine hero must be very strong. I wonder if I can beat him. She was excited and wanted to fight Garp. At the same time, Garp and his ship had arrived at the dock. Finally here. Aokiji said lazily, holding his head. He didn't like taking a boat, but he liked the feeling of being down to earth. Chapter 52. Garp and his party finally arrived at the port of the Basta Kingdom. Is this the Basta Kingdom? It doesn't look like a non-member country of the world government at all. The Marines were shocked. They wondered if they had come to the wrong place. It stands to reason that a non-member country of the world government should be very shabby. Aokiji got up lazily from his chair. You are not mistaken, this is the Basta Kingdom. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The prosperity of this country is almost catching up with those powerful countries. It's all because of that Roy. Aokiji began to tell the situation. This is what he heard from others here. In the past, the Basta kingdom could be said to be a ruin, just like those non-member countries of the world government. It wasn't until Roy and his team appeared that things changed. I'm getting more and more curious about him, that Roy. Momozagi's eyes showed an interested light. Aokiji couldn't help but glance at Momozagi, without saying much. Then Garp started yelling over there again, "Where is that Uchiha Madara? Take me to him." This battle maniac wanted to find Uchiha Madara to fight with as his first move when he came here. After all, he had been listening to Aokiji bragging all along the way. He had long been unable to bear how powerful that Uchiha Madara was, and now the opportunity had finally come. However, he did not know Uchiha Madara, so he could only ask Aokiji for this matter. Just then, ding ding ding, a crisp sound of footsteps came. Several soldiers, led by a woman in a military girl's uniform, slowly walked over here. The woman had sky blue hair and wore a military girl's uniform. She exuded a queen-like temperament, and she was wearing high heels, looking fierce. "You are the marine hero, Garp?" Ace asked, pointing at Garp with her slender jade finger. Garp's eyes widened at the sight of this. And he felt the long-lost fighting spirit from this woman. As soon as he saw Ace, Aokiji pretended not to know him. He kept silent. He couldn't be bothered by this troublesome guy. After all, Aokiji was not a fighting maniac. He and Kizaru were the same type of people, very lazy. "I feel that this guy is quite strong." Garp's eyes lit up. For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit tense, as if ready to fight at any time. When everyone saw this posture, they felt that something was wrong. Roy clearly called Ace and brought Garp and the others over. As a result, Ace was ready to fight as soon as he came. In fact, it's not Ace's fault. Garp was also partly responsible for this matter. This guy seemed to be looking forward to fighting with Ace. "What's your name?" Garp stared into Ace's eyes and asked. Before the fight, it is natural to find out the other party's name. This is very important. Ace was cold-eyed. "Ace." Her voice was like an iceberg. Holding a sharp blade, Ace rushed to Garp in one step. But Garp stood there calmly. He looked like a hermit. "Just come," Garp said with a smile. He did not underestimate Ace, and his observation haki had been released long ago. Instantly, Ace's series of actions were predicted. As a marine hero, Garp's observation haki also reached the top level. He is not only famous for his armament haki. His armament haki is indeed very strong, but his observation haki is definitely not weak. In terms of haki, Ace is slightly worse than Garp, so he was suppressed from the beginning. After all, he is a marine hero, and he has forced Roger into desperate situations many times. He is still very strong. Is this guy so strong? Ace was shocked. Obviously she didn't expect Garp to be so strong. He feels stronger than Akainu. When fighting with Akainu, Ace's observation haki was not suppressed. The two were at the same level. But it was different when fighting with Garp. Observation haki was suppressed, and sometimes she couldn't avoid Garp's attack. And Garp armament haki was also at the top level. Use your ability to deal with it. Ace was forced to use the Imperial weapon to deal with it. Otherwise, there was no other way. How to fight when both the observation haki and the armament haki are suppressed? Although Ace has Conqueror's haki. But that Conqueror's haki can only clear minions at most. She didn't understand Conqueror's entanglement, a high-level skill, so it was embarrassing. In the battle with Garp, she was suppressed all the way. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A large number of ice blocks appeared beside Ace, and those ice blocks were also under her control, and all of them shot towards Garp in an instant. Is it similar to the ability of Aokiji's child? Garp couldn't help but ponder. To be honest, Ace's ability is indeed similar to Aokiji's, both of which are the same freezing ability. But this ability is obviously useless for Garp, who has experienced many battles. He beat Aokiji up whenever he had nothing to do, so he can easily deal with this little freezing trick. Swoosh, swoosh. Garp was as light as a swallow and dodged Ace's ice attacks several times in a row. Ace couldn't help but widen his eyes. My attacks were all dodged. From this point of view, although Garp is old, his strength has not decreased much. He is still that agile old man. What if the number is a little more? Ace sneered. This time, not only the number increased, but she also made the volume of the ice layer larger. This would make it more difficult for Garp to dodge. But facing this kind of attack, Garp was not prepared to dodge. Watch this! Garp roared. Armament haki wrapped around his fist, and he smashed it hard on the iceberg in front of him. Boom! The iceberg was instantly smashed and turned into countless fragments. Everyone was stunned to see this scene. Is this the strength of the marine hero Garp? So strong! Such a big iceberg was smashed in an instant. Not only Ace's men, but even those marines were a little surprised. They hadn't seen Garp's dedication to the battle. Garp would only use such an ability when he met a master of Ace's level. For those who met before, Garp simply disdained to use it. The bounty was only tens of millions of berries. Capturing those pirates was mostly just for fun for Garp, but the battle with Ace was different. Aokiji looked at the two people immersed in the battle. It's rare to see old man Garp so serious. It seems that Ace has become stronger. At this time, Marine cheered for Garp, and Ace's men cheered for Ace. Although Ace is very strong, there is still a big gap compared to Garp, a legendary figure. Swoosh! Garp saw the gap and punched Ace fiercely. This punch was fast and urgent. Ace had no time to react and was blown away. According to the competition, the outcome of this game has come to an end, and the winner is naturally Garp. It seems that I won. Garp laughed and was in a very good mood. It has been a long time since I had such a good fight. The battle with Ace was really exciting. Chapter 53. I actually lost. Ace was a little unwilling, he didn't expect that he actually lost. He had never beaten Akainu. And now he was no match for Marine Hero Garp. This was actually normal. Marine Hero Garp was not a small character, but a well-known big man in the entire pirate world. His combat power was originally higher than Akainu, so it was reasonable that he could beat Ace. I must defeat him next time. Ace muttered in his heart. She was not a character who could not afford to lose. If she lost now, she would win back later. Garp laughed loudly, without any airs of a marine hero. Not bad, you are better than Aokiji. Garp patted Ace on the shoulder. Are you interested in joining our marine? Ace's strength was still very strong. If marine had such a big name joining, the deterrent power at sea would be much stronger. After all, there was an extra admiral out of thin air. Ace shook his head quickly. No, I will always be loyal to Lord Roy. Garp's wish is obviously impossible. Including Ace and other cotters, their loyalty to Roy is 100%. It can be said that they are unconditionally loyal. Even if Roy asks them to die, they will do it without hesitation. This corner cannot be poached at all. In fact, Garp just mentioned it casually and did not think that the other party would agree. Sure enough, Ace rejected him without hesitation. At this time, Ace noticed Aokiji next to him. Aokiji. Hey! Aokiji continued to pretend to be confused. He didn't want to have any intersection with Ace. After all, this woman was too troublesome. However, in fact, Ace had no idea about him at all, and didn't want to fight Aokiji now. Now her most anticipated opponent is Akainu. Isn't Akainu coming? Aokiji shook his head. No, he is still in Marineford. Acedes nodded. After all, I lost to Akainu before, so if I have a chance, I want to win back. This mentality is easy to understand. Just like if you lose a game, you want to get back at him. Now Acedes has a similar idea. Find Akainu, and beat him up to get revenge for the abuse. Of course. Garp also has this grudge in mind. But it's too early to beat Garp. Acedes has to become stronger, otherwise there is no chance. It seems that there is a long way to go. Then, Acedes looked at Garp and said. You guys come with me, Lord Roy must be waiting anxiously. Yet. Garp nodded slightly. To be honest, Garp is also very interested in this Roy. He has a tough guy like Acedes, and it is said that there is an even stronger Uchiha Madara. Who exactly is this guy? Momozagi is analyzing Acedes' combat power. So strong. She's definitely at the admiral level. It seems that what Aokiji said is not wrong. Momozagi was full of astonishment. Aokiji had mentioned Acedes to her before, saying that she and this woman had fought to a draw. Momozagi still didn't believe it. After all, Aokiji is a marine admiral, how terrifying is her strength? Although Momozagi is an admiral substitute, there is still a gap between her and the real admiral. Otherwise, why didn't they become marine admirals after the Summit War? It's because they are not strong enough. Can this woman Acedes fight Aokiji on equal terms? Now that she has watched the battle between Acedes and Garp, she suddenly understood. This guy might really be able to fight Aokiji, on par. Although Acedes lost to Garp, people have to admit her strength. After all, she didn't lose to someone else. It was Garp, who is called a marine hero. That guy is the strongest fighter of marine except Kong. Is this the strength of marine hero Garp? In the crowd, Genos was also quite shocked. Acedes was suppressed. If he faced such an opponent, it can be said that he had no chance at all. Genos could not resist his attack at all. And his artillery was afraid that he could not break Garp's armed color defense. Once the fight really started, it would be a complete crush. Then, Garp followed Acedes and came to the palace together. In front of Roy. Vice Admiral Garp. Garp also hurriedly responded, Your Excellency must be Roy, right? With a simple greeting, the relationship between the two sides was closer. Garp and his purpose of coming here was different. Garp just wanted to fight Uchiha Madara, Aokiji was bored, and Momozagi was mainly responsible for investigating the specific strength of the Basta kingdom. And the results of the investigation surprised her. Acedes was enough to shock her. Which country has an admiral-level strongman? As a result, the Basta kingdom has won. The key is that Roy has several cadres. But I don't know how strong they are. If there is a chance, I can test them. Who is Uchiha Madara? Garp looked at Aokiji next to him and asked. He is obviously still interested in Uchiha Madara. After all, Aokiji had said that Uchiha Madara was so powerful before, which made Garp a little itchy. Now he finally has a chance to contact him. Aokiji glanced at Uchiha Madara not far away. And then pointed to Garp, that's it. Hey! Garp stared over. Because they didn't release their aura, Garp was not sure how strong this guy was. Try him later. Garp's eyes lit up. The other party must be very powerful to be praised by Aokiji, but I don't know how powerful he can be. After the banquet, everyone left in twos and threes. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama walked side by side, ready to take a stroll nearby. After all, there was nothing to do, so they were free. You are Uchiha Madara, right? Just then, Garp came over with Aokiji and others. Boom! Garp's aura burst out, and he released his pressure in front of Uchiha Madara without any scruples. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, staring at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara raised his head slightly. He also felt a fighting spirit pressing towards him. Chapter 54. Uchiha Madara looked up and saw Garp in front of him. The fighting spirit just now burst out from Garp. That was a hostile look? What? Uchiha Madara looked up. He was very sensitive to fighting spirit, so he had already noticed it when Garp and the others came over. Garp laughed out loud, not serious. I heard from Aokiji that you are very strong, do you want to compete? Aokiji? Looking at Aokiji next to him, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. In his opinion, Aokiji is still very strong, at least he can be on par with Acedes. You must know that. Acedes is very strong, even he had to be careful to deal with it at the beginning. Of course, it is different now. After awakening Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he has already surpassed Acedes by a lot. If he fights now, it should be a lot easier. Being able to fight Acedes, Aokiji's strength was also recognized by Uchiha Madara. But Garp in front of him directly called Aokiji Kid. Marine Hero Garp. I have long wanted to see your strength. Uchiha Madara also had a fighting spirit in his eyes. As soon as he heard the name of Hero Garp, he wanted to compete with this guy. But he didn't expect Garp to take the initiative to find him. He didn't know that Garp came to the Kingdom of Basta just for Uchiha Madara. The two stood face to face. And then their momentum began to touch each other. On one side was the marine hero Garp. And on the other side was one of the two gods of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara. He and Senju Hashirama are called the two gods of the ninja world. In the past, Senju Hashirama was a little stronger, but since Uchiha Madara activated the Rinnegan, the situation has reversed. Madara is still the same. Hashirama couldn't help but hold his forehead. Having been friends with Uchiha Madara for so many years, Senju Hashirama knows Uchiha Madara's character very well. This guy is a battle maniac by nature, which is similar to Acedes. Facing Garp's fighting spirit, Uchiha Madara did not hesitate at all and decisively chose to fight. He had long wanted to have a good fight with this famous marine hero. It can only be said that Garp came at the right time. Ha 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 ha. Garp laughed loudly, and his voice was a bit magical. I didn't expect Uchiha Madara to be a temperamental person. Anyway, it suits Garp's temper. For a while, Garp was very happy, as if he had found a confidant. Take it. Garp was the first to attack. He was like a flash of lightning, and quickly attacked Uchiha Madara. The speed was very fast. Even faster than when fighting with Acedes. Because he had just collided with Uchiha Madara, he knew that the man in front of him was not easy to deal with. If he didn't use all his strength, it would be difficult for him to be Uchiha Madara's opponent. Fof. Because the speed was too fast, the air couldn't bear it during the process of moving forward. There was a hissing sound of disintegration. Then Garp came in front of Uchiha Madara and stretched out his fist. The fist was clenched. It was covered with rich armament haki. The concentration of armament haki was obviously much higher than when he fought Acedes before. Did Vice Admiral Garp use armament haki right from the start? Is that Uchiha Madara really that strong? People who can wrap Garp in armament haki are basically very powerful masters. Is the Uchiha Madara in front of him also one of them? And the concentration of armament haki in Garp's punch is terrifying for anyone with a discerning eye. Garp is definitely serious this time. In the original work, Garp smashed several mountains to flatten the head of the green pepper. The armament haki used at that time was not as exaggerated as it is now. If an ordinary person was hit by it, he would basically be completely dead. The Marines subconsciously put themselves into the role of Uchiha Madara and faced Garp's terrifying attack. They felt suffocated and desperate. There is absolutely no way for them to resist this level of attack. The only outcome of resisting is death. Is this the strength of Vice Admiral Garp? If I face this punch directly, I will definitely not be able to stop it. Who here can stop him? I can only say that he is worthy of being called Vice Admiral Garp. After all, he is a marine hero, and his title is definitely worthy. Everyone subconsciously looked at Uchiha Madara next to him. I wonder how Uchiha Madara will resist such an attack? Or will he be unable to resist at all and be knocked out fiercely? To be honest, this possibility is not very high. After all, Garp is not an ordinary person, but a marine hero, and his strength must be terrifying. Is it coming? Uchiha Madara watched calmly. The same punch. Armament haki entangled. Boom. He didn't even need Conqueror's entanglement, just simply tried Garp's strength. Is his armament haki stronger, or Garp's? Whoosh. At the moment of the fist collision, see three waves sweeping. At the same time, accompanied by a thunderous sound. It was deafening. Where the two fists collided, there was black lightning flowing, which can only be produced when high-level armament haki touches. Acedes and Garp, just now also produced such lightning. I have to say, this strike was very loud. And the final result? Uchiha Madara's armament haki was defeated in the contact. That's right, his armament haki is not as good as Garp's. Garp was a strong man in the old days after all, and he had pushed Pirate King Roger into a desperate situation many times. His main strength is reflected in his extremely strong armament haki and observation haki. Uchiha Madara wanted to take advantage of haki, but it was obviously impossible. Suddenly, a huge force came, as if to blow Uchiha Madara away. It seems that I won. Garp was proud and smiled. It was obvious that he had the upper hand in the haki competition. For the pirate world, the strength of haki means everything. Uchiha Madara's haki is not as good as Garp's, so he is basically not Garp's opponent, and the outcome is already determined. It looks like Vice Admiral Garp won this battle. But there was such a big noise just now. To be able to fight Vice Admiral Garp like this Uchiha Madara is really powerful. Everyone was talking. In their opinion, it seemed that Garp had already won. Is it really over? Momuzagi stared at the two people fighting in the field with her almond eyes wide open. Under normal circumstances, Garp does have a better chance of winning, but is it really over like this? This has just begun. Next to him, Aokiji couldn't help but complain. He knew very well what Uchiha Madara's real strength was. It's not armament haki. As soon as these words came out, Momuzagi held her breath and looked at the field. Her attention was already attracted by Uchiha Madara. What exactly did this man hide that made Aokiji so obsessed with him? Momuzagi's eyes were full of suspicion. She stared hard, as if she wanted to see through Uchiha Madara completely. In the field, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but take a step back. It seems that my armament haki is suppressed. He couldn't help but murmur. This extremely powerful armament haki finally put Uchiha Madara under pressure. He heard that Acedes had lost to Garp before. From this point of view, it is normal to lose to Garp. In this case, Uchiha Madara spoke slowly. The moment he spoke, a terrifying aura was released from his body. He clenched his fist. The armament haki on it retreated like a tide. This scene was shocking. At such an important moment, you actually took off the armament haki. What on earth do you want to do? Are you going to fight Garp's armament haki iron fist with your bare hands? A pair of eyes focused on Uchiha Madara. Even Momuzagi didn't understand why Uchiha Madara would do this at such an important moment. The next moment, Garp's fist was actually separated. Momuzagi's eyes widened, looking at this scene in disbelief. Vice Admiral Garp's fist was separated. How is this possible? Everyone couldn't believe it. What on earth did Uchiha Madara use to separate Garp's fist? This is simply unrealistic. Cold sweat oozed from Garp's forehead, and then the excitement in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Conqueror's haki. Did you also merge Conqueror's Haki into an attack? He knew this attack method at a glance. It was clearly Conqueror's entanglement. He had fought with Roger for so many years, how could he not know Conqueror's entanglement? But he didn't expect Uchiha Madara would actually use it. This move is only used by a limited number of people. At this moment, Garp suddenly felt that the Uchiha Madara in front of him had become Roger. Roger held the Supreme Sword Ace and used Conqueror's entanglement on him. Then the two had a fierce confrontation. Although Garp didn't have Conquerors. But there are also ways to counter Conqueror's entanglement. You are really strong. Garp couldn't help but say. His eyes lit up, and he felt unprecedented excitement in the face of a strong enemy. Instantly, Garp's momentum surged, and he didn't hide anything at this moment. The armament haki in his body surged like seawater, all into his fist. Boom! The destructive power of this punch suddenly increased several times. Countless black lightnings entangled and completely wrapped Garp's fist. This is Garp's strongest attack, and also his strongest armed color. That terrifying power is earth-shattering. The space seemed to be unable to support it, and then there was a cracking sound, as if it was cracking. Oh oh oh! Everyone looked at it in amazement. What is this? It turns out that Vice Admiral Garp still has this method hidden. Even Aokiji was shocked. He hadn't seen the old man Garp bursting with all his strength for many years. This move can be called Garp's strongest offensive. Only seen occasionally when encircling those big pirates. This move forced the Pirate King Roger into a desperate situation several times. This is Garp's strongest attack. I didn't expect it to be used now. Go! Garp roared, and his fist burst out like a dragon. He hit Uchiha Madara hard. Uchiha Madara was not to be outdone. After all, the opponent was a marine hero, so he knew very well that this guy was definitely not easy to mess with. He punched hard. Conqueror's Haki was fully opened, wrapping Uchiha Madara's fist. The attack power soared in all aspects. Conqueror's Entanglement. Chapter 55. With the blessing of Conqueror's Haki, Uchiha Madara's attack power has now increased dramatically. With a punch, the sky was torn apart with a loud bang. Soon, this devastating blow collided with Garp's fist. Garp's strongest punch vs Uchiha Madara's Conqueror's Haki. The terrifying momentum swept in all directions. The clouds in the sky were torn apart and directly split in half in this collision. The sky cracked. This is the movement that will only occur when the top strong men in the pirate world touch each other. Garp is a marine hero after all. It is normal for him to have this ability to force Pirate King Roger into desperate situations many times. Like Zoro, Hawkeye and others, although they do not have Conqueror's Haki, they can burst out attacks comparable to Conqueror's Haki at critical moments. Garp naturally has this method. This earth-shattering power formed a hurricane that made everyone unable to open their eyes. Isn't this too scary? Are they really human? Looking at the two people fighting fiercely, everyone was shocked. That kind of power was too terrible. Have you ever seen the sky being torn apart? The entire cloud rolled and was completely split in half. The surrounding islands were full of debris and rocks. And this scene was caused by the strongest contact between Uchiha Madara and Garp. It makes people wonder. Is this really something that humans can do? Momuzagi, Aokiji, and others watched with bated breath. It was the first time I saw Garp so serious. The last time should be the time when he captured the Golden Lion, and Garp also burst out with all his strength. In the field, Uchiha Madara's attack was evenly matched with Garp. However, Conqueror's Entanglement was not Uchiha Madara's strongest means. His strongest method was still his own blood limit. With the use of Haki, it is absolutely devastating. Buzz! Uchiha Madara's aura began to rise. The outline of his eyes also changed. Before, 373 had ordinary eyes, and Uchiha Madara's eyes could be hidden under normal conditions. And now, Uchiha Madara's eyes have become Mangeki. That strange combination of Megatama is still slowly turning in the eyes. Seeing this scene, Aokiji's mouth moved. It appeared. Uchiha Madara is getting serious. He had seen the battle between Uchiha Madara and Akainu. At that time, it was the ability of Mangeki Sharingan that completely defeated Akainu. In the previous battle with Garp, Uchiha Madara had never used the ability of Mangeki, but now he was finally going to use it. Boom! A half-complete Susanoo appeared. With fangs and claws bared, it seemed like a fierce ghost walking out of hell. The whole body was shrouded in a terrifying aura. Susanoo completely entangled Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was standing inside Susanoo. The huge Susanoo was also completely controlled by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's mind moved, and Susanoo also raised her hand and smashed Garp with all her strength. Along with the attack, the air was completely sucked open. A vacuum zone was directly drawn. It is conceivable how powerful this move is. It is even more terrifying than when he dealt with Akainu. After all, Garp is very strong. He didn't just say that he wanted to kill Akainu in Summit War. Now the battle between the two has reached a white-hot stage. Garp looked up and found that Susanoo's attack was already in front of him. He was a little surprised for a moment. Obviously he didn't react, and then the whole person was blown away. Deed. A dozen big trees were broken in a row. In the end, the whole person was smashed into a raised hill. In an instant, smoke filled the air. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been unable to withstand such an attack and would have lost consciousness. But Garp was obviously not an ordinary person. His fighting spirit was still undiminished at this time, and most of the impact had been offset by armament haki. Then Garp jumped out and attacked Uchiha Madara again. Humph! Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. He had known that such words would definitely not work on Garp. After all, this guy was so tough and thick. Armament haki was so thick that the whole person was like a big meat shield. But no matter how strong the defense is, there will always be a limit. Uchiha Madara wanted to test where Garp's limit was. Go! In an instant, Susanoo blasted out again. Raised her arm. And hit Garp. It was still the same force, and the air around him was disintegrated. This time Garp was prepared, and raised his hand to block Susanoo's attack directly. Hey! He was suddenly surprised. Feeling the force coming from Susanoo, his face finally changed. After the blow, my arm started to feel numb. You can imagine how terrible Uchiha Madara's blow was. This was just the beginning. Susanoo's attacks continued, hitting Garp hard. Boom! The second blow came. Garp barely resisted, but his entire foot was completely buried in the soil. Garp was shocked. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was indeed more powerful than Garp could have imagined. Such strength! Such a strong blow, if it wasn't for Garp, anyone would have been beaten half to death. Fortunately, Garp's physical fitness was strong enough. Even in the pirate world, he was one of the best. Then the third blow, the fourth blow. The continuous attacks fell on Garp. Garp's body was smashed and buried in the soil inch by inch, until it was buried up to his chest. The people around were stunned. What kind of monster is this? Did Uchiha Madara want to bury Garp directly? On the other hand, Garp. At this time, Garp's arm was completely numb, and he almost couldn't bear the blows again and again. Don't underestimate me! Garp roared. Then, he released a terrifying aura. As a marine hero, he also has his pride. How could he be beaten like this all the time? Anyway, Garp didn't like this feeling very much, and suddenly a strong armament haki gushed out. Garp was hammered, sick, and was full of anger. After all, he was almost buried in the king's palace by Susanoo. It was buried all the way to the chest. Garp didn't have the habit of passively taking a beating. The strong armament haki instantly wrapped around Garp's fist. In anger, the destructive power of Garp's punch was obviously increased by several levels. He hit Susanoo hard with the point of Arankar, forming a huge impact. Instantly, a small dot the size of a fist appeared on Susanoo. And this was just the beginning. An unprecedented impact came, and Susanoo's whole body staggered. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a marine hero. His attack was able to shake Susanoo's defense and even made Susanoo almost collapse. To be honest, none of the strong men in the old era were weak. Garp's attacks continued. Punches were blasted at Susanoo, leaving no gaps. Accompanying the blows, small dots the size of fists were densely packed all over Susanoo's body. Then, everyone was shocked to find that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was twisted by the blow. Since Uchiha Madara's eyes were upgraded and became Rinnegan, the pupil power has soared by several levels. The quality of Susanoo has naturally improved significantly. But facing Garp's attack, the semi-complete Susanoo still couldn't hold on. Garp was too strong. Each of his punches was comparable to a force of 10,000 kilograms. It was like a falling meteor, and the destructive power was self-evident. If it was just one blow, it would be fine. Garp could attack continuously and crazily, and each time was comparable to a falling meteor. Just ask how you fight? This level of strongman, no matter who encounters it, will have a headache. During the Summit War, Xiao Maji showed off the whole audience, but basically did no damage. When Garp got here, Garp punched him and taught Xiao Maji a lesson. Xiao Maji might have been injured repeatedly because of this punch. Some fans even joked that Garp's punch made Xiao Maji recover from his injury for 2 years. From this, we can see how terrifying Garp's strength is. Let's talk about Uchiha Madara. Facing Garp's crazy series of blows, Susanoo twisted and almost collapsed. Uchiha Madara was not afraid. After all, he still had a lot of cards, and this situation was completely harmless. Boom! Garp roared. Armament Haki's fist entangled with it hit hard again. The terrifying momentum swept. It hit Susanoo directly. In an instant, a huge impact came, and this punch seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Susanoo could no longer bear such damage. Collapsed directly. Aokiji was dumbfounded and looked at this scene in a daze. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was broken. He looked at this scene in astonishment. Subconsciously, he didn't believe it. After all, Uchiha Madara had left a deep impression on him before. Akainu was powerless in front of him. As a result, Garp was so fierce that he broke Susanoo directly. Even Aokiji was surprised by this kind of power. He didn't expect Garp to be so powerful. Is this the strength of Vice Admiral Garp? So strong. Everyone was shocked. After the shock, the Marines were very excited. After all, Garp is a marine hero and a symbol of the marine spirit. His strength is very inspiring. It seems that this battle is about to end. Momozagi looked at the battlefield filled with smoke and couldn't help saying. In her opinion, this fight is almost over. Uchiha Madara even used this method. It's still not Garp's opponent, it should be over here. Aokiji was also quite shocked. Is it really over? Is Uchiha Madara only this level? He continued to pay attention to the battlefield between the two with a suspicious mood. Aokiji obviously didn't expect that Garp could directly defeat Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. A word involuntarily emerged in his mind, old and strong? However, the next moment, in the place filled with smoke and dust, a crisp sound suddenly came out. Shinra Tensei. Oh! Chapter 56. Shinra Tensei. Instantly, a strong wind blew, spreading in all directions. An unprecedented thrust also blasted towards Garp with overwhelming force. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. It can be said that Shinra Tensei was extremely overbearing. It felt that pain was extremely oppressed by this move. The hurricane made Garp unable to open his eyes, and when he found out that something was wrong, it was too late. The huge force pushed Garp, and the whole person flew backwards uncontrollably. He hit the hill behind him hard. He had planned to take down Uchiha Madara in one go, but he didn't expect to encounter Shinra Tensei. Puff! Garp only felt the blood in his body surging, and he was obviously seriously injured. Everyone's pupils shrank and looked at Uchiha Madara. So strong! What is this move? Vice Admiral Garp was actually knocked away. 743. They found it incredible, because that was Vice Admiral Garp, the marine hero Garp. If they knew that Garp had been seriously injured, they would not know how they would react. That move is called Shinra Tensei, right? Momuzagi looked at Aokiji next to her with surprise in her eyes. Aokiji at this time had long lost his previous laziness, and his eyes were very solemn. Yes, it is Shinra Tensei. Is this also the ability of that Uchiha Madara? Susanoo is already tricky enough, but I didn't expect there is such a move. This Shinra Tensei, in terms of pure destructive power, seems to be more powerful than Susanoo. In fact, it is true. After all, Rinnegan is the evolution of Manjiki, and it is reasonable that its destructive power exceeds Susanoo. Ha 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 ha. You did a good job. Even though he was seriously injured, Garp's eyes were excited. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of excitement. The last time I felt it was when I captured Golden Lion in Impel Down. Golden Lion was a powerful pirate, one of the 3 legendary pirates. That battle was very exciting. Now facing Uchiha Madara, he seemed to have found the same feeling again. Whoosh! Garp rushed out, waving his fist, and his fist was also filled with armament haki. At this moment, Uchiha Madara didn't plan to hold back. The smoke dispersed. Uchiha Madara had one eye of the eternal Manjiki and one eye of the Rinnegan. This strangeness naturally caused Momuzagi and others to be strange. Look at his eyes. Momuzagi pointed at Uchiha Madara's eyes. Everyone looked subconsciously, and when they saw the strange outline of Uchiha Madara's eyes, their breathing seemed to stagnate. What kind of eyes are those? The 2 eyes are different. Not only different, but also very different from normal people, making people suspect that this mysterious power might come from the eyes. As Uchiha Madara's 2 eyes appeared, his aura began to soar. Boom! The complete form Susanoo rose from the ground and completely enveloped Uchiha Madara. The figure that covered the sky and the sun was like a god. Sky blue wings, swords in both hands, and the size was several times larger than that of the giants. It was comparable to the size of Little Ounce. The semi-complete form of Susanoo was about the same size as the giants, but the complete form was completely different. Under Susanoo, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, his eyes were arrogant, and the word invincible was written on his whole face. Uchiha Madara was arrogant. Especially after defeating Senju Hashirama, that arrogance was even more obvious. Perhaps only in front of Roy would he show a little humility. Acedes also paid attention to the battle on the field. Complete form Susanoo is completely different from the semi-perfect form just now. Garp should not be able to stop it now, right? After all, Garp had already had a hard time resisting the semi-perfect form of Susanoo just now. What's more, it is now a complete form. Only Senju Hashirama can currently contend with this power. Senju Hashirama had to use the Buddha transformation to break the defense of the complete form of Susanoo. It's so big. Is this also Susanoo? This. The Marines were completely dumbfounded. Uchiha Madara's latest Susanoo, with a body that covered the sky and the sun, made people feel suffocated. How to fight against such a monster? If it were me, I would definitely be blown up in minutes and I would not be able to bear it at all. This kind of monster is not something that human power can contend with. Aokiji Momuzagi felt suffocated and completely lost his voice. Monster, an absolute monster. This is... Garp widened his eyes and couldn't help whispering. Uchiha Madara didn't care what he was thinking at all, and controlled Susanoo to go forward. The huge body, with infinite pressure, soon arrived in front of Garp. Susanoo chopped down fiercely with a sharp blade. Haki lingered, tearing the void. The air retreated, everything collapsed, and you can imagine how terrifying Uchiha Madara's move was. Garp raised his head. The scene of the air being crushed and exploded was still vivid in his mind. The huge pressure made Garp a little breathless. This is too scary. Block it. In a flash, Garp hurriedly urged all his strength to fight back. Haki was no longer used for attacking, but entered the stage of full defense. It was impossible not to defend. If it continued like this, it would definitely die ugly. But even so, facing the overwhelming offensive, Garp felt overwhelmed. Boom! Susanoo fell and hit Garp hard. After a huge roar, Garp was completely sunk into the ground with only the part above his chest exposed. He was buried alive. Puff! At this moment, Garp was completely overwhelmed. His blood surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't play anymore. He couldn't continue. If he continued, he would die. After withstanding 2 consecutive attacks, Garp decisively admitted defeat, regardless of his status as a marine hero. No more fighting. After all, Garp and Uchiha Madara were just sparring, not involving life and death. Uchiha Madara had no reason to kill Garp. So he stopped. Wow! Uchiha Madara's Susanoo retreated and stood there with his hands folded across his chest. 4.7. His expression was cold and indifferent. His personality was like an iceberg, and people dared not approach him. He didn't say anything to Garp, but just turned around and left. Neither Uchiha Madara nor Garp knew what this duel meant. Garp, lost. That's the marine hero. The marine hero is the marine's belief, and now this belief has been defeated in front of them. It makes people curious, who is this Uchiha Madara? Aokiji and Momuzagi were so surprised that they were speechless. I stared at Uchiha Madara leaving, and I was a little confused for a while. Was that Susanoo just now? That can't be. Completely different from the previous Susanoo. The complete Susanoo is more oppressive, with a devastating power. Chapter 57. I really didn't expect that. Vice Admiral Garp is no match for that guy. Is this true? Because Garp was defeated, this matter is definitely big news in Marine. Soon. Someone saw Garp Aokiji and the others coming over here, and hurriedly shut up. Keep your voice down, Vice Admiral Garp is coming. Garp has a bad temper. If he knew that he was being discussed like this, he would definitely get angry. That BD is definitely the most willful person in Marine, no one else. After all, he is the only one who dares to scold celestial dragons. At the World Summit, he directly called celestial dragons trash, which scared everyone half to death. But because of Garp's authority, no one dared to say anything. Ha ha ha, that guy is really strong. Garp laughed loudly, without any sign of defeat. It seems that he is not angry. Nor does he feel unwilling, and it is obvious that Garp does not take this matter to heart. His simple and naive personality is very similar to Luffy, and the two are worthy of being grandfather and grandson. Aokiji lazily held his head with his hands. I'll tell you. Uchiha Madara is indeed very strong. Just watching the battle between Garp and Uchiha Madara, Aokiji felt that he had underestimated Uchiha Madara. That guy is still unfathomable. I don't know where the limit is. I didn't expect that little Garp, you actually lost. Momuzagi frowned. To be honest, she still doesn't believe it. Garp lost to Uchiha Madara? What a joke. This guy is a marine hero. Although she doesn't believe it, the facts are in front of her, and she can't help but not believe it. For the time being, Garp and others stayed in the Basta Kingdom. After settling down, Momuzagi hurriedly reported the situation here to Sengoku. What's wrong? Marineford, Sengoku was still handling government affairs, and then received a call from Momuzagi. Momuzagi didn't keep the secret and spoke directly. Marshal, Vice Admiral Garp has already fought that Uchiha Madara. Sengoku was stunned, and his eyes showed some rare concern. How is the situation? He was very concerned about the situation of this battle. After all, Garp is a marine hero and is currently the strongest fighter in marine. I don't know if such a person can win the battle with Uchiha Madara. In fact, he still hopes to win. Vice Admiral Garp lost, that guy's strength is terrifying. Momuzagi's next words made Sengoku stunned. Hero Garp, actually lost? Sengoku couldn't control his astonishment in his heart. Obviously, he didn't expect Garp to lose. In fact, it's normal. Akainu's strength is also good, but he is still no match for Uchiha Madara. That battle can even be said to be crushed. He didn't encounter Uchiha Madara from beginning to end. Although Garp is stronger than Akainu, his strength is limited. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo also has a complete form. And? Momuzagi's words are really shocking. Sengoku was stunned when he said this. The voice was heard clearly by everyone in the Admiral's office through the phone. Akainu and Kizaru both held their breath. Sengoku smacked his lips, not knowing what to do at this moment. The look in his eyes was very strange. Is it true? Susanoo also has an advanced version? And what the hell is Shinra Tensei? Akainu was confused. Why didn't he use this method when he fought Uchiha Madara? Actually, Akainu thinks too highly of himself. Although he is a marine admiral. Lava fruit ability user, very powerful. But Uchiha Madara didn't take Akainu seriously at all. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Have you ever seen anyone use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Fortunately, Akainu didn't know these things, otherwise he would definitely be furious. Akainu, are you underestimated? Beside him, Kizaru looked at Akainu obscenely and began to taunt him decisively. Akainu didn't even raise his head, but there was a murderous intent on his body. Kizaru, do you want to die? Then his arm turned into magma. This guy was ready to fight after a disagreement. Then, Kizaru raised his head 2 or 3 times without saying a word to show surrender. So scary. You can't just use force here. Right under Sengoku's nose, Akainu didn't dare to do anything to Kizaru. Humph. Akainu snorted and didn't argue with Kizaru. However, the atmosphere in the Admiral's office was still a bit solemn. It must be said that the news brought by Momuzagi was a bit too shocking. Given the current situation, Sengoku and others will probably have to hold a meeting. Because of the rise of the Basta Kingdom. Both the 5 elders and Sengoku and others have meetings every day, and they are busy like that. Little did they know that Roy has no conflict with them at present. I don't want to pay attention to the world government. But it is precisely because of this that the world government is so busy. You just don't want to fight me now. If one day, there is a conflict of interest, what will happen if a war really breaks out? For this kind of thing, the world government is also very nervous. This matter must also be reported to the 5 elders. Sengoku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and simply didn't think about this troublesome matter. This kind of troublesome matter should still give the 5 elders a headache. After the Den Mushi was connected, Sengoku reported the detailed intelligence. At first, the 5 elders' tone was calm, blaming Sengoku for panicking and for keeping calm. When Sengoku explained the situation, Chang Li's voice was deafening. What did you say? The 5 elders were shocked. They had already thought that the Basta Kingdom was very scary, but they didn't expect that the performance there was even more exaggerated. 380. According to Momuzagi's description, Garp was completely crushed by that Uchiha Madara. What's more terrifying? Uchiha Madara is just a cadre of the Basta Kingdom. Who knows what the strength of other cotters is? This kingdom may be more difficult than rocks back then. The bald five elders couldn't help but speak. He was also telling the truth. Speaking of Rock's pirate. Before Roger, it was undoubtedly Rock's world. He competed with Marine in New World and his power was boundless. Now there is another force that is enough to be on par with Rock's pirate back then. No, it's even more dangerous than Rock's and them. This is a giant dragon. Now that they have no hostility towards the world government, it is already worth it. If they really become hostile to Marine, even if Marine can win, they will have to pay a great price. Although the Basta kingdom is very powerful. But the five elders and others are still very confident in the world government, there are countless masters hidden here. Even there is the godlike Lord Yumu. When Lord Yumu is mentioned, the excitement in the eyes of the five elders cannot be controlled. The camera turns. The World Summit, on the great throne representing the peaceful coexistence of all countries. A mysterious figure, with his legs crossed. Sitting on the great throne. He is arrogant and domineering, like the master of heaven and earth, cold, mysterious, and with infinite power. Chapter 58. Because of the Basta Kingdom. Five elders and Sengoku and others gathered together for a meeting. After 2 hours of meeting, no useful information was obtained. It's like the four emperors. Even if you have a lot of fun in the meeting, you still can't do anything to the four emperors. Five elders finally made a decision. Let him go. The matter was left unresolved. The palace, Yi's room. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and Roy looked back and found a woman wearing a military uniform and a heroic temperament standing outside the door. Acedes. The queen, who was aloof in front of others and had a bit of a sadistic tendency, blushed at this time. Why are you here? Roy called softly, not understanding why Acedes came. Acedes stared at Roy with watery eyes. Can't I come over? Then she stepped on the pair of high heels and approached step by step. Lord Roy. The voice sounded a little crisp. What the hell is this guy doing here? Roy glanced at her. Acedes took off his military cap and started talking about business. Lord Roy, do you know? Garp and Uchiha Madara. It was obviously because of this matter, and he wanted to share it with Roy. Acedes said that this matter was fake, and he just wanted to stay with Roy for a little longer. Got it. How could such a thing be hidden from Roy? His observation haki covers the entire island, and such a thing can't be hidden from him at all. Okay? As for the final result, Roy didn't know. However, Uchiha Madara's strength is impossible to lose. Who won? Uchiha Madara. Sure enough, Roy's previous guess was confirmed again. Acedes helped Roy with work, and had no intention of leaving all night. This inevitably made Roy a little suspicious. Acedes was not like this before. Today is the first time in history. The sun is rising from the west. Roy stared at Acedes' flushed face. I remember that I liked this character very much in my previous life. It feels good to be able to summon this guy as my subordinate. If it was in my previous life, I would never dream that it would be such a result. Traveled to the world of One Piece. And, Acedes and others became my subordinates. My eyes were a little blurry, and I remembered a lot of things at once. Acedes' little face was red, like a ripe apple. But Roy swore that Acedes would only appear in front of him like this. She always looked high and mighty in front of others. Cold and cruel. She was so arrogant. Roy poked Acedes' cheek, which made her stunned. Looking at Roy in confusion, Acedes' watery eyes seemed to be able to speak. What's wrong? So cute. Acedes like this is so cute that it's easy to melt people. You are obviously the sad queen, how can you do such a cute thing? Nothing. Roy blushed a little. Whether in the past life or the present life, he rarely dealt with women, and didn't know how to deal with this kind of plot. Should he be like the scumbag in those TV dramas? Dear lady, your cheeks are so perfect that I want to kiss them. This is obviously impossible. It's not Roy's character. He is just a typical petty citizen, thrown into the crowd and nothing can be seen. Pretentious? Arrogant? None of these exist. Acedes glanced at Roy and took Roy in his arms. She looked a little struggling, as if the next words were a little hard to say. But after a psychological struggle, she still said it perfectly. If it's too late, I'll stay and accompany Lord Roy. For a while, the surroundings were a little quiet. Roy was stunned for a moment, raised his head and looked at the long-faced woman in front of him. She was gorgeous and fragrant, like a beauty in a painting, with skin as white as jade, and the whole person was like a fine jade sculpture. Acedes had already blushed and lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. When she was nervous, she would grab her fingers hard and then pinch them white. Roy's tiger eyes were shining. It was a light rain that day, and it kept dripping outside. It rained from about 8 o'clock in the morning until the early morning of the next day. When I got up in the morning, the sky had cleared up. He glanced at Acedes on the side, who was still sleeping. Roy's eyes showed a touch of pampering. There was wind and rain last night. Unconsciously, Roy's feelings for Acedes have turned into love. He gently stroked Acedes' hair, and finally woke Acedes from his sleep. Lord Roy! Are you still sleepy? Keep sleeping. No more sleep. But Acedes insisted on getting up early. In fact, she was still yawning, and she couldn't help the sleepiness, but she didn't want Roy to see her unbearable side. Sleepiness, in Acedes' eyes, is very unbearable. You guy! Roy touched Acedes' head lovingly, and then got up and slowly put on his clothes. In this process, you can see Roy's figure. Very strong, with muscles all over his body. But he doesn't look bloated, but full of haki. The masculine smell hits him. Acedes was intoxicated and a little confused for a while. What's wrong? It's okay, it's okay. Acedes was in a hurry. Humph. I won't tell you, I was a little obsessed with you just now. Sometimes love is just like this. Let's not talk about the situation of Roy and Acedes. They are just two young couples, what is there to say? Momozagi was instructed by Sengoku to investigate the true and false of the Basta kingdom. See what unknown JLI is hidden in this mysterious country. Momozagi Vice Admiral, those people seem to be Roy's cotters. Marine pointed at Leone and Kurome who were playing not far away. To be honest, these two people didn't give Momozagi the impression that they were very strong, but she still planned to go over and ask about the situation. See if she could get the latest news. Bang! Then, Momozagi accidentally bumped into something. Dead. She staggered. What's going on? She subconsciously looked up and saw a person standing in front of her. Green curly hair. Wearing a very cool tights. Short stature, a typical little loli. Before Momozagi could speak, she heard Marine next to her complaining. Who is this shorty? How dare you block the way of Momozagi Vice Admiral? Everyone didn't know the true identity of Tornado, and just thought that this guy was a bit part. Little did they know that she might be a more difficult guy than Uchiha Madara. Momozagi was also curious, and subconsciously looked at the short green-haired loli in front of her. Although she didn't agree with what the soldiers said, Tornado was indeed a little short. She stood up straight to her chest. Sorry, I was too short to see it. Akame. Leone, Group Kurohime. The three of them were a little confused. What on earth did these guys say just now? Chapter 59. The three people, Black-Eyed Leone and Red-Eyed Leone, were all a little confused. What did those guys say just now? They actually dared to mock Tornado's height. The original words were, "Hey, who is that shorty?" They called Tornado a shorty. Although what they said was not wrong, such words are taboo in the Basta kingdom. especially in front of Tornado. Tornado is a girl with an extremely strong self-esteem, as strong as her hot temper, which can explode at any time. These guys don't know that they have caused a huge disaster. They are still talking about Tornado. Who is this shorty? Looking at each other, it is obvious that no one knows Tornado. It should be ABCH in the city. They are not villains. If they were villains, they would definitely shout at this time, "How dare you! How dare you stop our Momuzagi Vice Admiral!" They obviously can't say such words. They are ready to bypass Tornado. If you are blocked, just go around. This is normal. Little did they know that Aokiji and the others had already focused their attention on Tornado, and they couldn't help sweating on their faces. What kind of things would this crazy girl do? The surroundings seemed to be in silence, and you could hear a pin drop for a while. In their opinion, although those Marines were talking, they couldn't hear the specific content. They just saw their mouths moving all the time. "You bastards!" Tornado couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. In an instant, violent energy swept in all directions. Like a bulldozer, all the talking Marines were blown away. In front of the superpowers that were pouring out like rain, they were as fragile as catkins in the wind. Plop! Plop! It hit the wall behind hard. In front of this superpower as strong as the sea, the wall was like paper. It was fragile and had holes smashed out. Momuzagi, facing this surging superpower, retreated subconsciously. Haki infused it into the sword and stabbed it into the ground fiercely. And only then could she stop herself from retreating. Feeling this power, Momuzagi could no longer suppress the astonishment in her eyes. She raised her head. And her almond eyes looked for Tornado's figure. This overwhelming pressure was obviously released from the short loli. However, Tornado's figure was no longer on the ground. Where was that guy? Momuzagi was shocked. She observation Haki felt the murderous aura above her, and then subconsciously raised her head. In the air, Sita. Tornado's long hair was flying, and her whole body was covered by the green superpower light. She looked down from above, as if looking down on everyone. Her eyes were indifferent, without any emotion. She didn't take Momuzagi and others seriously at all. The mistakes made by Momuzagi and the others just now were too big. In Tornado's heart, they have been sentenced to death. Now is the time to execute the sentence. Although she has a super cute figure, her eyes are filled with boundless coldness. As soon as she stretched out her hand, her extremely terrifying superpowers were compressed violently. This force has not been released yet, but it has already made the void tremble and the space shattered. It is simply unbearable in front of this force. The terrifying pressure can be said to destroy the world. Everyone looked at this scene with a dull look. The green-haired Tornado was like a god descending to the world. The aura surging from head to toe made them dare not look directly at it. They opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but they couldn't say a word when the words came to their lips. They only felt boundless fear. Because of excessive fear, they remained silent. Momuzagi was shocked and could not believe her eyes. This inconspicuous green-haired loli was so powerful that she was suffocating. It was as if she was facing Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's complete form Susanoo also brought this nightmare-like terror. In the face of this oppression, Momuzagi felt a life and death crisis. It seemed that she would die here. Cold sweat could not help oozing out of her forehead, and her perfect and slender long legs could not help trembling at this moment. Even so, I will not sit back and wait for death. She drew the sword from her waist. A firmness flashed in Momuzagi's eyes, and then a fighting spirit burst out from it. From the first day I became a Marine, I knew there would be this day. Momuzagi's lips moved slightly. She thought of a lot of things in the past, and why she joined Marine. Looking back on her life, she was still worthy of the justice behind her. The camera turned. The robe of justice fluttered. Momozagi's belief would never allow her to take a step back. But Tornado's move was extremely lethal, if it really hit the jumping rabbit. Even if Momozagi didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Stop it, Tornado! Do you want to kill her? Leone reminded her, thinking that this crazy girl must not do anything out of line. But her reminder was useless. Tornado didn't care about her at all, and her momentum and murderous intent continued to rise in the process. Hey! Leone was anxious and jumped up in anger. But Hei Tong was always calm. As a character with a higher evil value in Roy's camp, he was indifferent to the life and death of the jumping rabbit and others. Just looking at Leone, it felt particularly funny. The way he jumped up and down was like a clown. That's not how you persuade her, you idiot! Hei Tong said while stuffing the biscuit into his mouth. I have to complain here, this guy Hei Tong only knows how to eat all day, but his meat is all on his butt? When Leone was confused, Hei Tong said. Tornado, do you want to be punished by Lord Roy again? Tornado, who was furious, had already made up her mind to kill all the Marines. She was about to kill them, but Hei Tong's light words made her feel like a deflated balloon. She collapsed instantly. Tornado's momentum in the air was restrained. The violent difference just now also faded like a tide. Is it over? She stopped. It was so scary just now. Tornado's momentum just now was indeed terrifying. In the eyes of those Marines, she was like a devil from hell. Humph! Tornado raised her neck and snorted again. That damn arrogant character did not improve at all. For Lord Roy's sake, I'll spare you this time. After saying that, he turned and left. Leone tried to persuade her in every possible way, but it was useless. As soon as Roy was involved, Tornado immediately withered. It was not because of the loyalty issue. But she was afraid of Roy's punishment last time. Becoming an ordinary person for a week, and then pretending to be a grandson for a week in front of the guards. That kind of life is too tormenting. Of course, these are all later. I survived. Momozagi breathed a sigh of relief. Just at that moment, she really thought that the life and death crisis had come, and she was ready to die. After taking a serious look at Tornado's back, Momozagi couldn't help but ask, who is this guy? She will never forget it. Tornado stood in the void, looking down on her with an invincible posture. What kind of pressure and terror that was! Chapter 60. Tornado has left, so the pressure around him disappeared like a tide. Although this woman is very scary. The breath released from her body makes her unable to resist. But Momozagi is Marine Vice Admiral after all, and her heart is very firm, and she recovered quickly. Looking at the three women in front of her, she couldn't help but ask. Excuse me, who was that guy just now? However, facing Momozagi's questioning, Hei Tong and Leone did not respond. One was eating snacks quietly. Looking around, he secretly stuffed the snacks into his mouth. Leone was a little annoyed because of what happened just now, so that there was a wave in front of him. This guy really has a good figure. The only ones who can compare with her are probably Tsunade in Hokage Ninja and Luko in Dragon Maid. Tisk tisk. Just thinking of these two people, some people's hands probably start to feel unnatural. Her name is Tornado. Akame took over the topic and said. This is not a secret in the Basta Kingdom. If Momozagi wants to investigate, she can easily find out. So her name is Tornado. Momozagi couldn't help but murmur, and silently remembered the name of Tornado in her heart. Tornado's strength is terrifying. Anyway, she can be said to have no experience of fighting back in front of her. They are not at the same level at all. To be honest, even though Tornado has not awakened all her strength yet, her combat power may be above Uchiha Madara. It's just that the two have never really fought. It's not clear who is stronger. If Tornado can restrain Uchiha Madara's actions, then she will basically win. On the contrary, it's the opposite. I didn't expect that there is such a person hidden in the Basta kingdom. Momuzagi thought to herself. She will never forget the murderous intent that Tornado showed just now. If she fights with this woman, it is no exaggeration to say that there is no chance of survival. Momuzagi has no confidence in herself. She came here to investigate the details of the Basta kingdom. But asking directly doesn't seem to be a good idea. The other party will feel very rash and may even deceive herself, so this method is not advisable. You can only compromise. Get really useful information by asking indirectly. Momuzagi stared at Akame with her almond-shaped eyes, looking at the porcelain doll-like face, fair skin, and eyes like glowing rubies, and couldn't help but sigh, so beautiful. Akame and the others are really good-looking. In the distorted world of One Piece, she is definitely the best in terms of appearance. But in terms of figure, compared with Momuzagi, she is not in the same league at all. Those slender thighs. Ahem. She still has the heroic spirit of a queen, and she is comparable to Acedes, but the feeling is different. Acedes is as cold as a queen. She should be on the throne, stepping on all living beings. It was like the mysterious figure deep in Marie Joyce who controlled the whole world and made the 5 elders kneel down. The strongest person in this kingdom should be Uchiha Madara. Really amazing. Even Vice Admiral Garp is no match for him. Momuzagi was telling the truth. Garp has a superior status in the marine, standing there like a spirit. This is why Garp is so arrogant. He dared to scold celestial dragons and was not punished at all, just because of his status. If it weren't for Garp, anyone who dared to scold celestial dragons would have only one end, death. After all, world government is just a lackey of celestial dragons. But such a legendary figure was defeated by Uchiha Madara. How strong is that guy? No one knows. Everyone is speculating about Uchiha Madara's strength. But so far, no one can touch Uchiha Madara's limit, and he is full of mist. Marine has been trying to clear the mist. Even Garp took action himself, but the final result was shocking. That guy is as unfathomable as the sea. It's okay, Akame smiled and shook her head, that guy is really powerful, anyway, I can't beat him. She also knows that she is not Uchiha Madara's opponent. There are not many people in the kingdom who can defeat Uchiha Madara. It would be unrealistic if they could defeat this monster. How could such a person choose to stay and protect this kingdom? Momuzagi couldn't help but murmur. Sometimes she felt that this matter was a little incredible. With Uchiha Madara's strength, whether it was a marine or a pirate, it was enough to make a name for himself in the pirate world. But he chose to stay. Aokiji smiled and said seriously, because we are Lord Roy's subordinates, we will always be loyal to him. When she said this, Aokiji's eyes were full of admiration, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. She was originally an extremely calm person. But when it comes to Roy, she can't help blushing, and her eyes are full of admiration. Unconsciously, Roy's name has been lingering in Aokiji's heart. Whenever this name is mentioned, the heart will beat wildly, as if it will jump out of the chest. Momuzagi is a little suspicious. I don't understand why Aokiji, who was calm and easygoing just now, has such an expression. Roy. She called the name softly. Looking at Aokiji's behavior, Roy must be an irreplaceable guy in her heart. 0. It makes people curious about where this Roy came from. Momuzagi couldn't help but recall that she first met Roy at that welcome party. Roy had a calm face, more noble than those nobles. He exuded a noble and domineering feeling. He had a warm smile on his face. That face would attract all the light around him as soon as it appeared. To be honest, Momuzagi had never seen such a handsome guy. Momuzagi's cheeks were slightly red, and she didn't even notice it. People are afraid of comparison. Her pursuer, Shitun, looked wretched and confessed to her hundreds of times, but was rejected all the time. Compare him with Roy, they are so different. It's just that I have nothing to do now, Momozagi Vice Admiral, do you want to compete? Akahide raised her head, and her eyes like red amber stared at Momozagi. Momozagi was stunned, but did not refuse, but accepted Akame's challenge. The wind suddenly surged, blowing the fallen leaves. The two stood in the field and their eyes met, and they both felt the fighting spirit from each other's eyes. Take it! Shiu clenched his fists, the sword light was like a shadow, and with the touch, there was a strong wind sweeping in all directions. New World, Sky Island thousands of miles above. A figure stood on the clouds, looking at the curling clouds and the endless ground below. He murmured, "Can you kill me this time? Living is really boring." His huge body was like a giant, and his whole body was filled with monstrous power. He jumped forward without thinking. Chapter 61. He continued to fall from the sky and hit the ground below hard. A loud noise was heard, and a large amount of smoke spread in all directions. The landing place happened to be an unknown island in New World, and the person who was seeking death was one of the famous 4 emperors in New World. Kaido of the Beasts. It is known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. And its strength is extremely terrifying. The burly body of Kaido directly smashed a bottomless pit on the ground. At such a high altitude, the force formed by free fall is very terrifying. This crash caused a strong wind, and sand and rocks flew all of a sudden. The scene was very chaotic. People who didn't know thought it was the end of the world. There happened to be a group of pirates stationed nearby, the Luoxin pirates. They had just arrived in New World not long ago, and they were ambitious and had been planning to bring down a certain 4 emperors. Captain Luoxin, bounty of 78 million baileys. This was very scary in the first half of the Grand Line. But don't forget, this is New World, and there are pirates with bounties of over 100 million everywhere. What happened? What? Everyone looked at the direction where Kaido fell in a daze. They didn't know what happened at all. Did the Marines chase them? There was a fierce look in their eyes, and they obviously didn't take the so-called Marines seriously. After all, those Marines had been abused by them all the time, and they subconsciously thought that the level of Marines was just that. Little did they know that the people chasing them were all scum. If the real elite came, they would just be cannon fodder. Let's go and take a look, someone suggested. Then, they walked towards the deep pit where Kaido fell. As soon as they arrived in front of the pit, they heard the voice coming from inside and were stunned for a moment. The people inside could still talk? They subconsciously looked up, looked at the sky thousands of miles above, and then looked at the bottomless pit. Everyone's eyes widened, completely stunned. Falling from a height of thousands of miles, and not dead yet, he could still say, "It hurts." Is this really something humans can do? After jumping from such a high altitude, is there only one sentence, "It hurts"? They were completely dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? When the smoke dispersed, Kaido's figure appeared in front of everyone, holding the Langulist, with a hideous face. His aura was extremely terrifying. It can be said that the aura of the 4 emperors was exposed. When everyone saw this guy, they were completely dumbfounded, and their voices trembled. 4 emperors Kaido. As a pirate, how could they not know the reputation of 4 emperors Kaido? They came to New World, and they also wanted to dethrone one of the 4 emperors, so that they could ascend to the throne. Little did they know that their strength was a joke in front of the 4 emperors. Maybe the 4 emperors would not even bother to deal with them. They were too weak to interest them. That's Kaido of the Beasts. Did he know I was here, so he came to kill me? The supporting role Luoxin had no awareness of being a supporting role. He thought Kaido came all the way here just to strangle him in the cradle. It must be said that he had a wild imagination. Kaido's head. I'll take it. The mate next to him held 2 swords, exuding a fierce aura. People who didn't know him thought he was a super swordsman, but in fact his personal bounty was only 20 million berries. A pirate with 20 million berries, but threatening the 4 emperors with more than 4 billion berries. He was shrouded in shadows, and with just a casual glance, he found that the strength of these guys was very weak. So weak that he had no interest. Such people are not even qualified to be Kaido's dogs. Kaido approached step by step, with a monstrous killing intent. Kaido's purpose is to kill such useless people. After a while, except Kaido, no one else can stand in the battle. Luoxin only had his last breath left, opened his mouth with difficulty, and looked at Kaido, so strong. Is this the power of 4 emperors, Kaido? Invincible. Despair. When the gap in strength is large to a certain extent, everything is meaningless. Compared with Kaido, ordinary pirates are simply a joke, and they are not qualified to compare at all. Boring. Kaido shook his head slightly and turned away directly. Soon, he turned into a dragon and went to Wano Kuni. This place is not too far from Wano Kuni. Kaido will arrive at full speed soon. Wano Kuni is just as described in the original book. Except for the Flower City, other places are barren and not suitable for survival. Kaido obviously doesn't care about this kind of thing. He only cares about his army and the rule of Wano Kuni. As for other things? Then Jin flew in front of Kaido and reported in a low voice. Lord Kaido. Kaido was stunned, subconsciously glanced at Jin and asked, "What's the matter?" According to the existing information, it can be confirmed that Quinn and Jack have been killed. Jin reported carefully, and then hurriedly pulled away to avoid being affected by Kaido. He knew very well that Kaido would be furious when he heard the news, so he left far away in advance. As expected, Kaido's body was shaking. Obviously he was suppressing his anger so as not to vent it. But Kaido was born with a bad temper. In the end, he could no longer bear it. He was furious and his roar spread to the clouds. Have you found out where he died? Kaido looked at Jin coldly. Generally speaking, Jin said this because he had some clues and he should know the real situation. Jin was a little scared by Kaido's look. In the end, he told all the information he knew. Lord Kaido, both of them died in the Basta Kingdom. Jin's voice suddenly paused at this point. And what? The death of Doflamingo is also closely related to the Basta Uranus Kingdom. However, there is no actual evidence for this matter. It's just Jin's own speculation. To be honest, Kaido no longer cares about Doflamingo. He was furious when he heard that Jack and Quinn all died in the Basta Kingdom. He completely lost his mind. Basta Kingdom. Kaido gritted his teeth. The murderous intent in his eyes was as surging as the sea, making Kaido's body tremble uncontrollably. He was really angry. He was so angry that he wanted to kill his way to Uranus. Killing everyone there would relieve the anger in his heart. They were the 2 main figures of Beast's pirates. It was no exaggeration to call them Kaido's right and left arms. But now, they have been killed. Chapter 62. Jack and Quinn are dead. They are the 2 big names of Beast's pirates, and Kaido's right-hand men. Kaido was naturally furious when these 2 died. If it was just Jack, Kaido would not be so furious. The key is that now the Plague Quinn also died in the Basta Kingdom, which made Kaido unbearable. This is breaking his own arms. Such a hatred, how can I not take revenge? Kaido was furious, an endless murderous aura burst out from Kaido, and this murderous aura went straight to the sky. Even the sky was torn apart. In Wano Kuni, feeling the amazing murderous aura coming from the direction of Onigashima, it was inevitable that there were some palpitations. The murderous aura seemed to contain Conqueror's haki, which directly scared people. The big snake in the flower capital. At this time, he looked at the direction of Onigashima in surprise, with a flash of fear in his eyes. What is this Kaido going crazy about? Not only the big snake. Those who are close to Onigashima can feel this murderous intent. 24 How could Lord Kaido release such a terrifying murderous aura? What happened? Everyone was shocked. They all stared blankly at the direction of Onigashima. For them, Kaido was an untouchable big man. In a mansion, the Flying Six and others also had different expressions. Kaido, that idiot. What happened again? Runty cursed again without restraint. The Flying Six members next to him were all confused, thinking that Runty was really stubborn and dared to scold Kaido. In fact, it seems that Runty is the only one in Wano Kuni who can scold Kaido. This guy was adopted by Kaido since he was a child. They also have a deep relationship with each other. In addition to Runty, the simple-minded idiot, more people are thinking. Why is Kaido so furious? The murderous aura that soared into the sky clearly showed that Kaido was very angry now. I haven't been able to contact Quinn, Jack, and others during this period. Could it be that something went wrong with them? Some people also pointed out the core of the problem directly. Roy can be said to know nothing about what happened in Wano Kuni. After all, he is not a bug. There are so many things in the world, he can't know everything, right? On the throne, Roy sat there calmly. Next to him, Ace snuggled in his arms, her little face was red, and she looked more and more like a wife. Roy wanted to say, where did that sadistic queen go? However, Roy not only didn't hate Ace's transformation, but he liked it very much. Who doesn't want Ace to snuggle up to him like a little bird? Those eyes were like water, and people who saw them couldn't help but feel a desire to protect them. I really want to be soft, soft. It's time to summon a new character. Roy murmured. During this time, he drew another character card. Character name, unknown. Unlike when summoning Nichitin, you can directly see the specific character. The character of this card is unknown. Before the summoning is successful, no one knows who will be summoned. A character card has been detected. Do you want to use it? A metallic prompt sound from the system came to his ears. Without thinking, Roy decisively chose to summon. Summon. After a moment, the light and shadow in front of him twisted, and then a door of nothingness appeared. This door is the dimensional door, which can summon characters from various worlds to the pirate world. Ace also looked at it in surprise. It's not that he was surprised by the sudden appearance of the dimensional door. After all, he walked out of this door and met Lord Roy. Rather, he was curious about who would come out of the dimensional gate this time. Ace's eyes were full of doubts. Come out. Roy said softly. Then he saw a figure coming out of the dimensional gate. The shape of his hair was like an inverted triangle, his hair color was white, and his body was also very strong, carrying a mysterious aura. What is this? Ace murmured as he looked at it. To be honest, this guy's dress was a bit strange. Roy also recognized this guy's identity. Gargo. In the One Punch Man world, he is considered the strongest enemy Saitama has ever encountered, and his strength may be even higher than Boros. Of course, it is Gargoyle after awakening. Gargoyle is now just an ordinary person, and his strength is certainly not comparable to that after awakening. Overall, it is estimated that he should have the strength of barely level 5. Master. Gargoyle knelt down when he saw Roy. After he came out, he knew at the first sight of Roy that the man in front of him was his master. You can just call me His Majesty the King, or Lord Roy. Roy shook his head, feeling that the title of master was awkward. I don't like it. Yes. Gorgon nodded quickly. When he just came out, his brain had already been given an order. He will obey Roy's orders unconditionally, and there is no way to resist. Tay. Roy touched his chin and racked his brains. It seems that there is nothing to do for the time being, so he will arrange it for Gorgon and let Gorgon live in the kingdom directly. See what he is suitable for. Roy was too lazy to ask. After all, he is a rough man, why do you care about him so much? To be honest, Roy's preference for girls over boys is a bit serious. Okay, you go out. Roy waved his hand, indicating that Gorgon could go away. Yes. Gorgon didn't think much of it. As the master, Roy was right no matter how he treated him. This kind of relationship is like a real master and servant. Gorgon was taken out like this. As for Roy, soon after Hungry Wolf left, he looked at Acedes with a fierce look. His eyes shone brightly. Acedes was a little shy and glanced at Roy. Lord Roy, what are you looking at me for? You are so beautiful, but you don't allow people to look at you. A lovemaking followed. Once you have experienced some things, you can't control them at all. The guards had been dispersed before this happened. Although they couldn't hear the noise inside, they were more concerned about this matter than Roy. It was like the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuchs were. When do you think General Acedes will give our king a big fat boy? With their frequency, I'm afraid they will give birth in 3 months at the latest. Everyone laughed. The surroundings were filled with a happy atmosphere. The greatest pleasure for men is to get together and brag, and Roy and Acedes' affair is naturally a good topic of conversation. Hungry Wolf was taken to his room by the guards. Is this my future house? He looked at the house in front of him. To be honest, it was very well decorated and had all kinds of props. Mr. Hungry Wolf, please stay for a while. I still have to continue to stand guard. The guard said goodbye. Well, you go. Hungry Wolf nodded, indicating that the guards could leave. The guards left in 2s and 3s. Afterwards, Hungry Wolf fell into deep thought, thinking about what he should do next. Become stronger. I must become stronger than anyone else. Hungry Wolf's eyes showed a hint of paranoid madness, and the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually twisted. That's his personality. Paranoid, crazy. Chapter 63. In the next few days, Garou collected intelligence in the kingdom and listed several masters in the intelligence. There was paranoia in his eyes. I must defeat all these guys. A list was taken out from Garou, and the names on the list were several famous senbyu under Roy. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Acedes. He wanted to defeat all of these people without leaving a single one. Because Roy stipulated that no casualties were allowed in the kingdom, Garou's methods were slightly more fair. Otherwise, with Garou's temper, in order to defeat the opponent, he would do whatever it takes, and even if he died, he would drag you down with him. This is an out-and-out madman. As long as he can make himself stronger, he is willing to do anything. In fact, Garou is a bit similar to Yujiro and the others in this regard. But there are also differences. Yujiro is not as paranoid as Garou. Garou's personality is really crazy. The first opponent? Garou muttered. He set his sights on the strongest Uchiha Madara from the start. It is said that he defeated the Senju Hashirama before, and his strength is undoubtedly the strongest at present. If you want to fight, just find those strong enemies. What's the point of bullying a few weaklings? Suddenly, Garou stood up and walked towards the door. He pushed the door open and walked to the busy street. He had made up his mind to challenge Uchiha Madara directly. He wanted to see how terrifying Uchiha Madara, who was known as the strongest, was. Garou licked his lips. The expectation in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. The more he faced the battle, the more he felt like he was injected with chicken blood. Where is Uchiha Madara? Garou looked around for Uchiha Madara's residence. Uchiha Madara's residence was not difficult to find. He asked a few people and found out from them. The man looked at Garou in confusion. What are you looking for Lord Uchiha Madara for? Somewhat puzzled. What is the purpose of this guy looking for Uchiha Madara? Is he a relative or something like that? Garou smiled and said, I want to defeat that guy. Looking at this excited expression, as if the young man had a second-year syndrome, the guy was speechless for a moment. Then he immediately began to persuade. I advise you to forget it. You can't be Lord Uchiha Madara's opponent. Lord Uchiha Madara's strength is unimaginable. He had seen the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama by chance. The power that was enough to destroy the world made him know that Uchiha Madara's strength was not something that ordinary people could imagine. That is like a godlike figure. 10 people like Garou would die without a doubt. I will definitely defeat him. Garou's eyes were firm. And he did not give the man a chance to continue talking, and turned away decisively. He would never be scared by the so-called danger. And he would even be extremely excited when he encountered danger. This was Garou. Tay. The man looked at Garou's figure and felt sorry. I'm afraid another autistic boy will appear. After that, Garou followed his instructions and arrived at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was planning to find his good friend and go out for a stroll together, and then he found a figure blocking the way in front. Who are you? Uchiha Madara was a little suspicious. He didn't know Garou. After all, when Garou was summoned, only Acedes was present. Currently, only Acedes knew of Garou's existence. Uchiha Madara, I heard that you are the strongest. Garou grinned, today I will pull you down from the throne of the strongest. Oh. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect this ordinary guy to be so arrogant when he spoke, and he actually wanted to pull me down from the strongest. Then Uchiha Madara's momentum changed, looking down from above, with a look of contempt. Do you have the ability to pull me down from the strongest? As soon as these words came out, the air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder. Garou rubbed his hands excitedly. Uchiha Madara also understood that this guy was a challenger, challenging his position as the strongest. He crossed his arms and was extremely arrogant. If you can do it. Come on. Arrogant. Hacky. It was as if the word invincible was written on his face. At this moment, Garou didn't care about anything, and the fighting spirit in his eyes burst out completely. Whoosh! The next moment, he quickly approached Uchiha Madara. And with all his strength, his speed reached the extreme. The terrifying momentum was earth-shaking, as if even the air couldn't bear it and collapsed. It happened in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Garou's attack had already reached Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Madara watched calmly. It seemed that he had no intention of taking action. Garou was stunned. What was this guy doing? Why didn't he attack? Then he didn't care anymore. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The attack speed was getting faster and faster. Go! Whoosh whoosh! As the fist power surged, the air couldn't bear it at all. It collapsed. Then Garou's fist hit Uchiha Madara hard. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, Uchiha Madara didn't move at all. Not moving at all? No way! Garou's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't believe it was true. Although this punch was not his strongest move, it was also a super martial art. The destructive power was extremely terrifying. However, faced with such an attack, Uchiha Madara stood there calmly. Doing nothing, the attack was blocked by the physical defense alone. Galang was dumbfounded. It is hard to describe his mood at this moment, the whole person was a little confused. Uchiha Madara glanced at him. Is this your attack? There was a clear look of disdain in the corner of his eyes. I thought Garou would be very strong, after all, he openly challenged his position as the strongest, but it turned out to be like this? It didn't even break his armament haki defense. This level is a bit far from the strongest. This guy. Galang's body trembled slightly. Although he could feel the huge gap between himself and Uchiha Madara, he was also excited from the bottom of his heart. Ah, yes, in fact, Garou at this stage is not weak. In the world of pirates, he is also a strong man comparable to Jack. He can probably fight Jack several times. But Uchiha Madara's strength is too terrifying, even stronger than 4 emperors are stronger than him. so he will be killed instantly when facing Garu. It's not over yet. Garu is obviously not a character who gives up easily, and immediately uses his ultimate move. Flowing Rock Fist. The move is like flowing water, lingering and soft. If you look at him first because of this, you will definitely suffer a loss. The destructive power of this move is very terrifying. Hey! Garu rushed to Uchiha Madara at a very fast speed. The whole person was like a flash of lightning. The sound of the fist breaking through the air was so sharp that it would deafen people's ears. Uchiha Madara looked at the right indifferently. Although the flowing rock fist is very strong, it can also break its armed color defense. But... boom! Uchiha Madara directly stretched out his fist. The black airflow swept over it. Conqueror's Entanglement. Chapter 64. The terrifying momentum continued to burst out from Uchiha Madara's fist. A storm was set off around him, and he was crushing everything along the way, and soon he arrived in front of Garu. Garu raised his head and was a little confused. Ballot box with check mark. Conqueror's Entanglement brought an amazing sense of oppression. Any kind of attack, as long as it is blessed by Conqueror's Haki, the destructive power will increase by several levels. Now, Uchiha Madara threw out the King Bomb directly at the beginning. How to fight it? Coming with an unparalleled offensive. Everywhere he passed, it was like crushing everything, which shows how terrifying the power is. Flowing Water Shattering Rock Fist. Garu hurriedly used the Flowing Water Shattering Rock Fist to counter Uchiha Madara's Conqueror's Entanglement. But it couldn't be stopped at all. The gap between the two sides is too big. Bang! Galang was uncontrollably knocked out and hit the wall behind him. Blood spit out of his mouth, and he looked listless, obviously seriously injured. So strong! I am no match for him at all. Galang's eyes were filled with astonishment. He knew Uchiha Madara was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Looking back on the battle just now, it is no exaggeration to say that he was crushed. Uchiha Madara, from beginning to end, only used one punch. Is this the strength of Uchiha Madara? Garu covered his chest with a look of surprise in his eyes. At this point, the battle was almost coming to an end. It seems that I won. Uchiha Madara's voice was cold. He was like an iceberg, emitting cold air, and people dared not approach easily. It was precisely because of this character. Uchiha Madara had few friends, only Senju Hashirama. He turned and left, gradually disappearing in front of Garu. Uchiha Madara. Galang's eyes flashed, and he was obviously extremely excited. He didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent, which made him look excited, and every cell in his body seemed to be cheering. But soon, he regained his composure. 710 reason is simple. Garu is very clear about the gap between himself and Uchiha Madara. It seems that there is a gap between the two, which is insurmountable. Galang limped out from Uchiha Madara. After the battle just now, he was obviously seriously injured, and now even walking is a bit difficult. After that, Garu began to challenge various masters. In this process, his strength began to transform and become stronger. After the first round of challenges, Garu basically couldn't beat anyone except Genos. It has to be said that Genos's legend of being unbeatable is not in vain. No matter who he fights. The quality of the funds is definitely super high, and the damage is 1.5 at a glance. He was beaten badly and almost restored to factory settings. In the air not far from the Basta kingdom. Damn it, you killed Jack and Quinn. You might even have killed Minga. Kaido, who had already transformed into a blue dragon, had a raging fire in his eyes. Whether it was Jack, Quinn, or Minga, they were all important people to Kaido. Especially Minga, Kaido was counting on the artificial fruit in that guy's hand to help him. Kaido always had a dream in his heart. That was to lead his men to fight north and south, and then start a world-class war. Undoubtedly, Jack and Quinn must not be lost. Doflamingo's existence was also crucial. In the end, he died in the Basta Kingdom. I want to see who this Basta Kingdom is. Kaido snorted coldly. He headed for the Basta Kingdom alone. One person is an army, not worrying about his own safety. There are very few people in this world who can hurt Kaido, and there is no one who can kill Kaido. How many times? I was captured alive, and all kinds of punishments were used on Kaido, but Kaido was fine. The saw cut his head, but the saw was broken instead. When the electric shock was used on his body, Kaido was so bored that he wanted to doze off. All kinds of punishments were completely ineffective against Kaido. He was like an immortal. Kaido's huge blue dragon body was like a shield covering the sky and the sun, and his eyes were as big as lanterns. He looked down and saw the country below. The intelligence of his subordinates had long told him the specific location of the Basta Kingdom. The country below was the Basta Kingdom. Basta Kingdom. He seemed to be suppressing his anger, and it was obvious that he hated this country. Several of his subordinates died in this unknown kingdom. How could he not be angry? He knew that they were forces under the four emperors Kaido, but he still took action. Why? This was probably a contempt for Kaido and a trampling on Kaido's dignity. His subordinates died here, and Kaido imagined that the Basta Kingdom despised him. No matter which one, it was a naked death penalty. Boom! Kaido opened his eyes, and suddenly released a terrifying murderous aura. As this murderous intent was released, it was soon sensed by many people in the kingdom. Observation Haki, the perception of murderous intent is very clear. Roy, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Acedes. Basically all the cadres could sense the murderous intent coming from the sky not far away, and they subconsciously looked up. They wanted to figure out from which direction this murderous intent came. Beside Roy, Acedes looked up in surprise. Such a strong murderous aura. He quickly looked at Roy's face, and Acedes felt that Roy was very serious at this moment. It has been a long time since I have seen Roy so serious. At the same time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama also felt the killing intent coming. It's been a long time since I last saw the strong man. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up, a little excited. Anyone with a little bit of strength can feel the terrifying killing intent coming. At this time, Garp and Momuzagi looked drunk. It's Kaido. I didn't expect Kaido to also target the Basta Kingdom. Kaido, that is one of the four emperors of New World. In the second half of the Grand Line, New World, like an emperor, reigns over this sea area. I didn't expect this guy to target the Basta Kingdom. Little Garp, should we help? Momuzagi looked at Garp and said. After all, they are also in an alliance with the Basta Kingdom. Now that they are in such a difficult situation, they should help them. The most important thing is that during this period, with the contact with Roy, the two can be regarded as good friends. It is not an exaggeration to call them confidants. Garp laughed and said indifferently, you underestimate those guys too much. Don't worry, it's not our turn to take action. Others may not know, but that Uchiha Madara is definitely terrifying. Even if Kaido is a four emperors, he probably won't be the opponent of that guy. Well, Uchiha Madara left a deep, seep, impression on Garp. Uchiha Madara feels like the sea, which makes people unable to figure it out. Momuzagi looked suspicious. Is that Uchiha Madara really that strong? Facing the collision of various major forces, Momuzagi has no way to deal with it. Although she is the Vice Admiral of Marine and her strength is not bad, there is still a gap compared to people of this level. Oh my god! What kind of momentum is this? As Kaido descended, the overwhelming power also followed. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the direction where the murderous aura was spreading. At that position, there was a huge figure rushing towards this side quickly. Wherever it passed, it was like destroying withered trees and rotten wood. The air could not bear it and collapsed with a hissing sound. It was the figure of a giant dragon, like a creature in ancient mythology. The whole body was green, the dragon's whiskers were fluttering, and the body exuded a terrifying power. It's a dragon! How could such a mythical species appear in the real world? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Dragons are species in myths and legends. It's just a legend, but they didn't expect to see it in the real world. Am I still dreaming? It's indeed a dragon. Kaido's body, infinite dragon power burst out, set off a storm, and spread in all directions. He looked at the crowd below, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Kaido actually looked at life very indifferently. He could say that he didn't care about the life and death of the lowest people at all. Like this kind of life that was like an ant, he could kill as many as he wanted. There was no psychological burden at all. Roar! Kaido roared, and then countless energies began to gather in his mouth. This energy fluctuation was so terrifying that it made the void tremble, as if even the space was distorted. The heat coming from it was as high as thousands or tens of thousands of degrees. Ordinary people could not resist it at all. Die! Kaido spit out the energy. The dragon breath burst out, with a devastating force, shooting towards the crowd below. His purpose was very simple, that is to kill this ant-like creature, so as not to be upset. In his eyes, human life is worthless. If you don't have strength, in his eyes, you are no different from pigs and dogs. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Indifferent, without any emotion at all. Looking at the overwhelming dragon breath, the crowd below was completely desperate. Each of them was pale, as if they had lost their parents. Facing such an attack, they had no way to fight back, and could only watch the attack fall. If they took this blow head-on, they would not see any hope of survival, and it could be said that they would die. In despair, they suddenly saw a figure appear in the air. Holding an Uchiha wave fan, wearing a samurai suit from the Sengoku era, and a head shape with a bit of a killer style. Suddenly, the empty eyes Rinnegan suddenly opened. Shinra Tensei! Boom! An unprecedented repulsive force appeared in an instant, and then collided with the dragon breath exhaled by Kaido. Although Kaido's dragon breath was strong, it was obviously unable to stop the attack of Shinra Tensei, and was completely blasted away. Saved! Unconsciously, cold sweat slid down everyone's forehead. They were all desperate. Faced with such an attack, they were completely at a loss. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara appeared at this time. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of casualties. Blocked. Kaido showed a trace of astonishment. He didn't expect that his attack would be blocked. He immediately looked at Uchiha Madara solemnly. In his opinion, those who could block his attack were very strong. At least Jack couldn't block it. No wonder Jack and Quinn died in the Basta Kingdom. That's it. You killed them both, right? Intuition told Kaido that this guy was very powerful. To be on the safe side, Kaido turned into a human form, holding a mace, and his breath was also very rough. Faced with Kaido's question, Uchiha Madara shook his head. I have never heard of the two people you mentioned, and I probably didn't kill them. Kaido smiled, his face was ferocious. This guy is very powerful, which makes Kaido interested. If he can win over such an admiral, conquering the world is just around the corner, but before that, he should let him know his strength. One of Kaido's favorite methods is to beat people into submission. Most of his cadres were obtained by him in this way, such as Jack and Quinn, both of whom were abused by Kaido. Now he wants to use the same burst to deal with Uchiha Madara. It's too unfair for a strong man like you to hide in the Kingdom of Basta. Follow me. Let's conquer the world together. Kaido talked loudly about his good wishes, but Uchiha Madara was not interested at all. His loyalty to Roy was max. There was absolutely no possibility of betrayal. So Uchiha Madara's little tricks actually had no effect at all, and were a pure waste of time. Yes, people like you have pride. Kaido sneered disdainfully, carrying the mace on his shoulder, his eyes a little gloomy. Then let me break your pride and let you know that your so-called beliefs are worthless. N. Chapter 65. The final result is still a battle. If you want Uchiha Madara to surrender, you can't do it without military deterrence. At least Kaido thinks so. In fact, no matter what he does, Uchiha Madara will never surrender. Of course, Kaido is not necessarily Uchiha Madara's opponent. Although Kaido is a four emperors, Uchiha Madara is also very strong. Because they haven't really fought yet, no one knows how the battle will turn out. Everyone held their breath and looked at the two people confronting each other. The two people's auras kept colliding, as if they were competing, and neither wanted to lose to the other. The two sides went back and forth, and the collision of the two auras seemed to form a hurricane, sweeping in all directions. The fallen leaves on the ground were rolled up and flew in the air. I don't know who will win this battle, but the process will definitely be very exciting. Garp, Momuzagi, Aokiji, and others are also paying attention to this battle. The battle between Uchiha Madara and four emperors Kaido can reveal something. After all, the opponent is four emperors, and their strength is terrifying, perhaps even higher than Garp. Garp's eyes also looked at the two of them solemnly. Uchiha Madara and Kaido are obviously both strong people he recognizes. Uchiha Madara is needless to say. As for Kaido, that guy is one of the famous four emperors. His strength is so terrifying that he was caught by the naval headquarters so many times, but nothing happened. The title of the strongest creature on land, sea, and air can be said to be well deserved. I just don't know how it compares to Uchiha Madara. Garp showed a hint of expectation in his eyes. This battle must be very interesting. Uchiha Madara and that Kaido of the beasts. I really don't know how they will fight. Momuzagi and Aokiji looked at each other, both with doubts on their faces. Both of them are well-known strong men, one is the famous four emperors, and the other is even Garp's opponent. There is no doubt that this battle will be very interesting. Not only that, countless vines appeared around Kaido, these vines were lush and full of vigorous vitality, and a figure stood on the top of the vines. Senju Hashirama. This juncture is not the time for Uchiha Madara to be a hero alone. Senju Hashirama appeared to help Uchiha Madara fight against Kaido's attack. Hashirama, what are you doing here? Seeing Hashirama coming, Uchiha Madara was a little unhappy. It stands to reason that he should have solved Kaido by himself, but Senju Hashirama came here. Isn't this trying to steal experience from him? People are protective animals, so Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama warily. I'm just assisting you from the side. After all, this is the order of Lord Roy. Senju Hashirama said. After all, the opponent was the four emperors, so Roy was a little more cautious, so he asked Senju Hashirama to come over. With two people against Kaido, it should be a sure win, so he was relieved for the time being. Don't hold back, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara snorted. Although he was very unhappy with this arrangement, since it was Roy's arrangement, there was nothing he could do. Kaido was stunned when he saw another figure appear. Are you this guy's companion? Kaido glanced at Senju Hashirama. This man seemed to be inferior to Uchiha Madara in terms of momentum, but from the ability he just displayed, it seemed very difficult. The power of devil fruit. Is it the ability of the big tree fruit? Kaido didn't know. He had never heard of such a fruit that could control the surrounding trees. It felt incredible. However, there are many types of devil fruit, and there are all kinds of strange things, so Kaido didn't think much about it. You two are so strong, it's a pity to stay here. Join us beasts pirates. Kaido also had his eyes on Senju Hashirama. These two joining beasts pirates can just fill the vacancies of Jack and Quinn, which is a good choice. But before that, they still have to be defeated. Thundering 8 trigrams. Kaido roared. Conqueror's haki was all wrapped around his mace. The extremely rich haki made the mace black and red, and countless black and red lightning swept around. Yen dash. After the blessing of Conqueror's haki, the destructive power of this attack can be said to be very amazing. The surrounding air was sucked and exploded, as if the space could not bear it, and it collapsed directly. Thundering 8 trigrams, with unparalleled power, soon arrived in front of Uchiha Madara. The destructive power was so overwhelming that people could not help but smack their lips. Is this the attack of Kaido of the beasts? Even the space could not withstand the collapse. Anyone who was attacked head-on would definitely die. Can Uchiha Madara block such an attack? The huge complete form of Susanoo appeared, and its size that covered the sky and the sun almost covered half of the sky. Susanoo held a sharp blade, like a giant who created the world. 0. The two-handed sword, under the control of Uchiha Madara, clashed with Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams. At the moment of the clashing, there was a huge noise spreading in all directions. The airwave swept, making people worry whether their bodies would be blown away by the hurricane. It was a match of equal strength. The conflict between the haki of both sides transformed into a wave of energy sweeping in all directions. Then the space broke inch by inch. The terrifying airflow was still spreading upwards until it tore the entire cloud in half. That strange scene is clearly a famous scene in the world of One Piece. The sky cracks. From here, we can see how terrifying the energy that the two people burst out is. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Uchiha Madara's body begins to tremble, and cold sweat keeps oozing out of his forehead. Obviously, he has reached his limit. But Uchiha Madara did not show any signs of exhaustion. This guy still has some energy left. As time passed, Kaido could not hold on in the end and was blown away. Bang! The battlefield was a forest. Kaido's collision was like a bulldozer, knocking down dozens of trees in succession. The forest was instantly bare. Everyone looked at it in amazement. Are you kidding? Kaido was knocked away. 4 Emperors Kaido, one of the masters of the New World, is a figure like an emperor in the second half of the Grand Line. He was actually beaten away by Uchiha Madara. Dead. Chapter 66. Kaido fell backwards like a meteor. Along the way, he was like a rotten wood, destroying big trees and pushing down large tracts of forest. A gully was dragged out on the ground. It hurts. Kaido covered his chest and felt the severe pain from there. The whole person seemed to fall apart. It is conceivable how terrifying Uchiha Madara's attack was. With Kaido's body, he almost couldn't resist it. Everyone looked at him in amazement. Kaido, who had just been attacked by Uchiha Madara Susanoo, was now alive and kicking, as if nothing had happened. What's wrong with this guy? No effect. They were all stunned. When they saw Uchiha Madara Susanoo, they were all scared. That body that covered the sky and the sun was terrifying no matter how you looked at it. Especially the power of its 180 attack, it is not an exaggeration to call it the destruction of heaven and earth, but Kaido actually withstood it. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. Somewhat surprised by Kaido's defense. If this kind of attack hit Senju Hashirama, even he would not be able to withstand it, but Kaido actually withstood it. After all, it is the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, so it is normal to have thick skin. This guy actually took Madara's attack with his body. Senju Hashirama also looked at it in surprise. He often dealt with Uchiha Madara, so he knew the power of Madara's Susanoo. Even he himself did not dare to fight against Madara's Susanoo, but Kaido actually did it. Aokiji scratched his head and couldn't help but exclaimed. Kaido is still as tough as ever. As a marine admiral, he has fought with 4 Emperors Kaido several times. Although he couldn't beat him, he could still fight. Kaido's most notable feature is his amazing defense. He is probably the most muscular man among the 4 Emperors, right? Kaido is really amazing. But he is no match for Uchiha Madara. Garp saw the crux of the matter at a glance. What's the use of your bare body? You have to fight Uchiha Madara, at least you have to hurt him. This is fighting. Passive beating is not a skill. Senju Hashirama glanced at Madara, do you need help? Then he clapped his hands and prepared to use the whatever you want, I'll do it. Uchiha Madara had a blank expression on his face, and was not shaken by Kaido. You should solve your own problems, and there is no need to ask for help from Senju Hashirama. Since he said so, Hashirama had to respect the opinion of his good friend. After all, he was a good friend, and he knew Uchiha Madara's character very well. Boom! The next moment, Uchiha Madara's momentum burst out. The thick armament haki instantly enveloped his complete Susanoo. Because of the influx of haki, the color of Susanoo also changed to black. The black Susanoo has unparalleled destructive power. And Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, stood at the head of Susanoo, controlling the entire Susanoo movement. Humph! Kaido snorted coldly upon seeing this. He also burst out with a terrifying aura, and Conqueror's haki once again flowed into the mace in his hand. He had used Thunder 8 trigrams before, but was directly beaten away by Uchiha Madara. Kaido knew that Uchiha Madara Susanoo was very powerful, and his chest was still surging with blood. If it weren't for him, anyone who suffered such a heavy blow would immediately lose the ability to fight. Only Kaido had thick skin and flesh, and could resist. However, Thunder 8 trigrams obviously didn't work on Susanoo, so he had to think of other ways. His strongest state now is the dragon humanization. Plus the attack of Conqueror's third generation, Naraku. In the comics, Kaido has used such a move. The destructive power is super terrifying. After the blessing of the dragon humanization, the power can be further improved, and it can completely compete with Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Conqueror's third generation, Naraku. The dragon humanized Kaido swept his tail on the ground. Then he raised the mace in his hand high, and Conqueror's haki poured in. Thunder surged around, surrounded by dark lightning. This move of Conqueror's third generation, Naraku turned into rolling thunder and hit Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Susanoo is attached with armament haki, which carries infinite power. Holding two swords, he chopped it down, colliding with Kaido in the air. The haki clashed, tearing the sky, and with the clash, the surrounding space was split in half. The reason why Conqueror's entanglement and Kaido's contact were not used. It was because Conqueror Uchiha Madara's tactics were not as good as Kaido's. When the two of them collided, Uchiha Madara would definitely be at a disadvantage, and Conqueror's couldn't wrap around Susanoo, so he used the armament haki to attach. Even so, Uchiha Madara's move was still earth-shattering. The sky was split in half. The two of them touched each other in the air, and the might was blinding. The wind was blowing hard all around, and the citizens of the kingdom, or Garp's Marine, were all looking at this scene in amazement. What a strong might! At the place of the confrontation, the space was completely twisted into a line. Is this the power of the four emperors? The momentum of the two continued to rise. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up, and he obviously didn't expect Kaido's strength to be so terrifying that he could actually compete with him. Looking at the torn sky, Uchiha Madara smiled. Because he could feel that he was gradually gaining the upper hand, and Kaido seemed to be running out of energy. Sure enough, Kaido couldn't help shaking after a while, and gradually couldn't hold on. Uchiha Madara groaned and suddenly increased his strength, and he couldn't bear it anymore. The whole person flew out like a cannonball. Boom! Half of his body was smashed into a protruding mountain, and the mountain was shaking and almost collapsed. Susanoo's descends the third generation induce Naraku. The final winner was obviously Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Although Kaido's strength is also very strong, there is a clear gap compared to Madara. Uchiha Madara stood there majestically with the Uchiha fan in his hand. This is also an expected ending. IZ, B. Rocks rolled down, the mountain shook. Even after such a heavy blow, Kaido 0.5 was able to barely stand up. I have to say, this guy is indeed the most tanky of the pirates. Kaido touched his chest, the pain there almost made him faint. As the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, he hasn't felt this way for a long time. The last time was when he met Whitebeard. He was beaten badly. When Kaido first appeared, he said he did a good job. Whitebeard, obviously he had been abused. Kaido looked at Uchiha Madara. Holding the Uchiha fan, he looked arrogant, and couldn't help but combine him with the image of Whitebeard. Then a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Chapter 67. There is no doubt that Kaido was very afraid of Uchiha Madara's strength. Looking at his figure, he seemed to see the young Whitebeard and rocks. The pressure that followed him was exactly the same as rocks at the beginning. What a strong strength! That 4 emperors Kaido was knocked away again. Is he really 4 emperors? Someone stood up and said. Absolutely right, I have seen this face on the bounty order. That guy is Kaido without a doubt. I didn't expect Kaido to be a match for Uchiha Madara-sama. So powerful. Everyone looked at Uchiha Madara with some admiration in their eyes. Who is Kaido? One of the 4 emperors of New World, he is definitely a big shot. But he is still no match for Uchiha Madara. You can imagine how terrifying Uchiha Madara's strength is. Aokiji and Momuzagi were both silent. Although they knew that Uchiha Madara was very powerful, they didn't expect him to be so strong. Even 4 emperors Kaido is not his opponent? Daa. Garp laughed heartlessly. I said that guy is very strong. Looking at the thick-skinned Garp, everyone was helpless and silent. A Marine couldn't help but complain, Vice Admiral Garp, now is not the time to talk about this kind of thing, right? After all, Uchiha Madara is not a Marine. He is too strong, which may not be a good thing for Marine. Garp scratched his nose, what does it matter? 1. Kaido endured the severe pain in his body. The attack of the 3rd generation, Inaraku, just touched Susanoo. What he didn't expect was that he would lose in the end. Uchiha Madara's strength was too terrifying. Not only did he resist Inaraku's attack, but he also hit him hard. Even Kaido's physique couldn't withstand a few hits from Susanoo. I'm not an opponent. Kaido quickly realized the gap between himself and Uchiha Madara. He was not an opponent of Uchiha Madara at all. If he continued to fight, it would only bring shame upon himself. At that moment, without any hesitation, he decisively changed into the blue dragon form. Ah! Kaido in dragon form was filled with pressure. It made people feel nervous. I wonder why Kaido changed back to the blue dragon form. Was he preparing to release some powerful killing move? I remembered when Kaido first appeared. The power of his breath was really scary. He could almost destroy a small mountain in one breath. In the original work, Luffy and his group were almost wiped out by his breath, and then Luffy suddenly jumped up and angrily attacked Kaido. Everyone knows the final result. Kaido thundered 8 trigrams and taught Luffy a lesson. At that time, I thought Kaido was so terrifying, and the 4 emperors were so awesome. After all, Luffy was already one of the 5 emperors at that time, and his strength was extremely strong, but he was still severely punished by Teacher Guy. Everyone was still curious about how Kaido would react. The next moment, Kaido turned around and ran away. It is normal to run away if you can't beat him. After all, Kaido is not Whitebeard, Ace, and the others. If it is these 2 people, even if it is not Uchiha Madara will never run away even if he is an opponent. They will fight to the death. But Kaido is different. When he finds that he is not an opponent, he will still choose to run away. After all, life is the most important thing, and everything else is just a passing cloud. Swoosh! Kaido rode on the cloud and prepared to escape and leave the Basta kingdom. In fact, he regretted it very much. If he had known that the Basta kingdom was so strong, he would not have come. In the end, he was beaten by Wolf. This is a serious information error. Kaido is too confident in himself, which led to this situation. Everyone looked at him in amazement. No way. 4 emperors Kaido actually ran away. This is really big news. In their opinion, Kaido was beaten and ran around everywhere, which can be said to be panic. In fact, it is normal. Who made Uchiha Madara so strong? However, it is still sad that 4 emperors were beaten and ran away. From this, we can see how strong Uchiha Madara is. Even Kaido is not his opponent, which is definitely the level of 4 emperors. Hey! Uchiha Madara was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that this guy would actually think of running away. To be honest, looking at Kaido's rough appearance, he should be a very reckless character, but those who have read the original know that Kaido is actually very careful. Tree World Birth. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands and directly performed the Tree World Birth technique. The big tree with lush branches and leaves was all controlled by Senju Hashirama, and then it entangled Kaido. Kaido stepped on the cloud with 1 foot, and then was entangled by the vines. Then the dragon eyes shrank. Come down! Senju Hashirama burst out with momentum, and with a little force, Kaido was pulled down alive. If it was the peak moment, it would be difficult to pull Kaido down. But now Kaido is already at the end of his strength. Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama coldly, "Don't mind your own business." Senju Hashirama smiled and said, "If I let that guy leave, I will have a hard time." Uchiha Madara ignored Senju Hashirama. He was cold and arrogant, and spoke little. He walked towards Kaido step by step, and at the same time, the complete form of Susanoo was emanating from his body. The terrifying power burst out from his body. Looking at the huge size of the complete form of Susanoo, Kaido couldn't help but feel flustered. No matter how many times he saw it, he would instinctively feel fear. 67676767. The next step was completely one-sided ravage. Susanoo's continuous blows fell hard on Kaido, and Kaido was twisted and almost dying. At first Kaido could still fight back. But as time passed, he could only passively 943 take the beatings, and was beaten very badly by Uchiha Madara. Even worse than the last encounter with Whitebeard. His body was twisted, blood was splattered, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. When everything calmed down, Kaido was lying there in a disfigured state, and it was obvious that he had been beaten badly. Although he had fainted completely, he was not dead. The title of the strongest creature on land, sea, and air is not a joke, and his vitality is extremely strong. Even if he suffered such a dense attack from Uchiha Madara, he only lost consciousness. If it were someone else, he would have been beaten into a pulp by now. It is easy to imagine how tough Kaido is. Kaido was defeated and imprisoned in the Basta kingdom. Using special sea stone handcuffs, Kaido was tied up tightly, so that Kaido could not use force. Sea stone handcuffs can not only restrict people with special abilities, but also seem to have a certain weakening effect on Haki. However, even so, he still needs to be guarded by the Yan family. After all, that is 4 emperors Kaido. Even if he is wrapped in sea stone, his strength cannot be ignored. Is that guy really Kaido? How can this be false? So powerful, Lord Roy said he would personally execute Kaido in a few days. I wonder if he can do it. Kaido is known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. As a pirate, he has been defeated 7 times, arrested 18 times, tortured thousands of times, and sentenced to death 40 times. But he is still alive and well. Chapter 68. Returning to the room. Momuzagi immediately reported the news to Sengoku. 4 emperors Kaido was defeated, this is definitely big news. What? Kaido went to the Kingdom of Basta. Sengoku was stunned, he didn't expect Kaido to be interested in this country. What's the situation now? Momozagi's next words were simply shocking. Kaido has been defeated and is now imprisoned in the Kingdom of Basta. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku lost his voice instantly. 4 Emperors Kaido has been defeated? The strength of 4 Emperors is very terrifying, even Marine has to be careful to deal with them, but such a person was defeated. Are you kidding? Sengoku's forehead was sweating coldly. Next to him, Akainu Sakazuki had a serious face. Isn't that possible? Kaido lost too. I seriously doubt the truth of this matter, but Momozagi and the others can't lie. Then, the fact is very likely true, Kaido was indeed captured in the great kingdom of Bath. Akainu Kizaru were shocked. As admirals, they occasionally deal with the 4 emperors, so they know Kaido's strength. Such a person also suffered in the Kingdom of Bath. How strong is the Kingdom of Bath? Who defeated Kaido? Sengoku asked. It was that Uchiha Madara. Momozagi answered. Upon hearing this name, Sengoku frowned slightly. He had been hearing this guy's name for some time. Not only did he defeat Garp, but now even Kaido can't escape the fate. Sengoku was stunned. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He just felt that the matter was very tricky. Uchiha Madara was too strong. Not only did he defeat Garp, the hero of Marine, but he also defeated the 4 emperors Kaido. Time and again, it exceeded Sengoku's imagination. How strong is Roy to be able to suppress such a person? Thinking of this, Sengoku's eyes were extremely solemn. He almost did not hesitate and called the 5 elders. After a while, the 5 elders also learned about Uchiha Madara's situation. 4 emperors Kaido lost to Uchiha Madara. The first thought was that he was joking, right? But Sengoku obviously would not joke with them. In other words, it was true. Uchiha Madara really defeated that Kaido. Tay. The 5 people of the 5 elders all took a breath. They knew that Uchiha Madara was very strong, but they did not expect him to be so strong that even the 4 emperors were no match for him. 4 emperors Kaido is not good enough. That Uchiha Madara is a bit too strong. In an instant, the name Uchiha Madara appeared in everyone's sight again. Recently, the 5 elders have been having meetings because of Uchiha Madara, and they have long remembered this name. After all, this guy defeated the marine hero. Garp. How could such big news be hidden from the 5 elders? Now even 4 emperors Kaido couldn't escape the fate and was defeated head-on. If he was a pirate. With this kind of treatment, the bounty would definitely exceed 4 billion Baileys in a minute, and he would be an extremely dangerous person. It's like there is a marine undercover in the 4 emperors group. There are also 4 emperors spies in the marine. In the shadows, a figure was eavesdropping on the conversation between the 2 people in front. Is this news true? Vice Admiral Garp was no match for that guy, and even Kaido was defeated head-on. Forget about the marine hero Garp. Kaido of the Beasts is definitely a big name in the pirate world. After all, he is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, and the power under his command is comparable to that of the world government. As a result, he was defeated in the territory of the Kingdom of Basta. It is really touching. This matter is a secret, you must not leak it. Don't worry, don't trust me? I will keep my mouth shut. He patted his chest and promised. Little did he know that this conversation was heard clearly by the people in the shadows. 4 emperors Kaido defeated. How is this possible? When he first heard the news, he thought it was fake. 4 emperors Kaido. That was the famous 4 emperors, standing like an emperor in the New World. Now he was defeated. Is the Basta kingdom really that strong? After hearing their conversation, I naturally knew about the Basta kingdom. I didn't expect that kingdom to be so terrifying. Even 4 emperors Kaido was defeated. His boss is red-haired Shanks. At this time, on an unknown island, this is the nest of red-haired Shanks and his friends. A group of people are having a party together, which looks very lively and happy. The leader is the red-haired Shanks with scars on his face, and the young man next to him with a black knife on his back. Hawkeye my hawk. As the name suggests, he has eagle-like eyes, which are very sharp. My hawk, don't be so restrained. Come and have a drink. In fact, Hawkeye my hawk refused at first. But Red-haired and his friends were too enthusiastic, so he had to drink a sip, and then he was completely high. Deed. Just then, the phone in Red-haired's arms trembled slightly. What happened? The redhead was obviously surprised. This person was a spy that he had planted in naval headquarters after much trouble, but he called him now. Under normal circumstances, he would not contact him to avoid being exposed. Now that he took the initiative to contact him, he must have made a major discovery. Redhead boss, there is a major discovery. Tell me slowly. The redhead was suspicious, and was also curious about how sensational this discovery was that made that guy show such an expression. Kaido was defeated. Was it by Marine? That guy has always been so self-willed, and he will be caught sooner or later. The redhead couldn't help but murmur. He had dealt with Kaido a lot, so he knew a little about his temper. To be honest, being caught by Marine is not a new thing. Kaido has been caught many times. No. Kaido went to attack the Kingdom of Basta, and was defeated by Uchiha Madara there. Hey! Shanks was stunned. He thought of many versions of Kaido, being captured by Marine, being captured by other 4 emperors. But he didn't expect that he would be captured by the Kingdom of Bath. The Kingdom of Bath. Shanks slowly read the word. He was obviously interested in this mysterious country. Next to him, Hawkeye my hawk narrowed his eyes slightly, and was actually a little excited, which Uchiha Madara must be very strong? I really want to meet him. He must be very strong to defeat Kaido. To be honest, Hawkeye is a little looking forward to it. It must be very interesting to meet Uchiha Madara. He has always been eager to fight with a strong man. A hearty battle can improve the level of kendo. Chapter 69. The news of Kaido's defeat began to spread. On an unknown island, the banquet of Shanks and his group continued, and they all had smiles on their faces. Pirates are a symbol of freedom. The people who followed Shanks out also found their own freedom. To be honest, the Shanks pirates are very similar to the Roger pirates and the Straw Hat pirates, and the atmosphere on the ship is also very good. I didn't expect that Kaido was defeated. Have you heard of Uchiha Madara? No, never. They have been on the sea for a long time, but they have never heard of the name Uchiha Madara. However, since they can defeat Kaido, they must be very strong. After all, Kaido is the 4 emperors of the New World. Because of the territory and other reasons, he has had a lot of contact with Shanks and his group. That guy is very scary. He, like Shanks, will be entangled by conquerors. He lost like this. Everyone was shocked. Conqueror's entanglement is considered the top move in the pirate world. Kaido said that only a few top masters can use this move, which shows how rare Conqueror's entanglement is. Kaido knew Conqueror's entanglement, but he still lost. There are only 1 in 10,000 people who can awaken Conqueror's haki, and those who can use Conqueror's entanglement have to be eliminated by another 90%. Isn't it the best of the best? It seems that Uchiha Madara is very powerful. Maybe he is also the owner of Conqueror's entanglement. Hawkeye became more and more excited after hearing these words. What's wrong, Hawkeye? Do you want to fight him so much? Shanks said with a smile. He can guess the little thoughts of his good friend with his A. Speaking of which, Hawkeye is also a battle maniac. I just happened to be bored recently. Hawkeye returned to his indifference. He always puts on a cold look, and his temperament is actually somewhat similar to Uchiha Madara, but the difference is that Hawkeye is not as hacky as Madara-sama. Fighting is what men desire. I'll go with you to see it, Shanks said. He was actually curious about the Basta kingdom. He didn't know what kind of country it was that could make Kaido of the beasts fail. To be honest, it was a bit unbelievable. The men next to him all looked at the red-haired Shanks. Boss, are we really going to that Basta kingdom? Although I'm curious about them, but they, Sefp, are pirates after all. Generally speaking, no one would be willing to welcome them, and most of them would regard them as jinxes. So, wouldn't it be a bad idea to go there directly? Shanks laughed, we're not going there to cause trouble. He had a look on his face that said, I won't cause any trouble. But the combination of Shanks and Hawkeye, no matter how you look at it, doesn't look like someone who will keep quiet. But Shanks is the captain after all. Since the captain has spoken, they have no choice but to obey his orders. Who made this guy the captain? Let's go, set sail for the Kingdom of Basta. Shanks laughed loudly, not serious at all. He and Luffy Roger also have similarities, for example, he is a funny guy. New World, the Kingdom of Basta. The spring is bright and sunny, and it has been a day since Kaido was captured. Now the kingdom has returned to its previous peaceful atmosphere. Uchiha Madara and Acedes took turns to guard the port of the kingdom. The experience of Kaido also strengthened their defense of the kingdom and the warning zone. In the royal city, the room belonging to Akame and her friends. The four girls gathered together to play a game similar to Truth or Dare, and the loser had to answer the questioner's question. After one round, Akame lost completely. Very good. Leone raised his chin, thinking about how to ask Akame's little secret. Do you have someone you like? No, no. Akame waved her hands quickly, just glanced to the side, obviously with a guilty expression. Don't lie. I'm not lying. Then what's wrong with the expression on your face? It's obvious that you're guilty. Akame's little face is now red, as if it's about to drip water. Hey, Tong and Tornado are still cheering on the side. Hurry up, tell us. Don't lie to us, otherwise we will never talk to you again. The two sang in unison, making Akame even more shy, and she was speechless and didn't know what to say. This, am I? To be honest, Akame is still very cute like this. She is pitiful. Looking at her appearance, it is clear that she has someone she likes, otherwise she would never behave like this. Then let's change the topic. Who do you like more? Seeing that Akame could not answer the previous question, Leone decisively changed the topic. However, the purpose is still the same. That is to get Akame's sweetheart out. Although Akame's figure is not as good as his, Leone is confident when he mentions this matter. She straightened her head. Her figure is absolutely top-notch. But Akahide is very pretty, she is in the top tier. Under the questioning of the girls, Akahide still said the name, it's Lord Roy. When she said the name, her face was red. The little heart was beating unstoppably, thump thump, like a deer running wildly. This is the secret that Akahide has been keeping, and now under the pressure of everyone, she finally said it out. The girls looked at each other and were shocked. You actually like Lord Roy? Are you kidding? Recently, Roy seems to be very close to Acedes. Akahide has always been concerned about Roy's every move, and this kind of thing can't escape her eyes. Although I am very unwilling in my heart, but Akahide doesn't choose to accept it. Leone suddenly said to Akahide earnestly, love must be grasped by yourself, Akahide. This sentence suddenly made Akahide's eyes light up. I really shouldn't give in blindly. At least in this kind of thing, I can't let Acedes have it all to myself. Love can make people burst out with courage. Deep in the palace, lying on Acedes' snow-white thighs, Roy closed his eyes comfortably. It's so comfortable. Acedes used him as a lap pillow, this feeling is simply too good. Achoo! Suddenly, Roy sneezed. He was a little puzzled. Is someone talking about him behind his back? The guards outside the door came to report. Lord Roy, Garp, and the others want to see you. Roy was stunned. Garp? Why did these guys come to him? What do they want? I couldn't guess anything for a while. Roy waved his hand and ordered, let them in. It seems not good to meet Garp and continue to lie in Ace's arms. Ahem. Then Roy broke free from Ace's arms. Ace looked at Roy in confusion, his beautiful eyes widened. Lord Roy. Chapter 70. Garp came to say goodbye. He had been in the Basta kingdom for a long time, and it was time to leave. Roy usually treated them well, so he came to say hello before leaving. At about 3 p.m., they sailed away on a warship and gradually disappeared in the port of Basta Uranus. Garp and his group are gone. Roy observation Haki sensed the departure of Garp and his group and said with a smile. Acede snuggled in Roy's arms. Garp and his group were not here, and Acede could enjoy Roy's embrace as he pleased. He lay in Roy's arms like a docile kitten. Enjoy it to your heart's content. The sadistic queen can also be so docile at times. Roy touched Ace's ear and asked, how is your conqueror's entanglement going? Ace opened her eyes lazily and stared at Roy's fair face. I can't do it yet. Although she awakened Conqueror's Haki. But there is no way to entangle Conqueror's Haki in the means of attack. From this point of view, she is obviously worse than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. This won't work. Roy frowned slightly. He has high expectations for Ace, because she will need to handle many things in the future. The combat power must be improved as soon as possible. At present, Ace has only admiral strength without the means of freezing time. This obviously did not meet Roy's expectations, and he wanted to make Ace stronger. Ace lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake. This also aroused Roy's desire to protect her. After all, Ace is also his woman. We must protect her no matter what. But let's put it one way or another. Protecting her is a must, and Ace must also learn Conqueror's entanglement to improve his combat effectiveness. Currently, Roy's camp has Conqueror's characters. That is Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Ace. Only Ace does not know Conqueror's entanglement. Put aside your work for the next period of time, and I will teach you Conqueror's entanglement. Roy said to Ace concisely. Isn't this another good opportunity to get in close contact with Lord Roy? Ace's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Lord Roy? Looking at Ace's excitement, Roy touched her hair, which was quite soft. When have I ever lied to you? Ace was excited. Then, for the whole day, Roy taught Ace how to make a fortune. Conqueror's entanglement also pays attention to the posture of exerting force, so it is easier to use it. By the way, touch Ace's little hand. So soft. Don't look at me all the time, be more careful. Ace, this guy, would sneak a glance at Roy when he had time, and then blushed as if water was about to drip out. However, Roy didn't hate it. In his spare time, he could also check the status of the summoned characters. The system was upgraded some time ago, and he can directly communicate with everyone remotely. If Ace is in Wano Kuni, Roy can use this ability to directly remotely command Ace to do things, which is very convenient and fast. Uchiha Madara is really with his good friend Senju Hashirama. The two can be said to be inseparable. Akame and Kurome also gathered together for a banquet, looking very happy. Strange, why is Akame's face so red? Roy didn't think much about it and continued to look at the next person. What is Garu doing sneakily? He saw Garu sneaking forward like a thief, and soon he came to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Let's duel Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. This guy is fearless and directly intends to jump and double. Senju Hashirama rubs his hands, you are quite arrogant. Garu laughed excitedly, obviously expecting to be beaten. The ending is also no suspense. Garu was beaten to a human form, but this guy has extremely strong vitality and his strength is constantly changing. It's only been a few days? Garu's haki has reached the middle level. For a moment, Roy was shocked. Garu's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, it's simply the rhythm of being possessed by a plug-in. It's too scary. Return to the Kingdom of Basta, the last one, person. Genos. This unbeatable legend is as useless as ever, the kingdom is at the bottom and no one can beat him. Although the fighting scene is explosive and invincible, the damage is really low. Roy. I really don't want to admit that this Genos was summoned by me, it's too embarrassing. In reality, Genos has no idea that he has been despised by Roy. Finally, there are two people outside the Basta kingdom, Beiki and Yuji, father and son, I don't know what they are doing. At this time, on an island in New World, the two groups stood face to face, tit for tat. One of them had bulging muscles and looked very strong, but his eyes were like dead fish eyes. The other one looked much more energetic. He wore a hat on his head, had a quirky face, and flames came out of his hands from time to time when he spoke. Hey, what's your name? The young man wearing a hat, although he looked rough on the surface, was gentle and refined. There was only one reason, he wanted to inherit Sabo's temperament. That's right, this man is the famous Fire Fist Ace. And the dead fish-eyed boy standing in front of Ace is Beiki, summoned by Roy. I'm Beiki. Can you get out of the way? Beiki had no expression on his face, and his dead fish eyes didn't move at all. He just looked at Ace silently. Before Ace spoke, the pirate next to him shouted, "That's not okay, you hit our people." Next to Beiki, a pirate who had been beaten into a pig's head was foaming at the mouth. He fainted completely. That guy blocked my way and told me to beat him if I didn't obey. So I did it. Beiki calmly told the situation at that time. To be honest, both of them were wrong. The pirate blocked the way, and he also provoked. Beiki's words were too irritable. Just start fighting. Looks like we have to fight. Ace pulled the brim of his hat with one hand and lowered his head slightly. At the same time, the flames on his back suddenly rose. Fire Fist Ace. The user of Logia Maramara fruit, the elder brother of the protagonist Luffy, was also a popular character in his previous life. And Beiki is the male protagonist in Beiki, the owner of the Ghost Brain, and on par with Onibori Yujiro and Onibori Shoujo. Captain Ace, let him see how powerful you are. That guy is too arrogant. Everyone looked forward to watching Ace and Beiki. Both of them are top-notch masters, and it is unknown who will go to the next level. The two stood face to face, and their momentum collided violently. Feeling Ace's momentum, Beiki's dead fish eyes slowly regained their spirits, and then there was unstoppable excitement. Chapter 71. The two stood face to face, their momentum constantly colliding. Ace the Fire Fist. Beiki. They are also considered rare strong men at present. Ace's bounty is 400 million Baileys, and his identity is very rare even in the pirate world. Beiki has mastered intermediate observation haki and intermediate armament haki. Adding practical skills, his combat power is very exaggerated, even if he encounters Ace, he will not be inferior. The members of the Spade Pirates also watched with bated breath. Who will win? Of course it's Ace. That guy is as strong as a monster. They are all full of confidence in Ace. After all, Ace's bounty has reached 400 million Baileys, which is definitely an exaggerated number. This also shows Ace's strength. Although the bounty does not represent a person's combat power, it can reflect something to some extent. A bounty of 1 billion berries, he can't be a loser, right? Feeling the aura of 447 on Beiki, Ace's expression became a little serious. A person who can release such an aura can't be a mediocre person. I haven't heard of him before. Ace murmured. His eyes became more and more hot, and he was obviously looking forward to fighting with Baki. It's rare to meet such an opponent, I wonder who is stronger? Swoosh! The next moment, Ace rushed out. He raised his fist and hit Baki's face. At first, he didn't use his ability, just wanted to test Baki's skills. The powerful punch quickly cut through the air and appeared in front of Baki. Swish! Because the punch was so fierce, the air couldn't bear it and collapsed. Baki glanced at Ace who was attacking him, his expression was very indifferent. He raised his hand slightly and directly grabbed Ace's fist. The fist was firmly grasped in the palm of his hand. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Ace's powerful punch was caught so easily. Are you kidding? I must be dazzled. Ordinary people can't block this punch. Captain Ace's attack was blocked. What did that guy do? Everyone stared with wide eyes, staring at Baki. Ace couldn't help sweating on his forehead. He obviously didn't expect that his attack would be blocked so easily. Swoosh! But Ace didn't stop. This time Haki covered his other left hand, and then attacked Baki's chest. Whoosh! As the punch was thrown, the sound of breaking air became sharper. The air was torn. In the face of such an attack, Baki still stretched out his hand calmly and easily blocked the attack. So, now they were completely confused. Unexpectedly, Ace used Haki, but the result was still the same as before. His fist was caught, and he was completely suppressed. That's armament Haki. He also used armament Haki to block Ace's attack. Pure physical strength, of course, can't block the attack of armament Haki, so in an instant Baki also used armament Haki. His armament Haki observation Haki barely reached the intermediate level. Although he is not a match for those top strong men, he can still deal with Ace. 1. Ace couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. It was the first time he encountered such a difficult thing. The attack that he was proud of was easily blocked by Baki. This was a complete crushing. In fact, it was also normal. In terms of Haki level, Baki and Ace are on the same level. But don't forget that Baki's physical fitness is far superior to Ace. The characters in Baki have monster physical fitness per capita, and with various fighting skills, the horror is unimaginable. The battle in the field is still going on. This can't go on. Ace gritted his teeth. He could feel that he was completely crushed in fighting. If he continued to fight him at close range, there would probably be only one outcome. He will be beaten badly. That muscular body brought Ace an unprecedented pressure. Hey! He quickly performed the elemental transformation. And the whole person turned into a ball of fire and retreated from Baki. At the same time, he was out of Baki's control. Once the elemental transformation is activated, ordinary fighting skills will naturally have no effect. Baki was shocked. He didn't expect Ace to be able to break free from his restraints, and then looked at the Ace in front of him. His appearance has changed drastically, and his whole body is wrapped in flames. It is obvious that this is the power of the Maramara fruit. In this state, it means that Ace has begun to take it seriously. This is Ace's peak state. Captain Ace actually used the power of the Maramara fruit. Is that guy really that strong? The flames are swirling, and Ace is like a spirit in the fire. Only when encountering a very powerful enemy will Ace use the power of the devil fruit. But now he uses it on Baki. Could it be that this guy? Everyone looked at Baki in surprise. It seems that Baki is stronger than they thought, otherwise Ace would not use the power of the fruit. At this time, Ace was enveloped by flames, and the whole person was standing in the air. Fire fist! The hot flames wrapped around his fist. With a punch, the rolling sea of fire surged and rushed straight towards Baki. The flames burned the void, causing the surroundings to boil and the energy to roar. Although it was far away, Baki still felt the heat coming from above. This should be hundreds of degrees, oh no, 1,000 degrees high temperature, right? Baki frowned slightly. At this time, the attack has come close to him. Baki raised his fist, and armament haki had already wrapped his fist tightly. At this moment, both the attack power and the defense power have been unprecedentedly improved. Baki's momentum burst out. Then he aimed at the fire fist that fell in the air. Raised his hand. And punched hard. As the two touched, only a loud bang suddenly echoed. The sea of fire was blasted into pieces by Baki's fist. A simple elemental attack obviously couldn't hurt Baki. He just felt that this move was so hot that his fist was burned red. He couldn't help but shake his hand. Everyone looked at him in amazement. Captain Ace's fire fist was actually shattered. This is impossible. Facing Ace's rolling power and blazing fire fist, Baki used only one punch to calm everything down. The fire fist was shattered and fell down, and some of them turned into nothingness and disappeared. It's hard to imagine that such a terrifying move would end in this way. Is it a dream? This is not over yet, the battle has just begun. Don't think it's over. After swinging this punch, Baki attacked Ace 2.0 at an incredible speed. The speed was like a cannonball fired from a gun. The strong wind swept, making a harsh hissing sound. A figure flashed, and Baki appeared in front of Ace. What a fast speed! Ace couldn't help but smack his lips. He felt a little nervous when he saw the figure that suddenly appeared. It must be said that Baki's strength was still very strong, which made Ace feel pressured for a while. Boom! Then, Ace's body was suddenly filled with flames, and his fist was also filled with flames. He clenched his right fist and aimed at Baki's face. Hey! However, all of this was predicted by Baki observation haki. Since it can be predicted, it is naturally much easier to dodge. Baki slightly turned his body, and Ace's punch passed by his cheek. Although the wind speed was too fast and it hurt the cheek, it didn't hurt at all. He glanced at Ace coldly with indifferent eyes, and the fist he stretched out was already aimed at Ace's chest. Bang! Chapter 72. Baki's attack was very fast, and it was completely aimed at Ace's gap. Ace is now in a stage where his old strength has gone and his new strength has not yet been born. It would have been fine if the punch just now didn't hit Baki, but it also left him with a flaw. Not good. Ace's mind was roaring, and his eyes were unconsciously wide open. Although he had predicted this punch. However, his body could not react at all, which was beyond his limit. He could only watch Baki's fists continue to attack. Hey! The fist wind whistled, the air roared, and it felt so terrifying just to see the power. Ace was crying in his heart. If he was hit by this punch, he would be seriously injured if not dead. Instantly, all the pores on his body were open, and Ace tried his best to avoid this blow, but it was in vain. He could only watch Baki's fists attack. Bang! Baki clenched his fists. At this moment, his aura rose, his muscles were tense, and the blood vessels on them could be clearly seen. Based on this punch was more powerful as lightning. The friction between the haki and the air directly brought out black lightning, and the fist surrounded by lightning, then hit Ace's chest. In the middle of the chest, a force suddenly burst out, and Ace was blown away. The place where the two of them fought was a small island. As Ace flew backwards, he broke more than a dozen large trees along the way and hit a protruding stone hard. Instantly, Ace's body was in turmoil. And the people of the Spade Pirates were also stunned at this time. Ace actually blown away. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and a duck egg could be stuffed in their mouths. They were really shocked. They followed Ace all the way from East Blue to New World, so they knew Ace's strength very well. Before getting the Maramara fruit, Ace was a very difficult character. And after getting the Maramara fruit, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Now the whole world can beat, there aren't many aces. However, even such an ace was defeated. Baki looked at Ace, who flew backwards. This guy is quite powerful. He actually let me use armament haki. He couldn't help but murmur. Armament haki, combined with his own fighting skills, can be said to be very terrifying. At present, Baki's strength is probably slightly worse than that of Marine Vice Admiral Momuzagi. It's still easy to beat an ace. In fact, this is reasonable. At this stage, Ace and his friends have just been out to sea for a short time, and their strength is far from the peak. Even at their peak, Ace may not be Momuzagi's opponent. You must know that. Momuzagi is a serious Marine Admiral candidate, and his strength can be imagined. Although he is not at the level of Admiral, he is much stronger than ordinary Vice Admirals, so it is normal that he is stronger than Ace. It hurts. Ace struggled to get up in the rubble, with a painful expression. His chest was hit hard, and it seemed to collapse for a moment. The heart-wrenching pain made people tremble. I still underestimated Baki's strength. Ace was almost beaten to death by the punch. But his physical fitness was no joke. He soon jumped up and became full of energy. Like father, like son. After all, he is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, so his physical fitness is naturally strong. Although he is unwilling to admit that Roger is his father. Is it okay to be beaten like this? When everyone saw Ace's condition, they were even more shocked by Lang Lang. At first, they thought Ace was dead. After all, he was hit from such a long distance, and a trench several tens of meters long was dragged out on the ground. That miserable scene was horrible. After suffering such a heavy blow, he was still fine? What kind of monster is this? Ace, are you okay? Deuce looked in the direction of Ace, his eyes full of concern. After all, he and Ace came out of East Blue together, and fought all the way to New World. He had already developed feelings for this idiot. It's okay, but this guy is really amazing. Although Ace was fine overall, his face was pale, and it was obvious that the punch just now made him suffer a lot. It must be said that Baki's strength is really terrifying. Baki glanced at Ace with a cold expression. Do you want to continue fighting? After saying this, Baki clenched his fists, obviously ready for battle and ready to fight at any time. Ace shook his head, indicating that he would not fight anymore. In fact, he was unwilling in his heart. If he were alone, he would fight with Toga to the end even if he died. But now he can't continue to be so willful. Ace is not alone. Behind him, there are the crew members of the Spade Pirates, so he gave up the idea of fighting Baki to the end. Yet, Baki nodded and was about to turn around and leave. Since Ace didn't plan to continue fighting with him, there was no point for him to stay here. Just as he was about to leave, Baki suddenly found that his way was blocked. Ace, Diaz, and others blocked Baki. What? Baki was stunned. Obviously he didn't understand what these two guys meant. Since they didn't want to fight, they still blocked his way. He frowned slightly. Your name is Baki, right? Be my partner. Ace spoke first. It turned out that this guy was attracted by Baki's strength and wanted to recruit Baki to his pirate group. Of course. He just mentioned it casually and didn't have any hope in his heart. Sure enough, Baki rejected his request the next second. Forget it, I don't like being alone. This is his personality. He doesn't like to follow the crowd. He is a little resistant to joining the pirate group. Roy can see the situation here directly. He watched the battle between Baki and Ace, and also saw Baki's progress. Baki has indeed made great progress during this period, he can see it. It's right not to join Ace. Roy shook his head slightly. Because Ace will soon encounter Whitebeard, and then be moved by Whitebeard's charm and decide to recognize Whitebeard as his father. What should Baki do when he follows him? Should he be Whitebeard's son together with Ace? Whitebeard stretched out his hand, Be my son. Then the two of them cried bitterly, and the scene of calling him daddy, Roy felt sick just thinking about it. This kind of thing must not be done. Baki, next, practice the two-color haki well and see if you can awaken Conqueror's haki. Roy warned. He still had high hopes for Baki, and wondered how far Baki would grow. Admiral? 4 emperors? Even above the 4 emperors? Everything was possible. Yes. Lord Roy. Hearing the voice deep in his mind, Baki was instantly excited. There was no doubt that this was Roy's voice. After hearing Baki's reply, Roy nodded slightly and planned to see the last person's current situation. Hanma Yujiro. The impression this guy gave Roy was that he was arrogant and domineering. I don't know what his current situation is. Soon, Hanma Yujiro's current situation appeared in front of Roy. He almost popped his eyes out after just one look. Chapter 73. New World, a Marine Base. Although Marine's control over New World is shrinking, there are still several bases standing on New World. There are Marine soldiers stationed at the gate of the base, but most of them look lazy. Aren't you tired of being so serious every day? Looking at his teammates next to him, Marine smiled and shook his head. He felt that his teammates were too stupid. They didn't know how to be lazy. Can't they learn from him? It's like staying in a position for a long time, they will become old-fashioned. He has become an old-fashioned now, and he scolds his companions. Can he be the same as himself? How can working diligently be as fun as slacking off? The Marine being said is obviously a recruiter and has not completely integrated into them. Relax a little, no one will dare to come here. Everyone looked relaxed. They have been doing this guarding work for a long time, and generally there will be no trouble. Just slack off. That's soon. The recruit saw a person walking towards him. He put his hands in his pockets, with a majestic aura, and his muscles were very obvious, and he looked as ferocious as a ghost. His eyes trembled, and he quickly pointed at the man and shouted, "Who is it? This is a military stronghold, you can't approach it casually." The person he pointed at was Hanma Yujiro. Yujiro smiled grimly, with a gleam in his eyes. Facing the Marine's warning, he seemed to turn a deaf ear and continued to walk forward with his hands in his pockets. In an instant, overwhelming pressure came. Before Yujiro released his breath, the Marine was frightened and couldn't stand steadily. Next to him, the remaining few Marines quickly took out the guns from their waists. The black muzzle pointed at Hanma Yujiro and scolded him. "Don't come forward again. Otherwise we will shoot." However, facing this threat, Yujiro didn't just put his hands in his pockets and walked forward. This scene undoubtedly hit the psychological defenses of several people. This guy obviously came with bad intentions, and good people don't come. At this moment, they pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! The gunshot sounded. Hanma Yujiro didn't dodge or avoid, and continued to move forward with his hands in his pockets. Just look at the crackling of bullets, all falling on Yujiro. 646,467. The dense bullets completely submerged Hanma Yujiro's entire body. Then, a shocking scene happened. The bullet tried desperately to drill into Yujiro's body, but it couldn't break the skin's defense at all. Yujiro's body was originally a monster level, and with the enhancement of armament haki, it can be said to be invulnerable to swords and guns. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Is this a monster? Bullets are totally ineffective. They were completely dumbfounded. How could a mortal body not be afraid of bullets? How could a mortal body block the attack of bullets? But the existence of Yujiro overturned their inherent worldview. It turns out that the body can really block bullets. Yujiro put his hands in his pockets and walked in front of several people under the rain of bullets. The smile on the corner of his mouth was like a ghost, and people would be scared to death at a glance. Who is this guy? So scary. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Under the pressure of Yujiro, they stepped back step by step. The lazy mentality at the beginning was completely gone, replaced by a strong fear. No one expected to meet Yujiro here today. Bang! Yujiro was the first to attack. He casually slapped the marine in front of him more than 10 meters away and smashed him hard on the wall behind him. The wall was cracked, and then the marine slowly slid down. With just one blow, his neck was dislocated by Yujiro, and he foamed at the mouth. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Everyone was instantly panicked and terrified. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Then turned around and ran desperately into the castle. After the encounter just now, they knew very well that they were no match for Hanma Tojiro. That guy was too strong. One move, killing ordinary soldiers was as easy as crushing an ant. And the guns in their hands could not cause any harm to Hanma Yujiro. Everyone! How do you fight this? The two sides are not even in the same league. Want to run? Yujiro grinned and caught up in one step. He grabbed a marine with one hand and lifted them up like a chicken, then slapped them hard, eliminating 2 of them, and knocked down the remaining few with 3 punches and 2 kicks. After all, they are just ordinary marines. Even the top marine elites are still far behind Yujiro. This battle can be said to be without suspense. But the movement here still alarmed the marines inside, and they rushed out in groups. In an instant. With Yujiro's entry, the entire marine base became a mess. The top floor of the marine base. Commander Mile, the head of the base, is meeting with 2 big shots. Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. Marine Vice Admiral Fire Mountain. One has a mohawk hairstyle, and the other has a cigar in his mouth and a smile on his face. They are all Marines of the headquarters. Not only are their power and position terrifying, but the most important thing is that they are very strong. Because of his background, Mi Lai also had contacts with them. Deed. At the critical moment, the Den Mushi in Mi Lai's arms suddenly rang. Wait a minute, I'll be back soon. Yet. Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain nodded slightly, without saying much. Commanders in bases like this are usually busy, which is normal. Mi Lai found a corner where no one was and answered the phone. Commander, something bad has happened. Someone is breaking into the marine base. What? This made Mi Lai horrified. I don't know which blind person dared to break into the marine base in such a big way, especially at this time. After a moment of silence, Mi Lai hurriedly ordered. Stop him at all costs. They received a death order, and they had to stop Hanma Yujiro no matter what. We can't let that guy go on. As Yujiro broke in alone, the marine officers in the base also gathered together unprecedentedly. Everyone was very imposing. As for Yujiro, he advanced all the way with overwhelming force, and anyone in front of him could be defeated in a single blow. Yujiro is very strong now. Both his observation haki and armament haki have reached the intermediate level. And the richness of armament haki is even higher than Baki. He was originally stronger than Baki, and now it seems that the gap between them may be further widened. In a word, it is very strong, very strong. Too weak. These guys are so weak. Yujiro complained. He came here just to find strong people, not to fight these noobs. Although it is fun to bully noobs, Yujiro is obviously out of this low-level interest. UBD. I won't let you pass. Another roar came from the front, and a figure in a marine uniform quickly rushed towards Hanma Yujiro. He held the machete tightly in his hand. The blade was filled with dark air, obviously armament haki. Dazhao's knife was extremely fast, sweeping with air waves, and soon reached Yujiro. Did it succeed? His eyes were full of excitement. He thought he had succeeded and it was very likely that he would completely defeat Yujiro. Little did he know that his idea was simply a daydream. What are you kidding? Yujiro smiled grimly. Armament haki was also filled on his fist, and then it hit the guy's machete. When the fist and machete touched, everyone thought Yujiro was crazy. Is he going to block the machete with his fist? Are you kidding? How can a fist? But before he could finish his words, he was slapped in the face by reality. Yujiro not only blocked the attack with his fist, but also suddenly blew a fist and shattered the guy's machete into pieces. The machete, which is made of alloy, and with the blessing of armed color, was still shattered by a punch. Am I dazzled? The machete and the fist collided, and in the end, the fist lost. They felt that their worldview was impacted. What happened to this world? It actually won the machete. Chapter 74. Marines came out one after another, trying to take down Hanma Yujiro. But the gap between them was too big. They were not at the same level at all. Is this guy really a human? He is a monster in human skin. Everyone looked at Hanma Yujiro in fear. From the beginning, Yujiro behaved like a complete monster. Anyone in front of him was just a simple move, and he didn't even need to use the second move. He was knocked down. It was too easy for him to kill people. As long as he exerted a little force on his arms, most Marines could not bear it. The power gap was so big that all the skills seemed fancy. Yujiro looked at the figures in front of him. Compared with these weak Marines, they seemed a little stronger. The Marines also looked excitedly at the Marine officers who appeared. This was their last hope. Maybe they could successfully stop Yujiro. He is finally here. We must stop that guy this time. Speaking of that person, they couldn't help but look at Yujiro next to them, and their fear became even greater. Yujiro smiled. The smile on his lips was so hideous and abnormally twisted. Then, he walked towards the crowd step by step. Finally, some fun guys have come out. Pay attention to the interjection. Even though these Marines are very strong, they are just fun to Yujiro. Like a child's toy. Perhaps they understood the meaning of Yujiro's words, or felt the contempt in Yujiro's eyes. Their chests were about to explode with anger. A hole. Stop looking down on others. Accompanied by the roar, their momentum rose and they quickly rushed towards Yujiro. There were 5 of them. Attacked from 5 directions. Perhaps because of the speed, there was a hissing sound in the air, as if it could not bear it. In the eyes of ordinary people, only a few vague shadows can be seen. And Yujiro. He put his hands in his pockets, his eyes were indifferent. From beginning to end, he never took these guys seriously. Facing the figure like a stream of light and the tide-like attack, Yujiro did not even frown. It happened so fast, in fact, it was only a short moment. The attack of these guys has arrived. The murderous aura accompanied the attack, and the air was broken. In different directions, carrying amazing murderous intent. At the same time, the smile on Yujiro's mouth became more and more ferocious. Your speed is too slow. As soon as these words came out, Yujiro had already started. The vague killing move suddenly broke out, like lightning. A punch was thrown. The punch was like a dragon, and it was filled with dark armament haki, the air was broken, and the terrifying power broke out in all directions. Bang! 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 In a blink of an eye, Yujiro killed 3 people instantly. The cotters who rushed to the front were all killed instantly without any drag. They were at most at the level of Colonel. Although they were stronger than ordinary Marines, compared with Yujiro's level, there was nothing to say. Are you kidding? Everyone was speechless and completely dumbfounded. At this moment, they were stunned on the spot and did not dare to move forward easily. Although I knew that Yujiro was strong, I didn't expect him to be so strong. It made people feel scared. Killing 3 people instantly in a blink of an eye, what kind of monster can do this? I saw Yujiro's eyes were calm. The whole person showed a defenseless state, as if he came here just for vacation. In fact, Yujiro was surrounded by heavy troops, and his life was in danger at any time. If he was an ordinary person, he would probably have despaired by now. Facing so many Marines at the same time, and their murderous intentions were overwhelming, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough. But Yujiro looked indifferent. Die! Accompanied by roars. The Marines surged like the sea, carrying with them the rolling murderous intentions. Fanma Yujiro stood tall and watched everyone approach. One man guards the pass, and 10,000 men cannot open it. The fist wind whistled, shaking everywhere and destroying everything it passed. Who is Yujiro? The strongest creature on the surface, SFJ, the United States dispatched the Marine Corps, but he was swept away by him alone. They were forced to surrender. Needless to say, the power was overwhelming. The battle tiles in the field were all crushed, and those people were like tofu, which would break at the touch. It's over. It can't be stopped at all. The army was defeated in an instant. The movement here also attracted the attention of Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain. It looks like you are in trouble. Flying Squirrel narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect someone to make trouble here. It would be fine if they didn't know about it at other times, but since they are here today, they have to take care of it. Glancing at Hwashaishin who was smoking a cigar next to him, Flying Squirrel said. Let's go. Del. Hwashaishin nodded slightly. He took the cigar out of his mouth, put it out, and then left with Yulan. Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. Marine Vice Admiral Hwashaishin. Both of them are Vice Admirals of the headquarters, Grand Master Haki, and can be called Masters of Swordsmanship. Especially Flying Squirrel, even among the Marine Vice Admirals, he is considered to be the top one. Of course. He can't compare with Shitan, Momuzagi, and others. After all, they are Admiral substitutes, so their strength is naturally stronger. As Marine Vice Admirals, their armament haki has reached a high level, but their observation haki is not good, it is only medium. Observation haki is equivalent to Yujiro. But armament haki is obviously a little bit better than Yujiro. But Yujiro also has advantages. Let alone the ghost back, his fighting skills alone are enough to make it difficult for others to compare with him. In addition to the ghost back state, his combat power can continue to soar. But so far, he has not been forced to use his real trump card. The two came to the corridor above Yujiro and saw Yujiro. This is not a place for you to run wild. The voice of the Flying Squirrel was low. And his eyes narrowed into a slit. The soldiers around were all beaten badly by this guy, which made the Flying Squirrel furious. Although the Flying Squirrel looks a bit wretched, he is still very good to his subordinates. It's the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. And the Fire Mountain Vice Admiral. Although this guy is very strong, we have Vice Admiral here. The Marines cheered. The appearance of Flying Squirrel and others undoubtedly pushed their morale to the peak. They were about to despair. Facing a creature like Yujiro who has no blind spots, they really didn't know how to fight. Fortunately, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and others came over. Next to him, Hwashaishin looked solemn. He observation haki sensed that Yujiro's momentum was rising at this moment, and it was obvious that he was not an easy character to deal with. Flying Squirrel, don't take it lightly. This guy is not a simple character. Looking at Flying Squirrel, Hwashaishin said with a serious expression. Of course I know. Flying Squirrel also became serious. I haven't seen such a strong murderous aura for a long time. I thought I met those big shots from the New World. Only they will have such a strong murderous aura. And Hanma Yujiro's murderous aura is no less than theirs. Chapter 75 1. The Flying Squirrel pulled out the knife from his waist, and then the blade was covered with a layer of black substance. Armament haki. At the beginning of the battle, armament haki was attached, which shows how much the Flying Squirrel values Yujiro. From the strong murderous aura, it can be seen that Yujiro is definitely not a simple character. Don't take this guy lightly. Hwashaishin also drew out the sword from his waist, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then looked at the flying squirrel next to him. "Let's go." "Yet." The flying squirrel nodded slightly, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. The marines next to him were all excited, and they were all surprised to see that the flying squirrel and others began to show armed color. "This Yujiro is so strong? Let the vice admirals use armament haki at the beginning. I don't know what kind of battle this is. We must win. These vice admirals of the headquarters are the most elite of marine, and they are unlikely to lose under normal circumstances. They still have a great chance of winning." However, everyone was speechless when they looked at Yujiro. This guy's ferocious appearance was too terrifying, and it had already left a shadow in everyone's heart. Facing such a monster, can the Marine Vice Admiral win? "We will definitely win, because he is the Vice Admiral of the headquarters." Everyone subconsciously looked at Hanma Yujiro and the others. Hanma Yujiro was smiling, with a very ferocious expression on his face. "Finally, 2 good guys are here." A gleam of light flashed in his pupils, and then he walked over with his hands in his pockets. The muscles on his body swelled, and the overall momentum was like a dragon. Arrogant, domineering, and invincible. Swoosh! Flying Squirrel and Hwashaishin looked at each other. Then they attacked Yujiro. The sword in his hand shot out like lightning, piercing the air and aiming at Yujiro's chest and neck. "Hey!" Yujiro could hear the whistling of air beside his ears. Only when the speed reaches a certain level can such a movement be heard. It is obvious that the two are very strong. Thinking of this, the excitement in Yujiro's eyes became even more difficult to suppress. Facing the sudden sword attack, Yujiro took out his right hand from his pocket, which was covered with a layer of armament haki. The armament haki had already made his body like steel. Boom! He punched out suddenly. Black lightning surrounded him, causing a strong wind to whistle. The fist and the sword energy collided, causing a storm, sweeping in all directions, and the space seemed to be distorted where the two touched. The extremely strong armament haki touch made it impossible to open your eyes. This is not over yet. Hwashaishin attacked from behind, and his sword energy sprinkled like rain, trying to pierce Yujiro's abdomen directly. But Yujiro had already predicted it with observation haki. Swish! Yujiro also pulled out his other hand, surrounded by armament haki, and touched Hwashaishin's attack. After the two offensives met, the sky and the earth shook, and the space was unstable as if it was about to collapse. The people swept by the hurricane had their robes fluttering, and they couldn't help but retreat. They opened their eyes with difficulty, with full fear in their eyes. What kind of monster is this? Vice the Admiral's attacks were blocked. Everyone's eyes widened and they couldn't help but gasp. Is this true? Are you kidding? Yujiro fought 1 against 2, and blocked all the attacks of the 2 Vice Admirals with an invincible posture. They are the Vice Admirals of the headquarters, and each of them is the most elite marine. But at this moment, he was fighting 1 against 2, and was at a disadvantage. The contact of the armament haki was earth-shattering. As mentioned earlier, Yujiro's armament haki was only at the intermediate level, and it was reasonable that he could not block the attacks of 2 Vice Admirals, let alone 1 against 2. The reason why he could do this was because Yujiro's physical fitness was extremely pervert. Blocked. Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain were both shocked. They obviously didn't expect that Enjiro could block such an attack. They attacked together, cooperating perfectly, but they were still blocked. Yujiro's face was full of smiles. It seemed that it was not difficult to resist this attack. The two were shocked and looked at each other, and they felt a sense of fear in each other's eyes. This guy is simply a monster, and he can easily block such an attack. We can't go on like this. A hint of determination flashed in their eyes. Then their momentum burst out, armament haki gushed out, and the attack power continued to rise in the process. But this was obviously not enough to completely knock Yujiro down. Finger pistol! Flying Squirrel roared. The free hand decisively used finger pistol. As a Marine of the headquarters, Marine 6 Styles has long been familiar with it. I saw his finger with airflow, quickly approaching Yujiro, with extremely strong penetrating power. Finger pistol. As if it was the instinct of a beast, Hanma Yujiro felt the danger approaching and subconsciously dodged. The full force of the flying squirrel will still cause damage. Humph! Yujiro snorted, and at this moment he did not intend to hold back. These two people are qualified for Yujiro to use all means. The next moment, Yujiro's momentum began to rise. The contour of the back muscles gradually changed, became larger, and then took on a shape like a ghost. It was the ghost back. Once the ghost back is opened, Yujiro's strength will increase several times. Feeling Yujiro's momentum rising, everyone was a little stunned. The momentum has changed. That guy seems to be stronger. The most obvious feeling was stilled by Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain. They both didn't know what happened to Yujiro. Why did his momentum suddenly increase? 0. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. Yujiro's strength was terrifying to begin with, and now his momentum is rising, even more unfathomable. I don't know if I and Fire Mountain can beat Yujiro. Flying Squirrel was a little anxious, and unconsciously held the sword in his hand tighter. Let's talk about Hanma Yujiro. When the ghost back was fully opened, his strength suddenly increased several times, and the whole person came with rolling power. The power was like a deep sea, and it was almost impossible to breathe. The muscles all over his body swelled. On the fist, the veins bulged, and a terrifying force burst out from the fist in an instant. This punch was like a dragon swinging its tail, with unparalleled destructive power, and it was also aimed at the direction of Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain. Boom! The overwhelming force instantly squeezed and exploded the surrounding air. The surging energy continued to overflow. Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain were instantly blown away. Their bodies were like kites with broken strings, completely unable to control themselves, and smashed hard on the wall behind them, creating a deep pit. With Yujiro's ghost back activated, the destructive power was simply beyond description. Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain alone could not resist it at all. Yujiro was invincible and looked down on everyone. Everyone was stunned and looked at this scene in disbelief. Are you kidding? What kind of monster is this? How is it possible? The Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, Flying Squirrel, and Fire Mountain were actually blown away by Yujiro. After Yujiro's ghost back was fully activated, it was completely crushing. Snoring. Everyone couldn't help swallowing saliva. Monster, this is definitely a monster. Chapter 76. Everyone was watching in amazement, unable to believe this scene. The Vice Admiral of the headquarters was actually defeated by Hanma Yujiro. How could this be possible? But the facts were in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Although Hanma Yujiro was very strong, the attack just now was not enough to defeat Shi Faishu and Hua Shaishan. The two struggled to get up from the ground. But Yujiro would not wait foolishly for them to be ready before fighting. Instead, he came to them like lightning. There was no suspense in the following battle. They were not as good as Hanma Yujiro, let alone the current situation. He was seriously injured. Then he was severely abused. Those Marines were completely dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene in front of them. The Vice Admirals actually shocked. Shocked 040. The Vice Admiral of the headquarters had no power to resist Hanma Yujiro. He was completely crushed. At the beginning, they were evenly matched, but as Hanma Yujiro used the power of Oni, they were no match at all. The situation of this battle was completely reversed. It's over. Even the Vice Admirals are no match, what should we do now? They looked at Hanma Yujiro, and fear kept flooding in their hearts. They were really scared. The Vice Admirals were so strong, but they were no match for Yujiro. Then could a small fry like them do it? It was obviously impossible. In an instant, Everyone was desperate. However, Yujiro didn't even bother to look at them, and turned around and left. After all, his purpose of coming here was to challenge the Marine Vice Admiral. These Marine Vice Admirals didn't seem to be very strong. Everyone looked at Yujiro's back and breathed a sigh of relief. Left. That guy finally left. It's good that he left. They were scared just by seeing Hanma Yujiro's figure, and now they saw Yujiro leave, don't mention how happy they were. Yujiro didn't kill him. After a while, Vice Admiral and the others woke up slowly. When they heard that Yujiro had left, they didn't say much, but asked their subordinates to help contact Sengoku. Such a big thing must be reported to Sengoku. Please contact Marshal Sengoku for me. Yes. The Marine said respectfully. Soon, his men helped Flying Squirrel contact Sengoku. Sengoku's puzzled voice came from the Den Mushi, Flying Squirrel, what's the matter? Then Flying Squirrel told everything that had just happened here. Sengoku was stunned at first, and then he was completely angry. Good guy, he dared to break into the Marine base directly, which obviously touched Sengoku's bottom line. The final result. He discussed with Akainu and others for a long time, and finally issued a bounty order. The bounty is 600 million berries. It can be imagined that Yujiro must be very strong to be able to defeat the combination of two Marine Vice Admirals. Flying Squirrel and Hwashaishin are not weak. Even though they are ranked at the top among Marine Vice Admirals, they were still defeated by Yujiro. Afterwards, Yujiro's bounty was announced and spread across the sea. Ghost back, bounty of 600 million berries. Because I didn't know Yujiro's name, I just used Onab instead. In this way, Yujiro became the first character under Roy with a bounty. This guy. Roy smiled and shook his head. He didn't care about this kind of thing. It didn't matter to him that Yujiro became a wanted criminal. That guy is Baki's father after all. He should be much stronger than Baki now, right? From that battle, Roy knew that Yujiro's strength must be much stronger than Baki. The situation in the kingdom is basically on the right track now. Kaido was arrested and will be executed in a while. Roy touched his chin. I don't know if Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan can kill Kaido. If it doesn't work, I will do it myself. For Roy, it is still easy to kill Kaido, but if his subordinates can do it, why do he do it himself? In the final analysis, he is a very lazy person. That matter should be put on the agenda. Roy muttered. That matter? What he meant was naturally the invasion of Wano Kuni. After capturing Kaido, he has been thinking about whether to take the opportunity to occupy Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni is a vast land with abundant resources, so there must be a lot of good things. It's a pity to be destroyed by Kaido and his gang. So it's better to let him take over and attack Wano Kuni. He looked around and ordered. Come on, gather all the cadres. Beside Roy, there were quite a few guards standing there waiting. Yes. The guards nodded and left respectfully. During this time, Roy summoned a new character. Tsugamai Yoriichi. I don't know if you brothers have heard of him. This guy is the absolute ceiling in Demon Slayer, no one else. He almost killed Muzan. The sun-breathing technique is very terrifying, and his swordsmanship is profound, and his strength is definitely at the top level. So Tsugamai Yoriichi was also entrusted by Roy to become a cadre, responsible for guarding the kingdom. After a while, the cadres gathered together. Lord Roy. They looked at Roy and were quite respectful. Because of the system, these guys are unconditionally loyal to Roy. I don't know what Roy's purpose is in calling them over this time. Everyone's face is full of curiosity. Under everyone's attention, Roy finally spoke. I called you here this time because of Wano Kuni. Everyone looked at each other. In fact, before this, they also guessed that Roy's next move might be to attack Wano Kuni. This day has really come. Lord Roy, are you going to attack Wano Kuni? Everyone looked at Roy. Yes. Roy nodded slightly. There was no need to hide this kind of thing from them. He really wanted to take action against Wano Kuni and control it in his own hands. Without Kaido of the Beasts, there was basically no one who could stop Roy and his team. It would be no problem for any coder to go. Who of you wants to try? 2.8 Roy asked for opinions. He did not directly name anyone to go. There was no need for that. Instantly, the coders started to scramble. Which was a bit beyond Roy's expectations. As a result, Roy had to make the decision himself. Finally, he looked at Acedes. Acedes, leave this matter to you. Get all the beasts pirates out. I will make my own arrangements for Wano Kuni then. Looking at Acedes, Roy ordered. Yes. Acedes nodded and accepted the order happily, holding Roy's appointment in his hand. Seeing that the appointment was taken away by Acedes, the others were somewhat unhappy and couldn't help complaining in their hearts. Why didn't you choose me? Of course, they were just complaining, and no one would go against Roy's opinion. Then I'll leave it to you, Acedes. Roy smiled and was full of expectations for Acedes. Chapter 77. Early in the morning, Acedes began to deploy troops. General Acedes, what are you going to do? Everyone looked at Acedes curiously. Is there any big move? They have little power and do not know Roy's plan to take down Wano Kuni. Lord Roy has a new order, let us take down Wano Kuni. Of course, Acedes said this to some confidants. As for ordinary soldiers, she was too lazy to say these things. Soldiers just need to learn to follow orders, and there is no need to ask the reason. Wano Kuni. The three beastmen were stunned. Although they all guessed that Roy would most likely take down Wano Kuni next. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Actually, this is reasonable. Leva nodded. At this critical juncture, taking down Wano Kuni is the best time. After all, Kaido of the Beasts has just attacked, and it is legitimate for him to send troops. Moreover, without Kaido and Wano Kuni, there is basically no threat. As long as Acedes sends troops, it is a sure thing to take Wano Kuni, without any suspense. Needless to say, Acedes' strength is definitely admiral level or above, and with Leva and others, even if they encounter 4 emperors, they will not lose much. What's more, the Beasts' pirates are now leaderless. Everyone get ready, we will set off at noon today. Acedes glanced at everyone. Her subordinates are the 3 beast warriors, Genos, and several warriors selected from the kingdom. Yes. General Acedes. The army has a clear division of labor, and they all have to call Acedes general. At about 12 noon, when the sun was the hottest in the day, Acedes and others left by boat. The ship was a huge warship built by the ship repairers in the kingdom, and one ship could accommodate 2,000 soldiers. For this trip, Acedes brought about 2,000 people. In fact, with Acedes' strength, the number of people is no longer important. She alone is as powerful as thousands of troops. The captain's ship bumped on the sea, cutting through the waves and moving forward. Lord Acedes, Wano Kuni is ahead. A soldier ran to Acedes and reported. They also drifted on the sea for most of the day and encountered many dangers along the way. Now, they finally saw Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni is wrapped in turbulent currents and is a natural protective barrier. It is not easy to get in. Few people can cross this turbulent current and reach Wano Kuni. This current is really turbulent. Everyone looked at the rapidly flowing seawater and was at a loss. Lord Acedes, how do we get in? Everyone was puzzled. They were frightened by the turbulent current and really didn't know what to do. Acedes took a telescope and watched the situation in Wano Kuni. She came to the pirate world and gradually learned how to use these things. In fact, it's not difficult, just pay a little attention. Let me see. Acedes murmured. It must be said that the water in Wano Kuni is indeed very turbulent. Most people have no way to deal with this current, but Acedes is different. She is the queen of ice, and this kind of thing is not difficult for her. Acedes frowned slightly. I wonder if I can use my ability to freeze these temporarily. As he said this, Acedes walked forward. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Lord Acedes. They didn't know what Acedes was going to do. But the three beastmen who had followed Acedes for a long time had guessed it, and a cold sweat oozed from their foreheads. Lord Acedes, she wouldn't. The expressions of astonishment were enough to fill a duck egg. As they guessed, Acedes came to the bow, looked at the turbulent sea water in front, and then half crouched on the ground. Her hand also touched the sea water. Ice World. With her light shout, the ice ability was activated instantly, and the turbulent sea water was frozen in time. A strange energy burst out. With Acedes as the center, the ice continued to grow in all directions. The turbulent sea water turned into an ice sculpture, and it still retained its previous turbulent appearance. Sit. They stared with their eyes wide open. I can't believe this scene is actually real. The sea water is actually frozen? They looked at Acedes standing there, and the shock in their hearts reached the extreme. How is it possible? Is this really something that humans can do? They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They felt that Acedes was a monster at this moment. So powerful. This is the strength of Lord Acedes. Instantly, the sea surface was frozen. The ocean current problem that had been a headache for them before was easily solved in front of Acedes. It was like a miracle. Wano Kuni, there are many fishermen on the coast. They were forced by the big snake, so they could only settle here temporarily. Soon, they also found something strange on the sea surface. What's going on? Everyone stared in astonishment, unable to believe what they saw. The sea surface was actually frozen? Oh my god, what's going on? They were stunned. Obviously, they didn't know why this happened. Little did they know that this was just a small skill of Acedes, but in their eyes, it was like a miracle. Let's talk about Acedes. After freezing the sea surface, Acedes returned to everyone with a calm face. Okay. The sea has been frozen, let's walk to Wano Kuni. Simply saying this, everyone was stunned. 653. She said it so easily. DJ. Freezing the sea sounds outrageous, right? But she did it easily. Everyone swallowed subconsciously. We knew Acedes was strong, but we didn't expect her to be so strong. The group didn't communicate much and headed for Wano Kuni. Master Acedes, what should we do next? Everyone looked at Acedes, full of doubts. Since we have landed in Wano Kuni, it's time to give orders. What are you doing in Wano Kuni? You can't be here for tourism, right? Roy's orders, there are only 2 in total. Overthrow the rule of Orokai and destroy all the beasts pirates on the island. I also learned about the specific situation of Wano Kuni from Master Roy. Acedes said loudly, the culprit of Wano Kuni is still Kaido's beasts pirates. Next, we will gather our troops and go directly to Onigashima. This is also Acedes' plan. The flower capital, Orokai, and others are actually irrelevant. As long as the beasts pirates can be destroyed, their rule will collapse in an instant. Wano Kuni's misery is all because of the beasts pirates. Soon, the group successfully landed on Wano Kuni. The fishermen on the shore saw the figures of Acedes and others and hesitated. Itty. The fishermen's eyes were full of fear and they dared not approach easily. No one knew the details of Acedes and others. What if they were bad guys? Chapter 78. Wano Kuni is now in chaos under the governance of Kurozumi Orokai and others. People are displaced and can't even get enough food. If it were Akame, Leone and the others, they would be more or less sad. They are still too kind-hearted. But Acedes won't. She can walk past these guys without any guilt. The expression on her face is as cold as ever. It's so miserable. Looking at the miserable situation around, Leva and others are not very comfortable. Leva is a soldier with a sense of justice under Acedes. Seeing the people being treated like this, he couldn't help but clench his fists tighter, and his fingers turned white. "This BD," whispered, spit out from Leva's mouth. The other two of the three beast warriors were indifferent. They are cold-hearted and evil, especially Niu. Although this guy has a harmless face, he is actually a vicious heart. Sometimes even more cruel than Acedes. In the crowd, a cute and charming female ninja opened her black eyes and looked at Acedes and others. Who are they? No one answered her. Because most people are still in a daze. Acedes and the others are still approaching here, and I don't know what their purpose is. They are still very responsible, picked up Xiao and ran away for a distance. Lying not far away, silently peeking at the situation here. Xiao is an orphan. They are probably the only ones who can rely on them. However, Acedes ignored them and took everyone away directly. In Acedes's view, these people are insignificant people. Xiao looked at the backs of Acedes and others and couldn't help blurting out. Soon after Acedes and others left, the crowd reappeared in twos and threes. At this moment, their eyes were full of curiosity. Who are these guys? Why did they land on Wano Kuni? And Acedes' methods were too terrifying. Although it was not certain whether it was Acedes' ability, it was impossible to freeze the sea surface easily. This huge strength, and the sense of oppression. They couldn't help but think of a figure. 4 Emperors Kaido. The man with a monstrous and fierce power all over his body was exactly the same as Acedes now. After all, they were just ordinary people. Such a big event and Uzumaki naturally couldn't intervene. In order to find out the location of Onigashima, Acedes found a few fishermen and began to inquire about the situation. The soldiers took the fishermen to when Acedes was in front of them. The fishermen were obviously frightened. They couldn't help shaking. And their eyes showed deep fear. "Don't worry, we are not bad people." Acedes smiled gently, and occasionally she would release such a gentle temperament. The gentleness that came over them gradually made them sober. It seemed that Acedes and his gang were not bad people. They calmed down a little, but they still didn't dare to look up and look directly into Acedes' eyes. "This is Lord Acedes," the soldiers introduced. It turned out to be Lord Acedes. He was still a little trembling, not knowing what to do. Acedes didn't delay any more, but asked directly. "Where is the Ghost Island?" "EZS." The man was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes showed deep fear. His body couldn't help shaking. Suddenly, he pulled away from Acedes. Just hearing this name will make people tremble uncontrollably. It is conceivable that Kaido has committed many sins here. "Why are you asking this?" His voice was filled with fear. He still didn't dare to look directly at Acedes, but lowered his head in inferiority. Acedes opened his red lips and spoke. "Of course it's to destroy them." These words startled the man, who obviously didn't expect Acedes' purpose of coming here to be this. Then it was obvious that a flash of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Finally, someone took action against the beast's pirates. "Everyone." From these people, Acedes asked about the specific location of Onigashima. Looking ahead, Acedes' black agate eyes flashed. Eyelashes peeked out from the pupils, and the beautiful face made people unable to look away. "Let's go," she said softly. Everyone followed Acedes and kept going towards Onigashima. On the way, they inevitably encountered resistance from the beast's pirates. The beast's pirates have spies all over Wano Kuni, especially the Emperor protectors who always appear mysteriously. Several real fighters and several gifters blocked the way of Acedes and others. Among them was the bat known as the 6th Emperor. That's it. They looked at Acedes with fighting spirit in their eyes. Acedes did not do it himself. This level of guy is not qualified for Acedes to go out. Acedes glanced at Leva next to him. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was very clear. "It's time for you to show up. Kill them." "Yes," Leva said respectfully. Then he rushed towards the real fighters and gifters. The speed was very fast, like a flash of lightning, and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Everyone was shocked. They were so far away just now, but Riva arrived in an instant. They crossed a distance of about 10 meters. Riva's expression was cold, but he still maintained the image of a butler. He held a knife tightly in his hand and chopped it at the chest of one of the shinichi. Arament haki subconsciously entangled, causing the destructive power of this knife to be very amazing. Not good. The shinichi looked at him in astonishment. Riva's speed was too fast, and when he arrived in front of him, he didn't even react. That knife was very dangerous, with a life-threatening murderous intent. Instantly, a trace of cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and the pores all over his body were completely, opened. Get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, it will be too late. His eyes were wide open, staring at the attacks that kept coming, and his whole body was nervous. No matter who faces this life and death moment, their nerves will be tense. For a moment, he even forgot to breathe. Puff! The knife slashed at his body. A blood line exploded instantly, and then he was carried backwards. With a loud bang, he hit the wall behind him. A cloud of dust rose up. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement, and some of them were unbelievable. They couldn't help but open their mouths, feeling a little suffocated. Although that guy was very strong, there was still a big gap compared to Leva. So, it was normal to be killed in seconds. Others looked at Leva in amazement, killing a real fighter in one move, and the anti-real experience was too terrifying. Who is this guy? So strong. Chapter 79. There is no doubt that this guy is very strong. After all, he killed a real fighter so easily. Everyone hesitated, not daring to step forward easily, looking at Leva nervously. AAA. At the same time, countless water flows were suspended beside Leva. The imperial equipment of the ring was activated, and the water dragon was possessed by Black Marlin. The ability of this imperial equipment is to freely control the water flow around him. So in order to better participate in the battle, he also carried a lot of water with him, so that there would be no problem of insufficient water storage. Leva's strength was originally overwhelming these pirates. Now using the power of the imperial equipment, they naturally have no way to compete. The following battle can be said to be one-sided. There is no suspense at all. What did this BD do? Why is the water suspended beside him? This. Everyone opened their mouths wide, and Hui was shocked. This completely subverted their worldview. The water was actually suspended beside Leva, and soon, they thought of a terrible idea. Is he demon fruit power? As long as there is something that subverts common sense, push it hard towards devil fruit. And the ability displayed by Leva is indeed very similar to devil fruit, and it should be devil fruit related to water. Looking at the water flow, the fear in everyone's eyes can no longer be suppressed. Don't come over 780, don't come over. Although they are trying their best to resist. But this kind of thing is obviously not something they can control. Soon, the water flow rushed over and penetrated their bodies. Blood spurted out, making the ground a little bloody. Humph! Leva glanced at them, with murderous intent in his eyes. These guys deserved to die. From seeing the reaction of the people, Leva sentenced them to death in his heart. Resentment can only be resolved by killing. This is a good person who cares about the people, and he should be given a good person card. News glanced at Leva unhappily. Leva, why did you kill them all? Can't you? What a bummer, I wanted to torture them. This cute little loli is actually a sadist, and her favorite thing is to torture the enemy. Very similar to Acedes. Looking at the cruel face of this little loli, Leva couldn't help sweating on his forehead. It was so scary. Swoosh! The emperor hiding in the dark took in the whole scene, and then flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Although Acedes felt it, he couldn't catch up with his speed. Sieg, didn't care too much. Since we landed in Wano Kuni, we will inevitably face the beast's pirates sooner or later. Let's go. Looking at everyone, Acedes spoke. The group also headed towards Onigashima. The emperor flew to Onigashima and reported the matter to the three disasters. Jin. Now that Kaido is not here, Jin handles all the affairs of the Basin pirates. Unexpectedly, someone came to attack Wano Kuni at this critical moment, which made Jin frown. Just choose the time when Lord Kaido is not here. Jin murmured. He didn't know that Kaido had been captured. And Acedes and others were the expeditionary force of the Uranus Kingdom in Bashki. There is only one purpose here, to capture Wano Kuni. The flame disaster. Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of danger appeared in his pupils. No matter who comes, I will not let you succeed. He is loyal enough to Kaido. At the same time, he also believes in his own strength. There are not many people who can defeat the flame disaster Jin, even if you count the entire pirate world. And they are all monster-level characters, and they are also among the people standing at the top in the New World. However, the opponent is large in number after all. Jin still has to find a way to deal with it. At the same time, he notified his subordinates and told the Flying Six and others about this matter. Now the main fighting force of Wano Kuni is only the Flame Disaster Jin and the Flying Six. After all, Kaido is not here. Two of the three big bosses are missing, and the fighting power has dropped by more than a lot. In an elegantly decorated room, the Flying Six gathered together, and they also knew that Wano Kuni was now under enemy attack. Those bastards! Runty, who spoke without restraint, cursed again. I don't know what to say. Peggy Wan next to him was speechless. He really didn't know how to deal with this fierce sister. The next second, Runty cursed Kaido again. Kaido, that idiot! I don't know where he is at this critical moment. He criticized Kaido in his words. They didn't know Kaido's whereabouts. It has been less than 5 days since Kaido attacked the Basta Kingdom. The world government deliberately concealed it. Naturally, there was no leakage of this matter. But Sengoku and others knew that with Kaido's defeat, the pattern of New World would also change drastically. It's just that they didn't know in which direction this change would develop. Is it peace, or destruction? All the variables are because of the Basta Kingdom. As Jin's order came out, Onigashima instantly entered the first level of alert. From the performance of Acedes and others, they are likely to come here to attack Onigashima. In this case, why not prepare an ambush on Onigashima in advance? No matter what, Onigashima is their base camp. It is obviously not easy for Acedes to fight here. And Jin looked at the turbulent sea currents surrounding Onigashima. This area is wrapped in layers of seawater, which is a natural barrier. Maybe they can't break through the sea current. The atmosphere on and off Onigashima was frozen. Everyone felt that a storm was coming, as if a war was about to start. What's going on? Brother, do you know what happened? It is said that there will be a war, and a group of invaders came to Wano Kuni. No way, someone dares to attack us beasts pirates. Everyone was shocked. They are under the banner of the beasts pirates, and the captain is one of the 4 emperors. Kaido. With Kaido's reputation, who dares to easily provoke such a monster? But these guys are fearless and dare to attack Wano Kuni. Let them see how powerful I am. I will take the head of that leader. For a while, everyone was excited, and even thought about taking Acedes' head directly. Little did they know how big the gap between themselves and Acedes was. At this time, Acedes and others also appeared in front of the turbulent sea currents surrounding the Onigashima. The sea currents were turbulent, completely surrounding the Onigashima, forming a natural barrier. But this did not stump Acedes. She walked forward slowly, looking at the turbulent sea water, and half crouched on the ground. Ice World. Buzz. A strange energy swept in all directions. The originally turbulent sea water was instantly frozen, keeping its hideous appearance. Acedes still dealt with the problem so simply and roughly. Chapter 80. Ghost Island. All parties are eagerly waiting for the upcoming battle. The huge warship sailed into the sea, and many people boarded the ship one after another, ready to go to the battlefield. The original plan was to defeat Acedes and others directly at sea. It should have been carried out according to this plan. But at this moment, a scene that shocked everyone happened. How could it be? They stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, looking at it in disbelief. In front of them, the sea water has been frozen, and it still retains its previous turbulent appearance. The dangerous sea current has now become flat. And the huge warship that just sailed out was completely frozen because of the ice. Although there were no casualties, it was obviously impossible to sail on the sea, and the first plan was self-defeating. What happened? Why is this happening? Everyone looked at each other, and the shock in their eyes could not be concealed. Did they take action? Someone made a bold guess. But they were quickly denied. Is there really anyone who can do this? To freeze the sea surface like this? This is impossible. The people on the huge battleship ran out, their faces full of panic. Is this the end of the world? There are no words to describe their shock at this moment. They were just sailing on the sea, and then encountered such a thing. In this environment, no matter who they are, they can't hold it. Many people were so scared that their legs were limp and they were almost scared to pee. What's going on? Runty looked at the frozen sea surface. Her beautiful eyes were bigger than eggs. The Flying Six have all arrived. They were ready to intercept Acedes and others after they landed on the island, and then they saw this horrifying scene. Is this the ability of Devil Fruit? I don't know, anyway, the enemy is very strong. I didn't expect there would be such a terrifying enemy. Being able to freeze the sea surface in an instant, this ability is enough to move everyone. Even the Flame Disaster Jin, at this time, was looking solemnly in the direction of Acedes and others. From the means that Acedes had just used, he knew that the opponent was very strong, very strong. He must use all his energy to deal with it. Otherwise, he will lose. The flames on Jin's body suddenly rose sharply, and he murmured, I won't let you succeed. The sea surface has been completely frozen by Acedes' ability. This woman, no matter what she does, will take such a simple and crude way. Let's go. Looking at everyone, Acedes spoke. She walked out first and led the way. Afterwards, everyone followed closely and prepared to log on to a Nagashima. It must be said that having this ability is convenient. In the original book, Straw Hat Crew paid a great price and went through thousands of hardships to log on to a Nagashima. As a result, when it comes to Acedes, just freeze the sea surface and it's done. Soon, the two forces finally met. On the coast, Jin narrowed his eyes, an observation Haki sensed that someone was approaching. Someone is coming. As Jin's voice came out, everyone's expression was stern. Jin's strength is currently the strongest among them, after all, he is one of the three big bosses under Kaido. And he is the leader of the three disasters, Jin the Fire Disaster. What he said could never be wrong. After a while, their observation Haki also noticed that someone was approaching, and there were many of them. They could be seen in a short while. The person in the front was wearing a military girl's uniform, with long sky blue hair and high-heeled shoes, and she exuded a queen-like aura. The people behind her also had a strong aura. The gentleman butler. Leva. The little lowly transvestite. Niu. The rough-looking Daivos holding a big axe. And the high-tech warrior with a high-energy fighting scene. Genos. This was the lineup of Acedes and others attacking Wano Kuni. At the same time, Acedes and others also looked at them. The aura emanating from Yan Zaijin was terrifying, and subconsciously attracted Acedes' attention. If you want to say who is most qualified to threaten him, it is only Yan Zejin. However, it is only a possibility. Ace's strength is obviously much stronger. They are the invaders. Runty's loud voice suddenly sounded. She pointed in the direction of Ace and others and shouted. Beside her, Peggy Wong couldn't help but complain, anyone with a discerning eye can see this kind of thing. As a result, her sister accidentally heard it. Are you questioning me? Wu. Xiao Wan started to scold her sister when she grew up. After a while, she started to punch and kick Peggy Wan, which really interpreted the word sister to the fullest. What can Peggy Wan do? She can only be beaten helplessly and dare not refute. From this point of view, Runty's temper is inseparable from Peggy Wan. And their opponents are. Genos walked in front of the two. Don't ignore me. Looking at the pair of live treasures in front of him, Genos couldn't help complaining. Finally, Runty's firepower was attracted. There are still intruders here. Wait until I get rid of that guy, then I'll teach you a lesson, Xiao Pei. Runty was instantly furious and entered combat mode. Armament haki fluctuations appeared on his forehead, and a Runta gun hit Genos. The speed was very fast, like a falling meteor. Accompanied by the battle between Genos and Runty, Acedes men officially came into contact with the beast's pirates. Generals versus generals, soldiers versus soldiers, the two sides fought hard on the coast. Leva's opponent is Phospha. Zoan cat fruit ancient species saber-toothed tiger form. He was originally an agent of CP9 and had a bright future. As a result, because of the Shanks incident, the mission to escort rubber fruit failed, and he ended up like this. After all, the saber-toothed tiger is an ancient creature, which also makes Phospha very strong. He dared to challenge the three big bosses, so it is conceivable that he still has some skills. Take it. Leva stood there. Countless water flows surged around him, and he used the power of the imperial tool from the beginning. The water flow was completely controlled by himself, and the feeling was very wonderful. Is he also demon fruit power? There was some surprise in Phospha's eyes. Riva gave him the feeling that he was not weak, and was even very strong. If he didn't take it seriously, he would probably lose miserably in a while. Whoosh! The water flow was completely controlled by Riva. As Riva raised his hand, countless water flows suddenly shot out. Like arrows, all aimed at Phospha's direction. Hey! Phospha opened his eyes slightly, and his observation haki could also briefly predict Riva's movements and quickly avoided them. Phospha's skills were terrifying. Now with the blessing of the devil fruit, I don't know how many times stronger he was before. Riva looked at him in amazement, avoided. He had to admire Phospha's skills, being able to avoid his attack so perfectly. But Riva was not panicked at all, after all, the battle had just begun. Chapter 81. Leva stood there, and the water around him was suspended. Go! As he raised his hand, the water gathered into arrows and shot towards Phosphord one after another. The water flowed like a stream. And a hissing sound could be heard as it moved forward. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Phosphord. Because of the fast speed, Phosphord heard the sound of air explosion in his ears. He groaned and his momentum suddenly burst out. It was the power of devil fruit. Zoan cat fruit ancient species saber-toothed tiger form. It was not a complete transformation, but a half-orc transformation. At this stage, his speed and strength had a significant increase. The momentum has changed. Looking at Phosphord in the field, Leva's eyes flashed with a solemnity. 790 observation haki could sense the changes that had taken place in Phosphord at this moment. The aura was several times stronger. Riva narrowed his eyes slightly, but he was not afraid, just come on. After all, he had followed Acede and had experienced many battles, so he still had courage. He would not be easily scared by Phosphord. Swoosh! Phosphord, who had turned into an orc, rushed towards Riva. His speed was very fast, and he could only barely see a trace of his afterimage, as if he was coming like lightning. Is he coming? Riva narrowed his eyes. Although Phosphord was very fast, Riva's reaction was not slow either. Observation Haki had already predicted his series of trajectories. So such an attack was doomed to fail. The two fought frantically at close range, and every attack had sparks flying and strong winds sweeping. Riva used a knife. Phosphord used his orc claws. Although it was just a claw, the claw could cut gold and silver, and its hardness was very terrifying. The claws and the knife touched. Bang! The two forces collided with each other. Armament Haki collided in mid-air, and black lightning could be seen flowing. Suddenly, a huge recoil came, pushing both of them backwards. However, Leva was not idle on the way back, and water flowed around him as soon as he raised his hand. Whoosh! It shot out like a sword. The water flow rushed straight to Phosphor's chest, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. If this attack hits, even if Phosphor doesn't die, he will probably be seriously injured. Moonwalk. Phosphor's real identity is a marine undercover, so it is normal to know Marine 6 styles. As soon as Moonwalk came out, it just avoided Riva's water attack. Humph! Riva snorted. The water flow continued to be controlled by him and rushed towards Phosphord. To be honest, Phosphord felt very bad now. While trying to fight with Riva in close combat, he also had to beware of his long-range attacks. The water flow was very annoying. If you don't pay attention, you will be hit, and the power is very strong. I can't stand it a few times. So it's very uncomfortable. In addition, Riva's melee ability is not much worse than Phosphord. After all, Riva has followed Acedes to fight for many years, and his melee ability is impeccable. In the pirate world, he also fought with Acedes every now and then. As a result, his melee level has improved greatly. 1. Phosphord had a complicated expression. He could feel that he was suppressed in all aspects. This guy is as strong as a monster. Bang! The two were fighting fiercely, and a stream of water attacked Phosphor, but he failed to block it. The whole person was instantly knocked out and hit the bushes behind him hard, and he was completely knocked unconscious. From then on, Zi was completely at a disadvantage. The camera turned. The battlefield of Genos vs Runty. Fatal headbutt. A dense black substance appeared on Runty's forehead, which was armament Haki. Then the whole person shot towards Genos like an arrow. Hey! The air was split in half. Runty rushed towards Genos from top to bottom, like a black meteor. Block it! Genos immediately tried his best to block Run's attack. Flames burst out in his hands. The whole body was covered with special effects, and the sense of cost was full. The flames were flying around, and Genos was extremely hacky. Then, the next moment, Genos was hit and flew backwards, hitting the rocks behind him hard. Electric arcs flowed on his body, and he was obviously injured. As the undefeated legend, Genos once again defended his reputation and continued to be undefeated to the end. In the field, the melee continued. The cotters all found their opponents. The soldiers of both sides also touched each other with their knives, and the battle entered a white-hot stage of no end. At this time, Acedes and Flame Disaster Jin also stood face to face. The momentum of the two touched in mid-air, the temperature around them seemed to be dropping, and ice chips filled the air. There is no doubt that the two of them are each other's opponents. Swoosh! After a while, the first to take action was the Three Disasters Jin. He was the Zoan dragon fruit ancient species Pteranodon form. The whole person instantly turned into a Pteranodon, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Acedes. Yellow flames were gushing out of his body. But this flame is not the ability of the devil fruit. After all, there is no flame on the Pteranodon. The reason why Jin is burning with flames is because of his race. Marco said before that there was once a magical race on the red line. And Jin belongs to this race. The eternal fire on his body also exists because of his race. Hey! In the air, Jin transformed into a human beast form, holding a knife tightly in his hand. His knife is a little different from ordinary knives, with something like a saw on it. Die! A strong armament haki gushed out. Haki attached to the saw blade in his hand, turned into a sharp slash, and soon came to Acedes. It advanced like a rotten wood all the way. The air couldn't bear it and it dissipated. Hey! Acedes' eyes lit up, and she felt the long-lost threat from this knife. A fighting spirit suddenly burst out from the depths of her pupils. This fighting maniac was finally aroused. Jin's strength was obviously very good. It drew the sword at its waist, and there seemed to be fire burning in its eyes. Just come over! A strong fighting spirit suddenly broke out. Chapter 82. The two stood face to face, and their auras began to collide. Whoosh! In an instant, flame disaster Jin rushed towards Acedes, very fast. The flames behind him suddenly surged. Jin's methods are very powerful. He is not only a demon fruit power, but also a powerful swordsman. His swordsmanship level is very high. Seeing Jin rushing over, Acedes' eyes sank, and then the whole person was ready for battle. Jin's strength is still very strong, enough to attract Acedes' attention. Boom! She released a terrifying aura, and the sword in her hand was also filled with a layer of pitch-black substance. It was obviously armament haki. Jin's strength was not weak, and Acedes had to make corresponding preparations. Bang! The two sides attacked each other, and there was a wave of air sweeping in an instant. Armament colors clashed, and black lightning continued to spread in all directions, but this did not affect their battle. The two sides attacked each other, and the sword lights kept entangled. At the beginning, it was just a pure swordsmanship competition. Acedes did not use the power of the imperial equipment. In contrast, Jin did not use the corresponding power of the devil fruit, so it was fair. Soon, Jin was at a disadvantage. After all, Acedes' swordsmanship was a headache for even Aokiji, and it was very scary. Although Jin was very powerful, his swordsmanship was indeed worse than Acedes. Not only in swordsmanship, I feel that my armament haki has been completely suppressed. Jin couldn't help but said in a deep voice. He could feel the gap between them. In the short confrontation just now, whether it was swordsmanship or armament haki, this woman was slightly suppressing him, which could be said to be very scary. Bang! In the end, Jin was careless. The whole person was blown away by Acedes' attack with armament haki. He hit the wall behind him hard. Seeing Jin was blown away, everyone was a little confused. Are you kidding me? They all knew Yin's strength very well. He was very powerful. But such a powerful Yin was blown away? Everyone subconsciously thought it was impossible. But the facts were there, and they had no choice but to believe it. No way. Is Yin at a disadvantage? The Flying Six and others couldn't help but look in Yin's direction, and their hearts were shocked to the extreme. Yin was the strongest among them. But such a being was blown away by others. It is conceivable how strong Acedes is. Who is that guy? Runty, Black Maria, Phospha, and others also subconsciously opened their mouths. Although they were unwilling to admit it in their hearts, there was no doubt that Yin's strength far exceeded theirs. In the ruins, Yin stood up with difficulty, his face a little tired. The whole person looked much more embarrassed. After all, Acedes was too strong, a little beyond his imagination. So strong. Jin couldn't help but murmur. It seems that I have to use all my strength. Jin's aura burst out, and the whole person instantly became extremely dangerous. At this moment, he no longer hid his weakness, but directly used his strongest power. If he continued to hide his weakness, he would most likely be killed by this woman. Acedes' strength finally aroused Jin's fear. Are you getting serious? Acedes looked at this scene with a smile. But her expression was still calm, and she was confident in herself. As the saying goes, the more skilled you are, the more courageous you are. She could always maintain this calmness. Soon, Jin started to transform into a beastman. An extremely terrifying pressure erupted from Jin. The transformation into a beastman is Jin's most powerful move. As the transformation into a beastman begins, the aura on his body becomes stronger and stronger. Jin used the Dragon Man transformation. Everyone watched this scene, and they were immediately excited. Jin's Dragon Man transformation is very terrifying, and ordinary people are not his opponents at all. Wano Kuni, probably only Kaido can withstand Jin's attack in this state. When they thought of Jin's strength, they couldn't help but show a hint of fear in their eyes. Facing such a monster, Acedes would never be able to defeat it. For a moment, everyone seemed to have determined the outcome. Oh! Acedes watched this scene with interest. From Jin at this moment, she could indeed sense a hint of threat. But that's all. It's impossible to hurt herself. She is very confident in her own strength. Take it. Jin, in the form of a human beast, suddenly jumped up, and the whole person was like a flash of lightning, and instantly came to Acedes. That speed is really terrifying. After all, it is a toothless pterosaur, and it was the overlord of the sky in ancient times. It was just a moment of effort, and it appeared in front of Acedes. What a fast speed! Acedes was slightly surprised. To be honest, she was really shocked. She didn't expect Jin's speed to be so fast, which was a bit beyond her imagination. Title: Acedes' eyes showed a long-lost fighting spirit. This is interesting. She couldn't help licking her lips. If it's always crushing the opponent, it's a bit boring. Now this situation is fun. I feel that the blood in my body has begun to become a little bit boiling. Acedes slightly clenched the sword in his hand, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was high. Just come on. Soon, the Dragon Man Jin appeared in front of Acedes. The saw blade in his hand also showed the light of armament haki, and chopped towards Acedes. A ray of black light came 460, and the air was constantly disintegrating in the process. Seeing that the attack distance was getting closer and closer to Acedes, but Acedes just stood there calmly, without a single wave in her eyes. It can't be said that there was no wave, and she was a little excited now. Boom! The next moment, armament haki covered her entire knife. Then Acedes held the knife and collided with Jin's attack. The two impacts collided, and a hurricane swept in an instant, causing a lot of noise. Some weak pirates and soldiers would be blown away directly by this hurricane. This level of fighting can change the terrain. Those soldiers in it are completely cannon fodder. Hurry! Stay away! Seeing that the fight between the two created such momentum. For a moment, everyone was panicked and quickly distanced themselves from the two monsters, otherwise they would die without knowing how. Even so, many people were stunned by the aftermath. Boom! The aftermath of the two people collided and swept directly onto the nearby hilltops. As a result, the entire hilltop could not withstand the force and was about to collapse. Instantly, smoke rolled in. Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes. Are you kidding? They were really stunned. Is this something humans can do? Just the aftermath, a mountain would collapse without being able to withstand it. Chapter 83. This is just the aftermath of the fight between the two. I didn't expect it to be so fierce. Everyone subconsciously looked at the two people who were fighting in the field, and the horror in their eyes was almost uncontrollable. How terrifying are those two people? They murmured subconsciously. But it can be imagined that the pressure they are under must be exaggerated. At this time, Fei Lu and others were also shocked. Isn't this noise too exaggerated? I thought we were very close to him, but I didn't expect the gap was still so big. They were talking about Flame Disaster Jin. At first, I thought there shouldn't be much difference in strength between me and Flame Disaster Jin. However, seeing the two people fighting now, everyone knows that there is still a big gap between them and these two monsters. If a life and death fight really happens, I will definitely die. Otherwise, Jin would not be called the head of the three disasters. Even Quinn and Jack are still a long way behind Jin. The gap is like a chasm, difficult to cross. Jin, that guy. Runty started to shout again without restraint. Sure enough, he is still a bit capable. Most people ignored her. The key problem is that they don't have time now, they are busy fighting. Their opponents are not the unbeatable legend Genos, so it will be difficult to tell the winner in a short time. The camera returns to Acedes and Jin. At this time, the two are still fighting, and their haki touches each other and spreads in all directions. In terms of haki concentration, of course it is still Acedes' haki was a little more intense, and he had the upper hand for a while. Seeing this scene, Oyu's expression changed. I was suppressed. He was a little unbelievable, and he didn't expect that he would be suppressed. This kind of problem only occurs when meeting Kaido. Unexpectedly, the battle with Acedes also encountered this situation, and his haki was suppressed. Then this feeling became more and more obvious. I saw drops of water on Jin's forehead. Can't hold on. Acedes' mouth curled up, and he had already seen Jin's unbearable here. In fact, at the moment the two sides fought, Acedes had already noticed that his haki was still above Jin. Such a result is obvious. Not good. Jin's face changed, and his scalp was numb. He sensed a hint of danger from Acedes. Then, he sensed that Acedes' momentum began to rise. The feeling of suppression became stronger and stronger. In the end, Acedes' tightly grasped sword burst out with terrifying force. Instantly, Jin flew backwards uncontrollably, flying more than 10 meters away, and slammed into the wall behind him. Boom! The wall collapsed, revealing a human figure. Obviously, in this confrontation, the final winner is Acedes. Everyone looked shocked, and they simply couldn't believe that this scene was real. Jin, the flame disaster, was actually defeated. How is it possible? Jin was actually defeated. They opened their mouths, but found that they couldn't say anything. They were really shocked and speechless. Jin, such a powerful person, was actually defeated. Moreover, Acedes' style of fighting was overwhelming throughout the whole process. It is no exaggeration to say that Jin was crushed. Jin, the three disasters, was actually crushed. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Everyone looked shocked, and didn't believe it was true. Jin's strength is obvious to all, how could he lose to this woman? The soldiers in the kingdom were excited at this time, and they cheered. Great! Lord Acedes won! I said Lord Acedes is invincible. In fact, they still had some doubts at the beginning. After all, Yanzai Jin is well known and very famous in the New World. Although not as famous as Four Emperors Kaido. But it should not be underestimated. But such a person was defeated by Acedes. Although I knew that Acedes was very strong, I didn't expect that a big man like Yanzai Jin would still be crushed in front of her. How terrifying is his strength! With this backward flight, half of Yanzai Jin's body was embedded in the wall. The blood in his body surged. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot of damage. He had paid enough attention to Acedes' strength, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated her. At that moment just now, the power released by Acedes was too terrifying. The overwhelming attack was beyond his control. The house collapsed and was smashed into ruins by Jin. Jin slowly climbed up from the ruins and began to cough violently. His chest was severely injured, so he couldn't help but start coughing. He raised his head and looked at Acedes' delicate face. That face was indeed too delicate to be described in words. Just looking at her appearance, it was hard to imagine that this woman was so strong. So strong. Jin couldn't help but murmur. This was what he thought in his heart. He could feel a faint pressure from this woman. In the past, only people like Kaido could give Jin this feeling. Now there is one more. Who are you? Jin couldn't help but ask. He was shocked and couldn't understand why such a powerful person would be unknown. At least he had never heard of this guy's name in the New World for so many years. Ace's face was as cold as frost. Hearing Jin's question, she finally didn't hide it, because she felt that people like Jin were still qualified to know her name. Jin, the flame disaster, was also a well-known figure. It was worth Acedes to report his name. Acedes. Acedes spoke, and finally added, "It's Lord Roy's men." To be honest, Jin was very unfamiliar with the name Acedes. I had never heard of it before. Roy? Okay. This name caught Jin's attention. Because he had mentioned this name more than once during this period. The cause of the incident was that both Quinn and Jack died in the Basta Kingdom. And the king of the Basta Kingdom was Roy. Then, Jin couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Acedes. "So you are from the Basta Kingdom?" He was shocked. No wonder Jack the Drow and Quinn the Plague all died in the Basta Kingdom. It turned out that there was such a master here. There is no doubt that Acedes' strength is very terrifying, and it is normal to be able to kill Jack and Quinn. Not to mention them. My current situation is not much better. However, it is not the time to give up. There is only one way that may save Wano Kuni. Do you know what you are doing? Are you going to go to war with the Four Emperors? Chapter 84. Are we going to go to war with the Four Emperors? Jin Yanzei had to remind Acedes that they were the Beast's pirates. The leader of the Beast's pirates, Kaido, was one of the Sea Emperors standing on this sea, and his strength was terrifying. Anyone who saw this would tremble. Acedes' actions clearly showed that he was going to be an enemy of Kaido. Are they really not afraid of the Four Emperors? Kaido, that guy has been captured by us. Acedes said in a calm voice. But the words he said were shocking, and everyone gasped. What a joke! Who is Kaido? That guy is a real Four Emperors. In the second half of the Grand Line, he was one of the Four Emperors who reigned there like an emperor. How could such a being be captured by them? Isn't it too much to think highly of the Kingdom of Basta? To be honest, until now, Jin didn't believe in the strength of the Uranus Kingdom of Basta. It is possible to have a strong man like Acedes in charge, which is already the best. However, Acedes is definitely not Kaido's opponent. Kaido's strength is like a shadow in Jin's heart, which cannot be erased. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But the fact is that Acedes said. She did not lie, Kaido had indeed been defeated in the Basta Kingdom. 480. This is something that everyone can see, there is no need to lie. But Jin would never believe it. He thought it was impossible. That's Mr. Kaido. Jin couldn't help but lose his voice. Now is not the time to say these words, the battle is not over yet. Jin is still fighting with Acedes, killing each other crazily. But it must be said that Jin is now at an absolute disadvantage. He is not as good as Acedes, and now he is seriously injured, and he is distracted by Kaido's matter. When all these conditions coincide, Jin has no hope of winning at all. He was severely ravaged. He flew backwards again and again. There is no way to fight, they are not on the same level at all. The pirates were all heartbroken when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Jin to be beaten to such an extent. Completely beaten. No way. Am I dazzled? Lord Jin didn't even have the strength to resist. Shocked, it's hard to describe their feelings at this moment. Their mentality was completely broken. Even Jin was beaten like this, almost half of his life was gone, how could they fight? Jin's strength is obvious to all. If he can't do it, then they can't think of any other ideas. Boom. After beating the weak to the point of being thoroughly satisfied, Acedes subconsciously used the power of the imperial weapon. The imperial weapon condensed into pieces of ice. Then, under Acedes' control, the ice condensed into arrows and shot towards Jin. Puff puff puff. The ice arrow broke through the air with unprecedented destructive power. The whole journey was like a crushing force, the air could not bear the collapse, and it hit Jin fiercely. If it was at his peak, Jin would definitely be able to fight. But Jin is no longer able to do it now. Both his physical fitness and haki have declined so much that he can't hold on, and the whole person is beaten back continuously. The heavy attacks continued. Fortunately, the person in front of him was Jin. The physical fitness of the Zoan fruit ability user is obviously stronger than that of ordinary people. If it were anyone else, he would definitely be beaten badly, there is no doubt about that. But as time passed, Jin gradually couldn't hold on anymore, because he had indeed reached his limit, even if he was the devil fruit planted in ancient Zoan. Bang! A huge force came and blasted Jin backwards. As the last bit of his strength dissipated, Jin instantly fainted and lost consciousness. The battle ended, and the final winner was Acedes. No way! Lord Jin lost. How is this possible? The members of Beast's Pirates all looked at this scene in shock. The shock in their hearts could not be calmed for a long time. Are you kidding me? Jin was so strong, but he still lost. How terrifying is this woman named Acedes? The most terrifying thing is that Acedes crushed Jin throughout the battle. Jin basically didn't even have the strength to fight back. You can see how terrifying this woman is. In the field, with Jin's defeat, the morale of the Whitehead pirates was disrupted, and the whole trend showed a one-sided trend. It couldn't hold on at all. Jin's existence is the pillar of the Beast's Pirates today. Once the pillar collapsed, it is conceivable what kind of situation the Beast's Pirates would fall into. A single move affected the whole body, and it was a complete avalanche. The members of the Flying Six were gradually eliminated. Although they are very strong, Acedes is not weak at all. In addition, the defeat of Flame Disaster Jin has brought the morale of Acedes to the extreme. The Flying Six cannot make up for it. This is like a summit war. If Whitebeard died in the middle of the battle, the Whitebeard pirates would be completely defeated. There is no other possibility. Therefore, when the two armies are facing each other, the victory or defeat of the leader is crucial. Once the leader loses, it is basically completely GG. Go! Take down the Beast's Pirates! I can't believe that the famous New World Beast's Pirates will have such a day. They were defeated and fled in a panic. Of course, the main reason for this is that Kaido of the Beasts is not here. If Kaido is in Wano Kuni, Acedes' high-profile entry will only have one end. That is, he will be beaten badly. Of course, this situation is impossible, after all, Kaido has been captured now. Success! Looking at the excitement of the crowd, Acedes couldn't help but smile. As time went by, all the members of the Flying Six were defeated, and the Beast's Pirates were finally completely defeated. I didn't expect it. We defeated the Beast's Pirates. All this is thanks to Lord Acedes. If there was no Acedes, it would be no different from sending people to Wano Kuni to die. Even if there was no Kaido of the Beasts. A strong man like Jin just needed to use any tricks. The battle was basically over. Soon, the three beast warriors and others finished their respective battles and came to Acedes. Lord Acedes, the enemy has been dealt with. They reported the situation. Yet, Acedes nodded slightly. It must be said that they all performed well in this battle. Since the Beast's Pirates have been defeated, we should focus on another matter. Acedes spoke softly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Roy issued 2 orders in total. 1. To defeat the Beast's Pirates, and 2. To take back the Wano Kuni from the Kurozumi snake. Kurozumi snake. Leva narrowed his eyes, and there was also a murderous aura. The next target to be hunted, Kurozumi snake. Chapter 85. The next goal is to defeat Kurozumi Orakai. Let's go! Acedes said. There is no need to stay here any longer. Since Yan Zaijin and the others have been dealt with, this battle is basically over. As for Black Carbon Orokai, that guy was never taken seriously by Acedes. Why would a small scum care so much? So Acedes never took Black Carbon Orokai seriously from beginning to end. At this time, Flower City. Orokai and others obviously don't know that Kaido's beasts pirates have been destroyed. They are still living a life of drunkenness and crazy enjoyment in Flower City. Countless beauties are surrounding Black Carbon Orokai, with seductive looks on their faces. Black Carbon Orokai is now the most powerful person in Wano Kuni. If they want to survive, there is only one way, that is to obey Black Carbon Orokai's arrangements. Otherwise, there is only one way to die. That's great. Beauty. But I still like Xiaozi. I wonder when Xiaozi will obey me. Kurozumi Orokai smiled obscenely. He has an almost crazy obsession with Xiaozi. If it were any other woman, with Kurozumi Orokai's style, he would have forced her to do that. Why do you still do these messy things with you? But only Xiaozi is different. Now Kurozumi Orokai has been fascinated by Xiaozi for a long time, and he is reluctant to use such coercive means. TTT. As long as he likes Xiaozi, one day, he will let Xiaozi know his true feelings. Little did he know that the two of them were actually sworn enemies. Who cares if you are really sincere or not? At this time, Acedes and others also appeared on the streets of the flower capital. Who is it? Then, Orokai's men stopped Acedes. Acedes looked at him calmly. Leva and others beside him reacted instantly and knocked the soldier down. Instantly, the expressions of the soldiers around changed drastically, knowing that these guys were not good people, and they were probably looking for Yang. Fight him! Accompanied by roars, they rushed towards Acedes together. They wanted to capture Acedes and his gang. But this was nothing short of a fantasy. Acedes didn't even look at them, and didn't even have to make a move. Leva and others nearby used some tricks, and these guys were completely defeated. No suspense. Although their strength was also very strong, there was still a huge gap compared to Leva and his gang. They were not at the same level at all. Bang! They were all beaten back one by one. Who are they? We are not their opponents at all. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement. Only after the fight did we know how strong these guys were. In front of them, it can be said that I had no power to resist at all and was completely crushed. Ace's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he looked at everyone. Tell me, where is the Kurozumi snake? The murderous aura in his eyes was so strong that people couldn't help but tremble. This guy didn't seem to be a human, but a devil in human skin. The aura shrouding him made people feel terrified just by looking at him. This. Teddy. Faced with Ace's pressure like a mountain and a sea, they couldn't bear it at last. He directly told the specific location of the Kurozumi snake. Ace's eyes narrowed slightly. Let's go. The few people didn't stop for long and went straight to the direction of the Kurozumi snake at. Looking at the figures of Ace and others, their voices trembled. Who are these guys? What's the matter with this suffocating sense of oppression? From Ace, you can feel unprecedented oppression. That feeling makes people despair. I have never seen Ace before, and I don't know where this guy came from. The black carbon snake was still playing hide and seek with the beauties. That life was so wonderful. Although they hated the snake, they had no choice. After all, the lives of their entire family were in the hands of the Kurozumi snake, and they would die if they disobeyed. Where are you all? Let me touch you. The Kurozumi snake stretched out his hand and touched around. At this moment, Acedes and others appeared. Then the Kurozumi snake walked directly towards Leva. I heard it, you can't run away this time, ha ha ha. The Kurozumi snake smiled and walked towards Leva. He touched Leva with both hands, and then felt something was wrong, because none of his concubines seemed to wear such clothes. And the evil was so small, only less than a. Such a small evil, the Kurozumi snake would definitely not look down on it, which means the person in front of him. Take off the cloth strips on his eyes, the Kurozumi snake was a little shocked. Who are you? He widened his eyes. I don't know when the concubine in front of him turned into an old man. I don't know what the purpose of this guy's appearance is. In any case, Kurozumi snake is very angry now, and the consequences are serious. I was clearly playing games with the concubines, but you, an old thing, suddenly appeared. What are you doing? Who are you? Kurozumi snake was shocked. He soon found that he didn't know this BD at all. If he was his subordinate, he should know him. But Luo gave him a very strange feeling. I'm here to kill you, Luo said with a fake smile, and at the same time, a terrifying murderous intent was released from the depths of his pupils. The murderous aura was filled, and the surroundings were instantly a little cold. The snake shuddered in his heart. The whole person couldn't help but retreat, obviously frightened by the man in front of him. He saw countless streams of water flowing around Luo. Riva decisively used the power of the imperial weapon. X. Seeing the water flow around Riva, Orokai was a little scared for a moment. How could these water flows be controlled by him? Is this the power of the devil fruit? Orokai couldn't help but murmur. One of the most important treasures in the pirate world, the power of the devil fruit. Orokai was instantly frightened. Whoosh! Riva urged the attack to attack Orokai, advancing all the way. Soon, the attack reached Orokai. Not good. Orokai looked at it in astonishment, and he couldn't speak. In front of this attack, he felt a hint of death threat. Chapter 86. For a moment, unprecedented fear permeated. Orokai was really frightened and couldn't help but retreat. The aura released by Leva at this moment was so terrifying that Orokai couldn't stop trembling. Orokai was originally a bully. If it was a character that was easy to bully, he would bully it as much as he could. If it was not easy to bully, he would be frightened to kneel down and beg for mercy like now. Don't come over, don't come over. Orokai was trembling all over. But Leva didn't care about him at all and continued to slowly approach Orokai. It was like a Shinigami descending. He received the order from Acedes to kill Orokai, so naturally he couldn't be soft-hearted. Die! Accompanied by a low roar. The sword in his hand suddenly attacked. A sword light quickly passed over Orokai's neck. Orokai was still begging for mercy a moment ago, and the sword light directly passed over his neck with 920. Ah! Everyone around was watching this scene in horror. They didn't expect that the snake would die so easily. However, in fact, the snake was not dead. His devil fruit is Zoan, a mythical beast, in the form of Yamata no Orokai, but he has 8 lives. In the original work, he was killed several times but did not die. However, the power of this fruit is too strong, even Acedes and others did not notice it at all. The snake is now in a state of suspended animation. It is not really dead. It's finally over. Acedes couldn't help but murmur. He planned to tell Roy the news and wait for his next order. Soon, the phone was dialed. Tet. The strange sound of the den den mushi sounded, which soon attracted Roy's attention. Is this Acedes? Roy was a little surprised and couldn't help but say, is it over with them? Thinking about it, this possibility is still relatively large. Roy decisively dialed Den Den Mushi. Acedes, has the mission been completed? Yes, Kurozumi Orokai and Beast's pirates were all destroyed. Now Wano Kuni has fallen into our hands. Acedes said seriously. With the fall of these two forces, Wano Kuni has basically no living force. Roy touched his chin and thought to himself, I can't just occupy Wano Kuni arbitrarily. If I occupy it directly, it will be no different from Kaido of the Beasts. Although this can also occupy Wano Kuni, the regime is unstable and is always in a state of hostility. This is obviously not feasible, so change to a more compromising method. Cultivate a puppet regime. At present, the most stable and profitable way is only this one. As for who to find, Roy also has a goal in mind. In fact, the most popular person in Wano Kuni is Momonosuke, the BD, but Roy obviously doesn't like Momonosuke. There is a saying that goes, "You don't have to be the pirate king, but Momonosuke must die." He also has a sister, that is Kojiki. I'll go see Kojiki. Roy's face flashed with expectation. I heard that Kojiki is also a super beautiful woman. I don't know what her personality is like. Soon, Roy's travel preparations were ready. Roy was in front, Senju Hashirama was beside him, and Akame and Kurome followed. As for Uchiha Madara and others, they stayed in the Basta kingdom. Someone still needs to guard here. It is very important and no leaks can be made. In this way, Roy and his party headed towards Wano Kuni. About halfway through, a ship came in front. Lord Roy, there seems to be a ship in front. Someone came over to report the situation to Roy and his friends. There are so many ships on the sea, he can't take care of everything, right? Roy didn't care much, and even didn't bother to let go of observation haki. Let's go, don't worry about them. Yes. Since Roy said so, they, as soldiers, just need to perform their mission. Why think so much? The people on the ship in front obviously also found Roy and his friends. A pirate ran to his leader and reported, "Boss, there is a ship ahead." "Ignore it, let's keep moving forward," Shanks said. He said the same thing as Roy, as if he did it on purpose. "Our priority is to go to the Kingdom of Basta. I really want to see the strength of those guys if I can defeat Kaido of the Beasts." The red-haired man also had a fighting spirit in his eyes. Since he heard that Kaido was defeated, he has been very interested in the Basta kingdom. Now he finally has a chance to meet him. He must be a good opponent. Beside him, the corners of Mihawk's mouth curled up slightly. The eagle-like eyes suddenly burst out with amazing fighting spirit. He is also a fighting maniac like Shanks. Unfortunately, they are now passing by Roy and others. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara, who defeated Kaido of the Beasts, is still in the Basta kingdom, so they didn't get nothing. Let's not talk about the situation here for now. Roy, surrounded by his men, gradually sailed towards the Wano Kuni territorial waters. Although the Uzumaki current was turbulent, it still couldn't do anything to Roy and his men. "Tornado, it's your turn to show off." Looking at the green-haired little loli next to him, Roy said with a smile. "Humph." Tornado shook his neck and snorted proudly. But he still used his telekinesis obediently to make the whole ship float. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment, and couldn't believe that this was actually true. Am I dreaming? The ship actually floated. How is it possible? Everyone couldn't suppress their astonishment. I didn't expect that Tornado was so capable that he could make the whole ship float. If he fought with others, it would be exaggerated to the extreme when his telekinesis was released. They swallowed their saliva, and they were obviously shocked by Tornado. "Let's go," Roy said with a smile. It's normal for Tornado to have this ability. No matter what, he is ranked second among the level 5 heroes. How terrifying is his strength! Ordinary people are not Tornado's opponents at all. They couldn't imagine how powerful Tornado was. Although he came from the same world as Genos, Tornado was obviously much stronger than Genos. They didn't bother to explain too much, and they soon landed on Wano Kuni. Then they met Acedes and others. Everyone knelt down when they saw Roy, with respect in their eyes. Lord Roy. Whether it was the cotters or the ordinary soldiers, Roy was the most respected person in their eyes. He was very popular. Many people looked at Roy and murmured, and that look was just like a fan seeing their idol. Is this Lord Roy? Roy looked at Acedes and asked, how is the matter going? Acedes raised her head and a blush flashed across her face. Only in front of Roy would this cold woman show such an expression. All done. Yet. Roy nodded slightly, and then began to prepare to implement the next plan, but before that, he had to let Xiao Ziyi come over. Xiao Ziyi. Acedes' face changed. Could it be that Roy was so impatient that he wanted to have something happen with Xiao Ziyi? She was clearly by his side, how could he do this? But she just complained in her heart and went out to find Xiao Ziyi. Chapter 87. Not long after Acedes and others captured Wano Kuni, they almost completely controlled the flower capital. Everyone looked at the guards coming and going with some trepidation. And their leader? Acedes. Who are these guys? I don't know. I hope they are not bad guys. They have always been oppressed by Orokai, and they have always longed to be saved. I just don't know who this Acedes who suddenly appeared is. But in general, it seems that they are not bad guys. I heard that the beast's pirates were destroyed. How is this possible? That Kaido. When they thought of Kaido, a trace of fear appeared on everyone's face. Wano Kuni became like this because of Kaido. Like Kurozumi Orokai, he couldn't support it alone. Everyone knows this kind of thing. Only Orokai didn't know, and he thought Kaido relied on himself to get to the top. General Acedes. When the guards saw Acedes, they all greeted him. Yet. Acedes nodded slightly. Then he entered the front yard surrounded by the crowd. At this time, Kojiki Oden, Denjiro, and others were already waiting in the yard. Denjiro seemed to be a lackey of Kurozumi Orokai, but in fact he was a retainer of Kojiki Oden. After Kurozumi Orokai fell, he also revealed his identity to Kojiki Oden. Lord Acedes. Hearing the voice outside, both of them looked stern, because the real master had come. Acedes was the one who defeated the beast's pirates. General Acedes, what can I do for you? Kojiki Oden looked at Acedes and asked. Acedes didn't waste time, but went straight to the point, Lord Roy is looking for you. Lord Roy. This surprised Kojiki Oden. I didn't expect Acedes to call that guy, Lord. What kind of existence could make a big man like Acedes respectfully call him sir? Obviously, Xiao Ziyi was shocked. Not only Xiao Ziyi, but Denjiro beside her was also speechless. That was Acedes. The man who defeated the beast's pirates called that person. Sir? I'm really curious about that mysterious Roy. Although she was surprised, Xiao Ziyi quickly regained her composure. Got it. The situation in front of her was already very clear. Whether she agreed or not, she had to go with Acedes. And Xiao Ziyi was also curious about Roy in her heart. She didn't know what kind of person was that could respect Acedes so much. Afterwards, the two were taken to Roy's residence by Acedes. Sir Roy is inside. Acedes said. She didn't go in because Roy had ordered that he and Xiao Ziyi talk alone. Xiao Ziyi nodded slightly and walked in. I wonder what kind of person Lord Roy is. I saw a figure sitting in front of the desk, wearing a white shirt, giving people a very clean feeling. Roy's temperament is not fierce and overbearing, making people dare not look directly at him. On the contrary, Roy's aura is more like a spring breeze, like the sun pouring down. But it is also easy to make people feel submissive. Raise your face. The face that seems to be carved out of jade instantly makes Xiao Zi's heart tremble. Although she has seen many handsome guys, she has never seen such a handsome guy. Xiao Ziyi couldn't help thinking in her heart. She always thought that she was not obsessed with looks, but after seeing Roy's face, she was still a little moved. Those facial features seemed to be just in her aesthetic taste. A blush flashed across Xiao Zi's face, and she subconsciously straightened her clothes. You are here. Roy glanced at Xiao Ziyi and said. Yet. Xiao Ziyi nodded, and then Roy gestured to sit next to her. This time, Xiao Zi came here not to chat with her, but for business. This matter is crucial to the future development of Wano Kuni. I know your true identity, Xiao Zi. You are the daughter of Kojiki Odin, right? Do you want to make a deal? Yi Zhong said. In fact, he did not completely hold the emperor hostage to control the princes. Instead, he and Xiao Zi and others jointly govern Wano Kuni, but Wano Kuni must exist as a vassal state. But he must obey Roy's arrangements. Under normal circumstances, we will not interfere with the management of Wano Kuni, but the main policy must be done according to my instructions. Roy added. This is a typical relationship between a suzerain and a vassal state. If it was Wano Kuni at its peak, it would never agree to such a request, but now the times have changed. Xiao Zi and the others have no choice. What's more, there is a fatal temptation in Roy's words: can we manage Wano Kuni freely? If we do this, then everyone will be able to get peace. Compared to himself, Xiao Zi seems to care more about the situation of the people, which is somewhat consistent with Roy. A good king should be people-oriented. You live a rich life, but the people are in dire straits, which only proves that you are a borer. Roy certainly doesn't want to be this borer. Almost without thinking, Xiao Zi agreed decisively. I do. Such a good opportunity, only a fool would refuse. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Roy smiled and took the initiative to shake hands. His attitude was as gentle as ever. Xiao Zi was a little stunned for a moment, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks, and then spread to her ears and cheeks. That look was really lovely. Very cute. Roy was also touched by Xiao Zi like this. She was originally a great beauty. Oda once said that she was one of the 3 most beautiful women in the pirate world. There is nothing to say about her appearance. Add to that her cute expression now. Can you control yourself? What's wrong? Am I too reckless? Roy said. His smile was still so clean. Xiao Zi's face became even redder, and she waved her hands quickly. No, I'm sorry. She quickly wiped her hands and shook hands with Roy. Xiao Zi walked out of Roy's room in a daze, and after shaking hands, her mind was completely empty. She forgot everything. Hiri-sama. In her ears, Chuanjiro's call finally made Hiri sober. What's wrong? Denjiro. Hiri-sama, your face is so red, what happened? Roy's face suddenly came to mind, and Hiri quickly shook her head. No, don't worry, it might be a fever. This lame excuse, how could it be a fever? Chapter 88. Handsome guys are sometimes so lethal. Although people despise those who like appearance, they are often such people. To be honest, Hiri was really shocked by Roy's appearance just now. His facial features were completely in line with her preferences. However, Hiri would not fall for this reason. She is not the kind of frivolous girl. When she sees a handsome guy, her eyes light up and she wants to rush up to him and give birth to a child for him. This is obviously not Hiri's style. But there is no doubt that Roy has developed a good impression of Hiri now. Like often starts with a good impression. In fact, Roy's attitude towards Hiri is not a feeling of rejection. It is impossible for such a beautiful woman to say that she does not like him when she is swaying in front of him. Hiri is also one of the most beautiful women in One Piece, right? That figure and appearance, even among the beauties Roy has seen, are among the best. However, Roy is still very busy now, and he is not in the mood to think about this matter for the time being. Wano Kuni has just stabilized now. And he should think carefully about which direction to develop next. This time, Nichiren did not come with him. So many important things fell on Roy's head, and he had to deal with them slowly by himself. In the house, Roy and Hiri worked hard. Outside the yard, it was quite lively. Jiro and others blocked Acedes' way. General Acedes, let's fight. Chuanjiro said. I heard that Acedes was very strong, so Chuanjiro had wanted to fight Acedes for a long time. But, can this guy really defeat that flame disaster Jin? Chuanjiro couldn't help but doubt it. He still knew the strength of Beast's pirates, and flame disaster Jin was very terrifying. Such a big man was defeated by the unknown Acedes. It makes people doubt the true strength of Acedes. Finally, amidst the clamor, Denjiro had to bite the bullet and challenge Acedes. At this time, the Wano Kuni warriors surrounded the yard tightly, staring wide-eyed, afraid of missing any details. Denjiro was also a powerful warrior in Wano Kuni. What would be the result of the battle with Acedes now? In the field, Denjiro and Acedes stood face to face. Acedes did not hesitate for even 2 seconds to challenge Denjiro and decisively agreed. As a fighting maniac, how could he refuse the challenge of others? Take it. The dark armament haki emerged and instantly enveloped the knife in Denjiro's hand. Denjiro, who was in a fighting state, began to gain momentum. The next moment, the whole person appeared in front of Acedes like a stream of light. The knife light split the air and suddenly attacked. Both the speed and strength were amazing, and ordinary people could not stop it at all. After all, Denjiro is one of the 9 heroes, so it is normal for him to be strong. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to stop it. But this time his opponent is Acedes, and there is no need to say much about the strength of this woman. Hey! Acedes drew her sword to block. During this process, the air echoed with a hissing sound, as if it was blown up. Then, a devastating sword light was seen, directly aimed at Denjiro's direction. Facing this sword light, Denjiro's eyes finally changed. At this moment, he felt that all the pores on his body were open. And from this blow, he felt unprecedented pressure. Not good. Chuanjiro's breathing was rapid. He watched Acedes' attack coming at him. Many warriors around him trembled in their hearts when they saw the terrifying extent of the slash. This is too exaggerated. Is this the strength of Acedes? So powerful. Everyone looked at him in amazement. They knew Acedes was strong, but they didn't expect her to be so strong. Such a slash made them tremble in their hearts subconsciously. Soon, the slash also fell on Chuanjiro. The terrifying force spread to him through the knife in his hand. Then he saw Chuanjiro flying backwards uncontrollably, without any suspense. There was no way, the gap in strength between him and Acedes was too big. It seems that I won. Acedes' expression was still so cold. Except in front of Roy, she was always like a cold queen in front of others. So strong. This is too scary. Denjiro is no match for General Acedes. Everyone looked at him in amazement. Is this the power of Acedes? No wonder he was able to defeat the head of the 3 disasters. Flame Disaster Jin. This strength is really terrifying. Not far away, Denjiro struggled to get up, his eyes full of shock. I actually lost. He widened his eyes in shock. He couldn't believe that this scene was real. There is no doubt that he was completely crushed in the battle just now. He was quite confident in himself. In the end, he was defeated. At the same time, the movement here was also seen by Roy and Hiri. Hiri couldn't help but widen her eyes and was very surprised. Denjiro actually lost. Is that Acedes so strong? Denjiro's strength is unquestionable. He is one of the retainers left by her father Kojiki Oden, and their strength is very terrifying. Even so, he was still vulnerable in front of Acedes. This is the strength of Acedes. Roy murmured. Hearing Roy's voice, Hiri subconsciously turned his head. Lord Roy, how strong is that guy? To be honest, this question is not easy to answer. Roy thought for a long time, and finally said, a few months ago, she fought a tie with Marine Admiral Aokiji. Hiri was shocked when he said this. During this period, she also began to understand the outside world. Knowing that the power distribution of the pirate world, Li's Zhao, is that the 4 emperors and the world government are fighting against each other. Among them, the highest combat power of the world government is the Admiral. I didn't expect that Acedes would fight a tie with an Admiral. Are you kidding? Hiri couldn't help but said. Roy was too lazy to explain this, he was just telling the truth. As for whether Hiri believed it or not, he didn't really care. Of course, this matter was just a small episode. Evening steps. I'm so hungry, Xiaozi, don't you see that you're hungry? Xiaozi was wearing a pink kimono and was kneeling with her white legs crossed. A little bit. Xiaozi whispered. Then, the two of them came to the dining room together, and Acedes was waiting there. Lord Roy. Seeing Roy coming, she blushed quickly and took the initiative to greet him. General Acedes. Hiri greeted him in a low voice, as if she was very afraid of Acedes.